First contact is such a rare and special thing. Often much effort is put into presenting the best possible picture of one species when meeting the next. Care and thought is put into each word and every movement to ensure peaceful talks. To say nothing of the style and image presented that will surely be recorded in pictures and later paintings to commemorate the event. This works best when each species has some idea that the other is near, and they prepare for this, fanning out to send diplomatic fleets to make sure the right people are in the right place, to bring trade, peace, prosperity, celebrations with joyous festivals, and more. But sometimes the wrong people are in the right place. Sometimes the best foot is not put forward. Sometimes those who step into the light and first greet their new neighbors are not diplomats. Sometimes they bear a grinning skull. Captain Devoros hated being out this close to the Calavian Nebula. The rumors and legends about the mist and the secrets it held always sent a shiver down his spine. Truth be told, he believed far more of those rumors and legends than he let on to the men. Too often had he seen things over his career that defied what any civilized man might think. The Germo could venture in with their trade fleets all they wanted. He wasn't going any closer to the nebula than he had to. But unfortunately for him, he had the great and distinguished honor of being the captain of Crown Prince Thulame's ship. As befitting any flagship for a crown prince, the Nuvian Rose was the best the kingdom had to offer. A blend of firepower, armor, and luxury that wasn't matched in any other navy. Indeed, it was a good ship, with one small problem. When the Crown Prince was on board, it was he who gave the command. And in his desire to adventure, he wanted to see the nebula. So here they were. Deveros had managed to convince the prince to bring a small flotilla, but all that had been in port around Lorsan were smaller patrol craft. Good enough to scare off smugglers and the odd pirate, but he never liked going anywhere near the damn nebula without several heavy cruisers. Well, the prince gave the orders, so it couldn't be helped. "Are you satisfied now?" the captain asked as he looked sidelong at the prince. A decent-looking lad, took after his mother more than his father in looks, but Deveros didn't know the king and queen well enough to say which personality he had. It's quite fascinating. "And you say dead ships and ghosts inhabit it?" "Aye, your royal highness." "Surely sailors don't buy into these stories?" he asked, smirking at the thought. Some do." Devoros didn't mention that he was one himself, but as you can see, it's really just a mist. Nothing to it, though it plays hell on the sensors. Now, if your curiosity is satisfied, perhaps I could turn the flotilla back to Lorsan? Why leave so soon, Captain? Nervous? The prince grinned, and Deveros was about to reply when Lieutenant Havens spoke. "Sir, 3 signatures are just coming into range." "Supply ships from Lorsan?" the captain asked, though he felt a chill even as he asked. "No, sir." From the nebula, sir!" Devoros leaned forward, gripping the railing on the bridge before him as he looked out into the cloud. Then he saw the vessels slowly emerge, the wisps of the nebula stretching out around them, as if they were fingers desperately trying to pull the ships back into the hellish mist where they came from. "So they don't match any known signatures in that middle ship? It's—" He trailed off as Devoros examined the hulk. He couldn't believe the size of the thing. He'd fought in many a battle, but never seen a vessel as large as that before. It was twice the size of the King's Might, which was the largest battleship they'd ever built. Not only that, but the ships looked dead. He could see scars and battle damage on all of them, but no lights or banners or anything to display their affiliation. "Open a hailing channel!" he ordered, then turned to his command chair and pressed the button for the comm. "Attention unknown vessels, this is Captain Deveros of the Nuvian Rose, flagship of the Crown Prince Thulame, eldest son of King Thamin, ruler of the Desvian Kingdom. You are to identify yourselves immediately." He let go of the button and looked at Havens. "Sir, no response. I'm getting weapons readings, however." Deveros stabbed the button with his finger again. "Unknown vessel! Stand down immediately! We are backed by the full might of the Desvian Kingdom. Do you understand?" He let go and looked to Havens again. "Sir, I'm getting something." "It's very faint." "Play it," Deveros barked. He then frowned and strained to hear the noise coming through the speakers. Havens turned it up, and then Deveros's blood ran cold as the sound filled the bridge and echoed all around him. It was laughter. Not a joyful, happy sound, but a deep rasping and sinister laugh. "Shields!" he yelled just as the central vessel fired. He watched a plasma bolt larger than any he'd ever seen arc out and slam into the light destroyer Jove's Blessing. The ship buckled and ruptured from the single shot, and he gasped as he watched 50 men turn into a fireball. "General quarters! Sound the alarm! Now! Shields up! Weapons firing!" As he yelled, the crew dashed to their stations, and he saw the vessels start to stream forward, finally pulling away from the last misty fingers of the nebula. "Some more readings. They're launching small vessels." "They're what?" he exclaimed, never having heard of ships carrying their own light craft. "Fighters? Bombers? What are they?" I don't know, Sue." The rows began to shift, trying to bring their broadside to bear while he saw the Jester's flak cannons begin to spew out shots at the oncoming craft. He expected them to split apart and try to avoid the fire, but they came straight through it, the first few quickly exploding under the fire. That didn't stop the rest, however, as they kept coming, though only making minor adjustments. When he saw them slam into the side of the Jester and then the Trident, he realized what they were. Boarding vessels! Who uses boarding vessels? "Alert the Marines!" Deveros only just realized the prince was still with him. "Your Highness, please get to the command bunker in the middle of the ship." The boy was just staring out at the battle that was unfolding, frozen in place by wonder. "Heavens curse ye," he muttered. "Helmsman, get the rows out of here! Full power to the engines!" "We're running?" the prince asked, startled into saying his first words since the ships appeared. "Aye, we're running." "Having the helm is yours!" He barked at the lieutenant before standing and gripping the prince by his arm. As he stepped off the bridge, the Royal Guard were already falling into place around him. He nodded to the Marine captain. "We need to get him to the yacht. It should outrun the attackers." "But why are we running?" the prince demanded. "The kingdom does not run. The royal family are not cowards. Boy, that damn ship destroyed a light destroyer in a single shot. It's bigger than anything I've ever seen, and it came out of the cursed nebula. Our job now is to get you out of here safe." He began to pick up the pace to a light jog as the Royal Guard kept moving around him and the prince. Deveros could hear the clinking of his medals and commendations. He hadn't been planning for a damn battle. The ship suddenly rocked and he stumbled, but managed to catch himself from falling over. The prince wasn't so lucky, and the captain had to help him up. "The engines are hit. We need fire teams to the engineering bay," Haven's panicked voice said over the ship's comm. Then there were more jolts, but far less intense. "Boarders! A stand by all hands to repel boarders." "Come on, lads," Devoros urged and ran on, now ignoring his shortness of breath as best he could while heading to the ship's private hangar. However, just as they reached the corridor, they heard an explosion and screaming. The hangar was full of the boarding vessels he'd seen before. There were swarms of the unknown assailants charging the Marines. The bastards had swords. Swords! He could see the blades dripping with crimson blood. They didn't take cover from the energy bolts flying towards them. They just charged ahead straight into the Marines. For every one a Marine seemed to take down, 2 more would leap forward, ready to drive their blades into his men. "The hangar is lost. The escape pods!" he urged then and pulled on the prince's arm. The group turned, now running towards the spine of the ship as he could hear more explosions and screams echoing through the halls. As they reached the nearest station, he could see bodies strewn about, but a few were trying to pry open the door on an escape pod. He wasn't sure why at first, until he saw the sailor inside desperately pounding on the glass. There was a fire in the pod, and he couldn't get out. "What happened?" the captain asked as the sailors turned. "Sah! Some of the prince's guests tried to escape in the pods. They just blew them up. None got out. The controls are locked up now." Devoros cursed and turned. He couldn't spare any time for the burning sailor trapped in the pod. To the bunker. A distress call must be out by now. Maybe the bunker will hold long enough. Go. The Royal Guard were more inclined to run now, and Devoros, though in good shape for his age, was panting heavily as he tried to keep up. The guard just made it into the junction before the bunker when he heard the yell. It was something downright feral and terrifying as it echoed through the halls as the attackers charged down at the guard. Knowing their duty, the guard dropped to their knees, rifles up as they started to fire down the halls to try and hold off the outright insane boarders. Deveros grabbed the prince, dragging him down the only safe hall towards the bunker. He could see the massive vault-like door open before him, and the safe room within. He needed to get the prince in there and seal it. Behind him he heard the cries of anguish as the guard began to fall one by one, overwhelmed by the attackers. The guard captain sprinted past him, picking up the prince and bodily carrying him before tossing him into the room. As he began to push the door shut, Devoros desperately punched in the code to lock the door. There was no time to get himself inside. The door finally shut and he could hear the heavy thunk of the locks sliding into place and let out a sigh of relief for but a moment. Then he heard the yell again and looked down the hall. The last of the guard was on the ground, throat opened by the blade of an attack. Only he and the guard captain were left. Devoros pulled his pistol, firing down at the attackers. He both saw and heard metal slugs get fired down towards him, echoing around the chamber. Who in the hell still used slug throwers? The guard captain pulled a temporal wall charge from his belt, slamming it into the ground. An ethereal green wall rose up to fill the hall and the bullets slammed into it, stopped by the field. The attackers pressed on, but as the first of their number pushed through it, they were slowed down, which made it easy for Devoros and the other captain to shoot them the moment they were through. He could see the figures testing the wall then. Their charge stopped. Finally, given a moment of reprieve, Devoros studied their forms. They were unlike any species he knew, but he remembered the last time he had a Germo captain on board as a guest. He'd heard stories. A new species that didn't just hide in the nebula or travel through it, but actually lived in the cursed thing. A species both barbaric and sophisticated at the same time, judging from the size of that ship. Yet the weapons they used, he wagered this was they. What did they call themselves again? That's right, humans. He watched 3 of their number surge forward into the wall together. Deveros and the guard captain fired on them as they pushed through, easily killing them the moment they were on the other side of the barrier. But once they were on the ground, Deveros saw one of them open his hand, a red and white sphere dropping to the deck. "Look out!" he called, but it was too late as the explosion knocked him back and he blacked out. When Devoros came to, there was a splitting pain in his head, and his chest, and his face. He truly hurt everywhere. His eyes slowly opened, and he realized he was on his knees. His head rolled a little as he tried to move, but something pushed him back down. His hands were stuck behind him as well. As consciousness finally took hold, he realized he had been taken prisoner, hands tied behind his back, held on his knees by one of the humans. A splinter of metal was lodged in his chest, and he could feel the blood dripping out, and his lips felt blistered and cut. Just before him was the guard captain in a similar situation. What were the humans waiting for? Then he heard the footsteps echoing out down the hall. They were well-paced, methodical, threatening, a very steady clack, clack, clack. Then he saw the figure. It had long crimson-red hair and was wearing a battered and dented suit of some sort of strange metal armor. If they were anything like his people, then he figured by the curves it must be a female. She was grinning as she clutched a long cutlass in one hand, blood dripping from the tip, and there seemed to be an ominous black smoke following behind her, as if she were one of Grimm's angels sent from the black caverns to drag him to that particular hell. She stood before them then, seeming to tower high above them, impossibly tall it felt like. She looked between Deveros and the guard before pointing the tip of her sword at the guard. "What's the code to the vault?" "Vault?" Did she mistake the bunker for a safe holding jewelry? Either way, the guard just spat a mouthful of blood up onto the torso of her armor. Devoros gulped as he watched the figure reach up with her other hand and slowly wipe some of the blood onto 2 of her fingers. Then, to his absolute horror, she pulled the fingers up to her lips and delicately licked them clean with her tongue. Tastes rather nice. Sort of a kick to it. As she looked at her fingers and seemed to muse the very taste of the guard's blood, she drove her sword forward with the other hand, driving into his throat. Devoros turned away as he heard the guard gurgle out and then collapse in a growing puddle of his own blood. Devoros hadn't felt fear in a long time, but he felt it now. Was this really a species of actual living creatures, or was she really one of Grimm's angels sent to drag him down in the abyss? The code? It took him a moment to breathe and build his courage before pulling himself up and looking her in the eye. I'll never talk. He expected the end to be swift, but to his despair he instead saw a gleam in her eyes, a gleam that nearly made him piss himself in fear as he felt that chill straight down his spine. Tisk tisk. Never is such a long time. Instead of the blade, her fist came down and everything went black. When the nearest fleet responded to the distress call, they found the remains of the flotilla empty and devoid of life. Weapons and parts had been stripped from the shattered husks that were once ships. Nothing alive was found on board, just bloodstains and bodies. The central bunker on the Rose had been ripped free of the heart of the ship. But the only clue they had to work with was the image that had been left behind. Painted on the hull of the ship with the blood of the slain, it was a grinning skull sitting atop two crossed swords. The fleet of the damned had pulled back into the nebula after their engagement with the Desvian fleet. It seemed to have been fate that when they finally reached the edge of the nebula, they had run straight into a fleet rich for the taking. There had been no thoughts of diplomacy when they heard the announcement the flagship belonged to a crown prince. And now they had salvaged more weapons in a single haul than they'd managed in years. Junko had been assigning who got what new weapons while simultaneously organizing the prisoners who had been brought back. But now the prisoners were all assembled and ready, so she had to prep them before her boss came to talk to them. Junko stood on the balcony of the flight control tower, looking down into the main hangar of the Retribution, examining the massed prisoners being guarded below. Just half of the crew of the Rose had been taken prisoner, as the rest had been killed in the fighting. Junko had been somewhat surprised by the high casualty rate the Xenos suffered, and intended to find out if it had been driven by their refusal to surrender or simply confusion with how to do that. This hadn't been the Retribution's first contact with another species, but it was far and away the bloodiest. It was likely the shortage of translators didn't help either. Either way, her findings would have to wait. She brushed a hand through her short black hair in an attempt to make it look a bit neater, and looked down at her sharply pressed gray and blue business suit before tugging the hem of her skirt to make sure it was neat and even. Then she took a deep breath and walked forward further out onto the balcony where she tapped on the mic. At the tapping sound, the 20,000 or so prisoners began to look up, and she could hear their muttering die away until she had silence. "Crew of the Rose!" She saw a light in the corner of her eye as the translator activated, and she tried again. "Crew of the Rose, my name is Junko Takano. You are prisoners aboard the Retribution, and I'm sure many of you are worried and concerned for what will come next. That will be addressed shortly. I am here to introduce Baroness Andromeda Suvakov, commander of this ship and the entire fleet of the damned." Junko nodded then, and stepped back, watching her boss stride forward. Andromeda had a big grin her face as she approached the edge of the balcony, and the cameras broadcast her face onto the massive screens spread throughout the hangar and the rest of the ship. Her black, crimson, and gold power armor made her into a very imposing figure, especially since she had those miniature smoke generators built into the back that ensured a steady, ominous stream of black smoke. For a moment, she simply stood there, letting the prisoners get a good look at her menacing grin, before finally speaking in their language with the help of her own translator. "Listen up, because this will be the last time any of you hear me speaking to you in your own language. There's something you need to understand. Your king won't spend a single ingot for your lives, your navy won't come rescue you, and they're likely telling your families that you're already dead. You are completely worthless to me as prisoners. So I'm going to give you two choices. On the one hand, you can keep being worthless slaves to a king that doesn't give a shit about you, and a navy that would rather kill you than fight for you, and ask to be dropped off on the next planet we find." She paused then, looking around the crowd of prisoners. Junko was always impressed with how well this sort of speech worked when they captured large groups of prisoners, especially Xenos. They'd just been ruthlessly attacked, and likely seen many friends and kin die. She never figured it would work. Yet she'd seen it work before, and was curious to see if it would work again. It really sounded like an awful way to phrase things to her, but she was a secretary and not a military commander of any sort. Before her own capture, she never ever would have guessed this was how her life would turn out after getting perfect scores back in the academy. But 3 years into her employment with the galaxy's most notorious and ruthless pirate, she found herself to actually getting comfortable. Finally, the Baroness starting talking again. Or you can start giving a shit about your lives and do something meaningful for yourselves. I'm a pirate. This ship is crewed by pirates. This fleet is built of pirates. Do you know what we do? Some of you might think we steal and kill, which is true. But more importantly, we fight for freedom. In a galaxy where every pissant with power tries to rule your life and turn you into slaves to law, wage, or culture, we fight against it. From what I know of your own culture, you're all enlisted because you were born to the wrong parents. Well, pirates don't believe in classes. If you fight with me, sail with me, and serve with me, then you'll get the same chance as everyone else in my fleet to get promoted. You spend decades fighting, dying, and slaving away with no hope of promotion, believing a tiny pension at the end is worth it. That's madness! You know what we believe in? We believe in meritocracy, not aristocracy. Junko wasn't really sure about that line considering Andromeda was a baroness. Even so, she knew her boss had a certain charisma to her. The way she'd move when she spoke and emphasize her words with various gestures had a certain power to it. It was effective with the common sailor. She'd seen her convince many human crews to give up their old allegiances and join the damned. But this time she wasn't focused on her boss. She was watching the prisoners. It was impossible to read any facial expressions from up here, but she noted the general body language. She could see some of them start whispering to one another as Andromeda went on. Your officers have told me of the great riches they obtain every time you go to battle. They enjoy the spoils of war, titles of authority, land, and riches. What do you get? A pat on the back? A little ribbon to commemorate the event? Well, pirates all get a share of the bounty. We captured a few hundred rich brats belonging to your kingdom's wealthiest families, and they're going to pay dearly for their children's safe return. Everyone in my fleet will be getting a share of that. Junko knew for a fact Andromeda hadn't spoken to any of the prisoners except for the captain of the Rose, but by the way the sailors murmured, it must have sounded accurate. There was a slight pause as Andromeda paced back and forth before she continued. That can include you. I'm inviting every single one of you to join my crew. I won't lie, there will be challenges. You'll have to learn our language and fast. You won't be safe because we're always in the thick of battle. And you'll be taking orders from officers of other species. But that's only until some of your own become officers themselves. And you know what? You can leave at any port we dock at. You won't be bound by some 30-fucking-year contract like your Navy forces on you. Sail with us for a year. Make yourself enough money to buy a home for you and yours, then leave. Any of my crew at free to go any time. Junko glanced at her boss for a moment now. She always got that special fire in her eyes when she mentioned this next part. But most of them have been with me for over 10 years. Want to know why they've been with me so long? Besides the riches they've gained, they believe in freedom. One day, this fleet will find a rock good enough to call home, and then we'll be starting a nation truly dedicated to freedom. No kings, no nobles, no aristocratic bastard getting rich off of your blood and sweat! Junko watched the prisoners shift and nod. She couldn't be totally sure of the Xeno's body language, but she got the idea they were buying into the speech. So what are you going to do? Go back to your life as a ship's slave? Or are you going to free yourself? Break your back for a pittance? Or fight with us for your share of the riches? How many of you are ready to fight? How many of you are ready to experience freedom? Are you with me? She bellowed out. Her face shone cleared on the massive screens as many of the Xenos began to cheer. If you're with me, then you need to make more noise than that. I said, are you with me? There was louder cheering as she grinned. Well, good. Those who aren't man enough to take control of your life, tell your guard you'd rather be dropped off on the next rock and pray your navy doesn't execute you for surrendering. But the rest of you? The rest of you will be following me to riches and freedom. She cheered out at that, raising her cutlass as the Xenos cheered below. By Junko's observation, about 3/4 of the prisoners were shouting, cheering, and pushing towards the front of the group, while the other fourth remained at the back, considerably less enthused. She typed a quick command into her tablet and watched the guards move at the back to separate those who weren't cheering from the rest. Soon, the 15,000 or so new recruits would get processed. Some would be added to the gunners, some to the maintenance and tech staff. But most would likely find themselves in the boarding parties. She wasn't sure how useful the Desvians would be in battle, but she'd soon find out. Either way, they needed all the bodies they could get. This wouldn't be the first time they'd mass conscripted Xenos into their crew either. It would take time to get through the language barrier, but she had faith in the rest of the crew to bring them up to speed, or perhaps launch them out the nearest airlock. Shaking her head slightly as if to clear the thoughts bouncing around her skull, she followed as Andromeda walked off of the balcony and into the hangar control room connected to it. An excellent speech as always, sir. I estimate 15,000 converts. Since we only lost 2,000 in the attack, this quite the net gain. Andromeda cast a sidelong look at Junko, who quickly added a final, "Sir." Once she was satisfied with Junko, Andromeda stopped in the hangar's control room so that Junko could reach up and turn off the smoke dispensers on the back of her armor. Arrayed around the rest of the control room was Andromeda's lifeguard, 7 of the most dedicated men and women in the fleet of the damned, plus a single Xeno named Krag. At least that's what everyone called him. He was some sort of rock species and had been with the fleet long before Junko had arrived. Junko had tried to find out more about him, but everyone who'd speak about it didn't know, and those who knew wouldn't speak about it. One thing was for certain. Every one of them would sacrifice their own children before letting harm come to Andromeda. How the pirate was able to create such fanatic devotion to her and her cause still seemed mysterious to Junko. Hers was a life of reason and logic for the most part, so to see other people be so completely controlled by emotion and rhetoric was confusing to her. But she couldn't deny how effective it was. Finally, she saw drawn out of her own mind yet again when her boss started talking. They were especially ready to follow. You heard what the turtles had to say about them. Being conscripted at a young age and forced into service in their navy and army for the next few decades of their life. Just makes my job easier. Now then, Junko, have the prisoners who didn't accept my offer get diverted into cargo room 172. Junko arched her brow at that, since Andromeda had never asked her to do something like that before. But she quickly typed out the commands. Something Junko had learned early was to never question a direct order until after it was done. Is the Desvian captain in the observation room like I ordered? Junko quickly looked at her tablet, sifting through pages of data. Yes, sir. It seems Cookie is almost done tending to him as well, sir. Junko now had a terrible suspicion as to why the prisoners were being funneled into an outer cargo bay connected to that particular observation deck. She had originally wondered why the prisoner wasn't taken to the med bay if Andromeda thought he was so valuable. Well then, let's find out what's in that vault, Andromeda said with a grin before she started walking. Since her and her lifeguard had power armor, they had long, quick strides that necessitated Junko hurriedly jogging alongside to keep up. This was why she always wore flats. When she'd first found out Andromeda had ordered a special suit of power armor with heels, she'd thought the pirate was insane. But then she'd seen how imposing a figure she made walking down a hallway as it filled with black smoke. As much as Junko thought it was crazy, Andromeda understood how people worked better than most psychologists or sociologists. The fact that she could quickly adapt her speeches or tactics against various Xenos just made it all the more impressive. Junko constantly had to remind herself that just because her boss was psychotic, dangerous, and violent as hell, didn't mean she was stupid. If anything, her intelligence might only be intensified by her being insane. She had no one to talk about this idea with, however, as any mention of Andromeda being crazy to one of the crew would likely get Junko a quick execution. As the others walked through the massive halls of the ship, and she jogged to keep up, she wondered how important she really was to the pirate. Junko didn't inspire people. She couldn't fight to save her life. All she did was organize. But she might be the only person in the fleet capable of such a task. Andromeda often told Junko how much she valued her. It still seemed strange to her. So, feeling especially curious and courageous, Junko spoke up, but at the last minute chickened out. It's always impressive how many converts you get with those speeches, sir. But I'm still shocked with how effective they are. The idea of fighting for the people who had just taken me prisoner seems absurd. Sir. That's because you're a completely different sort of person, Junko, To the common sailor, I'm offering more money than they could ever make legally, and a good chance at freedom in the end. Plus, they can leave at any port. It's a better deal than most navies give them, and you think differently. You remember our first meeting, don't you? Ah, of course it was hard to forget, sir. You decapitated my former employer. That fat piece of shit totally deserved it. Andromeda interrupted. Junko had only been serving as the provincial governor's secretary for a week when the ship had been raided, so she couldn't say for sure how much he deserved getting his head cut off. But he hadn't been a very nice person. Andromeda, of all people, had treated her much better over the years, mostly. And then you asked if I was a good secretary because you desperately needed one. When I admitted to having perfect scores in the academy and being hired to serve as personal assistant to the governor, you then gave me two options: work for you or get tossed out the nearest airlock. Sir, this was why Junko always felt a little slighted. Common sailors who murdered and pillaged could leave at any time, but she who had done nothing wrong was stuck. Because I need you more than you need freedom. Andromeda said very matter-of-factly, which caused Junko to arch a brow in surprise. You would have worked for him for a few years, started to move your way up, meet someone nice, think of settling down. I can see it all. The pirate tapped the side of her head. You would have led a very boring and safe life. But now? Now you get all this excitement, more money than you could ever need, and the chance to just get more and more power. As I carve out a pirate empire, I'll need my own governors, you know. Junko blinked at that idea. Her as a planetary governor? For pirates. Thank you, sir. She muttered, unsure how else to proceed. Don't worry about it, Junko. You're on the list of top 10 most critical people in this fleet. A position you've earned. Andromeda gave Junko a pat on the shoulder, which knocked her forward and sent her tumbling to the ground as she cried out in surprise and pain. Ah, fuck, I always forget you're not in power armor, Andromeda said before reaching down and swiftly hauling Junko back to her feet. Junko grimaced and fixed her glasses on her face before groaning and rubbing her shoulder. Common mistakes, sir. Could happen to anyone. Junko quickly covered for her boss as she took a moment to straighten out her clothes. She could see the lifeguards smirking around her. The bastards always seemed amused when that happened. Then she groaned a bit louder as her shoulder throbbed. She tried to rotate it to loosen it up, but it simply hurt. I'll make sure Cookie gives you some nice drugs, Andromeda promised, before looking up at the nameplate over the door they'd just happened to stop next to. But we're here, so get it together, Junko. Yes, sir, she said quickly, smoothing out her skirt suit and adjusting her stance for a moment before taking a breath. Better, sir? Much, the pirate said with a nod and then stepped forward into the observation room for Cargo Bay 172. Inside, Cookie was tending to the Desvian captain who was sitting on the edge of a gurney while a number of pirates in combat harnesses were arranged around the rest of the room. This was the closest up Junko was able to actually see one of the Desvians. They were the most human of the Xenos they'd encountered so far. 2 arms, 2 legs, and they walked upright. Most of the sailors she had seen were a bit shorter and stockier than most of the pirate crew, but not far off in size. The captain was taller, though, and while not quite as broad, he was fairly wide in the shoulders. Their features made Junko think of a cat, but they had very large, triangular furred ears. The captain had reddish fur along his face with black markings along his muzzle and forehead, but strangely he also had distinctly different grayish-black hair on his head. His eyes were a deep brown that made her think of dark chocolate. Most curious to her was that, unlike the short tails of the crew, the captain sported a bushy striped red and black tail that made her think of a raccoon. It was clear the captain was older, but he still seemed in good shape as she noticed the toned and trim figure evident through his uniform. Most of the medals had been torn off in the fighting, but he still had a few dangling from his chest. I like his face, Andromeda said suddenly, making Junko look up at her boss. The other pirates in the room seemed a bit surprised by her comment as well. You removed his translator, right? She then asked Cookie. The big, somewhat chubby man who was both Andromeda's personal chef and surgeon looked over and nodded. Sure is. I got him all patched up too. I did what I could with the pain meds to keep him coherent, but also keep him from hurting too much. Junko, you need something too? He asked as he obviously noticed the girl shifting her shoulder. He was always very nice to her and she liked him a great deal. Yes, please, she said quietly as Andromeda stepped forward, inspecting the Xeno as he sat on the edge of the gurney he'd originally been brought in on. He was obviously nervous with how closely the pirate was examining him. "Why don't I understand?" he asked then, looking around the room with worry on his face. "They removed your translator," Junko said, activating her own so she could be understood. The Xeno's eyes went wide as he reached back and felt along the base of his neck and head to find the bandage in place. Cookie quickly pulled the Xeno's hands away from the spot. "Ah, don't mess with it or you'll tear the stitches. I'll get you into the med bay soon to do a better job of it, and you'll be good as new." The Xeno didn't look comforted by this idea, and Andromeda was still directly in front of him, examining him closely. Finally, Andromeda looked back at Junko, speaking without her translator. "Junko, come here and touch his face. Tell me how it feels." Junko blinked at the strange request, but she walked forward, reaching up as she gently stroked her fingers and palm along the side of his muzzle. This made him jerk back a bit until Raun, one of Andromeda's lifeguard, stepped forward and held his head in place. As Junko stroked the Xeno's face once more, she couldn't believe how soft the fur felt. "It's incredibly soft, sir. Very smooth and silky to the touch." Andromeda seemed to consider this and then tilted her head a bit. Raun shoved the captain off the side of the gurney then, making the Xeno drop down to his feet and stagger for a moment. Junko couldn't figure out what was going on and blinked in confusion as Lacey and Fritz stepped forward, shoving the captain down onto his knees before the pirate. Then Junko squeaked out in surprise herself when Andromeda squeezed her shoulders and positioned her directly in front of the Xeno. "I don't know why they're doing this," Junko told him in his language through the translator before she realized that her boss and the two guards seeming to be lining up the height of his face while kneeling with her. "Oh, let's see. You're in flats, so if I was in heels, his face would be right about—" "He's like the perfect height," Andromeda finally said. "I like his face. He's got soft fur and that muzzle looks interesting. No matter what, don't fuck up his face," she very pointedly told the assembled pirates before letting go of Junko and walking over to the massive observation window overlooking the cargo bay below. "What were they doing?" the Xeno asked Junko, very confused still since he didn't know Andromeda in that way Junko did. Just measuring your size for later," Junko hesitantly said, trying to avoid the question while giving him some sort of answer. But the Xeno just frowned in confusion. Then Andromeda waved her over and Junko quickly scurried over to her boss while the power-armored pirates dragged the Xeno over to the window. Down below, the 5,000 or so prisoners who didn't intend on fighting with the pirates and joining the crew were being assembled in the cargo bay. Normally, Junko would have them moved to a bay where cots, aid stations, and eating areas had been set up. But she hadn't expected Andromeda to divert them here. "That was an interesting vault you were guarding with your personal guard, Captain," Andromeda said, finally using her translator so he could understand her. "Care to save us all some time and tell me what's in it?" The Xeno was quiet as Andromeda turned to look down at him. Now, I already told you that forever is such a very long time, especially now that you're on my ship. We have all manner of method to make your time here unpleasant." Junko always felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end when her boss began to talk like this. She'd seen what could happen. As nice as Cookie was to her and the crew, he didn't seem to have any trouble taking the scalpel to prisoners. "You think I'm afraid of torture?" the Xeno asked, seeming more resolved. But to Junko's surprise, Andromeda just laughed. "Someone like you? No, I don't think you are. I'm fairly sure men like you wait for moments like this all their life. You're probably sporting a hard-on right now just thinking about being able to sacrifice yourself for some stupid vault." The Xeno leaned back, shocked by what the pirate was saying. "You relish the thought. All that pain and suffering for information you've got. Makes you feel important." She kept laughing for a moment before letting out a soft sigh and shaking her head. "I just wanted to get your hopes up. I have no intention of torturing you." The Xeno was clearly confused now. "Then, what?" He trailed off, too unsure to continue. "See those sailors down there? Those are the living crew members who don't want to serve in my fleet. The other, what was it, Junko, 15,000? She asked, looking back for a moment. "Yes, sir," Junko said with a nod. The other 15,000 are happily being processed so they can join my crew. What? The Xeno gasped. 15,000? There can't possibly be that many. He was obviously shocked, mouth hanging open a bit at the news. Yes, I'm actually curious about this myself, Junko cut in. We've never had this many converts after such a bloody battle, and it's especially odd considering we've never encountered your species before. I was wondering what socio-economic or class-based structure you have that would lead to this. Junko! Andromeda interrupted, staring at her assistant. Shut the fuck up! Yes, sir, Junko quietly said and looked down. Her boss paused for a moment before speaking again. Before I was so strangely interrupted by my secretary, Junko looked up from her feet to see her boss glaring at her and quickly looked back down. What I was going to ask you is if you're the sort of man who gets called when the chips are down. The Xeno blinked in confusion. When fragments are down? Andromeda let out an annoyed groan. The translator program wasn't perfect, and they needed more exposure to the Desvians for it to get better, so mistakes like this would happen for a while. Are you dependable? The sort of guy who always stands up to the plate. I used to be that sort of person myself. No matter how dire the situation, I would always stand up to the plate. She paused then, and Junko looked up, seeing Andromeda looking off at nothing for a moment. Until one day I had to smash the plate and jam one of the shards into someone's throat, the pirate said rather darkly. But Junko tried to correct her mistake and spoke up. Sir, the plate referred to in that idiom is a baseball plate, not a dinner plate. You're mixing your... Junko stopped as she saw the glare her boss was directing her way. Junko, I've still got shards of that plate around, you know. Want me to jam one into your pretty little throat, too? Junko gulped heavily then and shook her head. No, sir! Then do you want to shut the fuck up like I told you until I need you again? Junko nodded quickly, not even saying anything before Andromeda replied. Good. And then focused on the Xeno. Where was I? Right. Are you the kind of person who takes responsibility? Are you the sort of captain who looks out for his men? Extra grog rations or whatever you call your version of alcohol. Perhaps less strict about certain rules than some of your fellow officers. Because you're the captain of a royal prince's ship, right? That would imply you're trustworthy. But you also didn't order your men to die to the last man while protecting the ship. I was expecting a bit more fanatical devotion from a ship like yours. So I'm thinking you like your men. The common sailors. Andromeda stopped then and slowly waved her arm at the window. All those men, for example. I've promised to drop them off on the next settled planet we find so they can go back to their families, or just back into your navy. They can keep living even though they turned me down. But I lied a little. It's not just up to them or me, but it's also up to you. She pointed down at the Xeno when she said that. Me? He finally asked, giving a worried look out the window at the cargo bay and the sailors being herded inside. Yes, you, Andromeda said with a wicked grin. Junko then realized why she'd picked this cargo bay specifically. This is an exterior cargo bay. That wall over there? That opens up to the outside. Now, those sailors down there won't know it, but at any moment I could give the order, and they'll be very quickly sucked out into the void where they'll gasp for air for a moment, and then have their eyes explode out of their skulls. Andromeda made a gesture with her hands to emphasize her words, as the Xeno cringed and squirmed on his knees. In general, they'll all die in a quick yet horribly violent manner, and that all depends on you. She poked the Xeno in the chest, easily pushing him back thanks to the power armor. I can't give you the code, he whispered, seeming a bit more unsure and certainly less confident than he had been when speaking about being tortured. Who the fuck said I wanted the code? I just want to know what's in the damn thing. And to be fair, I win no matter what. You tell me to go fuck myself. I kill 5,000 sailors, and then I know that it's worth more than all their lives put together. That you would rather sacrifice all those hard-working men instead of telling me what's inside. Which means what's inside is insanely valuable. Or you tell me what I want to know, they all live, and I get what I want still. But I'm sure you're thinking I'm not like that. I'm also a captain and I couldn't possibly be that cruel to sailors. Well, that's fair because you don't know me. Junko. Captain, this is Baroness Andromeda Suvakov. commander of the Retribution and the entire fleet of the damned. She was never sure why her boss liked being introduced by someone else. Ah, what's your name, Captain? The Xeno blinked in confusion, looking over at Junko. Cassius Henry Deveros. Baroness Andromeda Suvakov, this is Captain Cassius Henry Devoros. Andromeda reached down, extending her hand to the Xeno. With a confused and worried look, the Xeno glanced from the guards behind him up to Andromeda, and then reached up with both his hands. But Andromeda just grabbed his right and shook it. A pleasure to meet you, Captain Deveros. Likewise? Captain Suvakov? He was clearly lost as to what was going on, but then Andromeda tugged him up to his feet, making him gasp as she essentially pulled him up by his arm alone. Once he was up, he gave his shoulder a rub, and Andromeda nodded at Junko. Well, call them in, she said, but Junko just blinked in confusion. Call? Who in? The other prisoners, of course, she growled, making Junko increasingly worried. I don't know what other prisoners! You didn't say anything to me about other prisoners. Andromeda's face switched from one of anger and annoyance to one of realization. Oh, that's right. You were busy. Slipped my mind. Who did I tell about that? She looked around the room before Titus, commander of her lifeguard, nodded. I took care of it, sir. The door opened then as more pirates began to usher in a number of Desvian prisoners. They were taller and skinnier than the crew or the captain, and were wearing much nicer clothes. Junko got the idea pretty quickly that they must be the aristocrats on the ship. They didn't look like they were military based on their impractical clothes and abundance of jewelry. Their arms had been tied behind their backs, and as they were ushered in, Junko got a better idea of their species' variation in fur coloring and tail types, something she found fascinating. The prisoners were lined up and then forced down to their knees across from the Xeno captain. Junko quickly counted 21 of them. Andromeda walked up to the first one in line, who had a sort of brownish-black coat. What's your name? I'm Juravan Seelin Ostok, Lord of Aridin. My father is Earl of Aridin. Yeah, that's nice, Andromeda said and pulled her sidearm free, leveling it with the Xeno's surprised face. Wait! The Xeno captain shouted before she pulled the trigger. You don't need to do that. I get it. You mean every bit of what you say. Lacey and Fritz held the Xeno's arms, ensuring he wasn't going anywhere, but he still pulled against their grip, held fast by the power armor. It's not necessary to demonstrate! Andromeda lowered her sidearm then as the aristocratic Xeno fainted, flopping over onto his side. Good. Because if I'm wrong about you liking your common sailors, then that means you should still care about the rich kids who are on your ship. Some of them are probably important. I could walk down this line blowing the back of their heads off without concern, all before jettisoning your crew like trash. And that would tell me all I need to know about that safe. Not one of these would be safe, she started to say, and then paused as she looked down the line. She turned, walking down and standing in front of a very worried-looking Desvian female with white fur coloring and an exceptionally long grayish-white tail with black spots on it. She looked similar yet distinctly different from the others. Junko. This time she was ready for the command, knowing what her boss wanted to check, and quickly scurried over to stand very close to the front of the kneeling Xeno prisoner. What are you doing? Why is she looking at me like that? The girl asked, giving Junko a panicked look. Just measuring. Nothing to worry about. Junko lied before Andromeda nodded and pointed at the Xeno. Raln and Kira stepped forward, hauling the girl to her feet. She began to gasp and panic as she was hauled out the door. Why me? What does she want? Please, I haven't done anything wrong! As the door shut behind the girl and her escort, Andromeda turned to the Xeno captain once more. Don't worry, you'll see her again shortly, unharmed. You aren't related to her or anything, are you? That sly grin on her face made Junko shiver, a motion the Xeno noticed. What? No. The captain was extremely confused now. Good. That will help keep things from being awkward later. Now then, 20 rich noble brats and 5,000 common sailors. How many of them have to die to get me the information I want? 1. 2? All of them? Should I drag your officers in here too? Let you watch as they get carved up piece by piece, organ by organ. She leveled her weapon at the passed-out Xeno she'd first spoken with. "No!" the captain gasped out once more. He looked away for a moment, and then his shoulders slumped, and he looked at the ground before very softly saying, "The Crown Prince. What about him? He's got the code? He knows what's inside? Where is he anyway? I found all his guests." Andromeda waved her gun across the rank of prisoners, making them gasp and duck. "But not him." "Ooh," she said as she finally understood. "He's in there? It's not a vault at all, then. It's a panic room of some sort." "Right." On the flagship of the Crown Prince of a massive kingdom, the most valuable thing isn't the jewelry, it's the prince. I really should have thought of that sooner." Junko stopped the demo team. Junko quickly typed out a command on her tablet to send to the team currently inspecting the safe room as it turned out to be. "Shall I start having cots brought in and aid stations set up, sir?" "Yes, that's fine." Andromeda waved a hand dismissively. "The usual sort of stuff while we wait to drop them off." Deveros looked up at that. "So you'll let them go?" "Yes, of course. I had every intention of dropping them off on a settled planet. I just wanted to see how valuable that vault was. And now that I know it's not a vault at all, well, that's even better." She holstered her sidearm and waved a hand at the prisoners. "Get them back to their cells. Unlike the sailors, these are all worth something to their families. You know, I totally forgot to offer— Junko, do you want one? Titus? No." Both Junko and Titus were shaking their heads at the offer. Junko was never quite sure how to take such offers in the past, so she was glad to see the commander of the lifeguard also turned Andromeda down. Andromeda shrugged. "Suit yourselves." Junko looked at her tablet as an alert popped up and switched off her translator. "Sir, they've got the Desvian nav computer working on the bridge. You told me to alert you when it was ready, sir. Then we shall head to the bridge. Make sure Captain Stahl and Captain Bloodaxe are there so I can tell them my plans. Oh, and bring— should I keep calling him Captain Deveros? I killed or stole his crew and scrapped his ship. Is he really a captain? Should I just use his first name?" Andromeda wondered aloud. This was more something Junko was prepared for. "Sir, he's still a captain in the Desvian Navy, and as such his rank is independent of the status of his ship. So long as he's a prisoner, only then he's still a captain. When he sees the light and joins your crew, he'll cease to be a captain and then obtain whatever rank you bestow upon him. If you want him to be considered a prisoner with rank, you'd probably keep calling him captain. When you're speaking with him privately, I'm sure his first name would suffice. Sir, this is why I like you, Junko. You've always got the answers I want." Andromeda grinned and reached out as if to hug Junko to her side. But as Junko closed her eyes and flinched, she stopped. "Power armor. Right. You'd think I'd remember after 3 years. Oh well. Come along then. Bring my new toy with us." "Cookie, you too." Andromeda and her lifeguard moved to leave the room then, as the Xeno captain was shoved to get moving. "Where are we going?" he asked, and Junko answered, turning her translator back on. "To the bridge of the ship. We've unlocked your nav computer. Captain Suvakov, call me Baroness." Andromeda interrupted. Me or him?" Junko asked. "Him," came the quick reply. Junko nodded then. "She wishes to plot a course through this sector of the galaxy, and wishes to show her captains the path she wishes to take. And you're going to help me plot that course," Andromeda said to the Xeno, as the group walked along through the halls to the ship's tram system. It would take hours to walk the actual length of the ship, which was why the trams were important. "Me? Why would I help you?" Devoros asked. "Because this ship holds the Crown Prince. His safety depends on the safety of this ship. If we keep running into Desvian patrols, I might not feel that keeping him alive is worth it. Or if we run afoul of some other dangers in this sector, we might have to use him as a bargaining chip. Do you want that to happen?" "Cookie," Andromeda said after turning her own translator back off. "Have you had time to examine the Desvians?" "Oh yes, they're very interesting. The most human-like creatures we've encountered yet. Not just in appearance, but also in biology and anatomy." Junko listened with interest. Meeting new Xenos was always thrilling to her. She just wished that their dealings were more peaceful. "While I've yet to isolate each part of their limbic system, I'd wager." "Teal, dear Cookie." Andromeda spoke over him and the doctor and chef sighed. "Their brains look like ours. Their organs function like ours. There are a few minor differences I can see already, and I'll likely find more after testing, but they're closer to us than any we've met before. The Gobkos, Germo, Sharkin, and Grax have significant divergences, but the Desvians are very close. As in, swapping organs? Andromeda asked with interest. No, not that close, but close. Red blood, organs mostly where you'd expect them. What I find very interesting, however, is their species seems to be on the cusp of splitting into separate subspecies. It's like their class or caste system is so rigid that they've nearly started branching off different evolutionary paths. You can tell, for example, that the captain here has commoner blood in him. Not a lot, so not his parents, but maybe grandparents. As Andromeda, Cookie, and Junko all looked at Deveros, the Xenos caught their gaze and spoke up. What? What are you talking about? He says you aren't from a purely high-ranking family, and that you've got a near ancestor who was from another class. The Xeno blinked at that and shifted a bit, seeming uneasy. How could he know that? So it's true? Cookie asked, turning his translator back on. My great-grandfather, my father's father's father, hero of the Tessius Verge. His wife was supposedly a countess from one of the annihilated families, the last survivor of her line. Since their blood library had been destroyed, they couldn't claim noble status anymore, but he loved her and accepted her anyway. As a hero of such renown, no one questioned it. That's our story. She wasn't a noble. She was of common birth. She saved his life in the siege of Morelis, and they fell in love. "Aw, that's sweet," Andromeda cooed out with mock sincerity before continuing in a more serious tone. But, did you say blood library? Yes. All noble families must be able to trace their lineage back to the founding. You're a baroness, do they not check? Andromeda and her lifeguard laughed at the Xeno's question, which made him glance around, obviously confused. We don't have titles like that. I just thought it sounded cool. Baroness? Baronis! She rolled the word out. I'm a filthy fucking pirate. What the fuck do I need a noble title for, really? It's nothing but vanity, honestly. What? You can't just declare yourself a baroness. Noble titles are passed by blood and tradition. To just call yourself one that's not how it works, the Xeno stammered. I'm fairly sure calling yourself one is exactly how you do it. If you call yourself some noble title and if you have the power to back it up, no one stops you. That's how kings get started. They say I'm a king, and my army here will kill anyone who says otherwise. Then they fuck hot women they've just declared to be nobles, and start a fucked-up incestuous tradition that leads to decay and collapse. Junko noticed how shocked the Xeno looked at the way Andromeda described monarchist systems. What are you anyway? An earl or a duke or something? No, I'm merely a lord. We're a very minor low noble family. Our only holdings come through naval service, which makes it hard to attract wives from the higher noble families. The Xeno looked a little uncomfortable speaking about it. Andromeda dropped her translator and spoke to the others. I guess tonight will be his first time with a baroness. Once more, she and her guards chuckled and laughed. But when Deveros looked to Junko for a translation, she just gulped and kept quiet. Speaking of, since this will be the first contact of a different kind, I want you there tonight to take notes, Junko. You know how focused I get when I'm riding? This time the guards laughed even harder, since that was something of an inside joke for Andromeda and her guards. Junko didn't know the origin of the joke, but she knew what kind of riding her boss meant. The guards were laughing so hard, Junko even saw Crow, the literally stone-faced Xeno, rub the back of his hand against his mouth. Why are they laughing? What did she say? Why are some of them looking at me like that? Deveros demanded. I'll explain tonight. Junko tried to say quietly, but Andromeda heard her. Yes, you might even need to draw him a diagram. Better bring a teacher outfit and a laser pointer, she exclaimed, which sent up another round of laughter as Junko flushed deeply with embarrassment. Thankfully, they were just about to reach the trams. Hopefully, the jokes would die out before they reached the bridge. She had to suffer through another minute or so of laughs and chuckles, all the while nervously adjusting her glasses, before they reached the tram, and she looked down to see an alert on her tablet. Captain Stahl and Bloodaxe are waiting for you on the bridge, sir. Excellent. You really are amazing, Junko. I don't know if I could ever let you leave my side, Andromeda said as she set her hand on Junko's shoulder without breaking it, finally remembering to restrain herself while in the power armor. Junko was afraid of such an answer, and glanced over at the Xeno captain, wondering which of them was more the prisoner than the other. No, he gave a defeated answer and sighed. Augustus Stahl wasn't fond of visiting the Retribution these days. Every time he came over there seemed to be more Xenos, more rabble, and more chaos. He vastly preferred staying on the Reaper. As a Scythe-class cruiser, it had been absolute bleeding edge at the end of the war. 10 years on, it was still one of the most advanced ships humanity had ever built. Completely different from the Retribution, of course. His ship was designed for stealth work and surgical strikes. Unlike the massive bulk of the Retribution, or even Bloodaxe's Viking-class battlecruiser, Stahl didn't rely on blistering broadsides, but very specific strikes and missile barrages. Thinking of Bloodaxe's ship, Stahl shook his head. What had once been the Dauntless was now named Itzpapalotl. What the hell kind of name was that? Apparently, while learning about human history, Bloodaxe became fascinated with the Aztecs, and specifically this obsidian butterfly, with obsidian knives for wings. It was a Viking-class ship. Giving it the name of some sort of butterfly death god doesn't make sense. Then again, it wasn't like the Xeno had good taste about anything else. Unlike Stahl's organized commando squads, the Xeno presided over bloodthirsty berserkers and waves of cannon fodder. As if thinking about the unpleasant Xeno was enough to summon him, the lift stopped and the door opened to reveal Bloodaxe and his entourage. Stahl and the Xeno stared at one another for a moment before Stahl tilted his head to the side and stepped to the left with his escort. He never stepped foot off the Reaper these days without at least 2 of his best. Garcia and Wasitsko were his best. In their skull-faced power armor, they were as tall as most Grax. Not Bloodaxe, of course. He'd won so many battles that he truly towered over everything but mech suits, which is likely why Bloodaxe and his entourage were using the central lift that was built to accommodate mech suits. The Grax were an odd species. Stahl wasn't even sure if male gender terms actually applied to Bloodaxe or not. He remembered Cookie had told him once about their complex growth and breeding habits, but he'd been too disgusted to pay close attention. The Grax were quite literally products of their environment. Skin, fur, scales. They could grow any of it depending on their climate and more specifically the creatures they would kill and eat. They also kept growing so long as they kept winning fights. Their Death World home was incredibly brutal, and there was evidence that some long-lost ancients had purposefully put them there. But Andromeda didn't have time to study such things, so instead, she'd recruited the barbaric Xenos and moved on. Every Grax had similar features: 4 arms, hulking size, 4 eyes, and wide faces with bone ridges all across them that had both practical and cultural importance. Since Bloodaxe had been raised only on that horrible Death World, he was crisscrossed in ragged scars that bisected his patchy fur laid over thick scales. But most of his entourage was young enough to have developed more skin thanks to the humans they'd been eating. Stahl was no fan of the conglomerate, and had killed more than his fair share of Congos. But eating them? He often questioned how necessary their Xeno allies truly were. They'd bolstered their ranks, however, and constantly provided a very steady front-line assault force, which gave his commandos the freedom to work behind the lines. So he couldn't completely dismiss them. He just found them disgusting and distasteful, something Bloodaxe knew. Such pretty trinkets. How well will vanity serve you in combat? Augustus's nose crinkled at the words as if he'd smelled something vile. He looked down over his pristine white, gold, and silver uniform for a moment. Then he glanced back up at the Xeno whose modesty was only hidden by a basic loincloth. I've still got a higher kill count than you. How well does being a savage suit a starship captain? Get your port sensor suite operation yet, or are you blind still? The Xeno hissed out at that, and Augustus could see him seethe, each of his 4 hands tightening into fists. I am unparalleled on the field by our enemy. My failings commanding my ship are being rectified. You would not last but a moment against me in hand-to-hand combat. Oh, the beast that's 3 times my weight and covered in hard scales would beat me in hand-to-hand. I never would have guessed. Would you instead prefer to duel with sniper rifles at a distance of 3 miles? Or just go ship to ship? I'm not intimidated by my lack of physical prowess, Savage. My brain is my most dangerous weapon, while yours just takes up space in that meat sack you call a head. Augustus was tired of the Grax captain constantly threatening him with hand-to-hand. Bloodaxe hissed out once more when a younger Grax started to dart forward as he moved to pull his own axes free. As he did that, Garcia and Wasitsko raised their guns, but Bloodaxe was already shoving the younger Grax back into the corner and bellowing in his face. Augustus's translator couldn't make out any of their guttural language, but the body language made it clear Bloodaxe was tearing his subordinate a new one. Stahl made a subtle gesture with his hand, and Gracia and Wasitsko lowered their weapons, taking a more relaxed stance. When Bloodaxe was done with the other Grax, he turned back. "My apologies, Captain. My son is filled with the eager confidence of youth." Stahl eyed the other Grax more closely then. He supposed he could see the resemblance, though the youth had far more skin than fur or scales. More importantly, he noticed the very similar bone ridges, and especially the massive two-handed axes on the Xeno's back. They were the same as Bloodaxe's namesake. Instead of metal, the blades were made with a crimson obsidian found on their death world. Bloodaxe was one of the few who still used the stuff. Perhaps that's why he was fascinated with the ancient Aztecs. That, or he was a savage who was studying history for ways to become worse. While Augustus studied the younger Grax, he stepped forward and tilted his body forward in what might have been the shallowest bow Augustus had ever seen. "I show you my deference." "Your difference?" Augustus asked. Bloodaxe growled out and shoved the boy back. "He means respect. He does not understand that you and I spar with words. He thinks we mean to trade undue insult. Someday he shall understand wordplay, but that is not today." Augustus arched his brows up as the Xeno said that. Did Bloodaxe think they were friends? Now he was confused. "Ah, quite. Either way, he should save his respect for our commander. This, we agree completely on," Bloodaxe said with a nod. Soon the lift stopped and Bloodaxe nodded to Stahl, waving him forward, letting him step off with his escort first before the Grax and his entourage followed. They walked down the hall past 3 security checkpoints, which Stahl was glad to see were still staffed. Then again, even if the rabble who made up the crew of the Retribution ever tried to take the bridge, they'd have to deal with Andromeda and her lifeguard. Stahl wasn't sure how many thousands it would take to kill that team. He always preferred visiting Andromeda on the bridge instead of her new makeshift throne room. The 2 mech suits standing guard at the entrance to the bridge looked like they had more art on them than last time. For a bunch of undisciplined pirates, Stahl was always surprised at how many of them could paint. Perhaps their art degrees were why they needed the money that came from a life of piracy. He smirked at the thought and walked into the bridge. Due to the size of the Retribution, the bridge was massive. Here were the core men and women he remembered from the war. Their uniforms, or lack thereof, might have changed, but they were still some of the best in the fleet. Well, the new fleet. Stahl took a deep breath as he had to remind himself that there wasn't really a fleet anymore. 3 warships and a colony ship, plus all those merchantmen and freighters, but he didn't really count them. The war was over, and yet he'd never stop fighting, would he? How could he? Maybe if he had been there. His guilty conscience nearly made him walk into the central nav table, and he stopped up short as he looked around for any sign of Andromeda or her lifeguard. When he didn't, he instead looked up at the gleaming red eye high above them in the ceiling. "Admiral," he said before nodding and clicking his heels yet again. "Why address him so early? Surely the mistress of the galaxy wishes for your show of submission to be before her," Bloodaxe asked as Stahl sighed. "He's not a deity, Bloodaxe." Stahl had tried to explain this to the Xeno many times, but the concepts of AI or anything like it was entirely incomprehensible to the Xeno. "Surely he is. He is the father of the galaxy. I understand fully that in his undeath he is sealed within legend. Never shall his greatness fade from the mind of those who inhabit this fleet. My crew pray to him daily." Stahl glanced over at the Xeno with a bit of surprise. Was he trying to turn Admiral Suvakov into a god? He'd have to look into it. Surely Andromeda wasn't interested in supporting such dangerous nonsense. Was she? No, surely not. Ignoring the Xeno for now, he wandered over to one of the ensigns at the engineering communication panel. Is Chief Engineer Branch up? Yes, Captain. Would you like to speak with him? I would, Stahl said with a nod. The ensign tapped on the panel, and Stahl was soon looking at a video of Branch's face. Hello there, Otto. The engineer jerked a bit at that and looked around before looking up at the camera. Around him, the camera could see his usually messy workstation. Stahl found it amusing that the engineer kept his engine room clean as possible, but never remembered to clear his own desk off. Then again, he was often busy monitoring the various reactors and keeping all of the ship's engineering teams organized. The Retribution needed constant work. Caught me while I was a bit focused on my work, Augustus. We're breaking apart some of those Xeno reactors we ripped from the wreckage, trying to see if we can learn anything new, he said, waving forward at something off camera that Stahl couldn't see. Have we? He asked, always happy to hear when they'd worked out some new design or prototype. Anything to keep the fleet as strong as possible. Not yet. The gray-haired engineer rubbed the heavy stubble along his jaw as he looked off camera. Stahl could see the dark circles under his eyes. Getting much sleep? The engineer snorted at that and shook his head. Barely any. What's wrong? Stahl hadn't heard about any major issues with the Retribution, but being the chief engineer of a ship this size was no small task. He also might have long nights simply thinking about the course his life had taken since the end of the war. Lord knows how many nights Stahl had stayed up thinking about that himself. Nothing's wrong except the fucking gobcos. Every night when I lock up my room to sleep, the bastards crawl in through the vents. And then I wake up nearly suffocating under a pile of them. I tell you, they're fucking amazing with the ship and keeping it all together. But I could do without them thinking I'm their ma or whatever the hell they think. Stahl chuckled at that, smirking a bit as he shook his head. Such a fine mother you make, Otto. Har har, blow it out your ass, funny man, came the engineer's growling reply, which made Stahl chuckle a bit louder. So we take any major damage in the fight? Their swift destruction of the Desvian fleet had seemed all too easy, but it was clear the Xenos had been taken by complete surprise. Nah, they barely got any shots off. Those small patrol ships they've got couldn't even take a single hit from the main gun. Yeah, well, how many ships can? Perhaps more of these than in the past. I'm not impressed with their engines or their guns, but I'll say their shields seem to be far away and better than what we got, he said with a slow nod which made Stahl arch his brows in surprise. Then why did we trash them so quickly? They require a much longer charge-up than ours, but I think we can fix that and improve ours altogether. Well, I say that, but truly I've only just started looking at them, so the fuck do I know? The engineer snorted. But I should get back to that now, so I'll know more soon enough. Well, I'll let you get to it then. He paused, and then looked very serious, and frowned as he spoke again. But what's this strange rumor I hear about you having a control stick welded to your pants? The engineer looked up at the camera with an equally serious face before saying, Yar, it be driving me nuts! Then they both laughed heavily at their positively ancient joke with one another. Looks like you're about to be called on Augustus. Talk to me later, we need to catch up, Otto said and pointed at the camera. Stahl looked over his shoulder and saw Andromeda approaching. Indeed, I'll talk to you later, Otto. Stahl nodded at the camera and then the ensign who cut the call. With that pleasant little conversation over, he walked back to the nav table as Bloodaxe greeted Andromeda. Captain, Bloodaxe said with a deep bow, upper hands over his heart as the knuckles of his lower arms brushed along the floor before he straightened back up. Now he looked up at the red light and set two of his hands over his heart while the others spread wide. Father of the galaxy, I wish for your good graces. Stahl had to hand it to the Xeno he knew how to show his respect. Get your tongue out of my father's ass, Bloodaxe, Andromeda said with a snort. Stahl noticed the Xeno's son shift a little, bristling at the comment. I show him the respect he deserves for bringing to this universe a woman so powerful she might claim the very name of a galaxy to herself. He dipped his head, steepling the fingers on all of his hands as if in prayer. Andromeda laughed while Stahl examined the new Xeno who was next to her. The sad, somewhat defeated look on his face was familiar to Stahl, and that torn and stained uniform her wore made it clear who he was. So this is the Desvian captain? Stahl asked. He is, Andromeda said with a nod. Judging by that confused look on his face, you've removed his translator, Stahl mentioned as he examined the Xeno. Cookie took it out, yes. He'll have to learn English the hard way. And if you're wondering, he's so far been behaving himself since I made it clear I meant business, she said, knowing Stahl well enough to expect his next question. I suppose that means he hasn't seen the harness yet, then. Andromeda and the lifeguard laughed at Stahl's comment, while he noticed the Xeno looking confused at the laughter, and even Junko blushed a bit deeper. Ah. Based on the nervous look the poor girl hard on her face, she would be expected to join them tonight. Stahl always wished he could do something for her, but he didn't dare get between Andromeda and her favorite secretary. Instead, he changed the topic and waved at the nav table. So their computer has been integrated? Yes, Andromeda said with a nod as she turned to the table and started punching in codes on the side. Stahl examined her for a moment. It seemed so strange to him that he'd remembered her being a tiny little baby crying in her father's arms, her mother's body still warm. How long ago that was. He had been just a 20-year-old ensign that fateful and terrible day. Now she was a crimson-haired demon of a pirate. He idly wondered how many people knew that wasn't her natural hair color. He smirked a bit at the thought, but then he glanced back up at the red eye in the ceiling and stopped smiling. Fucking thing! Andromeda growled and kicked the side of the table. If I may, sir, Junko offered as she stepped up. Andromeda stepped back and angrily waved Junko forward. The girl quickly punched in the correct codes and Stahl saw it start to flicker to life. When Junko adjusted her glasses, Stahl wondered if he might be able to get one of his fabricator teams to make her contacts or something. Amid all these violent soldiers and pirates, he felt the freckled Asian girl seemed so delicate and vulnerable. Too late he realized Andromeda had caught him staring and tried to play it off by slowly looking elsewhere. Busted Stahl. One of these days you're just going to have to ask, what's the worst that happens? I tell you no, I won't share my toys. Stahl shifted uncomfortably and adjusted his uniform to try and cover his movements while Andromeda laughed. By the confused looks of everyone else, she was the only one who had noticed. The fact that she mistook his genuine concern for lust. He was old enough to be her father. Oh, how Andromeda had changed in the 10 years since the final Battle of Castor. His guilty thoughts returned as he thought of his failure to be there. He'd gone over the records 1,000 times, of course. There was nothing his small ship could have done to change the outcome of the battle, but that didn't stop him from feeling somehow responsible. He forced himself back into reality, though, when the display zoomed in and focused on the sector of space they were now on the edge of. Here's the Desvian Kingdom, Andromeda said as she waved a hand at a bronze-colored sector of space. Stahl noted that the map was centered on a position at the center of the local sector with Earth somewhere rimward, and the nebula spinward of that point. In fact, the nebula bordered the entire spinward portion of this sector and trailed along both the coreward and rimward sections of the map. Why haven't they expanded into the nebula? He asked, noticing that there weren't any Desvian claims in the nebula. Because they're scared of it, Andromeda said matter-of-factly. And these black holes block them in along this section as well. From where Stahl was looking, the north of the kingdom was blocked in by the edge of the nebula and some black holes that would likely make navigation nearly impossible. That left the rest of the local nations for them to fight with over territory. So where's their homeworld? Stahl asked, before Andromeda tapped on a planet roughly in the center of the kingdom. So why is the map oriented around this planet here? He asked, reaching over to tap the planet at the center of the sector. This was a Desvian map, after all. Wouldn't they focus their maps on their home? That's a good question. Andromeda looked back at the captain and then nodded to Junko. Junko, translate for us. Why's that the center of their map? Junko turned then to speak with the captured Desvian. Their language sounded surprisingly Latin-based to Stahl, like something he could possibly learn on his own. Unlike the impossible languages of the Grax or Sharkin. The Xeno spoke back to Junko, and then the girl looked at Andromeda. That is the planet of peace. The nations use this planet for negotiations and consider this sector to essentially be demilitarized. Diplomats and flagships only. The Xeno spoke once more and began to gesture at the map and the various colors marking sections of space. Rimward of the Desvian kingdom was mostly grayish space with small colored dots. Apparently this section hold a number of free planets. Minor species with limited holdings. They used to belong to... She looked over at the Desvian, who began to point and talk once more. Apparently this planet... She tapped on a bright red mark straight south, or rimward of the Peace Planet, is home to a species of ultra-aggressive insectoid warriors. They weren't spacefaring when they were first discovered, but some well-meaning yet stupid species I'm not familiar with yet landed on the planet with the intent of making contact. Instead, they were enslaved, and then the insects began to spread across the local systems at an alarming rate, killing or enslaving everyone they came across. She paused then so she could listen to the Xeno explain further. It required the combined strength of all other nations in the sector to push them back and eventually seal them back into their home sector. Seal them in? They didn't kill them outright? Stahl asked. Junko spoke back and forth with the Xeno for a moment. Apparently they built planetary defense cannons on an unprecedented scale, which kept the civilized fleets out. But the species itself is apparently terrible at all kinds of engineering. And so, as their slaves died, what remained of their fleet fell into serious disrepair, and they're now stuck back on their homeworld. Since that time, the systems in the area are used as a buffer zone by the civilized nations in case they ever break the quarantine. They're actively quarantined? Andromeda asked, and waited for Junko to speak back and forth. Apparently every nation is supposed to help in this task, but since it's been a few centuries since the war, other nations aren't giving their fair share of support. He claims the Desvians still patrol the region, though, in accordance with some treaty. Stahl could already see the gears turning in Andromeda's head as she tugged on her lower lip. Do they engage in any diplomacy? Do they have a language that's coherent? Or do they communicate through pheromones and other insect stuff? She waited for the back and forth once more. The Germo have limited trade with them. Apparently their homeworld is very resource-rich. They can't be very fearsome warriors if the cowardly space turtles can trade with them safely. Stahl looked over at Bloodaxe's son, then who had said that, and noticed Andromeda's annoyed look at having a low-ranking subordinate speak out of turn like that. I'm sorry, do you have something to say about our trading partners, the Germo? She asked, as she turned to face him fully now. Her lifeguard shifted as well, directing their attention to the Xeno. Stahl could see Bloodaxe trying to subtly signal for his son to shut up, but the Grax just kept at it. They're good for nothing besides having tasty shells we can crack open so we may feast upon them. You did us wrong by not letting us devour their emissary. When he said that, Andromeda arched her brows and tilted her chin down. Oh, I did you wrong, did I? By dealing fairly with a trade fleet of Xenos who were happy to give us translators and some information about the sector we are traveling into? It was wrong of me not to let some pissant Grax get a little nibble, huh? Her tone was full of mock sincerity as the Grax bristled. He looked ready to step forward and say more, but Bloodaxe set a hand on his shoulder heavily. Please, my commander, this is his first meeting of such import. He understands not why his words are poorly chosen. Bloodaxe glared at his son, then who finally kept quiet. Bloodaxe, who the fuck is this? She asked, clearly annoyed now that her meeting was getting derailed. Ah, this is my son. Pardon his brash words. He is young and energetic. More like dangerously stupid and aggressive, she countered. Stahl slowly took a step back as his escort did the same. Even the other Grax slowly began to back away from Bloodaxe and his son. They all heard the tone in her voice. You are one to call me stupid and aggressive human! The younger Xeno hissed out before actually spitting as he said that. The grayish blob flew from his mouth, landing on the floor well short of Andromeda. When it hit the floor, Stahl heard the hush fall over the bridge. People had been murmuring quietly as they did their jobs without trying to be too loud. But now everyone was silent and staring. After a moment, Andromeda just pointed at the blob of spittle on the deck. Lick. That? Up! You! The Xeno growled out before Bloodaxe firmly gripped his shoulders, shoving him back as he began to talk to his son in their own language. Stahl could see how angry Bloodaxe was, but there was an element of fear and worry to it. The son argued back with his father for perhaps a minute before Andromeda suddenly spoke up. Is that what you think of me, you little shit stain? Stahl was just as surprised as Bloodaxe and his son obviously were. You speak our tongue? Bloodaxe asked, the color draining from the fleshy parts of his face. Not so keen on talking shit right in front of my face now, are you? She asked with a growl. It matters not, the son said, shoving his father aside as he drew the two massive axes on his back. Andromeda's lifeguard had their weapons up and ready before he was even finished, but Andromeda actually waved them down. If he wants to challenge me, that is his right, she said coldly before Bloodaxe dropped to his knees, all four hands clasped together. Mistress of the Galaxy, please do not accept this. He is young! He knows not the true impact of his actions. Stahl could see nothing but fear on the Xeno's face now. To be honest, Stahl felt sorry for him. He couldn't imagine watching his own son die before him like Bloodaxe was about to. And yet he has made his own decisions. If I don't accept his challenge, that means I am not fit to hold my title. I do have plans, however, so I'll make it quick, Andromeda said as she moved to pull her cutlass free with her right hand and her dagger out with her left. The thing was, Stahl knew something most people didn't. Andromeda was left-handed. Yes, your death will be quick! The Grax bellowed as he began to charge forward his four arms, holding the axes out wide, swinging them in together to try and catch Andromeda between the two swinging blades. But instead, she dashed forward into his charge, no longer trying to draw her long cutlass as she dove between the Xeno's legs. As she slid under him, she rolled onto her back and slashed out with the dagger, and Stahl grimaced as he watched the blade cut right through the Xeno's left Achilles tendon. He could see the muscle roll up into the Xeno's calf. The Grax screamed in pain, dropping onto his knee as that leg suddenly refused to support his weight. He did turn his upper body, trying to strike at Andromeda with his right-hand axe. Now she had to roll back, narrowly avoiding the blade. But when she sprang to her feet, she was far enough away from the Xeno that she could draw her cutlass freely. The Grax was gasping in pain as he tried to stand up, but just wobbled on the one good leg as his left now simply couldn't support any weight. He almost stood as he used his left axe for support, but once he put pressure on his left leg, he staggered to the side and collapsed, sending the axe sliding across the deck to Stahl's feet. Please, Andromeda, I beg of you to spare him. I will serve you with all my dedication and heart. Bloodaxe was pleading now, but Andromeda just looked over at him with a cold expression. Did you not already pledge that to me when I brought your species on board my fleet to rescue you from your home? The Xeno gulped visibly at that. Yes, of course. His eyes were downcast now. I cannot reasonably ask of you for mercy, but I still must ask. He is my son. Andromeda looked back at the struggling Xeno, then who still clutched an axe in his right hands. Do you yield? She asked, extending her cutlass with one hand, aiming it at the Xeno. A mixture of emotions seemed to flash across his face. Anger, hatred, fear, and more. But then the Xeno seemed to take hold of his anger and growl out. A true Grax does not submit to some promiscuous female who has not been put in her place. Females deserve no standing of authority at all, let alone commander. Stahl was rather surprised to hear that, and Andromeda looked surprised as well just before her expression grew angry as she sneered. Tell me, Bloodaxe, is this true? Does a true Grax not submit to a promiscuous female? The Xeno gulped and couldn't meet her gaze. The boy knows not what he says, the Xeno responded quietly. Andromeda just snorted and looked back at the struggling son. The term you're looking for, by the way, is slut. And the fact that you think my sex life has any impact on my ability to command means you clearly don't understand me or my history. I'm tempted to make your death long and painful to set an example to any other true Grax. She spat the words out and looked down at the kneeling Bloodaxe. But, she sighed out, seeming to release her anger until the Grax interrupted her. But what, wench? Always talking. Always. Such useless words. Someday a Grax will cut your tongue from your mouth. See your place sealed. Andromeda's eyes lit up with a fire deep inside them as she simply stepped forward, parried the Xeno's weak slash with his axe, and then drove her blade into his throat. He finally let go of the other axe as two of his hands moved up to try and stem the tide of green blood seeping from the wound. Since the Grax had exceptional blood-clotting abilities and were incredibly robust, a slit throat wasn't as fatal as it was for a human. But as he clutched that wound shut, Andromeda stepped closer, jamming the dagger into his upper right bicep, yanking on it hard to open up a massive cut in his scales and flesh, causing more green blood to gush out. This kept up as she would move around the Xeno, adding cut after cut, while he couldn't defend himself until he finally slumped to the floor of the deck in a puddle of his blood. The Grax could take plenty of injuries and keep going, but Andromeda knew just where to strike, having opened up tendons, muscles, veins, and arteries until the Xeno's body finally gave out. Andromeda stood over the Xeno's body and then looked over at Bloodaxe. That was as quick a death as I could give him, considering the insult. The big Grax wasn't crying, but his shoulders were slumped, and Stahl could only imagine the pain inside his heart right now. I thank you, Mistress of the Galaxy, for what mercy you could bestow. May I tend to the body? Yes, that's fine, she said, and then stepped away from the dead Xeno and back to the nav table. Stahl didn't know his name. This realization hit him suddenly as he saw Bloodaxe slowly crawl across the deck to his son's body. But rather than watch the Xeno as he was about to undergo whatever death ritual his people had, Andromeda snapped her fingers and made him look up. Stahl, focus. Yes, Captain, he said with a nod and clicked his heels. She pointed to the triangular nation trailing the insect homeworld, as Stahl tried to remember what they'd even been talking about before the fight happened. Junko. What's this place? Ah. Junko had to adjust her glasses, as she also obviously needed to regain her composure. She spoke to the Desvian captain, who looked a little shaken up from what he'd witnessed, but soon he was back on point with the map. This is the Neuralic Theocracy. They were the ones who found those insects. They used to span half this sector, but have never recovered fully from that war. Coreward of that nation was a skinny blue tendril that drove a wedge between the Theocracy and a dark violet nation above it. That's the Wesson Technocracy, Xenos, who had been approached by missionaries of the Neuralic, who then warped the religion into some sort of machine god cult. They're now a sort of splinter extremist cult from the Theocracy. They aren't very important, and their holdings are quite small, as you can see. That map is only an estimate of their territory, apparently, and it might be even smaller. Next, she pointed to the dark violet territory that seemed at least as large as the Theocracy. These are the Ba'an clans. Despite the name, they are very close-knit systems with united ideology but multiple species. I can't quite tell what sort of government they are, since his description is somewhat contradictory, but perhaps a communist democracy. She shrugged before tapping on the last nation on the map marked with a rich blue. They were between the Ba'an and the Desvians, and seemed to rival the Desvians in size. Finally, the Fexians. He says they're a collaboration of arrogant principalities who choose an emperor through some sort of convoluted system of voting. I understand they've been age-old enemies with the Desvians, though he admits they are worthy adversaries. Junko paused then as the Decivan captain spoke again, and pointed at places along the map before moving his hands in a flowing motion. Oh, and apparently there's a species known as the Kresh. They live in giant migratory fleets that follow around space leviathans? Some sort of space monster, I guess. They harvest them for food and resources to trade with. The Germo also have isolated planets, but no one minds them as their territory is limited, and they mostly just care about trading. Before anything else could be said, a loud cracking sound was heard, and a smell reached Stahl's nose. He let out a disgusted groan, covering his mouth and nose as he turned to see what was going on. Andromeda sniffed and groaned as well before turning around and looking down at Bloodaxe, who had used some sort of obsidian knife to open up his son's chest and was cutting out his heart. Ugh, Bloodaxe, what the fuck? It is custom, he said before holding the grayish organ high in the air and started to chant in his guttural native tongue as the rest of the Grax behind him started to chant as well. All I wanted was a nice, quiet meeting, Andromeda said with a sigh, as if killing Bloodaxe's son was more of an inconvenience to her than anything else. But she tapped at a spot at the bottom of the map, rimwards towards Earth. There was a strange blackish blob at that point on the map, though that didn't look like anything Stahl had seen before. The Yermo told me about this place. It's called the Maze. Some ancient species moved around black holes or created black holes, or something along those lines, and created a maze of very narrow paths through this sector of space. At the heart of it is a system with 3 superplanets that are said to be nothing short of a paradise, combined with all the resources a spacefaring nation could ever need. Stahl finally understood why Andromeda had pushed hard into this sector of space now. You want to land the colony ship there? Yes. When the conglomerate finally pushes this far towards the core, they'll have to pass this area. And when that happens, I want us to be established. I want to know every parsec of that maze, and I want to be ready to hit them hard. They might have stolen our home from us, but I'll make damn sure they don't get a foothold in this sector so they can expand further and do that to anyone else. However this place changes things. She tapped on the bright red insectoid planet. I want to see if we can get ourselves some allies. And I assume you'll want me to forge ahead and scout the maze? At least for now. Stahl nodded. It seemed like a decent enough plan. Their 3 warship fleet would never be able to protect a normal system from the conglomerate once they showed up. But if it was at the O and I want you to take on new recruits, your crew is getting to dangerously low levels, Stahl. That made him blink and look back up at Andromeda. What? But you know I can't just use any rabble. My ships is filled with commandos. They're well-trained and very experienced. The Xenos you've recruited lack... He glanced past Andromeda at Bloodaxe eating his son's heart while the other Grax kept chanting, discipline. Use the Desvians. They have Marines, and it's clear that they're more human than the Grax or Sharkin. It's not like you can wait another 8 years for the first generation of kids on the colony ship to come of age, Stahl. You need more recruits. Augustus sighed at that and glanced at the Desvian. Despite being overwhelmed quickly, he'd heard that their Marines had fought with at least some organization. Of course, Commander Suvakov, he said with a nod and clicked his heels. Don't do that, Augustus, Andromeda replied with a frown. What? He blinked at her comment. You always do that when I give you an order you don't like and you try to treat it like I'm your superior officer, and you just have to deal with it. She looked annoyed, but not angry. Commander Suvakov, you are my superior officer, superior in every way, so I do have to just deal with it. I'm not going to pretend to like it, but I will do what you tell me. They locked eyes for several seconds before she slowly nodded. I'd rather have you agree with me, but I suppose if you always agreed with me, I'd never have any use for your advice. Junko will help you pick the best of the Desvians to train. I don't need you to take that many of them, but for God's sake start integrating Xenos into your command. I can't keep talking about equality and opportunity in my recruitment speeches if one of my captains won't use any Xenos. I understand, Commander Suvakov. Stahl paused as he thought over his words carefully. I didn't think any of the species we've met so far would work well as commandos. I'm sure the Desvians will be adequate, and I should have more diversity in my command. That said, I'm not lowering my standards. If 100 pass the test, or one that will be all I use. He stood tall then, lifting his chin as he looked at her. Andromeda just laughed and rolled her eyes. For fuck's sake, Stahl, we're pirates now. You don't have to get all huffy about your command. But fine. Only accept those who pass your standard commando training. No making it harder. Of course, he said with a nod. Finally, she turned to start walking away, Junko, the Desvian, and the lifeguard walking towards the back of the bridge. Someone clean up the mess when I'm gone. Scrub the deck clean! I better not smell dead Grax when I come back. I have to introduce my new playthings to my dogs so they can get familiar with their scents. As she walked away, Stahl looked at the grieving Bloodaxe, who likely had missed everything Andromeda had said to Stahl about the map and her plan. Stahl reached down and picked up the axe that had been knocked across the deck to his feet, and approached the Xeno. This is yours, he said, holding out the massive weapon, finding the heft and weight to be uncomfortable in his hands. It was once, before I gave it to my son. Who now does it belong to? I have failed as a father. Stahl shifted uncomfortably as he had never expected to feel sorry for the Xeno. You can have other children. I'm sorry for your loss, but he got himself killed. Stahl was terrible at this sort of thing. He did. The Xeno nodded. Then he looked up and reached out, setting his hands on the axe. But when Stahl tried to let go, the Xeno pushed it back into his hands. Keep this, my friend. The axes have failed my child. My next shall not be trained as I have. Please understand this was once my axe and still contains some of my heart. When again I try to raise another, I will always remember where this resides, and the many things you have tried to teach me. Stahl blinked as the Xeno spoke and felt very unsure of what to do, so he simply nodded. I'll keep it secure until you need it. The Xeno nodded and gave a weak smile. My thanks again. After that, Blood Axe leaned back over the body of his son and started to cut out a purple organ. As he did, a smell hit Stahl that nearly made him puke, so he quickly turned to leave, still flanked by his two commandos. While they walked, Stahl was reminded of the Xeno's words earlier in the lift, and if he had misunderstood their interactions for years. That said, once they were out of the bridge, he handed the axe to Garcia. Once we get back, have it swept for bugs. You think he bugged it, sir? Garcia asked, obviously surprised. I highly doubt it, but you can never be too sure. And then disinfect it and have it set into a secure crate. I don't have time to worry about a grieving cannibal. I need to get the crew ready for new recruits. His stride became more confident as he thought ahead to his next task. Heart of a maze of black holes. Well, they might have a chance. Cassius grimaced a little as he felt the sting, and then his nose crinkled at the smell of burnt fur. But to his surprise, it was over in a few seconds. That's it? He didn't try turning his head to look at the heavy-set human because it wouldn't have done him any good while strapped to the operating table. That's it, the human said before he started to unstrap Cassius. Once the restraints were removed, he sat up on the table, reaching back to tenderly rub his hand along the back of his neck. He could feel a small scar that bisected his fur, but even as he rubbed it, he didn't feel any pain. How is such an operation so painless? He asked as the human stepped around the table. Oh, it's not. The man chuckled and smiled in such a friendly manner Cassius had trouble reminding himself. This was the personal surgeon of that insane fire-haired demon who commanded the ship. You're on some pretty great painkillers right now. Even then, it's really not that bad like you said. But mostly because I've got lots of experience. Perfection through practice. That's what I say. The human smiled and helped Cassius off the table, not seeming to have any trouble with it. He was quite large for a doctor, but Cassius was having trouble determining the human classes by occupation. They didn't seem to base position on the color of what little hair they had. Their skin color also didn't seem to change anything. None of the males seemed to take issue with being commanded by females. And perhaps strangest of all the Xenos he'd seen seemed to be integrated into the ship's authority structure, not separate. Perhaps it was his head. The doctor said he was on medication, but I can't be, he said as he rubbed his hands over his legs for a moment. I don't feel inebriated. Yeah, I saw the stuff from your ship. That's barely refined narcotics. Like half a step above holistic medicine garbage. Once I started looking through it, I half expected to find acupuncture needles. Cassius was confused by that comment. Well, they aren't in the medbay. They're in the massage parlor on the noble deck for the prince and his honored guests. The human blinked at that, and then started laughing, which for some reason made Cassius feel bashful. Then again, as he looked around the room he was in now, he was starting to understand that the humans might be ahead of them in some aspects of technology. This medbay was huge, and he saw far more surgeons than he was used to seeing. Not only that, but they had mechanical arms that dropped down from the ceiling, which would apparently assist surgeons or perform basic operations autonomously. Then again, their faith in machines was dangerous. None of the treaty members would give a machine such control after the crusade. But perhaps the humans had a different experience. He'd find out. You use blades and lead spitters, yet you have medical technology beyond anything I've seen from our kingdom or any of the others. He confessed, trying to make some sense out of this new species. Oh, humans are masters of pain, both inflicting it and ignoring it. The mixed beverage of typically alcoholic nature that I gave you was designed to temper what pains are still in your body from the battle without clouding your mind. It seems to have been pretty successful if I do say so myself. The human grinned as Cassius frowned. But I didn't drink anything. he said as he tried to think on when he was made to drink something. Drink? The human looked confused for a moment. Oh, the mixture of medicine I gave you. It was that shot earlier. Translation error? The human shrugged. Tell me, what is your name, surgeon? Cassus finally asked, since he figured he'd need to know his name rather than just refer to him as the heavy-set human doctor. My name is Small Dessert Cake made of stiff sweet dough. Cassus blinked at the human who noticed that look. Hold on. My name is Kooky. Had to add a translator exception for my name. Your name translates to Small Dessert Cake made of stiff sweet dough? Cassus asked, with an arched brow. Well, sort of. It's a naval thing. It's hard to explain with my translator on. You see, that name does mean that, but in our language, the word for chef is similar to this, and it's sometimes used as a term of endearment. So the head chef is often called this. Cassus frowned as this was explained. But, wait, I thought you're a doctor. I am, the human said with a nod. But, I'm also the commander's personal chef, he said with a smile. Once you start cutting up creatures to cook, you get curious about how they work, and sometimes how to put them back together. Really, if your surgeons aren't great chefs, then they're doing something wrong somewhere, the human said with a big grin and a chuckle. He was nothing like the cold professionals he was used to. Did surgeons here not have personal servants to do their cooking? Well, Kooky, how can I understand you right now? Cassus asked as he got to his next set of questions. What do you mean? I have a translator. I only removed yours. The human arched a brow. Cassus found it interesting that they seemed to share this bit of body language. It was overall hard for him to read humans. Their ears didn't twitch, they lacked tails, and their noses seemed to be far less versatile than his muzzle. So when something was the same, it was comforting. Yes, that's what I mean. How can I understand you if I don't have a translator to comprehend what you're saying? As he spoke about it, his hand reached back and tenderly rubbed the scar once more. That's only if your vocal cords aren't capable of making the sounds needed for the other language. Then it just overrides your voice and projects the other language. Well, depending on your settings. Can't you adjust yours? He paused. That is, couldn't you before I removed it? What? Adjust the settings on my own? No, all translators are very carefully set by the Royal Guild of Biometric Technicians. I'm a ship's captain. What would I know about translation devices and proper settings? Really? The human asked as he rubbed his chin. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at the device and see how different it is. It seems incredibly inconvenient to not be able to adjust it on the go. Do you have to have one of those technicians see it every time you meet a new species? Cassus snorted. Of course we do. But until your fleet emerged from the nebula, we hadn't met a new species in several centuries. I suppose it's a good thing you've got some basic language protocols from the Germo. Ah, yes. The hard-shelled amphibians of the void. Very interesting creatures. They claim that they're the only species from this sector that will venture into the nebula. Cassus had heard the humans say Germo before, so he wasn't sure why this time it was different. Either way, he nodded. They are. They've always been looking for new trade routes and don't mind venturing into the nebula. I just wish they'd warned me about you. The human laughed at that. Ah, well, our fleet is faster than their trade fleet, so I'm not sure they had the chance. All right, we should get you back to Andromeda before she wonders what's taking so long. The human tilted his head and Cassus began to follow him. When two statues detached themselves from the walls and stepped behind him, Cassus jumped in surprise, but then realized they were the armored soldiers that made up the pirate baroness's private guard. As his heart settled back down in his chest, he gulped and quickly followed the doctor. Throughout the medbay, he saw his officers being tended to by other human doctors, or the mechanical arms available in each patient room, and he had to admit they were being treated far better than he ever expected. He remembered that the pirates claimed 15,000 of his men had decided to work for them, and was beginning to think that might be possible. It was roughly a third of his crew, and considering the royal decree of conscription wasn't all that favorable to commoners, he could see the appeal. But a third was still a lot in his mind. He began to think about the other prisoners, all those influential children who were his charge and he'd failed. He had protected none of them. Would it have even been possible for him to have done anything else in the battle? Finally, they were out of the med bay and walking through the main halls of the ship. The halls on the human ship unnerved him a little. They were just so plain. No decorations, no brasswork, no reliefs along the top. Just flat functionality. It was depressing in a way. Where were the lovingly crafted displays of skill by their masons and builders? Maybe they were in the officers' personal quarters. Those questions halted as he was led into the smallest throne room he'd ever seen. Small, but still impressive. "These paintings are massive," he murmured as he looked around the long room with massive oil paintings that stretched from the very bottom of the room to the top. There was some sort of planetary system, a city amid mountains, and then several paintings of naval battles in the void. He'd never seen paintings this size outside of the Royal Gallery, and to be honest, these looked even more impressive to him. The detail and sense of scale combined with the majesty of the location and the ferocity of the battles was incredible. "Do you like them?" He looked forward and saw the pirate commander on a very nice chair on a slightly raised platform at the other end of the room. He supposed it was her throne, but it paled in comparison with what he was used to seeing. Around her were the rest of her guard and that strangely dressed advisor. Throne rooms were supposed to evoke a sense of awe and power, but this one felt more like an art gallery with a chair in it. The massive armored guards flanking him, however, provided the sense of power and intimidation that the room itself lacked. "The paintings are incredible indeed," he said as he walked forward and then saw the final painting on the wall behind the pirate. To the left side of the back door was a portrait of a human. He possessed dark hair and dark eyes, with some fur around his mouth that looked different than the humans he'd seen so far. He was wearing a very impressive uniform of black, crimson, and gold, the same colors of the pirate's armor. But what took Cassis's attention the most were the eyes. Even through a painting, he could see the intense intelligence behind them, tempered by anger, sadness. It was hard to tell since he didn't know human faces as well. He saw some familiarity between the painting and the pirate, but he couldn't quite figure out how close they were. "Who's he?" "Viktor Suvakov, Admiral of the Navy. The Void Spectre. Undefeated in major engagements, and without a doubt the finest human commander of the so-called Unification Wars. Perhaps the finest human commander of the post-Saul era. My father." When she said that, Cassis looked from her to the painting. Their hair was different colors which had thrown him, but now he saw it in the eyes. The difference was her intense intelligence was backed with madness. Undefeated in major engagements? Why would you add that? He asked then, realizing that she'd been specific about that. The pirate shrugged and shifted in her chair, leaning to the side a bit. Because it depends on how you look at it. He was well known for strategic withdrawals that would draw his enemies into larger-scale conflicts, so it's debatable if that should be considered. In every battle that he took offensive action, however, he won, and against numerically superior forces at that. He was well respected by his enemies and loved by his country, she said with obvious pride in her voice. "So is he ashamed because his daughter is a pirate?" Cassis said, and noticed the guards around him take a step closer. For a moment he thought he might have earned a beating, but the pirate laughed, and the guards seemed to ease back. "Hardly," came her reply before pointing to the massive metal box with a single red light on the front that made him uneasily think of an eye. "First of all, that's where he lives these days. Second of all, he's damn proud of me. I've yet to lose a battle of any kind, and he agrees that the best chance for our people is for me to keep with my current plan to seize a system for our own." Cassis frowned as he took in the new information. "Best chance for your people? Pirates?" He glanced at the box in the corner, figuring that her father's ashes or body must be preserved inside. That was a little unnerving, but not unheard of among noble families in some circumstances, while the will was settled. "No, we have a colony fleet as well. Those who don't want to fight live in the civilian fleet. But that's not important right now. The reason I brought you here is to tell me what you think of my little throne room. I figure you've got plenty of experience with such places." She waved her hands at the room around them. Cassis looked around at the paintings for a moment, and then looked back at her, trying to choose his words carefully. "It's quite cozy." He tried, but the pirate just sighed and shook her head. "Be honest, Captain Deveros. I won't punish you for speaking your mind." She leaned forward then, clearly interested in what he'd say. "It's not tall enough," he started with. "Right now it feels like an art gallery with a big chair in it. The throne is just a big chair." This place lacks the awe and sense of importance that good throne rooms possess. "That said, the paintings are incredible. Like nothing I've ever seen," he said as he looked around. "However, your guards are far more imposing than the royal guard. They're quite fancy-looking and compare well with the guards of other national leaders." He looked around at the pirates' guard in their worn armor, with scratches and dents here and there, and the menacing skulls on the visors. "But yours would mop the floor with the entire royal regiment, I suspect." The pirate grinned wide and giggled at that final comment, and he heard the guards chuckle from inside their armor. So they had translators as well, then. He'd have to remember that. "They might not look like much marching in formation, but you're right, they're the best there is in combat. Even so, I agree with your assessment. However, when the ship was built, no throne room was considered. This is simply a repurposed conference hall. Now then, follow." She got up then and started walking out the back of the room, waving for him to follow as she did. Without waiting for the guards to give him a shove, Cassus began to follow. The pirate's advisor fell in just behind her left side, so Cassus took the flanking position on her right. As they walked through the hall, they passed a checkpoint of some sort in the hall where 4 more pirates in armor kept watch. "This checkpoint will be the limit of your freedom. All the halls and rooms past here are open to you." "What?" Cassus said, surprised at the pirate's comment. "This whole section is my private suite in the ship. I'll show you around briefly so you get a better sense of the area. If you get lost, just ask the guards, since there's no way out except past this checkpoint. And as I mentioned, you won't be let past it." "But I'm your captive," Cassus said, now more confused. "That's one way to think of it. I suppose you can just consider this to be a much larger, nicer cell than most prisoners get. Or you can just think of yourself as a guest with a host who's more strict than most. However you like." The woman shrugged and then led him to the first room in this private section of the ship. "This is the gym." Inside, he saw a room with mirrors along one wall for some reason, and a strange, spongy-looking material on the ground. Other than that, the weights and machines set up around the place looked suspiciously high-tech. Why would their technician guild waste so much time with maintenance on such machines? Perhaps because this was the private suite of the commander? Maybe. "Now over here is the pool," she said, and escorted him to the room across from the gym. Inside was just as she mentioned, a pool. At least the human pool looked normal, though the tiles inside had a rather boring symmetrical system of lines instead of frescoes or murals like he was used to. But he already knew the humans had a very boring sense of style, utilitarian. He didn't like it. "The library is just down here." This piqued his interest as they walked down the hall, and he was led into a very long room with comfy-looking leather chairs and a few tables spread around. Other than that, metal bookcases sealed with glass lined every wall, with several more walls added just of bookcases. He did respect the sheer amount of books kept here, though he had no idea what sort of content they'd hold, considering this was a library owned by a pirate. Even so, it was twice as big as the library that had been on the Nivian Rose. "That door down there leads to Junko's room. Knock before entering." "You mean it's off limits?" "Right, sir?" Junko spoke up, saying the first thing since Cassus had joined up with them again after the med bay. "I suppose," the pirate said with a shrug. "All right, you need her permission to enter. Anyway, that room is the museum, but it's not finished." "A museum?" Cassus asked with some surprise. "Dedicated to my father. I'm honestly not sure who will visit, but I want to finish it someday." She started to walk past it when Junko spoke up again. "Sir, considering the hollow table in there, wouldn't it benefit the captain to give him access so he can better understand human history?" "Ah, you know that's actually a good idea. All right, Captain Devoros. You can enter, but don't touch anything except the hollow table. Understood?" As she looked back at Cassus, he nodded quickly. "Yes, I understand. All right. Now we're getting to my favorite room." "The officer's bar," she said with a grin, and walked into the next room ahead of him. As the door opened, he heard some strange music coming from inside and stepped into the first room with real character he'd seen on the ship. Stretching out in front of him was some sort of bar with wood floors, tables, and chairs. Actually, he noticed the bar was wood as well. It was all a deep reddish-brown held together with dull brass. In the corner was a raised stage with several human musicians playing a style of music he'd never heard before. One was playing a bass while standing up. There was one with some form of trumpet or horn. Another sitting at some sort of wood box, playing with little keys on top and pedals on the bottom. And finally another sitting behind a set of what must be drums. They were playing so quickly, and he didn't notice any sheet music. This was a far cry from the orchestra he was used to. What do you think of the music? How are they playing? I don't see any sheets for them to read as they play, he said, which made the pirate laugh. You've never seen musicians make it up as they go along? What music do you have? Orchestra, Cassus replied, and the pirate waited for a moment before realizing he had nothing else to add. That's it? You're a spacefaring kingdom that's never evolved beyond orchestra? How boring. This is jazz. The last word made him frown as it was distinctly human sound. They had another form of music? Well, he supposed that shouldn't be all too unusual for another species, though. As far as he knew, all the other species also just had orchestra. Jazz, he said, the word sounding a little odd. That's it, the pirate said with a nod. We've also got rock, metal, electronic, alternative. Then she went into a series of words that didn't translate and made him blink in confusion. There was no way a species that still used blades and lead spitters had so many kinds of music. Their ship seemed to be bereft of stone, metal, or woodcrafters. How could they all be musicians? What species would allow their working class to display such a lopsided focus and skills? The chances of becoming a wealthy musician and working up the social structure had to be laughable, while skilled craftsmen were always respected. Most of those didn't translate, he informed her. And you can't be serious. What species has need for that much music? Need? She exclaimed with surprise. It's not need, it's desire. Variety is the spice of life, my good captain. And on this ship I've assembled quite the collection of musicians. Come then, let me show you the final room, my private quarters, so you might better understand our use of music. As she left the bar behind, Cassus was a bit surprised but followed behind her obediently. When they came to a massive room marked with a skull over crossed swords, he couldn't help but notice the dry flakes of the paint looked like blood. But it wasn't blood, right? When she stepped through the doors, he noticed the guards stayed outside, and soon it was just the pirate, the advisor, and himself. Flanking either side of the entryway were massive aquariums that made him stare for a moment at all the vibrant and brightly colored aquatic creatures inside. Then the floor stepped down into an area covered in a creamy off-white carpet. The furniture arrayed around the central area was incredibly mismatched, however. Some leather, some wood, some metal, he wasn't sure. I'm home, boys! The pirate called out then, and he heard some sort of thudding and panting before he gasped and turned to run as he saw 3 massive creatures running from the back rooms. They were 4-legged creatures with some sort of spiked fur. No, those were scales. Or were they scales or fur? They looked hard like scales, but moved and swayed differently than he expected. And as they ran up to the pirate, she would pet and scratch their heads, which would make the scales ripple down the length of their bodies like swaying grass or waves. They were quite strange, and he especially noticed their massive fangs as they rubbed up against the pirate. Those are pets? He gasped out, as he tried to figure out what they might be. She found them shortly after their mother was killed, and she raised them herself. That's all I can tell you, Junko informed him. Then the creatures pressed past the pirate, and one began to headbutt Junko's legs, nearly knocking the girl over as she reached down to rub the creature's cheek. When the nearest one to Cassus that had grayish scales with some sort of blue undertone or glow sniffed at him, he gulped and whimpered a bit. But then the creature looked back at the pirate. She said something in the human language, and then the creature began to nuzzle against Cassus's side. Nice, boy. Cassus murmured and reached down to pet the creature's head, rubbing back its ears, which it seemed to like. As he touched the creature, he had even more trouble figuring out what coated it, since it felt more like a stone covered in moss than anything else he could describe. But finally, the pirate waved the creatures past Cassis and out the door. "Kuki, go feed them," she told the heavy-set doctor, Chef, who nodded and happily started rubbing and petting the happy-seeming creatures. "All right, let me get you more familiar with human music," the pirate said, walking forward to some sort of wood and black mesh table. She picked up a sleeve of some sort and pulled out a black disc, which she set into some sort of glass case with a machine inside. His ears twitched back as he heard a sudden pop sound, but then he began to hear music. It was a soft orchestral piece like he was used to. The method it was being played, however, was not. "What? That's a music playback device?" he asked, and walked forward next to the pirate to observe the process. Inside, a small round spot spun around, dragging a needle across the surface of the disc. Though he had no idea how that made music. Was it reading it like a hard disk drive? Was this some incredibly simple version of old computer tech? "It's ancient even to humans," she admitted. "I robbed a ship belonging to an eccentric rich asshole who had the galaxy's largest collection of such things. His kids were on the yacht as well. He didn't want to pay up at first, so I sent him a little recording on one of these. After that, he paid everything I wanted." Cassis's blood ran cold as she said that. The detached way she spoke about it. Her seemingly normal conversation and behavior so far had made him forget that she was responsible for the deaths of thousands of his men and several ships. "Ah, this is classical," she huffed, annoyed with the black disc. "Junko! You know I don't play music without your express permission, sir." Cassis had to assume they simply hadn't turned off their translators for his sake. "All right, but I've got my eyes on you." The pirate pointed 2 fingers into her eyes and then turned them to point at Junko. She opened the case and tossed the disc behind her as Junko quickly caught it. Then the pirate pulled another disc from another sleeve and set it back down. Once the music started, he heard brief portion with orchestra music, and then suddenly the tempo changed drastically. It became upbeat, and then he started hearing strange scratches and sounds that sounded more electronic. A human began singing, a female with a very nice voice, even if he didn't understand what was being said. The pirate turned then and suddenly grabbed Cassis, pulling him close. She set one hand on his hip and took the other in her armored fingers. She began to move her hips side to side to the beat of the music while taking small steps back and forth. When he looked up at her face, she was smiling wide. "Come on, Cassis, move your feet! It's time to dance." He hesitantly set his free hand on her hip and began to move his feet like she was trying to copy her movements. But just as he thought he was getting the hang of it, she used his lifted hand to spin him around and then start dancing while pressed up against his back, holding his arm at an awkward angle until he realized how to shift and turn it a bit. The way she pressed up against him from behind, one hand settled on his hip. It wasn't the worst experience. And the music was quite nice. He actually started moving with more enthusiasm through the dance, letting the power-armored human take the lead. He'd never had a female take lead in a dance, but he'd never danced with a human at all. Maybe this was normal? As the song stopped and moved on to another cheerful little tune, the pirate let go and smiled. "How's that for human music?" "Well, it's actually quite nice. I never would have thought that a pirate might—" He trailed off as he began to think about what he was saying. The pirate, of course, noticed, and a slow smirk crept over her face. "What? You never thought a pirate might enjoy such nice music? Why, my dear Cassis, the only difference between a hero and a villain is the soundtrack, and I make sure to have a wonderful soundtrack." She laughed as he frowned. "You can't be serious. Music is not what determines a hero from a villain," he protested. "Oh? So why am I so bad? You murder people!" he exclaimed, but the pirate didn't seem fazed. "Do I murder them? Or kill them?" Cassis frowned as he tried to figure out the difference. There is no difference." "Well, does that mean you're also a murderer? You're a ship's captain. Have you not gone to war?" Cassis opened and closed his mouth a few times before finally speaking. "It's different." The pirate just laughed at his words and poked him in the chest, which made him stagger back due to her armor-enhanced strength. "How? Because you serve a king who tells you that you're now going to war? I was once an officer in a navy. Didn't you wonder about my father? He was an admiral, and this was his ship. Did you think pirates built this ship? The only difference between us now is that you have a home and I don't. Cassus blinked at her words. But that... He tried to collect his thoughts. You attacked civilian vessels! You said you raided a yacht belonging to some rich human and stole his music. Clearly you don't just target military vessels. So when you go to war, you just let all your enemy's merchant vessels through? You don't try to raid their shipping or blockade strategic systems? She countered as Cassus tried to think of a reason that was different. Finally, he pointed at her. You're ransoming off the prisoners you captured on my vessel and threatened to eject 5,000 sailors into the void. He nodded then and crossed his arms, but she smiled, which made him nervous. I did, she nodded. I did do that. But has your nation always treated prisoners perfectly? Is your kingdom's history completely free of the blight of killing enemy prisoners? Cassus paused. That doesn't make it okay. Depends on how you justify it. Isn't it? Are there instances where your commanders rationalized their actions after the fact, and it turned out to be beneficial to your war effort? Cassus quietly thought that over, his silence his only reply. See, good men can always rationalize their actions. The difference is I don't care. She tapped her chest. I'm fighting for a home. Nothing will stand between me and that goal. I could rationalize what I've done action by action, or I can simply say fuck it. I'm a villain with a great soundtrack who knows exactly what she wants and won't be stopped by anything. Not by my enemies, not by morals, not by laws, except for the laws of physics that we haven't been able to break yet, of course. Cassus was left standing there feeling more and more confused by the pirate, and rather than continue to argue with him, she just smiled as a new song came on. Oh, I love this song too. She started to dance and sway to the tune before she started walking deeper into the room, out of the carpeted central area he was standing in. Now then, Junko, invite that other girl to join us while I get changed. The advisor tapped something on that metal rectangle she held as the pirate vanished into the depths of her private suite. She's got you all confused, huh? Junko said once she was done with her typing. Yes. Cassus had to admit as various thoughts moved through his mind. Does she really treat her crew well? Very. And those who are tired or done fighting are free to join the civilian colony fleet or get dropped off on any planets that are habitable. Though there's something you should know about that recording she said she made of the kids. They weren't tortured. Cassus frowned at that and looked to the advisor human. She faked it? He asked, unsure how he felt about the words of the pirate's advisor. There was just something trustworthy about her. No, they were isolated from the boarding action, so they didn't see the violence. She personally found them and told them that she was there to take them on a special adventure organized by their dad. Part of that adventure included her taking a small shuttle to a local planet, and while disguised, took them to an amusement park. She recorded them screaming while on various rides, or begging her to stop tickling them. She even recorded the noises they made after they ate too many sweets and got sick all over the place. Then she edited it and had the record sent to their father. I'm told he assumed it was torture and broke down, giving in to her demands. But when they were returned unharmed, thinking that he'd arranged for them to have an adventure with their long-lost aunt, he paid double. Is this true? He asked, though he had a feeling from the look on her face that it was. It is. But she's also a violent and bloodthirsty pirate who slaughters her enemies wholesale without remorse. Cassus blinked as she said that, and Junko shifted a little. I suppose what I'm trying to say is that she's not insane. She just doesn't care about the same things as most people. She has limits, though they're pretty rare, and she's very reasonable about most things. If you become her friend, she will be the best friend you've ever had. And if you become her enemy, she will get her revenge. I don't know what your kingdom is like, but if they don't treat her with the respect she demands, it will not end well. I don't envy your position as we'll start to move through your systems on our way to her goal. Cassus didn't envy himself either. He looked at Junko then. My niece is one of her prisoners, Neria Hinre Losan. If you can do anything to keep her safe, I'd greatly appreciate it. My family isn't nearly as wealthy as those of the other noble prisoners, and she was only able to join the prince's guest list because she is in fact my niece. She's young and innocent and deserves none of this. I have no idea if I'll ever be able to repay you, but please, can you help me? Junko was quiet for a while before nodding. I will. And something you should know, Captain. I might not be a prisoner, but I'm not really free either. She glanced at her metal rectangle then, and walked over to the far side of the room, not down the hall that the pirate went, but over to a small bar. She set the metal rectangle down and poured some sort of amber liquid into 2 large tumblers, and walked them back over. You're going to want to drink this. He took the offered glass and sniffed at it, eyes watering a little from the smell, and he had to cough a bit to clear his lungs of the vapors. Is this pure alcohol? No ice, no mixture, nothing? Then to his shock, the small human woman gulped hers down without stopping. Only when her glass was empty did she take a deep breath. Trust me, you're going to need it. And Captain, no matter what happens tonight, no matter what either one of us has to do, I want you to know that it's not personal and there's no hard feelings either way. She looked a little worried, and now Cassius was too. He was about to ask more, but then jumped as he heard some sort of sharp crack. What was that? He asked, now very worried. I don't know if there's a word for it in your language, but it's a leather device that can travel at supersonic speeds that's designed to punish and motivate slaves. By her very matter-of-fact way of speaking, he could tell she wasn't joking, but his eyes were wide with confusion and surprise. What? He exclaimed, and then saw the pirate step out from the hallway she'd vanished into earlier. All right. Who's ready for some fun? His mouth fell open as she was no longer wearing the armor, but something far different. Then he saw the coiled leather object in her hand, and as she suddenly lashed out with it, making that loud crack just above his head, he jumped and then gulped down the drink Junko had given him as quickly as he could, ignoring the fire burning down his throat. He was going to need this drink desperately. That much was certain. Void Fox, this is Arctic Wolf. Do you have eyes on the whales? Over. That's a negative, Arctic Wolf. Over. Sula Morgan responded on the squadron channel as she looked out through the nebula. Commander Forrest must be bored, she idly thought to herself. They should be in the area. Ping beacons aren't set so fan-wide. Over. Roger. Over and out. Sula switched back over to the flight channel as she spoke up. Flight, this is Void Fox. We're opening up our search bracket. Ping beacons still won't be set, so don't get lost. Understood? Over. Shit, Sula, we know how this works. Why are you getting all formal? As she heard Julia, she growled a little under her breath and squeezed her controls a bit harder. We've been doing this longer than you have, you know, Becca chimed in. And yet none of you have gotten promoted, Sula shot back. She hated her flight. Worst in the fleet by far. How the hell was she supposed to get assigned to a better flight? Or perhaps even be bumped up to a squadron leader position with these idiots? That's just 'cause we aren't willing to dress up all nice and wiggle our butts in the commander's face, Julia replied, which made Sula growl and squeeze her flight stick harder. Guys, Sula didn't do that either. They don't mean it, Sula. Don't listen to them. Sula sighed as she heard Felicia's worried tone. 2 unprofessional idiots and the only fighter pilot in the fleet of the damned who hadn't gotten a kill in her 8 years of service. Yes, Sula had been assigned to the worst flight they had. At least Felicia wasn't a jackass. But what kind of pirate starts crying at the thought of combat and killing people? As soon as a shuttle transport job came up, Sula was damn sure that Felicia was getting transferred. Just keep your eyes open, Sula finally uttered. The 4 Corsairs flying through the nebula were one of the 3 flights that made up Foxwing's only squadron, a collection or older model fighters being flown by pilots that weren't good enough for any of the other wings. When Sula was first told she was being promoted to flight leader a year ago, she'd been excited. Then they told her what flight she was leading and wondered who she'd pissed off. She'd have rather been an element leader in Dogwing. Sula, you know they didn't mean what they said, right? Sula sighed yet again as she heard Felicia over a direct channel. I don't pay much attention to anything they say, Felicia. Right, I wanted to make sure. You're a really good flight leader, you know. Even if they whine and complain and stuff, we haven't had any equipment malfunctions since you took over, which is pretty big. I really appreciate the help in the simulator, too. Sula didn't like Felicia. She pitied her, but she didn't like her. Everything got all emotional. Even so, she replied, You're doing well yourself, you know. You get less anxious each time the combat simulation begins. Someday you might even score a kill. Well, assists are fine. Someone else can take the credit. I'm not really interested in that. Tsula rolled her eyes as she heard the other pilot talk like that. If only they had more pilots. How the hell these three were allowed to fly fighters was beyond her. But, about their comment? Which comment? Tsula asked then. About dressing up nice for the commander. He's got this thing about Native Americans, you know. I mean, he's married, so it's not like that. But he goes on sometimes about the old legends regarding the first Pathfinders in the Golden Age. So, maybe if you mentioned, I don't want to be promoted because of my heritage, Felicia. She growled out, annoyed for a moment. I want to be promoted because of my merit. Oh, I get that, really I do. But you don't deserve to be kept back with us. I'm sure they can find another flight leader. Can't hurt to talk to him, right? Thanks, Felicia, but I'm not going that route, Tsula said firmly. But even then, she was wondering if that might work. She was tired of trying to get anywhere through service alone. This wasn't a real navy. It wasn't like new squadrons were being trained constantly for her to get transferred to. She might need to take her promotion into her hands directly. Her train of thought was interrupted, however, as she noticed deep shadows ahead of them in the nebula. Everyone eyes forward, stay sharp, she said after switching to the flight channel. As they watched the shadows grow and loom ahead of them, she had a pit in her stomach and she felt her fingers twitch over her firing trigger. Every time she approached something this big in the nebula, she got nerves like this. To see something so massive disturbing, the mist made her fear that some horrific creature would suddenly emerge and destroy them. But then the bow of the Retribution became clear and she sighed heavily. She quickly opened a hailing channel then. Retribution Tower, this is Void Fox. You're off course from Blue Waters. We're here to lead you in. Over. Roger that, Void Fox. We have you on instruments. Lead the way. Over. Glad to see you back, Tower. Over and out. Tsula and her flight quickly rolled their fighters around to head back the way they'd come to lead the fleet to their destination. It had been months since they'd seen any Congo forces, but whenever the colony fleet was left in the nebula this far behind the Retribution, they played it safe and kept all ping beacons and other long-range communications silent. Most of the colony fleet was unarmed after all, and while the various fighter and bomber wings deployed to protect the colony fleet, that wouldn't do much against a full Congo strike force. Arctic Wolf, this is Void Fox. We have found the whales and are guiding them home. Over. Roger that, Void Fox. Recalling squadrons. Over and out. With that call out of the way, Tsula knew that they'd have about half an hour of nothing but quiet flying. Then they'd have to land and pack up their things before having it moved over to the Retribution. While most people complained about constantly moving their gear between ships, each move was especially nerve-wracking for Tsula thanks to her contraband. As she thought about that for a moment, she tuned into the channel Julia and Becca had open. She told them it was private, but it wasn't. Shit, why did Mel have to go and get promoted? He was easy on the eyes, and he wasn't such a fucking rule freak like this bitch is. I know what you mean. All the drills and fucking checklists. We were doing fine long before she came along. Doesn't she get we're fucking pirates? Tsula made sure her mic was muted before she sighed as she listened to Julia and Becca bitch about her. Think we should consider blue on blue? Tsula's blood ran cold for a moment as she heard Becca suggest that. Nah, she real careful about our IFF and we're always in the simulators and shit. We'd get fucked once they checked the logs. Tsula quickly typed out a quick command on her console to make a copy of the recording. Now she had a very important reason to go see her commander. Promotion or transfer, she'd just caught those two whiskey tango hags talking about killing her. Like she needed more of this crap. It seemed like every up in her life was followed by a down. Her family's company gets chosen to build fighters for the war. Congo assassins begin killing her relatives. Get chosen for the prestigious Pegasus Academy, the war devastates her home. Break numerous records at the academy, and show promise for being the best cadet in generations. But before she can graduate, the war ends in favor of the Congos. Parents rich from defense contracts declared war criminals by the Congos and are forced to flee. She was tired of ups and downs. She just wanted ups. She was a great pilot. Everyone knew that. Yet it had taken her 5 years flying for the civilian fleet to get picked for a fighter. Then they gave her an old Corsair. She couldn't say anything bad about the fighter that had first made her family famous, but what she would do to get a newer Phoenix, or even one of the exceptionally rare Comanche. Those truly did her family proud. She wished sometime she could reveal her actual last name and let them know why she knew every fighter inside and out. But they hadn't joined the fleet, and she didn't want anyone knowing who she truly was in case there was any bad blood. She took a slow breath as she thought about the mess her life was and tried to figure a way to clean it up some, starting with getting another command. How had Mel gotten promoted out of this wing in the first place? It was his fault. The 3 pilots in his command were complete fuck-ups. Or at least it was his fault they were still allowed to fly. She understood this was a pirate fleet, but the fighter wings were supposed to be elite. They were supposed to live up to the old standards. That was hardly the case with her flight, however. When she started paying attention to Julia and Becca once more, they were complaining about the relationship regs. If only she could get some evidence of them breaking those rules, then they'd be shoved out the nearest airlock after a quick investigation. It seemed ironic to her that she could prove their incompetence, but couldn't get them replaced because they needed all the pilots they could get now. Yet if she could prove they were fucking without approval, then they'd get a quick execution. It wasn't that she disagreed with the rules either. Resources in the fleet were very closely monitored because of how limited they were. If people were having unauthorized relationships, then things could get out of hand real quick. Between the chances of pregnancy and dangerous emotional attachments, there was a reason those regs had been put in place. Plus, what if someone tried to use sex as bribery for more resources than they were allotted? Well, a mandatory death sentence was a pretty damn good deterrent. Then again, some people had no ambition, and sex was the only thing their tiny little brains could strive for. That was the biggest problem with most of the pilots she'd dealt with in this wing. They had no ambition. Felicia was just piloting long enough to get a reproduction license, and Julia and Becca were in it for the extra rum rations and money for their man whores. She knew that most of the pirates joked about what a dream job that was. But the first and only time Sula had gone to one of the brothels in the colony fleet, she hadn't seen a dream job. She had seen men with a fixed smile and tired eyes. Sula wasn't interested in the extra rum, and she saved as much of her money as she could. She had her sights set far higher than these brain-dead morons could even dream. She felt a little sorry lumping Felicia into that category, but it was true. They had years of service with the fleet, and not a single one of them were an ace. Sula had made ace after just 2 battles. 2. She currently had the second highest kill count per battle, all while piloting a Corsair. She grit her teeth a little and squeezed her control stick tighter. She was going to rise above this. No matter what life tossed her way to keep her down, she was going to beat it. That much she promised herself. Sula let her mind wander a little as she tried to plan out her next moves, while they flew along but focused when she saw the lighter color of the nebula ahead of them. Sure enough, they broke through the clouds and into the light of a small blue dwarf before long. The colony fleet often hid around lone dwarfs like this that were concealed in the nebula. It gave them a change from the same reddish, pinkish, whatever color the nebula was. She could see the other fighter wings returning to their various vessels now that the Retribution was moving in behind them. For a moment she was about to remind her flight to get their gear ready when they landed, but decided against it. Becca and Julia would just bitch and moan about her telling them what they already knew, and Felicia didn't need to be reminded. So she kept quiet as they approached the old freighter, the Clydesdale, that served as an improvised carrier for the fighter wings when they were deployed to protect the colony fleet. The bombers were already flying out towards the Retribution from the Buffalo, passing by Sula and her flight. They were heading back into the mist to meet up with the Retribution, which was still obscured in the nebula. It would take them another 20 or 30 minutes to breach the mist, but their powerful sensors were likely picking up the colony fleet now that they had followed Sula and her flight in the right direction. As she flew on, she looked out at the bomber wings flying by. Most of them were Stingrays made by her family's competitors over at Castor Dynamics, but she saw a few Mauser Industry armadillos. Now there was a fantastic ship. She wished her family could claim to have made those beasts. Oh well, one solid fighter design followed by 2 phenomenal fighter designs was still great. Once more she thought about the things she could do if she got a Comanche. Things even her grandfather would have marveled at. So much history with the Confederacy, only to have it all poisoned by her uncle and cousins after the end of the war. She sighed and shook the thoughts from her head yet again as she prepped her landing. Clydesdale, this is Void Fox returning with my entire flight. Such as it is. Over. She heard a brief chuckle. Glad you're back, Void Fox, even with that greeting. Such as it is. You know where to go. She always got the sensation that the colony controllers were too casual. But soon she'd be back on the Retribution, and if the campaign was going to turn out like everyone thought, then she wouldn't be back in the colony fleet for the next several months. As she brought her ship into one of the freighter's makeshift hangars, she lined herself up. FWS-3F4E1. That was her. As she landed her Corsair, she didn't fully shut it down. Instead, she set it to standby and plugged a thumb drive into her command console. After downloading the log between Becca and Julia, she pulled the thumb drive free and tucked it into a pocket. With all that out of the way, she finally opened the canopy, pulled off her helmet to set it in her seat, and climbed over the side and down her ship. As she climbed down, Theo approached and spoke up. Hey, we can't unload the ordnance with your ship on standby. I'm perfectly aware of that, Theo. I don't want you guys unloading the ordnance. Just top off my fuel and I'll fly it over to the Retribution. That way it saves you the trouble, HM? She smiled as she looked over at her crew chief, even as he frowned. She knew full well that they liked to overload the Corsair with as much heavy ordnance as it could carry, so they wouldn't have to move it by hand. Yeah, that's fine, he said, leaving his objection unspoken as he probably realized she didn't like it when they stressed her ship. Theo was a decent crew chief, but he, like many of the flight crew for Fox Wing, were lazy. Sula constantly tried to change their habits, but it was an uphill battle. Even so, as she watched, he waved off the ordnance rack and set the crew to topping off her fuel while she headed out of the hangar. She felt like she was getting close to having him do the right thing the first time. She just wished she didn't have to train her flight crew to do the right thing, and that they'd do it naturally. Ignoring her quarters for now, she headed to Commander Forrest's office on the ship, knowing he would be packing up to head back over to the Retribution. It didn't take her long to reach his office and knock on the wall before she heard the call to enter. As she stepped inside, the tall, fair-skinned officer was carefully tucking some pictures into a box as he cleared up his office. Tsula. What brings you to my office? Tsula pulled the thumb drive out of her pocket and handed it to her commander. He arched a brow as he took the device in hand and looked from it to her. A log of 2 of my pilots discussing blue on blue. With me as the target. To her surprise, the officer just sighed and tucked the thumb drive into his pocket. If they announced they were going ahead with it and you have a recording, then you'd be talking to Shore Patrol. Since you aren't, that means they decided against it. You have to understand that some of the crew are more rough and tumble than you are. But you've got to understand that most of the pilots here don't think or work the same way you do. I mean, you act like an academy cadet. They're just blowing off steam. Hell, if they're complaining about you that much, then it means you're really doing a good job keeping them in shape. He continued to pack while he spoke. Sir, they were speaking about shooting me. If you were listening to people plotting your death, I feel like you'd react differently. Forrest smirked at that and looked back at Sula. I have listened to them plot my death. Several times. You get used to it. Don't take it so hard. Sula shifted and frowned as he went back to packing. Sir, then at least transfer me. I'll go back to my old position as element leader in Dogwing. Transfer you? He looked back, incredulous. You're the best pilot I've got in this wing. The best new pilot I've seen in years. No transfers. She growled internally, but before she could press the issue, he changed the subject. What kind of name is Tsula, anyway? That caught her off guard, and she blinked for a moment. Sir? It's unusual, but your personnel file doesn't mention much about your history. She had to be careful that she didn't say too much. If people had known the real Tsula Morgan, she might get caught. It's Cherokee, sir. She saw him arch a brow at that. Cherokee? You don't look... As he trailed off, Sula felt real anger rising up within her. What? I don't look like your typical redskin? Were you hoping for feathers in my hair? Beads? Moccasins? Maybe you just haven't heard my war cry as I scalp my dead enemies. She growled out and got agitated, moving her hands as she spoke. Hey, that's not what I meant. I was just surprised. He was on the defensive now as he could tell how annoyed Sula was. You think you're the first person to be surprised when I tell them that? Everyone's idea of my people come from ancient vids that were racist as hell even back then. Well, like it or not, I'm Cherokee. She crossed her arms then and glared a bit. If she ever met someone who could tell the difference between a Shoshone and a Cherokee, or ever heard her terrible accent, she might be in trouble. But that day had yet to come. Forrest held out his hands then. Okay, I'm sorry. I wish I had known. Why? Would you have asked me to perform a war dance before raids? No. He insisted and looked a bit flustered. I respect tribals a great deal. I was raised listening to tales of the pathfinders of the Golden Age blazing trails through the heavens, you know. I can see why you're such a good pilot now. Your people have always had a gift for navigating the void. She arched a brow and held her tongue. If he was inclined to positive racism, she wouldn't stop it in this instance. Then he paused. Hey, your call sign. Void Fox. Have you ever seen one? Void Foxes aren't allowed on the fleet, and they're extremely expensive. Do I seem like the kind to break the rules or have a pet like that? She stared him right in the eye while trying to seem annoyed, still instead of worried or anxious, and to her relief, he nodded. Yeah, silly question, I suppose. He idly rubbed his mustache for a moment and then nodded. Tell you what, there's some possible new recruits. If you're willing to train some fresh-faced rookies, I'll let you lead up that flight, but they won't have any experience. And you have to wait for us to fix up enough fighters for them to fly. I'll take it. If they don't have any experience, then they don't have any bad habits. She quickly replied, which made him chuckle. True enough. All right then, go pack up for the move. From what I hear, we'll be on the retribution for the next several months, so feel free to actually unpack this time. She nodded then and took her leave. If he didn't feel like formality was important, then it saved her a salute she didn't feel he deserved anyway. As she walked back through the ship, it took her a few minutes to reach her quarters. There were several other pilots in the hall as they packed up their stuff for the crews to move over to the retribution. She carefully tapped her foot against the bottom of her door twice when no one was watching, and then punched in her code to unlock it. When she stepped inside the empty room, she quickly shut and locked the door behind her. Once she was locked inside, she sighed with relief, and then looked around the room for a moment. Everything looked the same. Bunk, door to the bathroom, her large traveling trunk. What most people didn't know was that the bottom of her trunk had a special compartment that could only be opened from the inside. After a quick glance into her bathroom, as if someone might be hiding in there, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a clicker. Once, twice, pause. Once, pause. Once and then twice. With that final click, there was a soft pop as Watsia came out from hiding in the special compartment built into the travel trunk. Her parents had provided the trunk to her before she left for the academy, one of the few things she still had from her old life. It was expensive, but they had spared no expense to help her hide the purple and black fox. Watsia just opened her mouth in a happy smile and began to wag her tail as soon as she saw Sula. "Who's my little Watsia?" she cooed out as she knelt down to start rubbing her pet's head. Despite what she'd just told Forrest, she did, in fact, have a void fox for a pet. Watsia had been with her since she was a kid. She'd learned quickly how to hide her pet for many reasons. Between their value, there were a great many myths about them. They were highly sought after. But to her, this was her friend. Perhaps her only true friend these days. She quickly began to scratch her fox behind the ears and then rubbed her belly when she rolled over. That big, happy grin on the fox's face never ceased to make Sula smile. She kept playing with Watsia for several minutes before looking down into the hidden compartment she'd made for the fox, ensuring there was still food and water. "You're always so smart, my little Watsia. You always save some for later." The fox looked up at her before tilting her head to the side, which made Sula laugh. "You know what I'm talking about. It's just a good thing you're smart enough to use the toilet so I don't have to clean up after you. Smarter than any cat. Friendlier than any dog. The most loyal pet anyone could ask for. You're truly perfect." She murmured and picked the fox up, cuddling her in her arms like a child. Watsia happily licked at her face for a moment, but mostly just wagged her tail and nuzzled against Sula like always. With anyone else, Sula always had to keep her guard up, maintain one of several stories. But with Watsia, she was happy and herself. I know you don't like being in there for too long, but I'm going to have to pack up soon and get you back to the Retribution. Though I promise you I'll find a way to smuggle you into the park. Let you roll around on grass again. How's that sound? She smiled as her fox just kept wiggling in her arms happily. She was about to continue babying the animal when she heard the klaxons suddenly blare. Watsia stopped wiggling and whined as Sula quickly shoved her back into the compartment under the trunk. Sorry, girl. She apologized before shutting the door and activating a small button that would activate an oxygen bottle inside. Even if the trunk got sucked into space, her pet would have 6 hours of air. That done, she got up and ran out of her room, quickly slipping past the other pilots as she ran through the ship. What's going on? She asked as she got to the hangar and the flight crew were standing around looking unsure. No clue, General Alert, Theo said with a shrug. Am I topped off? Yeah, you're set. The others? She looked around for Felicia, Julia, or Becca, but didn't see any. No idea. Your ship is the only one fit to fly right now. We've got the ordnance on the others half on, half off. We'll get them ready. Now! She yelled as she climbed up into her Corsair, grabbing her helmet and pulling it on, sealing it quickly as she reached up to yank the canopy down faster than the automated arm was going. Once the canopy was done, she quickly flipped on her systems, very thankful that she had left it on standby. The flight crew had barely cleared the space behind her fighter when she was turning and flying out of the hangar. Void Fox away! What the hell is going on? Void Fox, this is Arctic Wolf. We have Congo Strike Force inbound. Repeat. Congo Strike Force inbound. Her blood ran cold for a moment at that. This wasn't going to be some merc fleet or Xenos or even other pirates. This was going to be a real fight. Fighter and bomber wings are moving in on the colony fleet. Retribution is not in position. You need to get out there right now. Understood! Any support? She asked, though she had a bad feeling even before she asked. Cat is just starting to fly. Dog is unknown. The rest of Fox is, we're coming when we can. Sula cursed as she realized she was out ahead of everyone else. Fuck it. Life was short. Her computer was picking up about a dozen bombers and 16 fighters at the edge of the colony fleet ahead of her. Hercules and Phalanx, Congo's top of the line at the end of the war. Shit. As she approached, she noticed the Congo ships were bearing down on the main colony ship and seemed to be ignoring everything else. She couldn't let them get there, but how was a single fighter supposed to stop that many? She quickly looked over her armament, 2 Hydras, 8 Sparrows, and then her cannons. They all had chaff and countermeasures that would ensure her missiles wouldn't do much this early in the fight, and from this range. But it would get their attention. She quickly locked onto the 6 closest Phalanx before setting her Hydras to 2, target of opportunity. No doubt the Congo pilots were getting the warning as she pulled her trigger, and the Sparrows streamed away before the Hydras screamed after them. 2 Sparrows and cannons. This was going to be interesting. As she watched, the Congos began to take evasive maneuvers, breaking off their straight shot at the colony ship. All but 1 Phalanx, that is. She set her sights on the lead bomber and had her computer lock on, even as she saw the mass of Hercules start to fly her way. She could see the explosions as her missiles were detonated by chaff or ECM and didn't think anything hit. At least she had their attention now. Thanks for the light show, Void Fox. But we aren't letting you hog all the glory. She looked over her shoulder then and saw 6 Phoenix blast past her. Better late than never, Jade Tiger. She shot back at the fleet's best pilot. Ace of Aces, Champion of the Confederacy, Jasmine Nishizawa. As the superior fighters moved forward to tangle with the Hercules, Sula focused on her own target once more. Pushing her Corsair hard, she began to catch up with the bomber as it refused to break from its attack run on the colony ship. When the gunner on the bomber began to fire her way, she quickly started to roll and twist to avoid the golden bolts streaming past her. There was no way her cannons alone would be able to take out that armored beast in time to stop it from hitting the colony ship. But she highly doubt her Sparrows could avoid the chaff and ECM. Void Fox, you've got a tail! She heard over the main channel and quickly cursed before cutting her Corsair to the right as she saw a cloud of tracers tear through her last location. So she had a Phalanx she couldn't hit in front of her and a Hercules that she couldn't outrun behind her. Time to earn her pay. She quickly tapped on her control panel to bring up her rear camera in the corner of her helmet, letting her see the Hercules behind her. When he began to fire, she'd jerk up or down to avoid the bullets, but she tried not to let him distract her too much. Instead, she focused on getting even with the phalanx, trying to stay on the same plane as him. That way, the top gunner couldn't aim down enough and the bottom gunner was blocked by the bomber's wings. They were getting close to the colony ship. It was now or never. She quickly tapped on her control panel with one hand to turn off the Sparrow's proximity safety, and then boosted hard, feeling the acceleration pin her into her seat as she jetted just in front of the phalanx, releasing the missiles just as she passed. The bomber pilot had less than a second to realize what he was flying into before the missiles slammed into the cockpit and exploded. The entire bomber quickly ruptured in a massive fireball as its ordnance exploded in a chain reaction. Yet all she heard was a soft thud through the void of space. "Take that, you fuck!" she screamed as she watched the fireball on her rear camera. But then several sharper thuds brought her back into reality as she realized the Hercules hadn't given up and was shooting at her. Then the blaring proximity collision alarm sounded in her ears, and she swore as she twisted, very narrowly avoiding the colony ship she had been trying to protect. She had to hug the hull of the ship to avoid the Hercules behind her, grunting a bit as the tight turning kept her pinned in her seat. Even as she straightened out and shot past the top of the colony ship heading back towards the main battle, she could see the Hercules right behind her. She couldn't shake him that easily. Ahead of her, the Congos were quickly getting outnumbered, as the rest of the fighter wings finally joined the fight, and most of the phalanx had targeted the freighters and supply ships near the edge of the fleet. The damage would still be considerable, but the colony ship seemed safe. There were 2 more thuds as she got hit again, and she cursed, noticing a few warning lights. Thankfully, the Corsair was tougher than people gave it credit. It looked like there wasn't going to be any help for her from the other pilots soon enough to matter. So she thought over her options as she tried to keep twisting and jerking to avoid being killed. She made for the nearest freighter she could see, quickly moving in, skimming just across the top before shoving her stick down the second she was over the edge. The Hercules was still behind her, but she noticed he took a shallower angle to avoid the worst of the G-force. Perfect. She kept the dive as tight as she possibly could, groaning a little as her vision began to narrow, while she circled the freighter perhaps just feet from scrapping her canopy on the hull. Once she was back on the other side, out of sight of the Hercules for a few precious seconds, thanks to his shallower dive, she slammed her hand on the button for the emergency oxygen vent, which jerked her hard as her fighter was spun around. But now she was facing back the way she had come, as the Hercules cleared the side of the freighter. She squeezed the trigger hard and heard the soft kunk-kunk-kunk of her cannons, as 6 25mm shells slammed into the Hercules, and it split apart under the fire. "Yeah!" she screamed as she scored her second kill, watching the wreckage tumble away for a moment. That's when she saw the alarm lights. She was leaking oxygen even before she'd just ejected most of it. "Shit," she muttered and then started holding her breath just in case. The fight was still going, but from what she could tell they were driving the Congos off, as she began to beeline for the Clydesdale. "Arctic Fox, this is Void Fox returning to shelter. Bingo oxygen. Repeat bingo oxygen. Come on back, Void Fox. The fight will be over soon. The retribution is narrowing in on the Congo ship still in the nebula. This is a fight for the Marines and boarding parties now. You've done your job. Wish I could say the same for the rest of your flight." "Felicia?" she asked, concerned about her only nice pilot. "We'll talk when you get back. Save your air, Void Fox. Over and out." He ended, finally remembering procedure which Sula realized she'd ignored for most of the fight. When she checked the clock in her helmet, she blinked and had to look again. It had already been 15 minutes. Time flies when you're killing people. She glanced to her right out at the nebula as she saw dark shadows deep in the mist. There the rest of the battle was unfolding. Monsters of the void, soon to be locked in combat. "Pirates!" Andromeda's face was on every screen in the boarding ship. "This is the real deal once more. No mercs! No Xenos! It's time to face a real challenge again. Other humans! These Congo fools tried to attack the colony fleet while we were gone. But you're going to teach them what it means to mess with the fleet of the damned. And damned we are. For those of you who don't survive this battle, I expect you to start taking over hell as soon as you get there. I demand a throne made from the bodies of my enemies when I arrive to take over." Saavik grinned wide as the Baroness said that. Even before he'd joined the fleet, he'd listened to her broadcasts across the Edge systems and had longed to join her. Anything was better than a life digging in the dirt. That much he was sure after watching his father wither away in the mines. When he'd heard the sirens and heard who had shown up to raid the mines, he had personally bludgeoned the foreman's head in with his shovel to keep him from blowing up the mine shaft, and Saavik had been a proud pirate ever since. He focused once more as she snarled and kept speaking. "They've taken our homes. They've tried to take our freedom. And the bastards are still trying to take our lives. Show them what it means to mess with us. For those of you who die today, glory awaits you in the afterlife that I'll someday rule over. For those of you who survive today, then you'll share in the spoils and the extra grog rations." Saavik cheered at that with everyone else in the boarding ship. "Don't expect the Marines to surrender, but let them if they do." "But no one touches any civvies! I'll skin you alive and make you eat your own boot if you do." The fiery-headed pirate commander growled menacingly before she stopped and smiled. "Just don't forget the most important thing of all. Have fun out there." Saavik laughed and cheered, shifting his axe in his right hand and the M2151 in his left. "Now then, bring me victory!" she shouted as the boarding ship filled with cheers, and then her face was replaced with a timer. 30 seconds! Saavik heard the pilot scream from the back of the ship. He could hear a few worried whispers, but he wasn't having any of that. "You fuckers heard the Baroness? Extra grog, loot, and glory in death. What more can we ask for? If you want to get through this, then you have to stop being men and start being demons, devils, dogs." He could hear them start to murmur in agreement, but that wasn't good enough. He smacked the head of his axe against the deck. "The fuck was that?" I said stop being men. That certainly means stop being fucking pussies. We're devil dogs now. He heard some nervous laughs and a few cheers, but he began to tap the head of his axe against the ground. "Let them hear you. Across the void. Let those Congo fucks know who we are. We're devil dogs. Got that? What are we? Devil." They chanted back. "Dogs." "Devil," he repeated. "Dogs." That is better, but not great. "Devil." "Dogs!" By the end, everyone was chanting it as loud as they could. Just then, the timer hit 5 seconds and the battle mist sprayed down upon them. As they sucked in deep lungs full of the combat drug, they all began screaming and stomping more energetically. Then he felt the retro thrusters activate at the last second, before the boarding ship slammed into the side of whatever Congo ship was unlucky enough to be in front of them. At this point, Saavik no longer needed to hear and quickly holstered his pistol before pushing his earbuds into his ears and turning on his music through the controls on his wrist. As the music started playing, he grinned wide and shifted his grip on his axe so he could run with it easier. He couldn't hear the torches on the front of the boarding ship cutting through the hull of their target, but the door finally opened and they all began to rush out. The music drowned out anyone else's battle cries, but Saavik was screaming as he moved forward. They were lucky enough to have been unleashed in a hangar bay, which meant they'd be getting into the thick of it very quick. Sure enough, across the bay and past the various racks of ordnance and fuel rigs, he saw Congo Marines in their clean-looking armor hastily setting up barricades. There were about 5 main halls he could see ahead that led out of the hangar. He was closer to the left side of the bay, so he quickly started running towards the leftmost barricade. Gunnery would be up front, engine and bridge in the back. Either way, going straight didn't make sense. He had to cut over more into the group of pirates that had emerged to his left, and he soon found himself behind a scrawny first-timer who only had a basic cutlass and a cassetta. That little pea-shooter wouldn't do shit against Congo Marines. As they got closer, the Marines opened fire, and Saavik saw the man in front of him stagger a bit. The Kevlar had stopped the bullet, but Saavik wasn't interested in helping the pirate get out of harm's way. He quickly shifted his axe so he was holding it just under the head, and then gripped the other pirate by the back of his Kevlar and picked him up off the ground. As soon as the newbie realized what was going on, he looked over his shoulder at Saavik, eyes wide with fear, but then more bullets slammed into him, and his eyes closed as the body went limp, easier for Savick to carry. As he got closer to the barricade, he couldn't see shit around the dead guy he was holding, so he waited until he was just at the edge before tossing the dead pirate across the top and into the Marines behind it. As they staggered back, he jumped the barricade, shifting his axe before he swung at the nearest Marine who hadn't been shoved back. The swing was perfect as the very top of the blade head slipped between the edge of the helmet and the neck of the chest piece. Savick felt the temporary resistance as the man's flesh tried to stop the blade, but the blade won and there was a splash of crimson as the man's throat was ripped free of the rest of his body. While the Marine dropped his rifle and clutched at his throat, Savick let go of the axe with his left hand so he could jerk his pistol free, shoving the barrel in the face of the next Marine in the barricade as he pulled the trigger. The strong glass cracked as the first bullet slammed into the visor and then shattered as the second followed right behind. Point-blank .45 rounds had that effect. The third and fourth shots were overkill, but he didn't care. By this point, the Marines who'd been knocked down by the dead pirate he'd tossed over the barricade were starting to get to their feet. Figuring he didn't have long before they could fight back, he jumped over them and ran off down the hall they'd been protecting. Hopefully, the other pirates had enough time to close in on the barricade behind him. He wasn't sure, of course, because he couldn't hear anything but his music, and he had no interest in looking back. Savick knew getting ahead of the main force was dangerous, as pirates had more strength in numbers. But he wasn't some weak little tweaker with a little blade. He had an axe, a body shaped by hard labor, and a mind hardened by his father's belt. Sprinting forward, he made it to the first junction, and had a choice of going left, right, or straight ahead into a big room of some sort. As he looked right, he saw more Marines, but they were setting up a machine gun. He saw them just as they saw him, and he quickly fired off every bullet left in his pistol's magazine before jumping forward and out of the junction as a swarm of bullets swept through the air he had just been in. As he landed in the room, he had jumped onto some sort of padding, and as he looked around, he realized the entire floor was indeed padded, while the walls were covered in mirrors. He was in some sort of workout room, it seemed. Not a workout room. He realized it was, in fact, a dojo, as he saw the lone figure across the room from him. A swordsman in a fucking kimono. He looked serious, too. The way he held that big fucking blade, the way he positioned his feet. He even had a secondary blade on his hip. The guy probably knew how to properly duel someone very well. The problem for the swordsman was Savick had no fucking clue how to duel. Well, not properly. He was about to simply load his pistol and shoot the fucker, but then he remembered the Baroness. Have fun out there. It echoed through his mind for a moment, and then he grinned wide. Holstering his pistol, he shifted his grip on his axe and began to walk across the padded floor as the electronic music blared loud in his ears. The swordsman was saying something, but Savick didn't know what, and he didn't care. Instead, he began to pick up speed before suddenly hoisting his axe and tossing it two-handed at the swordsman. The thing about Savick's axe is that it had started life as a fireman's axe, but since only madmen fought fire with an axe, Savick had taken it for himself. It had never been designed as a weapon, and Savick's skill with it came from practice more than anything else. It was terribly balanced for throwing, and he could tell right away that it wasn't an effective throw at all. But the swordsman saw a spinning axe hurling through the air, and quickly shifted his sword to try and deflect it, leaving the blade flat to Savick in his haste. While he did that, Savick charged behind his axe, letting the swordsman deflect it, before Savick shoulder-tackled him as hard as he could, pinning the sword blade flat between them. Up this close, Savick could see the surprise and fear in the swordsman's eyes. That is just before Savick tilted his head into the tackle and his skull connected with the swordsman's nose. Savick weighed about 275 with all his gear on, and the swordsman was perhaps 150. So when Savick hit him while traveling at about 20 miles an hour, the laws of gravity and inertia ruled in his favor, and the swordsman went down hard, getting knocked back several feet, hitting his back and rolling hard. Savick stopped then to pick up his axe as he approached the prone swordsman. To his credit, after a hit like that, the swordsman was trying to bring his sword up to defend himself, but Savick wasn't going for a clean kill. He hefted his axe up and then brought it down on the swordsman's knee. The blade was made for destroying doors and fighting fire itself. Flesh and bone was little challenge to it. The swordsman was likely screaming at this point. Savick could see his mouth open and the pain on his face. He waited to make sure the man was in too much pain to try and stab him, before he finally brought the axe down on his head, ending his pain and suffering. Savick looked around the room once more and saw a door in the corner. Perhaps that's what the swordsman was protecting. Before advancing, Savick pulled QR sticker from his belt and slapped it on the swordsman's chest. The other pirates would understand what it meant. Dibs. Then he reloaded his pistol and opened the door and found a back corridor of some sort. He wondered why the swordsman would be protecting it before he realized it connected with the maintenance tunnels. He pushed on then and quickly found the nearest elevator access hatch. He looked inside and then pulled his head back as an elevator nearly took it off. When the metal box stopped, he carefully crawled through the hatch and sat on top of it. His axe wouldn't be any good in such a confined space, so he set it to the side, tugging 2 push daggers out of his armored vest and squeezing his fingers around the grips. He waited for the elevator to start heading up and then carefully opened the access hatch on top of the elevator. Inside were 2 Marines with rifles facing the door, away from him. He could try to drop behind them quietly, but fuck that. "Well, shit. Don't you boys know this is a knife party?" He screamed as he dropped down. The Marines turning with surprise, Savick punched the first one in the chest, the dagger between his fingers driving through the armor and into the man's chest. But not deep enough to kill him, as Savick pulled back and realized he might have a serious fucking fight all of a sudden. To their credit, they dropped their rifles as the Marine he wasn't punching moved to pull his knife free, and the one he was punching tried to grab Savick's arm. Instead of trying to change tactics, Savick just doubled down, slamming his left fist and dagger into the Marine's right arm, before pulling his right arm back and then jamming it into the Marine's stomach. Between the blades driving into flesh and the force of the punches, the Marine's attempt to grab Savick was ended by what was no doubt debilitating pain and several cut muscles in his arm. Knowing he had to be quick, Savick dropped the push dagger from his right hand and used that now free hand to grab the wrist of the Marine who had gotten his knife free. Rather than try and shove it away, Savick pulled it forward, driving the blade forward into his own torso. His armor turned the blade for the most part, but he felt something cold along his stomach just under his ribs. With this turning motion, though, it was easier for him jab his left hand across his body and straight into the throat of the Marine, that same sweet spot he'd hit before with his axe. As the blade drove deep into the Marine's throat, Savick saw the crimson blood gush out and down the front of his armor. When he tried to reach up at the wound, Savick just pulled his left hand and drove it in once more for good measure. He turned to the other Marine now, who was staggering back and trying to pull his gun free, but the way his arm was bleeding from the cut up by the shoulder made it clear that was difficult for him. Savick kicked him hard in the left knee, and as he felt a crunch, he leaned forward to shove his weight further onto his foot, snapping the knee completely. The Marine's head tilted back while, likely screaming in his helmet now that his shin bent the wrong way below the knee, which opened up his throat. Savick's left hand arched up then in an uppercut-like punch, which drove the blade up-throat the Marine's throat and into his brainstem just before he went completely limp. Savick turned then and made sure the other Marine was down, and he was indeed. Savick watched the Marine desperately squeezing at his throat as his life slipped through his fingers. With neither Marine posing a threat anymore, Savick hit the emergency stop button on the elevator to make sure the doors didn't suddenly open to a squad of armed Marines. Then he tugged the knife stuck in his armor free and hissed as the pain of the slash along his stomach and side became a hell of a lot more noticeable. He tucked his one push dagger back into his vest and gripped the Marine's bloody knife. Good attempt. He praised the dying Marine as he crouched down, wincing a little as he did. If the Marine was trying to say something, his music still drowned it out. We shall meet again. In Hell Valhalla, the fields of Mars, or whatever resting place awaits the likes of us. Then he drove the Marine's knife up under his chin and into his brain to kill him more quickly. He deserved a quicker death. That done, Savick found his dropped push dagger, tucked it into his vest even though it was covered in blood, and stood up. Once he was up, he gripped the railing on the emergency hatch he'd used to get into the elevator, gasping in pain for a moment as the gash along his stomach and side opened up a bit. He grabbed his axe at the edge of the opening and then dropped back down into the elevator. Looking around, he quickly rubbed his hands into the fresh blood, smearing it across his chest, thighs, face, and hair before pushing the button to start the elevator moving once more. It seemed like he had been lucky to stop it when he did, as he only had to wait a few more seconds before the doors opened. As they did, he squeezed his axe in both hands and began screaming at the top of his lungs with everything he had to try and scare the shit out of anyone present behind the door. When the doors finished opening, he saw several armed figures down the hall and figured that it was time for his death. But they took one long look at him covered in blood, wielding an axe and standing over 2 dead Marines before they just tossed their weapons down. That's when he realized the figures ahead of him weren't Marines. They were private security of some sort. What level was he on? He looked around for a moment and stepped out of the elevator expecting to get cut down in a hail of gunfire at any moment. But that moment didn't come. He stomped forward and the security personnel quickly dropped to their knees, hands behind their heads. "The fuck are you doing that for?" "I don't have fucking handcuffs!" He growled out loud before realizing he should probably stop his music. He shifted his axe to one hand and then fiddled with the control unit on his wrist for a moment before the music stopped and he tugged the earbuds out of his ears. "Who the fuck is on a Congo ship that has private security?" he asked the closest armored figure. High-ranking diplomats. They wanted people who looked better than Marines. Savick just snorted as he heard that and looked around the hall he was in. 6 mercenaries. Not one of them wanted to even try and kill him. "Why not try and kill me? You had rifles." He nudged one of the mentioned weapons with his foot. "You're one of the damned. With the Marines dead, who the fuck do we have to impress? I want to live. Fuck the conglomerate!" The same figure replied, which made Savick nod. Those had been his thoughts as well when he was younger. "Where are they then? These high-ranking diplomats?" The figure pointed at the big, secure door at the end of the hall. "The code is 751364, and then requires a thumbprint. I can open for you if you want?" Savick nodded and then helped the merc to his feet, holding the axe in one hand as he walked behind the armored figure. As they got to the door, he punched in the combo before pressing his hand on the pad. With a click, the door opened, and he heard the horrified gasps as the figures inside saw him. They were huddled behind some furniture across what had once been a nice lounge from the looks of it. Captain Conway, what's the meaning of this?" Some fancy-looking woman in a nice dress decked out with jewelry gasped. "Our lives mean more to us than your safety," the merc replied honestly. Savick grinned and slapped the man on the back. "You're my kind of guy, Conway. Honesty repays itself. All right." He glanced back and saw the other mercs were still on their knees. "All of you, get your guns and get in here. I don't want any Marines deciding that this lot shouldn't be taken prisoner." The mercs quickly grabbed their guns and got up, jogging down to pass Savick and head into the room with the now crying and gasping dignitaries who had been betrayed. Once they were all inside, Savick stepped in as well, letting the captain lock the door. While he did that, Savick looked across the horrified and whimpering diplomats. 8, 9 women, 4 men. They all looked wealthy as shit. Tons of jewelry and fine dresses. As he walked towards them and their little makeshift barricade, they gasped out, and 2 of the women and 1 of the men seemed to faint. Savick just rolled his eyes at their reaction. Then he smiled as he realized what this meant. 4 dead Marines, 1 dead swordsman, a bunch of VIPs taken hostage. He was in for a big bonus. Maybe better armor or a cool customized helmet. Or maybe they'd let him keep that big sword that guy had in the dojo. Wait, he didn't know how to sword fight. Fuck that. He'd just take the extra money. Then he saw the necklace one of the women had. It had a gold chain and a delicate-looking hummingbird with a sapphire eye. He really liked it, so he pointed to her and said, "Take it off." What? You can't mean..." The woman started with a gasp, eyes wide. "I can and do," Savick replied with a growl. The woman whimpered and reached up, starting to unzip the back of her dress before Savick blinked. What? No, not the fucking dress! The necklace! Shit. I'm sure your tits look like tits and all that. I don't need to see them. Or did you think I was going to rape you here and now? Don't you know the rules? I'm not gonna fuck you! I don't need to get laid so bad I'd risk being blasted out the fucking airlock. You thought I meant your dress? No! Just take the necklace off. The hell's wrong with you? As he berated the woman, she turned as bright red as he'd ever seen someone who wasn't sunburned, and then removed her necklace, handing it over to him. As he took hold of it, he realized his mistake as it was now covered in blood, but quickly tucked it into a vest pocket for later. He could wash the blood off, hopefully. Then he nodded at the mercenary captain. There a comm panel or something up here? Intercom with a radio? Over here! He guided Savick to a panel set on the middle of the conference table in the room. Savick rubbed his chin as he tried to remember the settings, then tapped on it for a moment. Static. He tried a different frequency. He didn't hear anything, but there wasn't static either. He pressed the button to transmit, and then his mind turned blank as he tried to remember who to reference. Ah, fuck. Aztec butterfly goddess, obsidian butterfly, it's a popa something. Who the hell is this? He heard an angry-sounding woman reply. Ah, yeah, got the right frequency. Debbie, this is Savick. What the hell are you doing on this line, Savick? I was trying to reach you. He looked over at Conway. Where are we? B deck, diplomat suite. I'm on B deck in the diplomat suite. I've got 13 VIPs here, and their private security handed them over in exchange for... He looked at Conway, who held up 5 fingers. 5% of their ransom. How many mercs? She asked. 6, he quickly replied. Fuck that! 5% my ass! There was a pause. 2% each. 3 if they pass mustard and join the damned. And they only get to collect once all the ransoms are paid. Savick frowned for a moment. Wasn't that phrase, whatever. He looked at Conway, who nodded. Done. We'll keep this place locked up till the fight's over. I got 5 kills, Debbie. 4 Marines and some fucker with a kimono and a sword. Stop bullshitting me, Savick. Kimono and a sword. Psh! Did you fight in a rainstorm, too? No wait, you two charged and slashed, and then after a moment he fell over dead? Cut in half clean. Swear to whatever god you want. A kimono and a sword, he promised. Got my QR sticker on him, too. If anyone else tries to loot the body, they're fucking dead and no one fucks with my dibs. Show you later. Promise. You're full of shit, Savick. Now get off this line! I've got squads to manage. Sure thing, boss, he said and stopped transmitting. He looked over at Conway, then who removed his helmet to reveal a dark, smiling face. Fuck. I thought this was just going to be a boring 2-year stint trying to make contact with aliens. Now I get to make a shit ton of money and join the damned. Welcome, brother! Savick replied happily, extending his hand before Conway slapped his palm to Savick's, and then they squeezed, each testing the other's strength for a moment. When Savick released, he smiled as Conway shook his hand out, having lost the minor competition. So then, the rules are pretty strict about, He glanced over at the VIPs for a moment, and Savick nodded. Very. Stick your dick where it don't belong and it gets cut off. Conway grimaced at the thought, and Savick grinned as he hoisted his axe. Don't worry, my aim has gotten pretty good. Conway laughed then for a moment and shook his head, but Savick wasn't joking. All right, I'll just not do anything stupid then. But I saw the necklace you took. That for someone special? Got a girl you want to see wearing that and nothing else? Savick's smile froze in place, but he didn't let his expression change. Oh yeah, girls in the red light district are available. But you do have to pay for it one way or another. Conway laughed at that then, and Savick tried his best to put on a convincing grin as if he found it amusing, but internally he was growling at the other man. He glanced around then as he realized they were going to be here a while. Well, might as well settle in and wait. Oh, and do you have any medical kits? The adrenaline is starting to wear off, and this cut really fucking hurts. He looked down at his stomach as the pain started to push its way to the front of his brain after lurking in the back. So I said liquor? I wouldn't even touch her! The mercs all laughed as Savick finished the story. To be honest, he was tired of socializing. He longed for quiet or other people to kill. Small talk like this strained his social abilities. But it seemed like he could fake it well by the laughter and relaxed posture of the mercs. They had gotten comfy on the various chairs around the diplomat's suite while the diplomats were still huddled in the corner behind their barricade. He'd left them alone after getting that necklace, so they'd been quiet. Until now. How can you possibly be making jokes at a time like this? You're covered in blood. You've murdered people today and intend to do vile, awful things to us. What monsters are you? Savick looked over to see some of the others trying to quiet down the most expensively dressed of the diplomats, the woman who'd spoken up earlier. So he got up, grimacing a little as he did. The cut along his stomach was fairly deep, and while the glue the mercs had was keeping it closed, it still hurt. He walked over to the diplomats then, watching them huddle closer together. I killed 5 men in fair combat today. They had just as much of a chance to kill me as I had of killing them. That's not murder. That's glorious battle. They had weapons in their hands, and I praised their efforts. I'm sure they would have given me an honorable death were I not as skilled as I am. You are talkers. People who solve wars through speaking and writing. I solve wars through combat. Men like I fight, bleed, and die so you have something to talk about. My Baroness has seen fit that all her faithful soldiers not touch any civilians, so you need not worry about vile things. Unless you're hoping for us to do vile things, of course. He wasn't smiling as he spoke. His victory today wasn't a laughing matter, nor was her assumption about the Baroness and her pirates. The diplomat, though, scowled and got a little red after his comment. I certainly don't hope for anything of the sort. Such an accusation is preposterous. Then why would you suggest it? Savick replied, still with a serious tone and blank face, which made her turn further red with anger. I did not. I'm asking how you can possibly make jokes at a time like this. I was merely sharing a story with my newfound brothers so they may better know me, Savick insisted. He was about to continue when he heard knocking on the door. He looked from the door to the mercs and Conway, who just shrugged. They stood then, grabbing their weapons as Savick moved to the door, looking for some sort of controls to see who was out there. He finally found a small intercom but couldn't find a camera feed. Who's there? Crimson Tooth. That was Bloodaxe's XO. Savick quickly opened the door and stood up straight, closing his right hand into a fist and smacking it against the center of his chest. Soon, several heavily armed pirates, both human and Xeno, walked through the open door. They wore the crimson armor with the black butterfly that marked them as some of Bloodaxe's Obsidian Company. I, Savick, greet you, Crimson Tooth. I have valued prisoners for our Baroness, he said as the lead Xeno stepped inside. Crimson Tooth was a Sharkin. Sharkin had amphibious gray bodies covered in rough sandpaper like flesh, big teeth and fins, hence the name. They had long been raiders and criminals at the edge of the Spinward human territory. But somehow Andromeda had made several clans swear loyalty to her, and now they served on her fleet as loyally as any human. You have done our Baroness well, Savick. She shall hear of your work personally, I assure you. Already an extended 3-day pass to the colony fleet is to be yours, as well as 2% of the ransom on each VIP. Have you harmed any of them? Have the coin fighters? He was never sure why Sharkin called mercs that, but he assumed it was a translator issue. I have not. I have taken a small necklace from one as a trophy. The Sharkin nodded at this, and when Savick pulled the necklace out to show him, he nodded once more. This is acceptable. This ship and all those belonging to our cursed enemy, the Congo, are under our control now. You are free to collect any of your dibs and then report back to our ship. Are you injured? Often it was hard to tell when a berserker was injured or just coated in the blood of their enemies, but Savick nodded. A marine blade along my stomach. The wound is sealed but painful, he informed the Xeno, who nodded. That shall be tended to before your trip to the colony ship. Go now, Savick, and know that you shall receive further reward and promotion when we have decided what it shall be. Savick kept his fist pressed to his chest then, and bowed before the Xeno. Then he straightened up, hoisting his axe over a shoulder as he walked out of the room. Truthfully, he wasn't sure what deck he needed to go back to, but he wasn't about to stop and ask his superior for directions, so he just walked down the hall to the elevator with confidence and pressed a button at random. It took him 3 tries to find the right floor, but no one saw him, so as far as he was concerned, nothing had happened. He wandered the halls of the floor for a while before getting back to the dojo. The kimono was more blood-stained now than before, but the swords were where they had fallen. He collected them then and followed the hall until he saw the first new sign on a wall pointing the way back to the ship. The cleaning crews were already dragging the dead Marines away and starting to strip the ship for parts when he found the airlock heading back to the ship. Today had been a very good day. Savick kept his hand on his wallet as he walked. This part of the colony ship always made him nervous. The Red Light District was infamous for very obvious reasons as a place where pirates would part ways with their money in exchange for booze, drugs, and sex. Savick didn't care for such places, but he needed to walk through here to get where he was going. It had been a day since he returned to the Obsidian Butterfly and claimed his just rewards, gotten patched up, and then slept. The pain was still there, however, as the good pain medication was mostly reserved for officers or extremely bad injuries. He didn't mind. A good wound should remind a warrior of his combat for days to come. Savick had several such scars across his body and knew he would receive many more before his death. He hoped for that, at least. He shouldn't know it. If he knew it, then he could see the future, and such a thing wasn't true. He had to be careful with such thoughts, lest the gods of war punish him for such arrogance. His thoughts, however, returned to the world around him as various women, men, and a few Xenos called out to him. They offered good times, specific acts, and tried whatever they could think of to coax him to stop and ask for prices, or even hire them. Yet he didn't stop. He kept quiet and walked on with a purposeful stride. That didn't stop others from trying, of course. It took him about a half hour to get from the tram that had dropped him off through the Red Light District to where he wanted to go. As he grumbled a bit from listening to so many people crying for his attention and money, he had to remind himself it hadn't been that long ago he'd come here to find those sins to partake in. But 6 months ago he'd come through on one fateful day that would change him, for the better as far as he was concerned. Then he was at the block he wanted. Out of the clubs and brothels and such, he was now at the edge of the district where those who worked in the Red Light District actually lived, though he didn't know the name of this other district. Here the people weren't calling for his money. They instead viewed him with worry and suspicion. They likely wondered why he was here. This was where they lived, not where they worked. He approached the building he sought after. There was a group of women outside. They were obviously off shift, as they seemed to be wearing comfortable clothes, no makeup, and seemed entirely at ease. No forced smiles or behavior, but one was different. One was very different than the others. This was the one he was here to see. "Hello, Caroline." The girl who turned to face him was 17, with smooth pink skin and cool blue eyes, but he was focused on her hair, the glorious golden locks that framed her face and fell halfway down her back. "Hello, Savick." She looked a bit nervous. He wished she wouldn't be nervous still. Hadn't he proven himself to her? "I got you something." He let go of his wallet and instead pulled out a small gray box. He couldn't find a black jewelry box like he'd wanted. He handed it to her, and she eyed the box with some hesitation before he pushed it into her hands. When she looked up at him and then back at the box, he also opened it for her. The girls around her clustered together when they heard the girl gasp, and soon they were gasping as well. "Savick, this is beautiful," she muttered, eyes fixed on the gold necklace. "Do you like it?" "I really hope you like it." He licked his lips nervously, then feeling more tense than he ever did in battle. How did you pay for this?" she asked and looked up. I'm getting a promotion." That was true, though not how he'd gotten the jewelry. "Can we talk about it upstairs? I kind of want to get started." When he said that, he saw the look on her face and felt like he'd been stabbed in the guts. But he refused to back down. He knew what he wanted. "Honey, she's so small and you're so big!" One of the women next to Caroline tried to tempt Savick, rubbing her hand along his muscular arm. Truthfully, she was traditionally gorgeous, and a year ago he'd have jumped at the chance. but now he shrugged her hand off. "I have no interest in you," he said, which made the woman scowl. "If you fucking hurt her," she started. "If I hurt her, I would cut my throat in shame," he replied, which made the women around Caroline draw back a bit, surprised. "It's okay. He's the one who pays for my apartment anyway," Caroline informed the others. Then she took Savik's hand and turned, pulling him through the group of women and into the building. They walked up the stairs to the room she rented out. It wasn't the best, but it was nicer than some. It was as much as Savik could afford. She pressed her hand to the door, and it opened for her, as he followed her through the small living room and into the bedroom. She was quiet. He wished she looked forward to this more. Hadn't he treated her well? The usual? He nodded, and she reached under her bed, pulling out an old wooden case that had cost him nearly everything he had 4 months ago. But it was worth it. "Can you put the necklace on? I want to see how it looks on you." She paused then, and looked over at him before pulling the necklace out of the pocket she'd tucked it in, and carefully opened the clasp, reaching behind her neck and clipping it into place. When she turned, he smiled as he saw it. "It's very lovely on you." "Did anyone die for this, Savik?" He could see the concern in her eyes, hear it in her voice. "No, I did not kill anyone to obtain that. Not directly." He'd been extremely careful in washing away the blood. She gave him a hard stare for a moment before she motioned him to his usual chair. It barely fit his large size and creaked beneath his weight, but it held. She handed him the case then, and pulled over another chair for herself. She set it just in front of him, turning to face away while he opened the case. His hand ran over the objects inside for a moment, then his fingers tightened around the one he wanted. His hand moved up and he gently tugged the brush through her hair, as his other hand moved into her hair to support it better. He quietly brushed her hair as he started to tug out the knots and tangles, trying to be as careful as he could. "You're using too much conditioner, or you're not washing it out well enough. Water is limited these days. I'll get you a dry conditioner. Until then, just shampoo it." Over the last few months, he'd been getting better at his brushing techniques. Now he was untangling her wavy golden hair without tugging on her head much at all. No winces or gasps of pain as he worked out the knots, though he noticed her shoulders looked tense. "Please relax. Why are you always nervous when I show up? Have I not provided for you, Caroline?" Caroline let out a sigh. "My friends call me Caro." "Caroline is a beautiful name," he replied. He saw her shoulders shift and then she relaxed. "You're a killer." "This makes you nervous?" "I don't know." She trailed off as he tugged lightly on some stubborn tangles before he resumed brushing. "You could do things to me, snap my neck with just a flick of your wrist." "I never would. I would die before see you come to harm," he promised. She got quiet again, and he thought about the first time he'd seen her 6 months ago. He had been drunk and wandering the red light district when he saw her. She was so nervous, wearing a dress much too revealing for a girl her age. She wasn't part of a brothel. She wasn't licensed, but she needed money. Another pirate had been about to hire her. Savik decided he would hire her instead. When the other pirate objected, Savik broke his jaw. The girl had been terrified, but he picked her up and promised no one would ever hurt her, that she would never have to do what she had been about to do. To Savik, she was perfectly innocent. In his world that was now death and combat and violence, it was his duty to protect such a thing. "You would," she finally said. It wasn't a question. "I would." He agreed. Then he set the first brush into the case and picked up the one with the pearl handle as he went back to brushing. "I do wish you'd be more comfortable around me. Perhaps a massage? With those big fingers?" She asked for a moment, but he set the brush on his knee and then reached up, gently rubbing his digits into her scalp, and she let out a little coo. As he began to further massage her head, she laughed. "Where did you learn that?" "I've been reading." The girl let out a soft sigh as he massaged her head before he finally returned to brushing her hair. "Why do you do this?" she asked. "I told you. You reminded me of my little sister." He had no sisters, but he didn't want her to think this had any other meaning to him than the desire to protect and care for this perfect golden idol of innocence. Perhaps she didn't believe him, but she didn't push the topic. "Could you sing for me?" He heard her snort. "What's wrong?" You don't have to humor me, Savick. He could hear the anger in her voice. Was it him? What do you mean? I love your voice, he promised and very truly meant it. Yeah, well, no one else seems to think it's all that great. Just keep trying. Someone will hire you to sing, he said as he ran the brush through her hair still. The places that want to hire me don't care about my voice, she grumbled. I'll get you lessons, he promised. Please sing for me. I love to hear you sing. She was quiet for a while before replying. You sing to me first. Me? He asked, startled at such an idea. He stopped brushing her hair then as he thought about the request. I have a terrible voice. Why would you want to hear me sing? Because I haven't heard you sing. I sing for you, isn't it fair you sing for me? He resumed brushing her hair as he thought it over. Anything. I promise you can't be as bad as you think. Whatever song you can think of. He was quiet for another minute before setting the pearl comb back into the box and pulling out the wood one. When he reached up and started to brush once more, he tried to sing for her the only song he could remember his mother singing to him. If you go down to the woods today, you're sure of a big surprise. If you go down to the woods today, you better go in disguise. For every bear that ever there was will gather for certain, because today's the day the teddy bears have their picnic. He paused for a moment and then went on. Picnic time for teddy bears. The little teddy bears are having a lovely time today. Watch them, catch them unawares, and see them picnic on their holiday. He stopped then, as he frowned a little, trying to remember the lyrics. Then he resumed, somewhat haltingly. Every teddy bear who's been good is sure of a treat today. There's lots of marvelous things to eat and wonderful games to play. Then he got stronger with the last part he could remember clearly. Beneath the trees where nobody sees, they'll hide and seek as long as they please, 'cause that's the way the teddy bears have their picnic. He smiled a little and then repeated the line. Beneath the trees where nobody sees, they'll hide and seek as long as they please, 'cause that's the way the teddy bears have their picnic. He nodded a little, more satisfied with the end of his performance as he kept brushing her hair. She was quiet, though. He started to get a little worried. Did she not like it? That was wonderful, Savick. As she said that, he smiled and felt happier than he had since he'd last visited her. What would you do if I cut off all my hair? I'd bring some wax and polish and make sure you have the shiniest head in the entire district, he replied without missing a beat. She actually laughed at that, and the sound made him smile even wider. As pure and gold as her hair was, the sound of her laughter was like a brilliant beam from the heavens pouring down onto his soul. I guess I'll keep my hair then. Little do you know I'm just grooming your hair until I can turn it into a wig, he said, and she laughed again. He couldn't stop smiling now. Maybe she was finally getting comfortable with him. He really prayed that was the case. As he brushed and combed her hair, she spoke up again. Would you like me to sing for you now? Please, he whispered. When she began to sing, he felt that little beam of light grow wider, casting away all the darkness within him. Caroline somehow held the key to his salvation. He knew that. But to protect her, he would have to return to the obsidian butterfly in 3 days, and with that return to his life of slaughter and combat. Was this how innocence must be sheltered? He didn't know the answer, but for now he just relished her voice and brushed her hair. He couldn't imagine being any happier. Today was a vastly better day than the one before. Junko was watching Andromeda carefully, while they stood on the bridge of the Retribution, looking out across the colony fleet that was orbiting the dwarf star. Andromeda was being unusually quiet. Things like that worried Junko from time to time. The colony ship wasn't harmed? No, sir. A fighter pilot managed to launch extremely quickly and distract the Congo bombers before destroying the lead on her own. Cut off from the colony ship, the rest of their bombers hit freighters and support ships. While there were numerous casualties, no ships were lost. Reward the pilot. Yes, sir. I'm told her wing commander is already working on that. Unfortunately, we also lost 5 fighters and 2 pilots, plus 2 more pilots who I'm being told were drunk. The wing commander is on top of that, though. 5? Andromeda glanced over. Can we replace them? 3 easily enough. But not the other 2. And I have requests for more fighters to start training applicants from the colony fleet. And where do they propose we get these new fighters? Did we manage to get any of the Congo's Hercules? No, All their fighters and bombers were destroyed. Andromeda sighed and began to tap her chin while Junko watched. If I might suggest, sir, Chief Engineer Fry has been reporting success with her project. The Junkers? Andromeda looked over. You want us to make pilots fly around in fighters made from scrap? We don't have any other options if we want to increase our fighters. And as we progress, we'll need to scrap more Corsairs for parts. If we test them out now, perhaps we can take some Corsairs off the front line. Andromeda's shoulders slumped for a moment, which Junko almost never saw. Do it! She growled out before turning and walking away from the bridge. Junko tapped certain commands into her tablet before she quickly scurried to catch up with her boss. After adjusting her glasses for a moment, she glanced around the bridge. It seemed like spirits were fairly high. The Congo attack had been defeated. Several ships were captured, and they were back with the colony fleet. So why was Andromeda acting like this? It wasn't until they were out of the bridge and walking along the halls that Andromeda spoke again. How's salvaging the Congo ships coming along? Junko looked at her tablet while walking quickly. Most of the escorts have been stripped already. They're starting to work on the 2 cruisers. They're not one of the designs from the war. They're new. I saw the profile. Tell the salvage crews not to paint the hulls, knock the remains of the escorts into the Star, and keep the cruisers functional. Assign techs and engineers to them, just enough to keep them moving and attach them to the colony fleet. I want them to study what the Congos have been doing, and no painting those hulls either. Junko was shocked. Andromeda had never hidden the remains of a battle before. What was going on? Yes, sir, Junko finally said as she tapped on her tablet to change the orders for the salvage crews. Where are we keeping the captured officers? Junko tapped on her tablet. Cookie has their top 4 isolated in surgery rooms as requested. That wasn't standard procedure either. What was going on inside her boss's head? Junko had gotten good at knowing ahead of time what the pirate wanted, but today she was rather off her game, it seemed. That or Andromeda was just showing she could never be fully understood. How many of their crew surrendered? Andromeda asked next. Junko examined her tablet. None from the escorts for some reason. The cruisers had about 5,000 each. Andromeda stopped then, and Junko had to quickly stop as well. When Andromeda turned to face her, Junko had to resist the urge to step away when confronted with her boss's angry face. 5,000? Did we slaughter the majority of their crew? I saw the size of those cruisers. We should have 3 times that many prisoners from each. At the very least. Junko shrank back from Andromeda's shouting before speaking up. The majority of the common crew did surrender, sir. Each cruiser is very heavily automated, it would appear. Andromeda seemed mollified by that answer, but still looked confused. Automated? Why? They've got billions of people. Why would they need to automate their ships? She glanced at Junko, who could only shrug. Well, let's get to the prisoners then. I have questions. Andromeda turned and began walking once more as Junko hurried to keep up. It took them roughly 10 minutes to get to a lift and take it down to the deck the private surgery rooms were located on. The guards outside snapped to attention as Andromeda approached, and the lifeguard took up positions in the hall. Only Titus followed Junko and Andromeda into the room. Cookie was standing next to a very nervous-looking Congo officer in a blue uniform who was strapped to the operating table. I've got him all set up for you, boss. The captains of both vessels had cyanide pills they took rather than get captured. This is the highest-ranking officer we were able to get. You won't get me to talk, the officer said quickly. You're already talking, idiot, Andromeda countered with a sigh. As she approached the bound prisoner, she looked him over. That's not a patch I've seen before. Nuntios verbi. Junko? Rough translation would be messengers of the word. Sir, Junko had studied some Latin at the academy. And what word would that be? The word of the conglomerate? Join us and we'll make everyone equal? Oppose us and we'll force you to become like us anyway? Andromeda asked, but the officer was quiet. Are you nervous? You really should be. I mean, your commanding officer committed suicide rather than be taken alive. Isn't that a bad sign for what will happen to you? Junko could see the man was starting to sweat. My ID number is... Before he could go any further, Andromeda pushed her finger against the man's side, in against his ribs, it looked like. What? If you try to give me your ID number again, I'm going to break your rib. If you give me some stupid fucking line about the rules and regulations regarding prisoners, I'm going to break your rib. If you piss me off, I'm going to break your rib. What was your strike force doing out here? The officer was quiet. Andromeda pushed hard then, and with the increased strength of the power armor she wore, it only took a moment before the man screamed in pain, and Junko thought she heard a faint snap. Fuck you! We were searching for Xeno nations. This is a diplomatic fleet you attacked, you fucking monster! We found you on accident. I'm the monster? Your fighters and bombers were headed straight towards the colony ship, which, as everyone knows, is filled with civilians and refugees who don't want to live in your fucking conglomerate. I'm the monster? She pushed higher up the man's ribs and he screamed out again, gasping for air. Captain Green said it was the only way to hurt you. I didn't give the orders, he gasped out. You thought I was gone and decided to try and take on a defenseless civilian fleet to hurt me? Why is it that I'm always the bad guy, huh? You fuckwads have killed billions more than I ever will, and you do it all in the name of progress. At least when I show up to ruin the day, it's not while riding a high horse. Andromeda muttered, obviously angry. Fuck you! The officer gasped out. Why are the cruisers automated? To reduce supply needs? Yes, the officer replied, but when Andromeda started to push on his next rib, he quickly gasped. No! She released the pressure and he spoke. We selected crews who were exceptionally loyal to the cause. Believers, people without families, or at least very few relatives. Those who would die for the conglomerate rather than serve you. So how come all the sailors surrendered? She countered. The officer gulped for a moment, but as she began to press on his rib again, he spoke. We know your offer. We never tell the general populace, but we're aware you give sailors a choice. Once it was clear the ships were lost, they surrendered to save their lives. They'll reject your offer of joining your fucking pirate fleet, and then be returned to the Navy when they get picked up from whatever planet you drop them on. Andromeda growled out. Well, we still have the diplomats. They signed their lives away. If captured, their families won't be told. They'll simply be reported as lost. You'll get nothing from us as prisoners! Andromeda leaned back then and nodded at Cookie. You know what information to dig for. I'll leave you to it. She turned and began to walk out of the room while Cookie stepped up to the officer. Are you left-handed or right-handed? I forgot to ask earlier. Junko always felt a shiver down her spine when she saw Cookie smile like that and calmly ask that question when she knew what would follow. Well, why does that matter? The officer asked, obviously worried. Oh, I suppose you're right. Before we're done, you won't have any fingernails left regardless. Junko was already turning to follow Andromeda before she would have to see Cookie do anything, but the officer's screaming made it obvious what had begun. You didn't ask me anything. Oh, I know, I find it's better that way for the first few minutes. Lets me focus. The doors closed behind Junko once she was out of the room, and thankfully she couldn't hear any more screaming behind her. Junko, is there any sign that he was telling the truth about the crew? Junko checked her tablet, tapping on it as she sifted through various reports. Ah, the captured sailors are telling their guards not to bother with a speech and to drop them off on the nearest planet. They seem to have assigned a team of spokespeople to negotiate for them. Andromeda sighed. So that's it. Automate their ships and use crews as small as possible so they can use only idiots stupid enough to believe all that Congo propaganda bullshit. She rubbed her hand across her mouth for a moment. Have them move to an exterior cargo bay. We'll drop them off on the nearest planet, all right. But sir, they're just sailors. You always said... Andromeda turned on Junko, and this time she did take a nervous step back. I know what I've said, Junko, but this isn't the usual sort of situation, is it? They tried to destroy the colony ship. You think I'm letting that slide? We're still at war with the Congos. As much as they like to claim it's over and they won, that's simply not the case. As long as I breathe. As long as this fleet exists. The war is not over. Junko nodded quickly to show her agreement. Then Andromeda sighed and continued. We'll wait until we're in transit ahead of the colony fleet. They won't see the bodies get dumped into the nebula. And don't worry, Junko, I'll press the button myself. With all the people dead by my orders, what's another 10,000? Don't bother sending food or cots into the cargo bay either to make them think we're going to do what we always do. Just tell them the speech is being postponed until I talk to their spokespeople. Junko looked back at her table and tapped on it as she began to issue the orders and started to walk with Andromeda. Another 5 minutes had passed before she realized they were standing in the art gallery that Andromeda had been trying to turn into a throne room of sorts. She didn't examine the art, though. She walked over to her father in the corner, standing before the red light on the side of the black box. "Leave. I want to be alone with my father." Junko looked around for a moment and was about to ask what she should do instead, but thought better of it when she saw the look in Andromeda's eyes. Instead, she turned and walked out of the back with Titus and 2 of the other lifeguard. They set up on either side of the door, clearly intending to stand watch for however long it took Andromeda to say her piece with her father. Once they were outside the room, Junko thought over what to do next. Andromeda might be 5 minutes, she might be an hour. "Ah, Captain Titus, do you mind if I talk to you in private?" The massive soldier looked down at her for a moment, seeming a little surprised by the request. Then he shrugged and nodded, motioning for Junko to follow behind him. He walked around the corner from the art gallery with her out of earshot of the other lifeguard. She had hoped for a more private location but figured this would have to do. "Do you ever think about taking up Andromeda on her offer?" "What offer would that be?" he asked, arching an eyebrow. "For a servant." Junko began chewing on her lower lip nervously. She'd promised Cassis to help out his niece, but she was pretty nervous about trying to make that happen. And the surprised look on Titus's face made her fear she wasn't selling it well. Like, to help you get dressed or keep your room clean and stuff. I'm sure it would be helpful. And if you didn't want people to think you had other reasons, you could always get a guy's servant, right? If I wanted people to think I didn't have a servant for other reasons. He emphasized the words to make it clear he knew what she was referring to, and also embarrass her a bit. "I'd get a girl servant." Junko blinked at that for a moment. "What? Oh, I had no idea. Sorry." She was rather surprised that over the last few years of being Andromeda's assistant, she didn't know that about Titus. "It doesn't come up much," he replied calmly. "It's not as though I start every sentence with 'I'm gay,' or that I go around having relationships with other men in front of you. I tend to keep my personal life personal." Junko blushed a little as she tried to rethink her words, but Titus didn't give her time. "What's this about? You don't strike me as the sort to want someone to dress you, and I've seen your room junk. It's very clean. On the other side of things, I'm fairly sure you get enough of the other reasons when Andromeda demands it of you. So, why are we talking about servants?" Junko squirmed a little for a moment as she tried to think up a good reason, but in the end she just sighed. "The Xeno Captain Cassis. One of the noble prisoners is his niece. He fears that his family will be unable to pay whatever we demand when compared to the wealth of the other families we can demand ransom from. I was thinking, I could ask for her as a servant and keep her safe." "Safe from what?" "Their greatest threat between now and the payment of their ransom is boredom. Aside from Cassis and that white one Andromeda claimed for her bedroom, of course. Though I'm sure you're aware of that." Junko sighed a bit at his understatement. "But what will happen if they can't pay the ransom? I promised him I'd help out his niece." "You can help her by telling Andromeda that her family can't pay as much. If she's related to the captain, she needs to know." Junko frowned. That was what she had mostly wanted Andromeda not to know. She couldn't tell if her boss would treat that girl worse or better due to the relationship with Cassis. Well, now Titus knew, and by extension Andromeda would soon also know. "I'll talk to her about it." Junko finally promised now that she realized she'd backed herself into a corner over the matter. After also having promised Cassis, she wasn't entirely sure how to keep both promises at the same time. Needing to move on to something else and let her brain wander, she just nodded to Titus and walked towards the private area of the ship that contained Andromeda's suite. The guards at the checkpoint didn't bother IDing or searching her for obvious reasons, and she began to look for Cassis. After briefly checking her tablet, she headed towards Andromeda's suite itself. Crow, the stone-faced rock Xeno, was standing guard outside, but he didn't stop her from entering. In the main common area inside, she found the 2 Desvians. Cassis was wearing a simple technician's jumpsuit, instead of the fancy uniform he'd been wearing when he was first brought aboard. He was sitting on a chair reading a tablet that Junko had given him. Meanwhile, the female Desvian, who was named Loretta, was in a simple blue dress. To Junko's surprise, the girl had the music going, some sort of synthy trip-hop song, and was dancing around to the sounds. After her initial shock the first night, the girl seemed to have settled in very quickly. The new musical sounds that Andromeda had at her disposal were a wealth of entertainment for the girl. It seemed that Xeno or human wealthy children of college age had similar attitudes. She would have fit right in among the preppy rich kids that Junko had despised at the academy. "Cassis," Junko said as she approached. They'd spoken after that first night. They had both agreed, like she had suggested, to not let anything be taken personally, and kept a friendly relationship, which Junko was glad for. The ordeal probably helped him understand that Junko really was a bit of a prisoner herself. Not quite to his extent, but sort of. "Thank the Paragons," the Xeno said and tossed his tablet aside onto the couch, standing up. "Get me out of here. This music is bizarre and hurts my ears, and she's taken some of those pink pills your boss gave her, so she'll go insane at any moment." He huffed, crossing his arms as he faced Junko. "The ecstasy?" She looked over at Loretta, who was smiling wide, eyes closed. The last time she'd taken the drug, she'd spent hours just touching things and rubbing against them. Harmless, really, but Cassis didn't approve when the girl had wanted to squeeze his face and mess with his hair. "You do know you're free to go at any time, right? From this room, I mean. You can explore this area of the ship freely." "You said that, but that stone creature outside is standing guard." "Just walk past him." "Does he stop you?" Junko asked, eyebrows arched. Cassis shifted a little. "I suppose I never tried it. I just saw him and assumed. If you like, I can escort you to another room, or the observatory if you'd like to see the colony fleet." She wanted to see the Xeno's impression of the fleet. See if she could get information about his own people through the observations. He seemed to get guarded and uncomfortable around Andromeda, so Junko hoped to keep him a bit more open around her. "Where is this observatory?" he asked and looked around. Junko motioned for him to follow her and walked past the common area and the kitchen to the end of a small hall to a closed door. "This door's been locked since I got here, you know." Junko looked back at Cassis and then pressed the green button on the wall next to the door. As the door slid open, she watched the Cassis's face. She was trying to get better at reading Desvions, and if she was right about him opening his mouth and rubbing the side of his muzzle, that was a sign of disbelief. "All doors are locked if you don't try to open them," she said simply, and then stepped through. Across the wall from the door was a massive viewport looking out over the bow of the ship. The dwarf star was ahead of them, and the colony fleet arranged before them. Once they were both inside, the door behind them closed, so the light from the other rooms didn't seep in. This suite is near the bow of the ship?" Cassis asked. "No, this is just a screen. This area is in the heart of the ship to be best protected." She tapped on her tablet and let the screen flicker, showing the view from various angles around the ship before returning to the first image. "A screen? How did you make one so massive? Our computer screens are small and display nothing more than basic information. Nothing like this." He was clearly impressed while Junko was just surprised. They didn't have basic display technology like this? "That ship," he pointed out at the colony ship. "What is that? Another massive warship like this? It looks strange. Lots of bulbs." "That's a colony ship. It's roughly the same length as the Retribution, 8 miles long, but much fatter." Cassis turned on her, clearly shocked. "Both that vessel and this are 8 miles long? I first figured this ship was twice the largest battleship in the kingdom, but later figured it must have been fear to make me think that. But what you're saying is I was right. What kind of crews do they have, in terms of size?" "About 125,000. Then 20,000 gunners and loaders. That is if it were fully manned. Right now, we've got about 95,000 sailors and 20,000 gunners. Hopefully your men will increase our number of sailors. But it's more likely the bulk of them will join the 50,000 combat forces we have spread between this ship and the Itzpapalotl." "No wonder you had little trouble taking over my ship," Cassis muttered. 50,000? Our ship-to-ship battles have very rarely involved boarding actions. And yet you make it a priority. You're going to sweep through the sector like a plague. How do you feed all of them?" "That colony ship," Junko nodded. "It's made to house and feed 1 million citizens. Right now it only houses half that. The rest of the food is spread around to the other ships and crews. It produces several hundred tons of algae and protein paste for consumption every day, though the officers get more meats and fruits we have in storage. It also produces the fleet's rum rations, which gets turned into grog with the addition of waters and juices to stretch our supply. We've been running in the nebula for a few months now, and are running very low on fresh supplies. The colony can't grow enough fresh fruits and veggies to prevent scurvy on its own, and protein paste can get boring without some real meat to enhance it now and then. Cassus slowly shook his head as he looked out across the colony fleet. Then he stopped and looked back. Wait, 500,000 people live on that ship? Junko nodded. And you brought them through the nebula and no one went mad? Well, a few people, but the majority are more bored than anything. She shrugged and watched him as he seemed thoughtful over the notion. We have centuries of horror stories from expeditions into the nebula, people going mad and turning on one another, ghost ships filled with the dead, all manner of thing. But you seem to be immune from this. Perhaps we're already mad, Junko ventured, and Cassus laughed for a moment. One of the first things Andromeda is going to want to do as we venture into Desvian territory is get fresh supplies. I don't need to know now, but think about what systems can spare large quantities of food and not starve. She's going to ask you about that soon enough. Where is she, anyway? The Baroness. He scowled a little as he used the word. She's talking with her father. Ah, a conversation ritual with the dead. This is something both our species share. Junko was about to correct him, but then he pointed to the first white Congo cruiser being brought out of the nebula. Is that one of the enemy who attacked your civilians? Yes. They are called the conglomerate. There's a term we have for them that probably doesn't make sense in translation. Congos. She could see him frown as she said that. In our language, that's what the word conglomerate shortens to. They represent the government of 95% of humanity. And the other 5%? He asked, and waved at the colony fleet. No, Junko said with a soft laugh. We're less than 1 million strong altogether. Impressive for a fleet, not impressive for a planet. The other 5% are hidden worlds beyond the reach of the conglomerate. Those who would rather live in the dangerous unknown than be tied to the rules of that government. Mostly those who used to be Confederates. Confederates? Cassus asked. Ah, the last nation to fall in the conglomerate's conquest of all humanity. The nation that built this warship, that colony ship, and most of the ships in this fleet. The majority of the crews are ex-Confederates, though many of them would dispute that they are still Confederates and will rebuild their home as soon as Andromeda can find them a suitable planet. Many of them? Cassus had caught that and emphasized the word them. I was born near the core worlds. Conglomerate territory, Junko replied, and then headed off the next question. I was attached to a newly appointed governor and sent out to a system that had once belonged to the Confederates. I never made it. The ship was seized, and Andromeda had need of a good executive assistant. So now I organize much of the day-to-day logistics of the fleet and serve her faithfully. But would you have done so if she didn't make you? Junko stared at the Xeno for several seconds, unsure how to respond. A question that can't be answered because now you serve, and that's simply all you can say? She nodded then, glad he'd more or less answered the question for himself. At least the job is interesting, she added with a somewhat forced smile. So then, what is your boss's goal in all of this? We are not the conglomerate. Why move into our territory? Because they want her dead. They want this whole fleet dead. They were trying to attack that unarmed colony ship to destroy our food supply. A ship they're very well aware is filled with civilians and refugees who simply don't want to live in their nation. That's against the very rules they tried to enforce at the start of the war. She sighed. I might have been born a Congo, but I lost my faith in their system when I realized there is no choice behind it. You accept their rules or you die. Andromeda is a pirate and a murderer, but she gives people a choice. Mostly, she added. That didn't fully answer my question, Cassus replied. All right. Junko nodded before continuing. She wants to establish a home somewhere in this system, thinking that it will be far enough from the home of the Congo that they will hesitate to chase this far, especially if she makes allies. Cassus laughed at that. Allies? Who is going to ally themselves with a pirate? The kingdom whose crown prince is held hostage? Junko retorted and watched Cassis's smile fade very quickly. Or your enemies who would like that hostage for themselves. Or perhaps those warlike insects you mentioned before. The Camexius! Cassis exclaimed. They were a scourge on our system centuries ago. She would doom this fleet by unleashing them. They seek no allies, but only slaves. Well, maybe their centuries of isolation has changed them, Junko asked and shrugged. She's still gonna try. Nothing is more important to her than finding her people a home. Once we have a secure home, she hopes to liberate those trapped in Congo territory and bring them back. To give people a choice between slavery and freedom. That's how she sees it at any rate. Cassis looked like he wanted to say something, but he held off after a moment and simply nodded, rubbing his chin as he did. I'd like to learn more about this conglomerate and confederacy and their war. Apparently the father of Andromeda made quite the impact in those events? Yes, very much so. Her life has been intertwined with the conflict from the very beginning. Junko nodded. I can show you the museum she mentioned when first showing you this place. I don't know much about the military tactics. You'd want to talk to someone like Captain Stahl about that sort of thing. Which one is he? Was he the dirty human who showed up for the briefing where Andromeda killed that disgusting monster? Junko opened her mouth and then closed it as she tried to piece together what Cassis was talking about. She figured he meant when Andromeda killed Bloodaxe's son. But dirty human? What do you mean by dirty? He wore a white uniform, but his face was covered in dirt and oil and such. So much, in fact, it all looked quite dark. Junko suddenly realized Cassis wasn't aware of the differences in human skin color. He isn't dirty. That's the color of his flesh. What? Cassis seemed shocked. Why? How? You are a little different color from the others, but he's a totally different shade. And you have different fur colors than Loretta. Why does that seem so strange? She asked, confused about his confusion. Yes, but beneath it our flesh is the same color. I think... Why does his flesh have such a different color to it? Ah, millions of years ago on our home world it was protection from the harsh rays of our sun, I believe. He came from an area with more sun than that of Andromeda and her ancestors. Junko shrugged. Why is your fur different color? And don't say heritage. I mean, why evolve different colors? Cassis paused and thought it over. Certain fur colors did better in certain areas of our homeworld. So then the same applies for us. But we have flesh instead of fur. She shrugged once more. Either way, don't call him dirty. He will not respond well to that. Noted, Cassis muttered as he seemed to be contemplating the nature of their differences between species. So, would he be willing to share with me the history of that war? I'll ask him. I'm sure he would be happy to. She was anything but sure about that. She could never tell if Stahl relished discussing the war and his role in it, or if he hated reliving his past. Either way, she would ask. What about the differences in their governments? At least you can tell me what brought them to blows? I can't really get a sense of how Andromeda plans to rule. She has a rank of nobility, but she just chose it for herself, apparently, which I say makes no sense. She didn't proclaim herself queen either. Neither nation had nobility, if that's what you're asking. She was as close as it got since her father was the most important and famous admiral of the Confederacy. But he wasn't nobility either, simply a great military commander. One of the greatest, in fact. Junko wasn't saying that for fear of Andromeda either. He really was one of the greatest of all time. No, both nations were democracies. As she said that, she realized the word hadn't translated. They were what? He seemed confused. But she knew he'd used that word before, hadn't he? Ah, the rulers are elected from the people. A republic? He asked, and she nodded. Truthfully, the word I used means something similar. I am at a loss for the difference between the two. I think a republic chooses people who then vote, but a democracy is where the people vote on everything. But I'll try and explain it better when I understand the differences in our languages better, she promised. So then, if they had similar governments, what was the issue? He was still confused, and Junko had to take her time to process it in her head. Choice. Junko jumped as she was interrupted and looked back to see Andromeda. She had been so quiet entering the room, Junko hadn't heard her. That's the issue. The conglomerate, like their name implies, wants everything joined together as one. But they don't want them being different. Every planet, every system, every citizen has to deal with the same laws. The The same systems. No differences. So long as more than half the people vote for a law, all must obey it. This is an issue? Cassus asked. Does your king set different taxes for certain systems? Are there local laws that change between planets? Andromeda asked. Ah, now I see what you mean. They didn't allow this? They did not, Andromeda confirmed. I personally believe that there are questions that have no right or wrong answer. Two people might both live in harmony while believing different things. They disagree on some things and live in different areas and try to make laws to reflect their beliefs. Neither one is wrong. They both just approach things differently. As far as the Congos are concerned, one of them is indeed wrong. The Confederacy instead wanted a central government to protect the people, and then allowed systems and planets to set their own laws. But that was the only basis for the war? Cassus asked, seeming still confused. Those two notions seem... Well, it seems to me like they can live together without issue. Ah, but that's the issue. The Confederacy was happy to live apart from the Congos. Many people left their territory for the far reaches of space, including Castor, the home of the Confederacy. My home as a child. We had many brilliant minds and hard-working entrepreneurs move to our systems to live in places they liked more. Want a planet that has a strong sense of community and support? Higher taxes but more programs for the poor. There's several to choose from. Want to live someplace with fewer taxes but no safety net? There's a place for that. Somewhere that doesn't allow guns? Or a place where everyone has a weapon? You could choose. So long as the regional laws didn't break a few big ones that all systems in the Confederacy agreed to, then that's fine. And your enemy wasn't happy with this? Cassus asked. No. Andromeda walked forward, Ben Cassus and Junko looking out over the colony fleet. They'd already conquered several other nations in their unification wars. They're greedy, you see. To them, it's not enough for their system to rule almost everyone. They want everyone. All humans. All systems. Sooner or later, they'll come for your kingdom, too. In time, they decided to move against the Confederacy. Bring the so-called deviants under heel. Cassus frowned at that, and she quickly changed her wording. Under control. So, both nations must have been close in size, then. No, Andromeda laughed. Not even close. They had 4 times the size, 5 times the population, and triple the resources. From the very beginning, most of the people in power in the Confederacy knew they were going to lose. And in the end, the war ended up costing the lives of several 100 million people on both sides. If you count people who died later on, then I'd say 2 billion roughly in total. Cassus stood in shock, mouth hanging open. Billions? He finally gasped. Why would you fight then? If they had won before the war began, why fight? Because the only way to know we would lose was to fight the war for real and find out. Ironically, the reason the war took so many lives was because how close we came to winning it. Thanks to my father, of course. But a single commander even that gifted is still fighting an uphill battle when his nation is so hopelessly outmatched, and our opponent was so intent on victory at all costs. Junko noticed the sad look in her boss's eyes. She didn't get like this often. Then she seemed to shake it. But enough about all that sad shit. Come on, I have questions about your kingdom and the systems we'll be heading into. She wrapped an arm around Cassus's shoulder, then she loosened her grip when he heard him yelp. Power armor. Right, sorry about that. Junko, did you make sure the new prisoners were settled down in their new home? When Andromeda looked over at Junko, she gulped and checked her tablet. Yes, sir, they're being moved as we speak. No complaints since you've made it clear you wish to speak with their negotiators. Excellent. Now then, let's go talk to some people and maybe I'll take you over to the colony ship. Let you get an idea what a human city is like. Take you for a night on the town! Won't that be fun? She smiled wide as she pulled Cassus out of the room, and Junko had to sigh as she looked at her tablet. She watched her reports as the guards escorted the 10,000 Congo sailors to an outer cargo bay that would eventually be vented into the void. Her boss talked about having fun, while Junko had their imminent deaths weighing heavily on her conscience. She needed a drink. Stahl looked between the two Xenos in the art gallery as they spoke privately. The Germo had arrived as they were finishing up with the colony fleet and getting ready to head out into Desvian territory. Stahl wasn't a fan of Xenos. He preferred human company without question, but at least the Desvians seemed civilized and the Germo were his sort of pragmatic. But he didn't quite trust them. They had hard shells upon their backs like turtles, hence the term most people had for them. But they were actually closer to Earth amphibians, he was told, though he wasn't sure what the difference was. The Germo were greenish-gray, or at least these ones were. They had 2 arms and 2 legs like most known species seem to favor, but they were surprisingly lanky considering the hard spiked shells on their backs. Their clothing was similar to what a human might wear, but it was clipped into straps that ran across the back of the shell rather than pulled on like normal. Or normal for a human, Stahl supposed. What they had today was something like a dark blue business suit. Their eyes seemed to be a little too big for his liking on smooth faces that looked like a cross between a salamander and a frog. Their necks seemed a bit short, however their throats had a variety of colors unlike the rest of their bodies. What he really wanted to know is if they were as friendly as they appeared, then what need did they have for spike shells? Not to mention the fact that they had sold language programs for their own language and the Desvians, but apparently spoke another secret language they never sold programs of. In a sector apparently filled with warring nations, they also had set themselves up as neutral traders without any protection. They were profiteers as far as he was concerned. So long as the fleet had money and trade was profitable, they would be friends. But the moment they got a better offer elsewhere, Stahl would keep an eye on them. Stahl! He finally tore his gaze from the Xenos and looked over to Andromeda. Why am I here? You don't need me for trade negotiations. He looked over at Andromeda sitting on her throne. He didn't understand her fascination with becoming a baroness, and the throne room seemed like a frivolity. But she was in charge, and he would forever serve her faithfully. You're not here because of the trade negotiations. Andromeda replied with an expression that implied he wasn't paying enough attention. Perhaps he wasn't. He was too focused on those shift Xenos. You're here because of some information I want them to explain to us both. It involves the black hole maze you're going to be heading towards, so try and pay attention. She made sure to sound patronizing with that last part. Of course, Commander, Stahl responded with a nod and a click of his heels. Then he looked forward as the Xenos finished their private conversation and directed their attention to Andromeda. It is of course wonderful again to see you, Mistress of the Galaxy, Grand Baroness Andromeda, the lead space turtle said with a big smile on his green face as he bowed low, arms opened wide. The one to his side mimicked the bow but remained quiet. Grand Baroness? Have I gained a title? You're such a flatterer, Andromeda replied with a smile. Ah, but how could I sell my wares if I called my clients fat slugs? He replied with an infuriating smirk on that slimy face that for some reason made Stahl clench his fist. That was a face he wouldn't mind punching. Then the anger passed and he grew worried. What had caused that sudden anger? The Germo had been nothing but friendly so far. He shifted a little as he tried to calm himself down. He'd have to figure out the cause for his anger privately. Andromeda, however, laughed at the Xeno's comment and grinned in return. Ah, and that's why I do appreciate your sense of humor, Yaniv. It seems you've been busy since last we met. You've brought quite a lot of things for me this time. She waved at the chest on the floor behind the Xeno. Some of his men had brought it in earlier. Of course. I felt it necessary to repay you more directly for the goods you gave me last time. I will not lie to you, that was the easiest sale I've made in years. When I can turn around and trade a product directly to other Germo and have them pay me after only haggling for an hour, well, you know I've got wonderful merchandise. Those drugs and narcotics are incredible. You humans apparently know how to beat alchemists at their own game and then some. You know, I'm a little surprised they sold that well. I figured some of those would be illegal. Andromeda commented, and Yaniv laughed, waving a hand. Oh, virtually all of them are banned substances in other nations. Why do you think they're so profitable? They both laughed then, and Stahl glanced over at Andromeda. Drugs? He knew about the morphine and medical supplies. What else did they have to trade that would be drugs? Was there something going on he wasn't aware of? He glanced past Andromeda at Junko for a moment. He'd have to ask her about that. Which is why I'm assuming you're going to give us a much better deal this time. That was Avi Shamir, Andromeda's head of logistics. Stahl liked Avi. He was a very shrewd man who had been Confederate intelligence during the war. He was also an exceptional poker player. Though if rumors were to be believed, Andromeda was better. Stahl wasn't much for gambling either way, so he didn't know the truth behind such rumors. Yaniv looked at Avi then and smiled, arms still spread wide. Avi. Don't you Avi me? He replied and pointed at the Xeno. His dark blue business suit well tailored to his form. What we gave you was premium and worth far more than those bits of information you gave us. You promised us more concrete information and something to show for our goodwill. And I brought it, the Xeno said defensively as he pointed to the chest behind him. We are in the process of becoming friends, are we not? This is how it works. You show faith in me, I reward that faith. You don't need to be so aggressive, Avi. What is it you need? I've come prepared for this meeting, you must know that. Now everyone looked at Andromeda, who leaned back in her chair. Do you have any fighters? The spaceships, not people. Ah, no. The Germo have no need of them. Yaniv shrugged. Plasma cannons? Bombs? She tried. Again, Yaniv shrugged. What can I say? The nations all arm themselves. I'm a merchant of means, but not arms. Then it sounds like you're not very useful to us. Avi countered with a smug look as the Xeno shifted for a moment, and his throat expanded 3 times normal size. If Stahl was right, that was a sign of annoyance. I have brought goods worthy of a Grand Baroness. A Grand Baroness waging a war, Andromeda said, and then tapped her chin. Yaniv, if you are lacking the weapons and vehicles we need, then it sounds like all you have to offer is information. And the thing about information is the value is incredibly subjective. The Xeno's throat quickly shrank, and Stahl noticed the edges of the hard shell spread out a bit, a sign of being nervous. I promise you I am worth what you paid last time. If I don't have everything you want now, then I will next time. You understand I'm not used to being a merchant of war, yes? A simple mistake in my inventory is all this is. Well then, why not start by telling us what I wanted you to find out about the maze? Andromeda suggested. The Xeno nodded then, and his shell began to retract a bit. Certainly. The maze was set in place by the architects. Architects? Stahl asked, drawing the attention of most of the room since he finally spoke again. Yes, the uplifters who set our sector in motion with intelligence. Their wisdom has granted use millennia of progress and prosperity. Architects? Why does it always seem like ancient species like that have such simple names? The architects, the forerunners, the precursors, the builders? Why doesn't anyone use better names? Stahl paused for a moment before adding, and it doesn't seem like they left the sector in a state of peace. Aren't your nations constantly at war? Stahl asked, and the Xeno nodded. Yes, but I never said we were left in a state of peace. That's why we Yermo are so progressive and prosperous. There's always a need for neutral merchants. Yaniv was smiling wide as he said that. The architects left the maze behind as a sort of challenge, it is told. They left at the center a system filled with wonderful planets larger and more resource-rich than any others found in the sector. But to ensure no one species could claim them alone, they set up dangerous rifts in time and space. Or maybe just traps the legends sometimes get a bit exaggerated. He shrugged. And do we need to worry about these traps? Stahl asked. No expedition has ever made it very far into the maze and returned. So I'd think yes. However, I was about to get to the good part. They split up several powerful artifacts and spread them among the worthy species. They take the form of wonderful jewels, crowns, scepters, and similar. For you see, the noble families claimed them and used their power to seize control, so the species now likely fight over possession of these artifacts, and most people don't know they're anything more than crown jewels. Stahl finished, and Yaniv's throat expanded once more. You have no sense of dramatic tension or the like. You military men have no romance! Yaniv shouted, seeming most upset about being unable to tell the story in the way he wanted to. Am I wrong? Stahl asked, and the Xeno let out an exaggerated sigh, made more noticeable by the rush of air coming from his throat. No, you are not wrong. You are simply uninspired, the Xeno said with a huff. But I have good news! He reached into his clothing then and pulled out a metallic stick of some sort. I have the locations of all the parts you need right here. The most easily obtained piece belongs to the trade princes on Germo. Germo? Avi asked. Our homeworld is called this, Yaniv explained. Your species and planet have the same name? Isn't that confusing? Avi replied. Of course. Why? Do you not? No, our home is called Earth. In a system called Sol. Avi informed the Xeno, who leaned back, seeming surprised. Really? That's so strange. Those names sound like they have nothing in common with the word human. Doesn't that get confusing? Doesn't having the same word for a place and a species get confusing? Avi retorted, but the Xeno just replied. No, and shook his head while shrugging. Now, where is your light table? He glanced around as Junko stepped forward. We don't have one in here, and I have to get an adapter to plug this in anyway, she said as she took the metallic stick from the Xeno. No light table in the throne room? Yaniv then asked Andromeda, who sighed. Yeah, I kinda didn't think about that. Junko, have someone bring a hollow table in here. Why didn't you think about that? Yaniv asked. Because it's not a war room. It's a throne room, Andromeda shot back, only to have Stahl speak up. And why aren't we in the war room anyway? It would be much better for these meetings. Andromeda let out an exaggerated sigh and looked over at Stahl. Because I turned it into a museum. Stahl just frowned as she said that. A museum? On the Retribution? In the most secure part of the ship? What kind of museum could you possibly have in a place like that? He countered. One dedicated to my father. She said more seriously, and Stahl glanced over at the black box behind his shoulder, the red eye staring back at him. Well, that's a very worthy candidate to receive a museum, but I think he'd appreciate it being used as a war room more. Stahl stared up at Andromeda on her throne as she stared back. Neither one said anything as they waited for the other to look away. Sir? Junko said somewhere from behind Andromeda, who started to turn to look back, but then quickly looked back at Stahl, realizing she'd broken the stare first. He just subtly arched his brows while Andromeda frowned for a moment, realizing her defeat. Yes, Junko? She asked then and actually turned to face her assistant. Junko was just pointing to the other side of the throne room as two of Andromeda's lifeguard carried one of the portable field hollow tables into the room. See, we don't need the war room after all. Andromeda looked back over at Stahl now, but he just looked ahead, purposefully ignoring her gaze. He would obey virtually any direct command she gave him, but sometimes he wanted to remind her that he was still her elder. He'd been there for her birth. She didn't get a pass on all this Baroness nonsense from him. She could have freely taken the title Commodore, or perhaps Vice Admiral, and he would have found it suiting. But Baroness? He shook his head a little as he watched the two soldiers set the hollow table down before Junko began to fiddle with it and some sort of adapter for the metal stick the Germo had handed her. It wasn't too long before Junko had it working, and a map of the sector popped up. As they looked at it, Stahl briefly wondered if Xenos oriented their maps like humans did with the core of the galaxy, where North would be on a flat map of a planet. Was that a bias from having a homeworld with a more dominant northern hemisphere? He didn't know the answer. Perhaps he'd ask the captured Desvian captain about it sometime. He noticed several glowing spots on the map then, as Junko hit a few more buttons and Yaniv spoke once more. This one is that of the Germo. He tapped a spot that seemed to be slightly rimward of their path towards that insect planet Andromeda wanted to visit. Would they be willing to sell it? Or are we going to have to take it? Andromeda asked. Ah. The Xeno smiled, then hands pressed together. Perhaps you could simply rent it for a period of time. I'm sure they would be most willing to trade ownership for a period of time, though I am less sure they want it gone forever. So long as some sort of deal can be arranged, Andromeda said with a nod. It looks like our soon-to-be friends also have one. She pointed at the reddish planet that they were headed to. Ah yes, the slavers. Very interesting species. I have no idea how you hope to deal with them, Yaniv murmured, hands rubbing his chest, which was a motion Stahl didn't know. Well, you're going to provide us with a translator, or whoever the Germo use as an ambassador with them. Andromeda nodded. I am? The Xeno asked, surprised. You are. You said you had a cousin with the connections I needed when you first told me about them. Andromeda's tone was very level. Ah, the Xeno trailed off for a moment before Andromeda leaned forward. You do have the connections, don't you, Yaniv? Of course, he said, rubbing his chest again. It will be no trouble as we approach. I just had no idea you wanted to go there so quickly. The slavers didn't have that artifact on their own, you know. The priests lost it in their crusade to reclaim territory during the Great War. He pointed to a planet in the Neuralic theocracy. Stahl presumed it to be their homeworld. Now they only have one, as the heretics stole the other. He tapped a small, glowing spot in the middle of what little Wesen technocracy territory there was. So they lost 2 of their artifacts and now have far less territory. Are these artifacts powerful, Yaniv? Do they do anything on their own? Andromeda asked. The Xeno shrugged. This is beyond what I know. They are valuable. Perhaps the effect is of the mind, and not in the realm of physical things. Andromeda nodded slowly and tapped at her chin. Then Yaniv tapped on a planet in the Ba'an clan territory. 2 are held here. The workers may trade, they may not. If you can convince them that lending you this artifacts is in their best interest, they might say yes. However, up here they are not held in such a tight location. There were 3 planets in Phexian territory that lit up. The aristocrats have 3, but no 2 are held by the same family. This makes it very hard to say if they will trade or not. Then of course the final 3 are held here. He tapped a planet in the center of Desvian territory. The king controls all 3 held in royalist hands as if that was a surprise. Those you will have to seize by force, as I cannot conceive of a thing the king would trade for his prized family jewels. Andromeda and several lifeguards snickered at that comment, and the Xeno looked confused for a moment. I think I might have something he wants. The Crown Prince, for example. Yaniv laughed at that and shook his head. A decent jest. It's not a jest, Andromeda replied, dead serious as the Xeno leaned back, seeming confused. This cannot be. I have not heard this, and I am sure I would. You must have some sort of proof if you expect me to believe this. Why not ask him? Andromeda nodded to the Desvian captain who had been standing off to the side. When the Xeno looked over, he jerked back, clearly shocked. Then he let out some sort of exclamation in the Desvian language. Stahl looked back and forth as the 2 spoke, and the Yermo seemed to get a little distressed, or he sounded distressed to Stahl. After a while of back and forth, the Xeno finally stopped. Ah, this is most surprising news. Congratulations are in order, Grand Baroness, for such a fine hostage. The Xeno looked more nervous than he had been before, and Stahl was a little curious as to why. He had to know Andromeda was a pirate. She'd told him that when they'd first met. Did he think she wouldn't take hostages? Why was this different? Yes, indeed. I want you to be my voice to the people I've yet to meet, Yaniv, and that's a great honor for you. Tell the king I have his son and tell him what I want. What is it you want? The Xeno asked. I want him to call a grand summit. Then I shall negotiate terms for the exchange of his son, Andromeda said. Stahl was a bit confused about that. What was a grand summit? That is all? I can tell him this for you. The Xeno nodded. Now, about negotiations for more of your merchandise? Andromeda nodded to Avi. How much meat do you have? And fresh fruits or produce? He asked simply. The Xeno, however, looked confused. Produce? Meat? Surely you wish to ask about Phexian silk or Desvian wine. I have filled my ship to the brim with luxurious goods worthy of a grand baroness. As I said before, I'm a grand baroness at war, Andromeda replied. I don't need silk or wine. I'm just fine with rum and human fabrics, thank you. Well, I do have some select fruits and meat useful for banquets and the like, but perhaps only 20 tons worth. How am I supposed to spread that between 500,000 mouths? Avi exclaimed. 20 tons. Well, you bring 20 tons of these foods, you get 20 kilos. The Xeno gasped, mouth hanging open. Then he closed his mouth and spread his arms, head tilted. Avi. I told you earlier. Don't you Avi me? Avi replied, shaking a finger at the Xeno. We have our own food we can grow, you know. We aren't starving. But you have mashed up insects and fungus. That cannot compare to how delectable the goods I have are. The Xeno tried to counter. You are failing to impress me, Yaniv, Avi replied. We are very clearly a fleet of war, and you bring me goods for royalty. If you cannot adapt and bring the things we need, then I will find a Germo who can. Please, Avi, I am truly the best Germo for this task. I ventured into the nebula, did I not? I found you first. I have explored for those new opportunities while my kin just meander back and forth between the same places. You know this mistress of the galaxy? What of the presents I brought you? He looked to Andromeda now, but she leaned back, hands out as if to clean herself of the situation. You're negotiating with Avi, not me. The Xeno huffed at that, his shell growing wider once more as he got worried. "You must give me something more than this. 20 tons of goods for only 20 kilos? The others will think you cannot supply the quantity you promised." Avi glared at the Xeno. 30 kilos. "And 1 ton of gold," Yaniv countered. 1 ton of gold? You think that is worth less than all your food already? Avi acted insulted. 1/4 ton and 50,000 credits. I do not like these credits. Yaniv shook his head. Until I can settle how much they are worth in exchange for goods that don't belong to you, it is hard to say what they are worth. I am limited in their use to your fleet. Avi smiled at that. And that is my intention. Think of it as store credit. The two looked at one another for a while before Yaniv finally nodded. They approached and shook on it. Then Junko spoke up. Yaniv, you mentioned you came out into the nebula to find us. Kaz, that is to say, Captain Deveros has mentioned most expeditions into the nebula lead to crews going mad, turning on one another and other horror stories. That wasn't the case for you. Stahl looked over at her, then the Xeno, curious now about his answer. But the Xeno just waved both hands as his throat made a double click, the Germo equivalent of a snort. The Royalists always speak of these things. Truly I hear it is mutiny which plagues such trips, not pure madness. The Germo say of them that the Royalists are only as loyal to the king as he is close to them. In the nebula? He is not so close. Yaniv shook his head and turned to leave, but Andromeda spoke up. Yaniv, I think it would be best if your son stayed behind. This stopped Yaniv dead in his tracks. He looked back, surprised. What? Why? I think he would be a worthy guest. I have seen him listen to our conversation. He is quiet and I'd think thoughtful. I'd like him to be my guest, to let a Germo witness the next few months unfold from a very close vantage spot. Wouldn't you agree that our continued friendship ensures no harm will come to him? Stahl had forgotten about the Xeno's son. The slightly smaller Germo, who now looked worried as his shell quickly began to extend out to its full reach, and his limbs looked like they were shrinking back into it. Ah. Yaniv hesitated at that for a moment. Stahl realized that Andromeda had caught him out perfectly. If he didn't leave his son behind, then that meant he didn't expect to stay friends with Andromeda. If he did leave his son, however, that would mean any betrayal would result in his son's death. Stahl glanced over at the smiling redhead on her thorn. There were times when he forgot how subtle she could be. He was too used to her being brash and open. So was Yaniv, it seemed. Father, this would give me a chance to study new cultures more closely, understand how they do business. This would be very good for me, for us. The son spoke as he made an obvious effort to relax his shell and stand up straight. Then Yaniv replied in whatever secret Germo language they had, and they went back and forth for a bit before he seemed to relent. This is an unexpected but very generous surprise, Grand Baroness, Yaniv finally answered, turning and bowing low before Andromeda. My son will do our family very proud while he is here. I'm sure he will. You're dismissed, Yaniv. Junko, escort! She glanced at the son. Yonatan. He said it with a little hesitation, as if the word wasn't well practiced to him somehow. Strange, was he lying about his name? Or was he unsure if he should use the formal or informal? Stahl found it curious either way. Escort Yonatan to the dignitary suite, and coordinate with Yaniv to set up transfer of personal belongings as well. Andromeda finished. Junko nodded and started to walk forward to guide the Xeno on, but the Desvian started to follow. Junko had to turn and tell him something in his own language to get him to stay, before turning and escorting the Germo out of the room. Once they were gone, Avi turned to Andromeda. Did you hear that? He wasn't sure how to say his name. I told you. I told you last time! Yaniv! Yonatan! Those are not their names! He tapped his chest then. Those are our names. Those Amorets think we won't notice if they just start using our names like that. Calm down, Avi, Andromeda said, but the smile on her face and the tone of her voice made it clear she was amused by the man's outburst. Truthfully, Stahl was trying to figure out what was the issue. Calm down? Calm down! The way he tried to talk to me. The way they just happened to dress like me. Suddenly Stahl realized that the Yurmo had worn clothes very similar to that of the logistics head. Next time they come back, Yaniv, as he so calls himself, will be wearing a Star of David, and likely a koppel. Then he'll casually invite me over to Passover. He's stealing our culture. Avi, you're being dramatic. Judaism has survived for thousands of years. Do you think some Xenos trying to copy your traditions will do much harm? Andromeda was still having trouble keeping the smile off her face, it seemed, which just seemed to get Avi going further. We haven't survived by letting some schmuck steal our culture from us. If that space frog son of his tries to tell me he wants a bar mitzvah, I'm going to take some scissors and start by making sure he's had a bris. At that, Andromeda just began to laugh while Avi fumed. You think this is funny? Yes! She exclaimed as she laughed, and a number of the lifeguard chuckled with her. I do, Avi. I really do. He growled then and then pointed up at Andromeda. You're no longer invited to Orly's bat mitzvah! At that, Andromeda got her laughter under control. I'm sorry, Avi. I am, and you don't mean that. The man crossed his arms as he looked up at Andromeda, who sighed and stood from her throne finally, stepping down from the platform as she looked down at Avi, still much taller than him thanks to her power armor. You don't mean it, because if you tried to tell Ziva you'd never hear the end of it. Avi sighed at that and threw his hands in the air. How you've managed to win the undying love and affection of my mother is beyond me. If you were being shot at, she'd toss me in front of you so I'd get hit by the bullet. All I ever hear from her is questions about when you're coming over next. During the war, you know how many letters she sent me. 2, Andromeda answered. 2! Avi shouted. How many did she send you? 65, Andromeda smiled. 65! Avi shouted and shook his head, tossing his hands into the air once more. 2 letters she sends her own son. One of them was after I got shot. And you know what she said? She said it was a shame I got shot because I didn't do the country any good getting patched up in the hospital. Never mind everything I got done before getting shot. And oh, why the hell am I even saying all this? I have to go oversee the unloading of that Masher's goods. He waved his hands, shook his head, and turned to walk away while he grumbled. This whole thing is verkockt, he muttered as he left, head still shaking as he went. Once he was gone, Andromeda turned and began speaking to the Desvian. She stepped up to the still operating holotable, motioning to it. When the Desvian stepped up, she looked to Stahl. You'll want to hear this. Well, you'll want to hear what I have to say as I translate. She corrected herself. Stahl stepped up, getting a better look at the upcoming Desvian systems. Devoros indicated a system ahead of them and expanded it on the map. There was a small star with just 3 planets around it, but one of those seemed to be a gas giant with several large moons. This will be our first target in Desvian territory. She tapped the planet in between the star and the gas giant. This one is an agri-world. Millions of tons of meat and produce for us to steal. But more importantly for you. Next, she tapped one of the moons orbiting the gas giant. This is the home of a prestigious library. Stahl arched a brow in confusion. Why is that important to me? Because I want you to go there and clean house. If we're going to succeed in this sector, we need information. Lots of it. And not just what Yaniv wants to tell us. So while I have the bulk of our forces raiding farms, you're going to be raiding the library. Do you think your commandos can handle some old little ladies with bifocals? Stahl frowned at her question, which made her laugh. Yes, I think we've got it covered, he replied still. He glanced around the room then for a moment as he felt like something was missing. Why isn't Bloodaxe here for all of this anyway? Ah, his smell is apparently too much for the Germo. Andromeda shrugged. And I don't get to use that excuse? Stahl asked, which made her smirk and chuckle for a moment. No, you don't. How are your new recruits working anyway? We need more translators, he replied quickly. But as she kept staring at him, he tilted his head. But so far, the Desvians seem to be shaping up far better than I expected. I don't think they'll ever be anywhere near as good as humans, but they'll do all right. Excellent, she said with a nod. Now then, I've places to go. People to see. She paused and didn't start moving yet. Oh, almost forgot make sure you keep your ship starboard of the Retribution while we travel. What? Why? Stahl asked, frowning with confusion. Do you need more of a reason than because I told you to? Andromeda asked, suddenly, seeming a tad aggressive. Stahl blinked, taken aback by her reaction. No, Captain, he said with a nod and clicked his heels. Andromeda smiled then and began walking out of the room, her guards and the Desvian prisoner in tow. Titus remained behind until the two of them were alone together in the room. Well, them and Admiral Suvakov in the corner in the black box, but he wouldn't bother them. How is she? She seems to be in fairly high spirits. She is. There are times when I fear the madness is creeping into her mind more and more, but then she shows her brilliance has yet to be diminished. I stopped worrying about the demon inside her years ago when I realized that she is the demon. It will truly be interesting to see how she goes about conquering hell when we get there. Stahl snorted at the comment. Why does everyone love to buy into her comments about ruling over hell? Because it makes more sense than all of us finding our way into heaven. Stahl laughed then and nodded. Fair enough. So why did you wait behind? He glanced up at the skull painted on the faceplate of Titus's power armor, knowing the face behind it. Neither had actually said anything about meeting here. It just happened, which meant, Stahl assumed, the other wanted to talk. Did you read the report on the Congo ships? I did, Stahl nodded. They're getting smart. Smaller crews means less recruits. Far less if they're truly as brainwashed as the Congos claim. The sailors are, Titus confirmed. But their officers are still the same. It's easy for them to talk about sacrificing the lives of their men when they risk nothing. He paused for a moment before continuing. Well, they'd like to think they risk nothing but their lives are on the line as well. What worries me is if they're pushing out this far from this direction, what will happen when you head to the maze? That's closer to Earth. Shouldn't their diplomats be headed that way? Stahl thought that over for a while and shrugged. Perhaps something has happened to direct their travel this way? I couldn't guess with any accuracy as to why they'd use this route, but I can tell you they didn't expect us to be out here despite what they've done to change their ships. Why's that? Titus asked. Because if they had, then they'd have sent far more warships, or loaded them with self-destruct mechanisms to deny us the salvage and damage our ships if we're too close. Titus chuckled at that. Even so, I trust her to get us a new home. The maze sounds promising for the colony fleet. One can only hope we live to see the promised land, Stahl nodded in response. Demon queen of the damned or human being, I still think she's our best hope. Stahl rubbed his chin for a moment, before remembering a question he had earlier. What drugs is she selling? Cocaine and E. I'm not sure they're great for all Xenos, but the Germos sure do seem to love them. They had mentioned the purity and strength of the active ingredients is quite insane compared to what they've found in the past. Ha! Xenos dying of overdosing on pirate drugs. We truly are the ambassadors of humanity. They both chuckled at that until Stahl added, I won't lose sleep over more dead Xenos, no matter how we kill them. Why do you harbor such feelings toward Xenos? Stahl shrugged for a moment, and then as he thought it over, he shook his head. I truly don't know. He set his jaw for a moment. I have this feeling whenever I see them. Frustration and anger and the sorts of feelings I normally reserve for Congos. Maybe I'm just tired of running. Aren't we all? Titus replied. They were quiet for a moment until he went on. I believe Andromeda is taking the Desvian to the colony fleet to show him how humans party. You should join us. What? Stahl exclaimed with a surprised snort, frowning in confusion. What could possibly give you the impression that I'd want to participate in something like that? Junko will be there, Titus tried. Junko is a fraction of my age. My son is older than her. Stahl was starting to get upset with how everyone seemed to think he kept looking at Junko. I feel sorry for her. Andromeda toys with her emotions and uses her as a plaything. Yet she's an intelligent and motivated young woman who doesn't deserve such treatment. I look at her as if... He trailed off then and looked away from Titus. There was nothing you could have done for Helen. When he said that, Stahl growled out the sudden memory flooding back. Just when he thought he could forget it. Was that why he truly wanted to help Junko? No, he shook his head. Augustus, you did everything you could. Helen is the one who made the wrong call. You don't know that! Stahl glared up at Titus and then sighed, forcing himself to relax. The odds were against us. But... He trailed off once more as he thought back on his sister. Caught between Sharkin raiders and a Congo strike force. He had to give his ship orders. He'd thought her team could hold out longer. Titus reached out, very gently resting his massive hand on Stahl's shoulder. You're the only one who hasn't forgiven yourself, Augustus. I understand war, and Mom came around years ago. What she said back then? She was stricken with grief, and she doesn't understand how battles go. You know she loves you. Stahl sighed softly, his shoulders slumping as he remained quiet for several seconds. Finally, he replied. It's so strange to be called Augustus. Everyone calls me Stahl. Titus laughed softly at that. We're both Stahls. Yes, but you've got the better first name. You know how it goes with names. You're never sure what will stick. Titus nodded at that. You never did like talking about it, did you? Titus pressed, realizing Augustus had been trying to change the subject. He gave Augustus's shoulder a slight squeeze. Well, hopefully you can find someone to talk to about it. Lucifer knows you should have seen someone about it while your marriage was still salvageable. It's been what? 5 years since you and Stacy split? Have you even tried to see anyone since then? I've got a ship to run. I've been busy, Stahl responded with a slight shrug. You need to get laid. Oh, shut the fuck up, Stahl replied with a shocked laugh at what his brother said. Then he nodded at the door Andromeda had left through. Go catch up before they leave you behind and you miss out on the dance clubs. I wouldn't miss anything. Andromeda has a secret room with a crazy lighting system, disco ball, and insane sound system. I spend whole days in there sometimes. Stahl laughed and then looked up at his brother with a slight frown, as if to ask if he was serious. Clearly reading the look right, Titus responded. I'm serious. I can't tell you where it is, though. I don't want you walking in suddenly while I'm down to nothing but my socks. And that's my cue to leave, Stahl said as he pulled away from his brother and headed to the door. Titus was laughing as he left. Perhaps his brother was right about talking to someone, not getting laid. He wasn't a young man. He didn't think with his dick much these days. He still felt like his concern for Junko went beyond his own failure to protect his sister. But as he thought about the Sharkin raiders, he supposed he knew just why he had issues with Xenos. Slowly he nodded. He'd find someone to talk to. If he didn't get his own mind under control, then he wouldn't be able to do his job. He wasn't like Andromeda. Her madness only seemed to enhance her brilliance. Stahl required control to be effective. Plus, he didn't relish the idea that he was getting angry at people who had no real connection to those raiders, aside from the fact that they weren't human. When he looked over his shoulder, his brother was actually dancing around in his armor, which made Stahl laugh for a moment. Perhaps there was still hope for him. Hope for a better future. A mad future, but a better one. Pobishi Quasho smiled as he watched Watsia play around with Dark Moon. The two Void Foxes were happily wrestling and playing as they ran around the enclosure. They rolled around in the grass and chased each other around the small bushes on what looked like a tall plateau overlooking a dry desert valley that wouldn't look out of place somewhere in the American Southwest back on Earth. Of course, that was just how they had made the room look. In reality, they were in the Retribution in the so-called Native American Cultural Heritage Enclosure, which was a mouthful. Sula was sitting on a bench not far away, next to the fire pit, while reading from her tablet. Hey, you think we should do any actual cultural stuff while we're here? Sula looked up from her tablet and smirked then. I'm fairly sure everyone just thinks we come here to fuck. The comment made him laugh as he shook his head. Come on, you don't do war dances? War dances? She asked, obviously amused by the idea. And how do you know how to perform a war dance? You don't even know your own language. Hey, I know my name, right? Pobishi Quasho. Iron Jacket! Great name for a tank commander, isn't it? And the war dance isn't about doing things just like they did back then. It's about getting in touch with my inner animal and letting out my aggression so I'm focused for the battle ahead. Yeah, when you talk like that, people definitely think we come here to fuck, Sula replied, which made him laugh again. And you tell everyone you name is Jack Irons. Hey, that was when I first joined up. It wasn't like I had time to correct everyone while we were fighting Congos in the war. Plus, they can pronounce those words a lot easier. So I cut them some slack. He shrugged and smiled. He did wish he knew more of the language, though. Sula seemed to know all sorts of phrases and stuff. But he wasn't sure why she gave her fox a Shoshone name when she was Cherokee. He felt like it would be rude to ask, though, when he didn't know more than 3 or 4 words in Comanche. Well, you better hurry with that war dance. We're supposed to reach the system in a few hours, Sula commented as she glanced at her watch. Ah, I figure we should get those two back in hiding, he said as he looked over at their foxes while they played in the carefully sculpted enclosure. I wish we could let them out to stretch their legs more often, Sula said as she watched them wrestle around playfully. It's too bad there are so many rules and restrictions about animals, and so many legends about void foxes. People just don't get their normal animals. Nothing supernatural about it. Hey, you won't hear any arguments from me. Though it was pretty crazy how they found one another through the ship, isn't it? They could definitely sense one another. You remember my new code, right? Tusla asked, changing the topic, and Jack nodded. 545872. I got it. I appreciate your concern, but I'm not as forgetful as you always think I am. And yes, I know how to call her out. 1 click, 2 clicks, wait. 1 click, wait, 1 click, 2 clicks. The better trick is to make sure you don't die in the fight so we never have to worry about covering for the other. Good, and have you changed your password yet? You really need to keep up with security, Sula lectured as he sighed. What security? No one is looking for contraband void foxes. If I constantly change the password to my room, it will look more suspicious than anything else. And also, yes, I made sure to refresh the emergency contact sheet before you ask. If anything happens to me, you'll be the first to know. But nothing will happen to me because I am the mighty Pobish Iquasho. He raised his hands up as he said that. You know the chief you've named yourself after died when his supposedly invincible iron jacket failed him, right? Sula replied. Jack just shrugged. So how goes your quest for promotion? I heard you went all lone wolf and flew out solo to get 2 kills during that last fight. I did, she nodded. A Phalanx and a Hercules. But this time I'll be out on my own on purpose. What? Why? He frowned as she said that. The 2 morons in my flight? Julia and Becca didn't report for the battle and were later found drunk in a storage room. Were they executed? Jack couldn't imagine fucking up that bad, but he was sure they'd make an example of that sort of behavior. No, some sort of punishment detail. All I know is they'll never fly a fighter again, which is good and bad. Wait, but that's just 2. Is Felicia all right? Jack hoped the sweet pilot hadn't been killed and relaxed when Sula replied. She's fine physically, but her brother was on one of the freighters that got hit and she kind of had a breakdown. They finally got her that civilian post and approval to have kids, so that leaves me without a flight. Well, what are they doing about that? You're one of the best there is. Sula glanced up at him and he quickly wagged a finger at her. So long as Jasmine Nishizawa is alive, you're not the best in the fleet for sure, and there are some very good pilots in Catwing who would still dispute the title. How about the best pilot under 30 then? He shrugged and nodded at that, conceding the title. Well, they're giving me control of my own squadron. What? That's great news, he exclaimed, but she didn't look as happy. Isn't it? It's a training squadron. I'm going to be in charge of training some fresh-faced kids and then lead them into battle. They say it's a reward for my hard work and determination. I think they just didn't want to squander their precious aces in Catwing for a task like this. Do you know I have no idea what they'll even be flying? They took the Corsairs the others were flying for parts and to give to other pilots, which means we're now out of spare ships. So you're going to teach them to fly how? In simulators, I suppose. I just hope they have a plan for what to give us to fly in. Sula shrugged. Maybe they'll just toss you at the enemy? I mean, that's what they do with us. Yeah, the tank you drive kinda helps. Sula muttered and glared at him, but when he shrugged and made a face, she laughed. So, we've got some time. Are you sure you don't want to join me for a war dance? He smiled as she rolled her eyes. What's ya? Her fox turned as she was called and came running over, jumping up into Sula's arms. Ah, you're no fun, Jack muttered, but was still smiling as he did. Oh well, more war dancing for me. Darkmoon trotted over and watched Jack as he opened up his case, pulling out the headdress he kept inside and his tomahawk. The headdress was mostly made with synthetic feathers, and the tomahawk was made out of titanium. But as far as he was concerned, it was the passion behind the dance more than anything else. Are you seriously going to war dance before battle? I said I was, didn't I? You should try it! He smiled as he began to pull the headdress on. What do you do? Sula asked as she held Watsia in her arms, cuddling her pet fox who panted happily. Well, first using my skillful know-how I commune with my ancestors to start a spirit fire. There's a gas line. You just have to turn it on. Hush, Spirit fire, he said as he leaned down next to the fire pit and opened the fake rock that held the control panel. No one had used it since his last war dance, so he just activated it and stepped back. When the fire burst up, he pointed at it. Spirit fire! You're such a dork. Sula rolled her eyes as she watched him, but he didn't mind. Instead of responding with words, he adjusted the speaker settings real quick on his control bracelet and began to stretch as he prepared to dance. And what does a Comanche tank commander listen to these days? The same thing any good tank commander has listened to for the last few centuries, he said as he locked eyes with her. Jump! The hard rock music began playing. Suddenly, he began nodding his head and then jumping. Bounce! Down! Up! Sula rolled her eyes and stood up. Seriously? War dance! Was all Jack could shout in reply as he grinned wide. He watched her tuck Watzia into her special case as she scurried for the door, leaving Jack behind as he kept on jumping and dancing. He began shaking his tomahawk around in the air as Pogo! 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 Echoed throughout the enclosure. Even Dark Moon started howling and jumping around his feet, getting into the spirit of the war dance. So then her mother walked in. Shut the fuck up, Hans, Jack said with a slight chuckle as he shook his head. His friend always seemed to try and think up the most outrageous stories about what he did while on leave and run with it until someone finally called him out on it. Swear to Lucifer himself. You can swear on Andromeda herself. It didn't happen, Jack replied with a snort as he saw the driver's grinning face in the corner of his vision. His visor was active now that they were loaded into the Hellbringer assault ship. The Retribution was just above some Xeno farm world getting ready to unload all the ground forces they had. Normally they'd have to wait for the fleet to achieve void superiority before attempting a landing, but the Xenos apparently worked differently than humans. In the briefing, the colonel had told them that the Xenos had requested a day to organize their forces, which was standard practice when they went to war with the other nations. Andromeda had said yes, and then moved the fleet over the planet for an immediate invasion. It stepped up the timetable for the whole operation, but Jack was okay with that. When he'd first joined the Confederate Armored Cav, he was only 16. Thankfully, he was big for his age, and they weren't checking birth certificates very carefully by that point in the war. Now, 12 years later, he was a lieutenant in charge of his own tank. Truthfully, he was more like a sergeant since he didn't have authority over anyone but his driver and radio operator. But as he was commanding the last remaining tank of the Confederate 13th Armored Cavalry Regiment, the Black Cats, they'd made him a lieutenant. Also, he had the honor of having one of the last 5 working Cossack MBTs. It was a real marvel of Confederate engineering by the end of the war. It used a small fission generator to power 4 anti-grav lifters that let the entire thing hover over almost any terrain. The propulsion was provided by a standard hydrogen engine that powered turbofans strategically located around the edges of the tank. Perhaps the only drawback was the fact that it didn't have a turret. Instead, the cannon was mounted near the back of the platform to provide a longer and steadier barrel platform. He could aim up and down just fine, but he only had a 15-degree firing arc in front of him. If his target was outside of that, he'd have to have Hans swing the entire tank one way or another. That required a lot of expert teamwork. Thankfully, after 12 years, they were indeed experts. The majority of tanks loaded into the Hellbringers were the much more common Grizzly MBT. They were tracked vehicles, and that alone limited their agility and speed when compared to the hovering Cossack. But they also had significantly tougher armor and larger crew compartments. They also didn't require any specialized maintenance teams like the Cossacks with their fission reactors. So Jack with his Black Cat and the other Cossacks acted as scouts for the main force, a task he relished. So what's the mission here, LT? That was Cindy, his radio telegraph operator and maps expert. He had no idea why telegraph was part of the name, but he supposed it was some sort of archaic tradition that no one changed. We're being dropped off at the edge of the planet's biggest city. Due west is a deep ravine with a single bridge crossing it that can support heavy armor. While the 1st and 3rd proceed into the city to seize the spaceport and other essential buildings, we will be advancing west until engaged ahead of the 8th. Simple enough, right? Do we have any idea what these Xenos have in terms of armor? Cindy asked, and Jack shrugged before speaking as he realized she couldn't see the motion from her position behind him in the comm bubble. Not much. We do know that they do have armor of some form. I'm told that this planet is protected by only a small professional garrison, and then a much larger force of volunteers and militia. I'm not sure if that means we're going up against weekend warriors or kids and old men, but I am told these guys know how to fight on open ground, so be prepared for anything. Sounds like we might be getting more action over the next few months, Hans said then, as he was checking the Cossack systems. Yes, it does, Jack agreed as he looked over his own systems. Everything was green, and nothing had changed since the last time he checked it, but didn't feel like slacking off right before a battle. Cindy, have you tested comm channels with Major Skarsgård and Captain Sands? Tested and confirmed, LT. Major Skarsgård is on channel 2 for you. Thanks, Cindy, Jack said as he opened the channel. Centurion Actual, this is Black Cat Actual, proceed over. Black Cat Actual, we have been given word landing will commence in 30 mics. No change in sitrep or roe. How copy? Over. Solid copy. Black Cat, over and out. He switched over the channel then. Right. We've got 30 minutes before we start moving. Then I give it another 20 before step off. If you gotta piss, now is the time to do it. Hey, LT, we taking any extra food or supplies? This is our first major engagement since the war. I didn't see you tell the techs to load up anything different, Hans asked then. Judging by his face still showing in the corner of Jack's visor, he was reading something in his lap. Hopefully a map and not porn on his tablet. We're still raiders, Hans. We're only expected to be here for about 12 hours, while the grunts steal as much food as they can carry, and then we bug the fuck out. If we're out here for more than that, something has gone seriously wrong, and I'm not sure the extra gear or supplies would matter. Besides, this place is near Earth quality. Lots of lush ground, it looks like. Lots of sweet, sweet air and clean water. All right, just asking LT, Hans muttered. With that said, they had another 30 minutes to kill. Jack spent most of it talking with Cindy as they went over the maps they had of the LZ. They were supposed to come down at the edge of a big field, near what passed for the locals' main highway. As far as he could tell, they'd just sweep up onto the road and follow it all the way to the bridge. In theory, this would be a walk in the park. Truthfully, as much as he bragged about the tank silhouettes on the side of his tank, he always preferred when a mission ended without firing his gun. Just as they were reaching the 30-minute mic, he heard Cindy. The boss is speaking. He flipped the switch to turn on the main PA in the tank as they heard Andromeda's voice almost immediately. Pirates! This will be our first raid of a Desvian planet. The first of many, no doubt. These lazy pricks have gotten so fucking used to polite warfare, they expect us to wait a day for them to get a defense together. Well, fuck that! Jack and Hans chuckled as they heard their angry commander. We're pirates! We don't play by the polite fucking rules, do we? We are going to land on this planet and we are going to fuck. Shit. Up! She growled out. Jack, Hans, and even Cindy hollered at that, tapping their metallic control bracelets against the metal innards of the tank in a sign of agreement and support. You've all got your missions, and fucking stick to them. Your COs will let you know when it's time to loot and pillage. Anyone caught doing so outside of orders will be fucking shot. That said, I really do expect you all to have fun out there. Jack and Hans chuckled at that last addition. Now then, show these Xenos what it means to come face to face with the legions of the damned! The crew howled out, tapping their control bracelets against the sides of the tank once more. Unleash hell itself, Andromeda finished her broadcast. Jack got the notification that the assault ship was dropping from the Retribution's hangar and quickly cycled up the tank's engines. With a comforting hum, they came to life and he got green across all systems. Clicking on a secondary video feed, he saw the planet rushing up in his visor. He didn't see any weapons fire, and the ship didn't make any evasive maneuvers. Nothing. Perhaps this really would be as easy as they hoped. Centuries of apparently polite warfare was not going to prepare Xenos for battling pirates. Certainly not these pirates. They might have some Xeno comrades now, but they were following Andromeda. And you didn't get more human than Andromeda. Soon the planet became more clear. The distant orb now took up all his vision. There was a soft rumble in the distance as they began to enter the atmosphere, and the video took on a fiery tinge. After about a minute of that before it cleared up and they were looking down across a green and orange planet. The gray city to the east looked quite massive indeed. It was perhaps 50 clicks across. As they got closer, he figured that perhaps a quarter of the city was just the spaceport, and it looked like it was packed with massive ships of some kind. Freighters? To be honest, the planet looked exceptionally peaceful, right up until he saw an armadillo squadron streak over the city. Explosions began to rip through the buildings as the bombers passed over, and the invasion was truly underway. He hoped they were targeting specific targets, or at least specific neighborhoods, but they might also just being bombing the hell out of the city to scare the shit out of the Xenos. Either way, he was heading out into the countryside, so he wouldn't know until he talked to the guys after the battle. Soon, though, the Hellbringer was touching down, and he felt the rumble beneath him as the assault ship landed. He turned off the feed then, and opened the top hatch to his tank, standing up from his seat. He wanted to see this world for himself. The massive door to this section of the assault ship opened down, providing a ramp for the armor. "Hans, forward," he said simply, and the drive began to move the tank. Unlike the Grizzlies around him, which jerked forward, the Cossack had a smooth forward acceleration, cushioned by the anti-grav lifters and turbofans. He was easily the first down off the ramp and onto the planet as they began to crush some sort of waist-high crop beneath the tank as they drove forward into the field. He took a slow, deep breath of the clear, fresh air, the first he'd been able to enjoy in almost a year. The recycled air on the Retribution wasn't as bad as it had been on the old ships, but it still couldn't compare with a nice, clear day on a planet like this. "Cindy music," he said. The speakers mounted on the outside of his tank were most certainly not standard, but he was his own CO, so there was no one to give him shit over it. Soon enough, he heard the music start, and then the lyrics began. "Everybody, everybody, everybody living now. Everybody, everybody, everybody fucks. Everybody, everybody, everybody living now. Everybody, everybody, everybody sucks. Goddamn engine with your fucking folk music." He suddenly heard on his comm and he turned, seeing Sergeant Garza standing up in his Grizzly to his back left. "Hey Garza, sit on this, why don't ya?" Jack replied as he flipped off the other tank commander. He couldn't hear it over the sounds of the engines, but he was positive the other tankers were laughing at the exchange that happened every time they raided a new planet. It was a little inside joke back from when someone told Garza that this music was ancient Native American folk music they listened to when going to war. Turned out it was just Jack. "LT, am I clear to get some fresh air?" "Sure, Hans, I don't see a single hostile," Jack replied as he then saw the driver's head stick up out of the forward hatch. Fresh air. Goddamn, is that nice," Hans said as he took a deep breath. They were advancing across the field fairly quickly as they skirted past the compound that apparently served as quarters for the farm workers and storage. It wasn't some little mom-and-pop farmhouse, this was clearly a larger operation. Jack looked at the buildings with some interest as they approached. This was the first Xeno architecture he was getting to see. First off, he noticed how much stone they used in their construction. They also had a surprising number of reliefs on the sides of the building. Lots of stone faces and decorative pieces. Nothing about the compound looked even remotely prefab. In fact, he could see signs of renovations on some of the buildings. How long had this place been here? He was used to cities that thought a 50-year-old building was ancient, but this place looked like it had been here for centuries. He looked forward once more as Hans drove them up onto the MSR they were taking all the way out to the bridge. Jack looked around the road. They used blue for the center line and red stripes to separate the lanes, but other than that, it looked surprisingly human. There was also some sort of raised track just north of them on a berm. Train tracks? He then looked at the vehicles on the road ahead of them. They looked mostly like trucks, but they seemed to be lifted up onto several legs that ended in large rubber balls that he figured were their wheels. The purpose of being so high up eluded him, though. As they drove forward, the trucks quickly swerved out of their way, as surprised Xenos jumped from their vehicles and dove off the road. But Jack just waved at them while they passed by. "All right, Hans. Feel free to accelerate to 100 kph as traffic allows. We should pass through a mid-sized town in about 1 hour, and then we'll be another hour out from the bridge at that point." "Understood, LT," Hans replied easily as they drove on. In the distance, he could hear the muffled report of explosions, as the bombers likely did another pass over the city behind them. But he didn't see any resistance to their 12 o'clock. For now, Jack simply enjoyed the music and the fresh air of the planet as they drove on. "Hey Hans, you notice anything about the Xeno victors?" he asked as he glanced at the trucks around them. By now, more were trying to turn away from the city, and they weren't seeing very many heading towards them. but a lot heading away from them. They've got weird legs? They're like people-sized. Why they got such tall victors? Yeah, I was wondering that too. But they also don't have any personal transports. These are all trucks. Food and grain and shit. No cars or sedans or whatever their equivalent is. They were passing by more trucks that pulled over to the shoulder even as they passed on the other side of the road. He didn't see them pulling out cell phones or anything similar. They also lacked antenna for CB radios as far as he could tell. Did they have any sort of wireless communication? They must. He just wasn't seeing it. They had a rather pleasant hour of driving, music, and lack of anyone shooting at them as they approached the first town. When it was 10 clicks out, he figured it was time to shift things up. Reduce speed to 50 kph. Button up. He sat back down, closing his hatch above him as he heard the clang of Hans doing the same. Cindy, kill the music, he added as he looked at the town through his rangefinder. By now, there wasn't any traffic on the road. They'd passed the last truck 5 minutes before. When they were 5 clicks out, he was getting a better look at the town ahead. Hans, stop! The Cossack slowed and then held steady as he looked out across the MSR before them. At the edge of the town was the first resistance he'd seen all day. A number of large vehicles had been spread across the road. They looked like they might have some light armor on the sides, but he didn't see any turrets, firing ports, or AT emplacements anywhere. They'd set up a blockade ahead of the vehicles that looked more like a DUI checkpoint than a defensive barricade. They're trying to stop a tank at the edge of town? The hell are they doing? Do they have no idea how to handle urban combat? LT, I think these are cops, or whatever the locals call them. I'm seeing mostly sidearms, Cindy said, and Jack focused a little more on what he could back out through his rangefinder. I think you're right. Get me Centurion. Centurion, this is Black Cat, requesting Centurion Actual over. There was a pause before he heard the reply. Black Cat, this is Centurion Actual, proceed over. Centurion Actual, this is Black Cat Actual. I have eyes on the first town. Resistance at edge of city seems to be civilian law enforcement. No professional hostiles over. Interrogative, how to proceed over. Black Cat Actual, you know the rowie. Civilian or professional hostile is still hostile. Engage and destroy tangos as necessary. How copy? Jack sighed for a moment. Solid copy. Black Cat Actual over and out. He ended the transmission then. Hans, I want to do this fast and hard. Accelerate to fastest comfortable speed and I will engage targets as ranged. If we can, I'm just going to punch through the big vehicles and we'll smash through the center. We don't have time to engage foot mobiles. Leave that to the 8th. Understood, LT, Hans said before he started to accelerate. Jack felt his anxiety begin to build as they approached hostile Xenos for the first time. He hated first-time engagements because he had no idea what to expect. Hopefully these were just the town's cops and SWAT equivalents showing up to try and stop what they expected to be raiders. If they understood they were facing armor, they didn't look it. Now that the Cossack was barreling down the MSR towards the checkpoint, he saw them start to move. They were fanning out, obviously trying to get a wide arc of fire upon him, but he still didn't see any launchers or turrets that would make him think they had AT capabilities. When they were 3 clicks out, he lined up his gun with the center vehicle. It looked to be a big fat command center thing with armor on the sides and a number of dishes and antenna all along the top. Tango Victor range 3 clicks and closing. He loaded, he muttered. The cannon on the Cossack was the other thing powered by the reactor. It was a magnetic Gauss rifle of sorts. It normally fired HE, AP, or canister rounds, but in a pinch they could load it with scrap and it would launch it. Not needing chemical charges to propel their munitions was a big plus, since it reduced the amount of explosives they kept inside the tank. On top of that, it didn't make as much noise as most cannons. Helped give them a few shots before the enemy spotted them usually. He watched the range close in, and as soon as the numbers flashed 2000 M, he shouted, "Range 2,000 meters, he firing!" and pressed his foot on the firing pedal. The whole Cossack shuddered and slowed as the cannon whined from the magnetic discharge. For a brief moment he saw something shimmer around the vehicle before the explosion knocked it over onto its side and sent a number of Xenos flying. The fuck? Was that a shield? A shield on a vehicle? Shit, Tango Victor range 1650, he firing. He stepped on the pedal once more, but this time the vehicle exploded, blowing it apart in the middle. By now the Xenos were firing back, but the bolts he could see were falling well short of their position. "Same tango! Range 950 meters!" he shouted, and pressed the firing pedal as soon as the automated arm reloaded the cannon. This time the shot hit the remaining forward chunk of the vehicle and blew it apart, leaving them a clear path straight up the middle. "Shit, their vehicles just get shredded by HE," he noted. "Switching to remote MG, no more main cannon. Hans, fast as you're comfortable." "Understood, LT." They were moving along at about 50 kph right now, while Jack swung the automated MG on top of the Cossack to the left, firing at and above the Xeno positions he could see before swinging it right and repeating the process. He heard some small arms fire slap against their armor, but it wasn't like hearing bullets bounce off. It sounded more like giant bugs were flying into the sides and getting smeared all over his precious Cossack. But soon they were knocking aside the razor wire checkpoint and between the knocked-aside vehicles. There was no one on the main road through town, it seemed, which was good for them, because Hans started to speed up, and 85 tons of human military engineering were barreling through at 100 kph. Jack noticed more buildings that looked to be hundreds of years old, completely decked out in statues, wood carvings, and stone reliefs as well. It seemed like the Xenos were more interested spending their time making artwork than new buildings. It was also a bit hard to pick out detail at this speed, but he wasn't seeing personal vehicles still. Mostly just trucks if he saw anything at all. Plenty of civilians were scurrying away from their windows while they passed, but no one was shooting at them, and about 7 minutes later, they were through the town. The only thing of note they'd passed is another road bisecting the town going north-south. "Cindy, get me Centurion again," Jack said once they were outside and once more driving past fields on either side. "Centurion, this is Black Cat. Requesting Centurion Actual over." "Black Cat, this is Centurion Actual. Proceed over." Jack always felt somewhat comforted from the same reply he'd heard thousands of times after an engagement. "Centurion Actual, this is Black Cat Actual. We are through the town. Resistance was light and ineffectual. 0, repeat 0, 80 capabilities. Proceeding to target point. How copy?" "Solid copy, Ballcat Actual. Outstanding work. Outstanding. Proceed to target point or until engaged. The 8th is behind you. Over." "Any word on orbital engagement, Centurion?" "Nothing has come down the wire, Black Cat. 1st and 3rd have been engaging the enemy within the city and are experiencing medium resistance. No sign of hostile armor. Keep your eyes open. Observe everything. Admire nothing. Centurion over and out." Jack nodded and opened the hatch, standing up once more while Hans did the same. On the other side of the town, he still wasn't seeing any traffic on the road. They must all have pulled off to the farm compounds on either side of the MSR. There was still a raised track directly north of the MSR, but he hadn't seen any trains so far. They spent another quiet hour driving across the countryside as they approached the only bridge big enough to support enemy armor heading towards the city. As they approached the area, Jack noticed the fields ended, and he saw scattered trees. Their leaves were orange, but he wasn't sure if that meant they were in autumn, or if that's just what color leaves were here. He thought he remembered hearing about plants always being green cause of what caused photosynthesis, but maybe that was just for earth plants. There was a small town around the bridge, probably 20 buildings, nothing more than a gas stop, really. The bridge ahead was just as big as he'd been told to expect. Massive stone statues stood above it. Either they were the supports, or the Xenos couldn't make big structures without dedicating lots of space to masonry. He wondered if the concept of Spartan design had ever even occurred to them, or if everything they made was this detailed and artistic. Maybe they just had lots of bored, unemployed artists. That had happened in Confederate territory after the war ended. Lots of them ended up joining the fleet of the damned. Pirates didn't give a shit what your background degree was in, and you didn't need any experience. That's why the grunts in body armor and battlesuits had such awesome paint jobs. He focused on the task at hand as they got near the bridge. Hans slowed it down to 50 kph. As the tank began to slow, he noticed the smaller bridge parallel to the main one. It had that train track-like feature on it, but it was hanging beneath support girders rather than having a real road. Then he saw the ravine they were crossing over. "Holy shit," he muttered. It was easily 200 meters across and what looked to be a click deep. "Lucifer hisself," Hans muttered as they drove across. Looking over the edge of the bridge, Jack saw it was a damn long way down to a small river below, snaking through what he now realized was a massive canyon. Why the hell are we here, LT? Couldn't they have just bombed this from orbit and let us assist in holding the city somewhere closer? I don't think they realized what sort of terrain feature they had here, he muttered. Then he pointed to what appeared to be a scene overlook on a hill just north of the bridge on the far side. He tagged it with his helmet-mounted laser for Hans. Up there. He saw worried-looking Xenos duck back into their buildings once they were across the bridge and passing by their homes and businesses, but no signs of military. Once they were through the little town and up on the scenic overlook, he had a commanding view of the area. The canyon looked absolutely massive from up here, but he also had a good look past some trees and across the fields west of them. If the 8th were on schedule still, he could expect to see them in an hour, maybe an hour and a half. So far, the day had been pretty simple. He just hoped it stayed that way. All right, you can settle us down, minimal power Hans. The hum of the reactor grew softer as the tank settled down on the hill, gently landing on the pavement. They could get back on the move in a hurry if need be, but he didn't want to keep it hot while they were idle. All right, you two, settle in. I got the comms this time, Cindy. Centurion Actual, this is Black Cat Actual. Copy? Over. Black Cat Actual, this is Centurion 1-1. Centurion Actual is otherwise engaged. Over. That was the Major's RTO. Copy that, Centurion 1-1. We have secured bridge crossing. Requesting 8th ETA to objective over. Change in sit rep Black Cat. Hostile elements advancing from north. 8th is preparing to engage. We'll update as develops. Over. Jack frowned at that info. Interrogative Centurion. Are we to hold bridge crossing solo while the 8th changes mission objective? Over. That's a solid copy, Black Cat. We'll update as situation develops. Centurion over and out. Jack slowly shook his head. Fuck me, he muttered quietly at the news. He was supposed to be a scout, not a solo defender. Hey, LT, you see the scoring marks from the small arms fire? Hans asked, pulling him back into reality. Negative, Hans. What's it look like? Well, the paint is fucked up and the armor gets scuffed, sort of melted a bit on the surface a bit. But otherwise, that seems to be it. Well, that's some good news, Jack replied and pulled himself up further out of his hatch so he could sit on the edge. Settle in, guys. We might be here for a while by our lonesome. And that's the second time I got crabs. Once again, Hans had been filling the time with various stories, some new, some old. It had been 3 hours without word from Centurion or the 8th. You are one disgusting freak, Hans, Jack replied as he heard his driver chuckle. He was sitting on top of his tank looking down over the small town. There was a young Xeno who had approached them a while back, watching them with a mixture of curiosity and caution, it seemed. It was the only local to show up so far. He didn't know how quickly the Xenos aged, but this one seemed small, 3 feet tall with black and white markings. Made him think of a tuxedo cat, sort of. Jack had been watching him get closer bit by bit, but he seemed too nervous to get any closer than the parking lot on top of the hill they were in. Finally, Jack reached into his hatch, pulling a can from a small compartment behind his seat, and then dropped down off the side of his tank. The Xeno ducked down as he did, obviously nervous, but Jack tried to settle him. I won't hurt you. I'm a nice guy. I just hurt people who want to kill me. He smiled as he spoke, trying to use a soft, soothing tone as he held the can out ahead of him. The boy slowly got back up, looking a bit worried but still very curious. Jack tried waving him over as he slowly walked across the parking lot towards him. Finally, the Xeno stepped over the edge of the pavement as he approached. I got a treat for you. Jack tried, shaking the can a bit. He was close to the kid, but the Xeno stood still, seeming unsure. Jack shook the can again, but the kid didn't move. So he popped it open with a crack which made the kid jerk back for a moment. No, you're okay. It's just fruit juice. He slowly raised the can up, taking a small sip. Then he tried reaching out to the kid once more. The Xeno finally reached out, very hesitant as he took the can from Jack, who smiled back and nodded, pantomiming drinking from the can. The Xeno sniffed at it and then slowly tilted the can to his lips. Just after taking a sip, his eyes lit up. Kun bonk. Yeah, Kun. Jack nodded. Kun bonk, all right. He tapped his chest then. Po bishe quasho! The kid didn't know English, might as well use his real name. Once more he tapped his chest. Po. Bishi Quasho. He then motioned at the kid. The kid tapped his chest. Veritum uni nisetum. Jack nodded. Uni? I like uni. He was about to go on when he heard Cindy. LT, I've got Centurion on the horn. He looked over his shoulder and headed back, quickly climbing up the side of the tank so his helmet could pick up comms. This is Black Cat Actual, over. Black Cat Actual, this is Centurion Actual. The 8th is still engaged north of that city you passed through. We will not be continuing to your position, over. Copy that, Centurion. We'll pull back and assist the 8th, over. That's a negative, Black Cat. Orbital has eyes on armored column approaching your position. If they cross that bridge, the 8th will be in serious trouble. We need you to stop the advance. How copy? Over. Jack sat on top of his tank, stunned for a moment. I repeat. How copy? Over. Interrogative. Did you say we are to stop an advancing hostile armored column? Over? That's affirmative, Black Cat. Orbital is not in position for orbital strike on bridge for near future. 8th is heavily engaged, facing significant opposition. Hostile reinforcements at this time would be devastating. Jack, I'm sorry about this, but you've got to stop them at that bridge somehow. Orbital will blow the shit out of it as soon as they can, but we need them stopped at that bridge. Over. That's solid copy, Centurion. Black Cat, Actual, out. Jack turned off the comm then and removed his helmet. He slowly pressed his face into his hands and then leaned back, pulling his helmet back on. All right, button up. Get us moving again. He waved at the Xeno kid and then dropped back into his seat, pulling the hatch closed above him. What's up, LT? Where's the 8th? They aren't coming. Then we're heading back to them? Hans asked. Negative. Hostile armored column is approaching. We have to stop them from crossing the bridge. Silence hung in the air for a minute before Hans replied. Could you repeat that? 8th is heavily engaged. They can't deal with enemy armor coming at them from the flank. We have to stop them here. Stop them how? A column? Did they say how many that is? No, they did not, Jack said as he moved the cannon side to side, up and down to make sure it was still working all right. We're alone, LT. This is suicide! Hans gasped. Yeah, well, we've been tasked with suicide before. We'll get out of it again just like always. Hans, move us off the hill and into the cover of that secondary hill just north of us. We'll have a clear fire line on the bridge. We'll wait for their lead elements to start to cross, knock them out and use the husks to block the bridge. Then we'll be on the wrong fucking side of the canyon, Hans exclaimed. We'll use the train bridge. If their armor's like their vehicles, there's no fucking way they can use it. But we can hover up and over the supports. Hopefully. But he left that word out. Hans got the tank up and moving down off the hill and into the shadow of the one above it, just like Jack asked. He saw the Xeno kid watching them move from his rangefinder and hoped Uni would get the fuck out before the armor rolled in. At least he seemed to like the fruit juice. Jack had no idea when the enemy was supposed to come rolling past on the MSR, but the next 30 minutes, he kept his eyes fixed on his rangefinder. No one in the tank was saying anything. They could all feel the sense of dread, but they'd had it worse before. At least this time they had somewhere to return to, potentially. Back on Sequoia, they'd been the only Confederate tank operating on planet for 2 weeks before they got picked up. As Jack thought about that, he suddenly saw Junie running towards them. What the fuck, kid? He muttered. But the Xeno was waving his hands and pointing west. He made some gestures that Jack didn't really understand, but he sure was frantic before he ran off again. What do you think that meant? Hans asked. I don't know. Stay frosty, Jack murmured. Then he saw it. The first enemy armor. It reminded him of those bugs that skimmed across the surface of the water. It had 6 very long legs ending in those nearly spherical wheels with a large cannon up on top, and some sort of glowing emitter on its belly. Target, 1,200 meters, AP round loaded. Firing! He pressed the pedal and the cannon whined while Hans worked to control the recoil. He saw the shell hit something that shimmered and then spin up into the air. Fuck. Shielding! Loading hay! The enemy armor started to slow suddenly. Range 1150 meters. Firing! This time the explosion rocked the enemy armor, slamming it against the side of the bridge. Loading AP! It was trying to turn when he stepped on the pedal the third time, and this round finally penetrated the main body of the Xeno armor. There was a loud crack before a boom as it exploded. Fuck me. Did we hit the ammo hold? He wondered aloud before he saw a second armored vehicle moving up onto the bridge, trying to nudge the first one aside. Had they not seen where the shot was coming from? 1,100 meters! He stepped on the pedal and the tank shuddered yet again, cannon whining. The shot hit the second armored vehicle, knocking it against the first. AP! Firing! He stepped on the pedal and once more there was a crack, followed by boom! What the hell were they hitting? What was doing that? As they sat there, nothing else moved up onto the bridge but the two burning wrecks were clearly clogging the road. Another 5 minutes, nothing. Hans, move us up onto the lookout. They edged up slowly, heading up the hill they'd been parked on earlier. Just as soon as they crested the top, he saw the rest of the column. They were spread out along the road, all facing forward. Not one had realized he was shooting them from the side. But when he saw them, that meant they saw him. Fuck! Hans, get us over the train bridge. Kick this shit into reverse. The expert driver began to move the tank down off the hill, facing the gun forward as he moved in a forward strafing pattern. He loaded target 500 meters, Jack shouted, and stepped on the pedal as he aimed at the lead hostile armor. The explosion knocked it across the road and into one of the buildings, smashing the centuries-old stonework. AP! He called up and stepped. This time when he heard the crack, he saw a flash of energy from the glowing emitter before it exploded. Were they piercing the shielding on some type of reactor? Was that it? By now, Hans was swinging their ass around, keeping their face towards the enemy as he backed onto the train bridge. Target 750 meters. Jack was calling out when he saw a flash and heard something smack the tank very loud. Sort of a splat sound. I've lost comms, Cindy said as Jack cursed. Firing! The HE round hit the next enemy armor in the face, making it roll backwards, but before he could fire again it strafed to the side much like his Cossack would, out of his line of fire. Fuck! Incoming! Hans suddenly shouted and Jack looked up only to see a massive green blob arc over their tank. He heard something splat behind them and metallic creaking. The bridge is out! Trying to stop! Fuck! Jack felt his stomach lurch, and suddenly his viewfinder was looking up at the sky. All power in rear lifters and turbofans! Lucifer, protect us! Hans was gasping out as they fell. His body floated up a little as they were in some kind of free fall from the bridge they'd just fallen off. From below he could see more of the stone supports. Impressive work. All Jack could think to himself is that he'd had a damn good run just before the tank hit something, and his head slammed back as everything went black. LT? There was a lot of red and purple in hell. Jack! Jack opened his eyes and then immediately regretted it as his head throbbed. He groaned and closed his eyes again, rubbing his hand against his forehead. His skull felt like it had been split open. What? He tried opening his eyes again, hissing in pain for some reason from the light. Jack, can you see anything? That was Hans. Jack blinked several times and then checked his viewfinder. He was looking at water. The front of the tank was submerged in a river of some kind. I see water. Yeah, thanks, asshole. I figured that out when I tried to open my hatch and nearly got flooded. Now I'm all wet. The hell happened? He finally tried. I don't know, but we're alive, Hans answered. Some sort of knocking woke me up a few minutes ago. Is Cindy alive? Jack checked his visor. She still had vitals but wasn't talking. The readout says she is. Jack, I can't get us moving backwards. Try firing the gun? Jack thought over the request and shrugged before pressing the pedal. There was a loud splash and the viewfinder got covered with water, but the tank shifted back and they were suddenly moving again. Hans jammed the fans hard and pulled them out of the rocks they had been stuck in. As he backed up, Jack aimed the viewfinder up as high as it would go. There were the edges of the bridge about 5 clicks upriver, but that was it. Just the edges. No bridge. The hell? He checked his watch then. It had been 8 hours since he last checked it. 8 hours! He frantically tried the comms, but as he was immediately hit with static, he remembered what Cindy had said before they fell. That hit had fucked up their comms. He checked the area around them, and found Hans had pulled them back to the bank of the river. Once they were over dry ground, Jack opened his hatch and climbed out before the tank had even stopped moving. The entire communications dome was fucked up. The armor was heavily melted and scored where they'd been hit. But worst of all, the outer compartment where they kept the emergency transponder beacon wasn't even on the side of the tank anymore. Jack felt his heart drop as he climbed back into his seat and closed the hatch. LT, what's up? I don't have maps right now, but last time I looked at it, we were 400 kilometers from the mouth of this canyon. Then that's 300 kilometers from the LZ. We better get driving then. When's the ship due to leave? It was scheduled to leave about an hour and a half ago. They were quiet for a few seconds before Hans spoke up. This is Sequoia all over again. Yeah, Jack muttered. Start driving north anyway. We need to get the fuck out of this canyon. As they began moving along the bank of the river, Jack tried to figure out what the fuck they were going to do alone on a hostile xenoplanet. Cassus looked out across the ether at the slowly tumbling husks that had once been proud Desvian warships. The only one he was familiar with was the biggest of the defensive fleet, the HMS Goliath. How small it was compared to the Retribution. He hoped Captain Lanius was still alive, but he hadn't been told anything. It was strange to watch the battle unfold from the bridge of an enemy ship fighting his countrymen. The mechanical systems they had far surpassed anything he'd seen the various technician guilds use. He was worried about how much power their machines had, however. From what he'd gathered, the humans had never faced a machine rebellion, but that didn't mean such a thing couldn't happen. They always spoke to that glowing red eye he saw in various rooms. It creeped him out a bit, to trust a machine with so much. As far as he was aware, only the technocracy had managed to form a peaceful union with machines before the humans arrived, and their territory was small and weak, so he didn't know much about them. Cassus had been praying to the Paragons regularly that they might guide him through these trying times, but so far they'd been quiet. His life was complicated now. He'd always pictured being a prisoner of war as a regretful but noble ideal. To be behind enemy lines, most likely in Phexian territory, waiting out the war until a prisoner trade while he wrote or studied. Instead, he was sleeping in the same room, and often same bed as the enemy commander, and dragged around to insane festivals of lights and sounds he'd never imagined. What had they called it? A dance club. Perhaps the word club was an allusion to being beat over the head with lights and sounds. And Loretta had not been helpful. The young noble seemed to relish the human way of life. After that first night, she'd been clay in Andromeda's hands. The drugs Cassus stayed away from were like candy to her. He'd always figured that landed nobles studied and prepared for a life of ruling and decision-making when they were young. But instead it seemed they just partied until midlife when they took power from their parents. The more time he spent with her, the lower his opinion of the ruling class of his own nation. Surely the king and queen were different. One thing was for sure, however, noble, commoner, or madwoman Andromeda defied all his attempts at classification. He'd first thought her victory over him was merely a matter of surprise and being outnumbered. But as he'd witnessed in the recent battle, she was a very shrewd and intelligent military commander. He still wasn't sure how her madness and intelligence worked together like they did. For example, she'd told the planetary governor she wasn't going to give him 24 hours to prepare like he requested, but then told her officers that she'd agreed to it, but was going to attack anyway while the defenders were unprepared. Perhaps he'd ask her? Captain Devoros! Cassus jumped a little at that, as he worried that somehow the woman had read his thoughts, but as he looked over, she was simply walking up to him, flanked by Junko. So what did you think? About what? He asked and arched a brow. The battle, of course, she pressed with a chuckle. It was very interesting. Then you charged a force with superior numbers when they tried to reposition to minimize their chances of being hit by that very weapon. Interesting tactic. It obviously worked well. Though I wonder how things would have gone if you'd given them time to prepare like they requested. Before he continued, Andromeda began laughing. Were they seriously expecting me to abide by that? You can't seriously mean that when you wage wars, your enemy will actually give you time to assemble your forces. Cassus shifted a little as she laughed, feeling slightly embarrassed for some reason. Ah, yes we do. It's part of the agreed-upon rules of conflict that all civilized nations have signed. The Comexius were the only ones who didn't abide by them. And now you, he nodded slowly at Andromeda. Ah, but we aren't a nation yet, are we? And we haven't signed those rules either, Andromeda said with a smirk that made Cassus frown. It's still in poor taste. Though may I ask why you told the governor your intentions, but then told your officers that you had agreed and were going to betray your word? When he asked that, she smiled wide in that way that always made him feel uncomfortably like she was about to kill him and eat him, or get that damn whip out again. Because it's the best of both worlds. I don't lie to the governor, so I'm not betraying my word. I know he likely can't do much with the information in the hour or two he had between opening communication and my attack, and my officers think they've got the element of surprise which makes them strike harder. War is as much about psychology as anything else. I don't know about your kind, but humans often fight harder when they're told they have an advantage even if it isn't true, at least in short engagements. Cassus blinked a little, surprised by her explanation. So you lied to your officers? Andromeda shrugged. I changed the truth a bit. It wasn't an important lie. Look how well we crushed your defense fleet. Not my defense fleet, Cassus corrected. The Desvian defense fleet protecting this planet. If it were my defense fleet, I would have handled things differently. You were at your most vulnerable when landing your forces, so I would have waited until the Retribution was positioning itself above the planet and then attacked with everything. With the ship's belly to the planet, it would have been harder to get your broadside or forward cannon aimed properly, and we could have closed the distance before too many ships were lost. That, or I would have urged the governor to just hand over the freighters full of supplies you wanted and not fought at all. Andromeda seemed surprised and slowly nodded. Not fighting is an option for you? Of course it is. Do you think I got to be captain by senselessly fighting every battle that didn't need to be fought? Cassus stood up straight then, feeling a bit of pride return. Only when all other options have failed should a good captain resort to cannon and battle. How fortunate you must be then to have such options. Cassus frowned as he tried to make sense of what Andromeda was saying, though she seemed to get that. Perhaps it's different in this sector, but at times among humans, violence needs to be the first answer, as all the others simply give your enemy time to prepare, and they will happily bide their time stringing along thoughts of diplomacy and peace so they can strike when it is best for them and not for you. Cassus didn't like the sound of that one bit. How did humans wage wars then? He was about to ask, but continued. Humans used to fight like you. Rules, restrictions, noble ideals, romantic notions about battle. But we changed. That time period was really just a fluke, you see. Small skirmishes to decide national disputes, move borders back and forth a bit. It worked until the nations that agreed to this started fighting nations that knew they couldn't win a stand-up fight, and yet had no intention of surrendering or giving up. It's got a few different names depending on your perspective. Andromeda smiled then as she turned from Cassus, looking out at the remains of the Desvian ships. If you're the small side, you call it asymmetric warfare and infrastructure sabotage. If you're the big nation, who would win the stand-up fight, you call it terrorism. Throughout human history, wars of that type have been fought over and over. Historians argue who was right and who was wrong, but honestly, I don't think it matters. There's a human saying, war doesn't determine who's right, only who's left. Cassus shivered a little as she said that. He was even more worried about how humans went to war with a saying like that. Pretty much all wars he'd been involved in were over specific interests or matters and came to clear conclusions. Only who's left? He asked. Oh, indeed. You see, you seem to call all your conflicts wars, but humans decided that wars should be more... Andromeda tapped her chin, looking for the right word, it seemed. Epic. So for most small conflicts, we have other names. Police action, border skirmish, things like that. When humans actually truly go to war, it's with the intent of completely and utterly killing and conquering the other nation. That isn't to say either side achieves this goal, but that's the intent. Nuclear weapons, biological warfare, hell, we've scorched planets clean of life and left behind barren rocks in the name of securing peace. You can't be serious, Cassus gasped. But the civilians aren't soldiers. Who builds the machines of war? Who mines the minerals needed for industry? Who farms the food that feeds the troops? Who cares for the wounded? Andromeda looked over at Cassus with a grin that made his blood run cold and the hair stand up on the back of his neck. There's another saying humans have, all's fair in war. Morals, ethics. Those are tools for philosophers, historians, and other scholars to try and decide who was right and who was wrong. But when you're fighting, there are times when you'll have to decide what's more important. Losing with some subjective and cultural perspective of honor, or doing anything and everything necessary to win, at all costs. You can't tell me that's subjective, Cassus protested. Killing civilians, waging unrestricted war at any costs? How can you tell me that isn't inherently wrong? Because there is no such thing as inherently when we're talking about concepts like this. Cassus, in your time with me so far, does it seem like I give a shit about how Desvians view me? Does it seem like I even care how my own people view me? No, it doesn't seem like you do. It doesn't seem like I do because I don't, Andromeda chuckled. The insects you fought before, do you think they told themselves what they were doing was wrong and dishonorable? And whatever else, evil, I suppose. Or do you think that they thought what they were doing was simply how it should be done? Cassus was quiet, and she took his silence for an answer. Morality and ethics is subjective. There was a nation of humans 1,000 years ago or something, the Aztecs. They committed human sacrifice in the name of their gods. They very purposefully didn't fully conquer enemy tribes, so they could always raid their settlements for fresh tributes to ritualistically slaughter to appease their gods. They didn't think what they were doing was wrong or evil or any of that. They'd cut people open and rip their still beating hearts out of their chests, because that way they could make sure the world kept spinning and ensure their crops would grow so their people wouldn't starve to death. Cassus didn't realize his mouth was hanging open until he tried to say something and had to sputter for a moment until he regained control over his muscles properly. What? That's madness. You can't use some insane religion to defend your position on the subjective nature of honor or wrongness. He was having trouble defending his views. He wasn't a scholar who was used to these sorts of debates. I mean, you and I know that their gods didn't really keep the world spinning, and sacrificing captives didn't make their crops grow. But just as we know that now, they were 100% confident in what they knew then, that this is indeed how you get the sun to rise and the crops to grow. Morality is subjective. It changes. A murder in one culture could be an honorable duel in another. A ruler might be considered progressive, and just in their own age, only to be considered backwards and barbaric ages after their death. There are, of course, plenty of humans who don't think things are subjective. They believe in right and wrong, black and white, but I often find it's those people who commit some of the worst atrocities. Andromeda snorted as if the idea were funny, but Cassus didn't share in her humor. Is this more of your talks about justification? He asked. Me? I'm trying to explain to you so you better understand humans. Although perhaps I'm just opening your mind to people in general. How often have you had your thoughts challenged? The only way to truly know what you believe is to have someone else challenge your perception. Andromeda nodded slowly. To be honest, I admire Desvians a great deal. Your ships, for example. What about them? Cassus asked, a little unsure of the new direction of the conversation. All those details to the hulls, the obvious love and care put into the sculptures and figureheads. You create warships as if they were art pieces, though it bodes ill for your chances against a human military. Cassus frowned. And why is that? How many hours does that add to the construction of each ship? My father told me that battles are decided by commanders, tactics, and strategy, but most often wars are decided by logistics. This ship, my ship, is perhaps the pinnacle of human achievement. You think a warship is the pinnacle of your species' achievement? Cassus asked, surprised. I do, she said with a nod. Hundreds of millions of people, perhaps billions, all had to work together for it to be built. The materials were mined, processed, and refined. Then they were shaped, bent, and formed. After that, hundreds of thousands of the finest shipbuilders, electricians, and other craftsmen took the materials and assembled them. They followed a set of plans made by a team of some of the best engineers and scientists who have ever lived. This ship is powered by not one but 3 of the largest and most powerful reactors humanity has ever built. One of them is used to power the largest plasma cannon ever built. All of this, she waved at the ship around her, is only here because of the hundreds of millions who worked to make it a reality, directly or indirectly. Andromeda took a slow, deep breath and nodded. And we built it to kill other humans. Cassus blinked and looked at her for a moment before shaking his head and speaking up. You can't seriously believe that your whole race exists just to kill each other. Andromeda glanced back with a slight frown. Oh, I suppose that sounded a bit dire. Cassus nodded and continued. What about art? Music? I might not care for a great deal of the sounds your musicians string together in what's apparently a song, but I will certainly admit that your ability to make different music far exceeds anything I've ever encountered. And those paintings, and even the few statues I've seen, humans clearly have skilled artisans. Andromeda nodded. Yes, we do. But for me, nothing can compare with the beauty of our war machines, especially the retribution. Human achievement in science and medicine and other peaceful fields are of course magnificent, but those don't have the same power of unification. Unification? Cassus arched his brow as he tried to understand. Yes. You see, we all have different tastes in music and art and food and everything like that. But we will never come together more completely than when we go to war. I mentioned the hundreds of millions that it took to build this ship, all working together. She smiled wide and stared off at nothing. It's awe-inspiring to me to think how so many totally different people could come together for this purpose. It's not unique to humans, though, Cassus protested. My people build ships of war and other such devices. Well, sure, but you're a unified species. That hardly seems as impressive since you were already unified in worshipping a ruler whose only qualification is that his parents fucked. When Andromeda said that, Cassus blinked and leaned back a bit. But enough about all this. You barely told me what you thought about the battle itself and the raid. You had more insight into how humans fight now. Any comments? Cassus had to change mental tracks as Andromeda suddenly changed the topic on him. I was quite interested in how your officers spoke, especially the ground forces. They almost sounded bored, very mechanical most of the time, at least the tone. I've learned a bit of English so far, and they kept using strange words I didn't understand. Yes. Some time ago we discovered that if communication officers learn and adhere to a strict guideline of word use and key phrases, they were more concise while under fire. It's English but very rigid, so it kind of makes them pause and restructure their words in their head. Very useful for reducing the chaos of battle. Cassus nodded. Something else I wanted to ask. How do you keep your forces that well organized when they're pirates? You mentioned looting and pillaging rather regularly when talking to your men in those speeches, but from the reports, I could see your forces maintained better discipline than several organized armies I've encountered, even some of our own. Most of my dedicated ground forces are from the Confederate military. They're well experienced and well disciplined through their experience. As for the new recruits, I have designated officers who keep them in check. As I also mentioned in my speeches, if you start looting without permission, you get shot. Then there's a little trick. You see, I have specific, very well-trained troops who do the actual majority of the looting. They're trained for it, how to evaluate and acquire on the go. So the cannon fodder sees that some people are looting and know they'll get a cut but have to wait their turn. And once the battle is actually won, they're allowed some time to do so. How do you keep them all sane? Andromeda laughed at that. Who says we are sane? But I think you're referring to the hardships of battle in general. Well, the weak were weeded out years ago. Don't forget it's been years since we became pirates. Those who are left relish combat more than fear it. They think of the rewards instead of the killing. I also have a large number of psychologists on staff over on the colony ship, with free counseling for any soldier who requests it. And the new recruits are also exposed to battle drugs, a mixture of stimulants and other narcotics that make them energetic and euphoric in battle. They are also all volunteers. They were given some sort of choice, and those who fight for me chose to do so. Well, what about your officers? Well, two things. There's a whole nother command center for the ground forces overseen by General Granger. 2, as I mentioned, my dedicated ground forces are almost entirely Confederate military. That means they survived the war and every year since then. Any bad Confederate officer was dead, captured, or run off by the end of the war, so I'm left with only the best. Or, at least the most likely to survive. Cassus nodded slowly at that. It made sense that decades of constant fighting would provide the best soldiers and officers. Perhaps these humans simply had more endurance for such things. Overall, he was left slightly disturbed by the possibilities for the future of the sector's interactions with humans in general. But he had to remind himself Andromeda only had 3 warships and less than 1,000,000 men. The kingdom was comprised of dozens of fleets, each with dozens of warships and billions of citizens. Yet, for all he'd seen Andromeda do, he was more worried about the conglomerate that followed, and he wasn't sure why. "Sir, I just got word," Junko said, which made Cassus look over at her, almost having forgotten her presence. They spoke a bit more quickly than he could catch with his now limited English. Something about some new fleet? Some world had been found? He couldn't catch everything. But thankfully, when they were done talking, Junko turned to the light table they had and brought up a map of the sector. Andromeda waved him over then. "We just got word from the colony fleet. They've just been contacted by other settlers. Apparently, the Congos found one of the hidden refugee worlds the Confederate colonists were using. So now we might have another colony fleet join us." "Even more recruits?" he asked, but Andromeda shook her head. "No, these aren't suitable for my fleet. These are the folks who turned down my offer last time. I'll help them out, but they're highly unlikely to have any military assets. Even so, I swore I'd protect all Confederates no matter what, so it's my burden to deal with." She was looking at the map of the sector before pointing to a planet beyond the Desvian border. "What's this place like?" Cassus took a closer look at the planet before shrugging. "I couldn't tell you. Abandoned centuries ago in the Chimexius War. It wasn't one of our colonies. The area has limited piracy. It's not on a favorable trade route, so I suspect just vagabonds and criminals and the like." "Well, it looks perfect. It's between us and the maze here," she said as she pointed out the locations on the map. "So we can set it up as a staging area for other colonists to flee to before we actually settle the maze. We can leave the majority of the colony fleet behind as well if need be. Junko start giving them orders to head there. We should beat them to the system. Oh, and bring me our best courier. I want to get word to a certain mercenary." "Wait. You're about to dedicate resources to refugees and colonists who have no intention of joining your fleet or helping you?" Cassus asked, surprised by the information. "Of course. I told you my objective, Captain Deveros. I will make a home for my people and all who don't wish to live under the iron grip of the conglomerate. That is my only goal. Besides, they're used to living on the run at this point. I shouldn't miss out on very many resources, and perhaps they can set up some temporary factories on this planet to build me things." She shrugged. "We'll negotiate once they're safely on planet." "Sir, we've just got word from Captain Stahl. The raid on the university is beginning," Junko said then. "Excellent. I'm going to go talk with General Granger and see how things went on the surface. Let me know if we get any updates from Stahl." Andromeda turned, then walking away, as Cassus was left with Junko on the bridge. "You know she's pretty one-sided when discussing the nicer sides of humanity, right?" Junko mentioned, which made Cassus chuckle softly. "Yeah, I got that impression." He nodded slowly as he watched the woman walk away flanked by her guards. "You just have to understand she was raised to be a commander. Her whole life revolved around war and tactics and strategy. So of course that's what she thinks makes us great. She doesn't even do herself credit. On the colony ship, there's food enough to go around, medical care, entertainment, art, culture. It wasn't just soldiers who followed her after the fall of the Confederacy, and she didn't even touch on how good we are at taking military tech and turning it into something civilians can use. Trust me, we aren't all as warlike as Andromeda and her pirates." Cassus thought it over for a moment and looked Junko in the eyes. "Will the conglomerate come for us? Will they try to impose their will on this sector like they did the rest of the human nations?" Junko broke his gaze as she looked away, thinking it over for a moment before she shrugged. "I don't know. That fleet that attacked the colony ship had diplomats on board. Maybe they want to play nice. Maybe they'll want to take over. They weren't satisfied with controlling the majority of human territory. It's possible they won't be satisfied with what they have now either." Cassus looked ahead as the grinning Andromeda left the bridge. "Then there's a chance she might be the only hope my people have of retaining their freedom. And that thought scares me." "Yeah, well, that phrase she told you earlier? All's fair in war? The actual saying is all is fair in love and war. And despite what it may seem like at times, Andromeda has a lot of love in her. For her officers, for her crew, for her ideals. That love blinds her sometimes, but if you needed her help to stay free of the Congos, well, she'd be there to help." "So then why is she driving her fleet into the heart of the sector?" he asked as he glanced over. "Not to mention negotiate with the Chimexius. because she found out what she needs to take control of the maze. Cassis frowned after Junko said that. It took him a moment to realize what she meant. The artifacts? No, there is no way she'll be able to get them all. The Germo told her about some sort of meeting that assembles all the artifact holders on that peace planet. Cassis gasped as she mentioned that. And she's got the Crown Prince captive. Gather them all up in one place and then raid them all at once. But that would involve attacking the Palace of Peace. No one has... Cassis stopped then as he looked out the viewports at the planet before them. Right, she doesn't care. So she gathers allies and she can bribe the Germo for assistance. He nodded as he understood. She started working on that plan since Yaniv told her about the maze and the artifacts. Cassis frowned as he looked over. Who's Yaniv? Junko arched her brows at that, surprised by the question for some reason. That Germo trader who you met the other day. He seemed to know you personally. Now it was Cassis's turn to make a face as he was confused. Thressus? His name is Thressus, not... What did you call him? Yaniv. It is! Junko and Cassis stared at one another as he could tell they were both confused. Do most Germo you know have Desvian names? Well, yes. Cassis nodded and then paused. Those aren't their real names. It would appear not. Junko laughed softly and nodded. Our chief negotiator claimed as much. I just thought he was being silly. I guess not. Why would they do that? Cassis asked. What's the point? Maybe they think having familiar names will make you consider them more friendly and close, Junko ventured before shrugging. Tell me, Cassis suddenly realized something. Did he tell you where my flotilla was? Before you came out of the nebula and attacked. Junko laughed at that. He warned us a very large important fleet was in orbit around some planet, so we should take a path down closer to the edge of the nebula. When she said that, Cassis slowly sighed out and shook his head. The nebula the prince wanted to see, so I decided to pick a stretch of space I figured would be empty. He shook his head then as he realized that their meeting was purely chance. How different would his life be now if he had chosen a different course? Speaking of that, actually, how long can the prince stay in that vault thing? When Junko asked that, Cassis frowned and tried to think before shrugging. Another few days. Another few weeks? I honestly don't know. He sighed then and shook his head. Honestly, all this talk has been draining a bit. Well, we can head back to Andromeda's quarters, or we could go see how the raid on that library is going. This will be the first use of some newly trained Desvian commandos. Do you want to see how well they do? As Junko suggested that Cassis frowned. Desvian commandos. It was a strange human word. Commandos. Yet, he was a little curious. Some of the crew going over to join the humans fine. There were plenty of degenerates who had been forced into the Navy due to conscription. But he couldn't picture any Desvian who had the discipline to become a professional soldier who also wanted to fight for the humans. Perhaps that would be interesting, he admitted then. This might be the first indicator as to how well our species will get along. In the greater scheme of things, I mean, for your kind to take orders from human officers, to see how well they perform in comparison. She shrugged. Maybe if things go well, you can convince Andromeda to help you liberate your people. Liberate? Cassis eyed her with confusion. Liberate us from who? Your king. Wouldn't you rather have a government where you can decide who rules you? That other girl Andromeda picked. Loretta? She doesn't seem like the kind of person who should be given the power to decide the life and death of her subjects, does she? She's just one girl, and I'm sure most of the day-to-day operations would be handled by her advisors. Cassis tried to dismiss the idea, but he'd been thinking about it earlier, so it was harder for him to do so. Well, then shouldn't they have every right to be actually in charge? And not put up with some spoiled little child who doesn't know how to rule? Why believe in a system where your leaders are chosen by their birth instead of their abilities? You mentioned before your grandmother was a commoner and that was a hidden secret in your family. Wouldn't you prefer to marry who you like and not who you must? Cassis finally held up his hands. Stop. Please. I've had too much talk of these sorts of things right now. Can we just, please, stop? Junko frowned at that. Sorry. I suppose we're pushing you kind of hard. It's just... Well, Andromeda likes you, so she wants you to see things her way, and I also like you, so I'm guilty of it too. Cassus snorted a little. As much as you two are different, it's clear you have each influenced the other. But political discussion and ideology aside, can we go watch the raid? I'd like some time where I don't talk and just let my thoughts build together in my head. That was an honest statement. He had been given far too much to process and think about to truly know how he felt about any of it. Sure, Junko nodded. We'll go watch the raid. Follow me. As Cassus moved to follow the human, he wondered just how much he had changed since his capture. What ideas were already shifted around in his head. He wouldn't be the same. That much he knew for sure. But as he headed with her to listen and watch the raid unfold, he realized he wasn't sure who he wanted to win. The new Desvian commandos fighting alongside the humans, or the defenders who were true to the king. And that worried him. Who are you? The words echoed through his mind as he stared into the mirror. It was a fine question, even if the words were in the harsh and foreign language of the humans. That was all he could speak openly these days. If he spoke Desvian, he got hit. It was hard not to at times, but he was very careful about it now. As he looked into the mirror still, he ran a hand up through his hair, or at least what was left of it, his ears twitching a bit while he examined the white furred face in the mirror. His face now. Once they'd passed the first round of selection, all the Desvian recruits had been doused in some sort of dye that turned all their fur white. Suddenly, none of them could readily assess the class or clan that the others came from. They all became blank. The drill sergeant had made that much clear. Or he'd screamed in their faces while the translator made it clear. You are not Desvians. You have no class. You are worse than shit stains. You are my recruits. Now who the fuck are you? He'd first tried to respond in Desvian and quickly got punched in the gut. After he'd picked himself up off the floor, he'd tried answering in English what his name was, but been struck again. Finally, when he stood the next time, he answered in English. I'm a recruit! Outstanding, it only took 2 punches. You are now my favorite recruit. I have a good feeling about you, recruit. Your name is now Lucky. Who the fuck are you, recruit? He had started to answer but realized it was a trap and quickly repeated. I am a recruit. I fucking knew you were smart, recruit Lucky. Now start running laps until I tell you to stop. With that, Lucky had started running as the human moved down the lines of recruits. They were all given new names based on nothing other than the whims of their drill sergeant. None of them had any more connection to their past lives. What planet they were from, what class, none of it mattered. They were all recruits, pure as fresh snow. Through each progressive round of training, things had only gotten more difficult. The 2,000 recruits had quickly been cut down to 1,000, and then 500. Lucky was still in the running to join one of the 2 regiments of commandos the humans had, and he had never wanted anything more in his life. What surprised him, though, was how each was apparently operating at less than half of their original number. But they wouldn't lower their standards to fill their ranks. This is part of why he wanted to succeed so bad. He needed to be good enough. Even as other recruits would pass out, he pushed on. As others puked from the exercises they had to go through, he pressed on. While every muscle and fiber in his body hurt, he would keep trying until he very literally couldn't move anymore. That had earned him his place here today. As the sergeant had said, screamed, really. They weren't done yet. And in his opinion, not a single one of them was worthy. But they were joining the commandos on their first mission. They would be broken up and assigned to the various human fire teams to assist and watch. As everyone had been given their assignment, there had been plenty of excitement. This would be the first taste of combat with their new comrades, and also a chance to get into one of the more specialized teams. The human commandos had apparently been part of dozens of different outfits during their war, and had been reorganized into the 2 regiments at the end to try and make those who were left into more efficient fighting forces. So each company and sometimes each platoon had its own personality. Lucky had been quite hopeful and excited when the sergeant listed off assignments. Demolitions, recon, breaching, heavy weapons, and then it came to him. He'd been trying very hard not to smile with excitement, as that would likely annoy the sergeant, and he never wanted to annoy the sergeant. Lucky! Why aren't you living up to your name? I knew I chose right. You get to fight alongside my fucking favorite platoon. A group of some of the sickest, most twisted, and morally bankrupt comrades I have ever had the pleasure to serve with. PSYOPs! He moved on, but Lucky was left frowning and confused. He didn't have any clue what PSYOPs meant. It sounded strange. He couldn't find it in the English phrase book they'd handed out either, so he'd returned to his barracks, pulled on the brand new gear he'd been given, and then picked up the charcoal stick everyone else had already used in the bathroom. He stared into the mirror and then rubbed the stick under his eyes, leaving behind a black smear he was told reduced glare. None of the Desvian recruits had helmets yet because, "None of you shit-stains deserve them, yeet!" But let me be very fucking clear. None of you have permission to get shot in the head during this mission. Is that fucking clear? Personally, Lucky thought the lack of helmets was probably because the humans hadn't made new ones with ear holes for the Desvians, but he sure as shit kept that to himself. After a moment he frowned a little, realizing he was cursing in English inside his own head. He took a deep breath and then walked out of the barracks to find his platoon. He was the last of the recruits from his training company to leave, but he was still on time according to the wrist time attachment piece they'd given him. What did they call it? A watch. "This is my watch," he said carefully in English as he looked at the thing on his wrist. As he walked through the halls of the Reaper, he looked at the arrow on the face of his watch that kept pointing which way to go when he stood in a junction. He started to get worried the device was broken when he had passed by all the other barracks already. In fact, he was now wandering into a part of the ship he didn't know at all. It was on a different deck than the rest, near the engine room at the back of the ship. The lights were flickering, some of them dead altogether in contrast with how clean and tidy the rest of the halls were. Finally, he found the door. Regimental PSYOPs. It didn't even say which regiment. Nervously, he waved his watch in front of the control panel and the door opened up. Stepping inside, he blinked at what he saw. The few times they were allowed to see the other commandos in their barracks, they'd looked essentially the same. Long halls connected to a common room with bedrooms of 2 commandos each. A privacy Lucky and the other recruits didn't have in their shared bunks in a bare room and communal bath. But the entry room to the PSYOPs barracks had a long table with high-backed leather chairs and some sort of computer display on the far wall. Was this the right place? He looked around and didn't see anyone inside either. It was clean, but it looked nothing like a barracks. Were these what offices looked like? They were very different than anything he'd seen back home, and they didn't sound like a guild lodge either. "Hello?" He finally called out in English, tail nervously twitching as his ears moved back and forth trying to locate a sound. "We're in the back!" He heard a female voice call out, and he leaned his head to the side, seeing a door behind the hanging sheet he mistook for a part of the far wall. Walking around it, he walked through the second door and found the humans. They were in an armory of some sort, checking their gear and preparing for the raid. Each of the humans had their own locker and workspace for their gear, it seemed, which was a luxury he hadn't seen the others enjoy in their own barracks. "Welcome to PSYOPs Recruit." There was a human female in the center of the room facing him, already in her combat armor. The commandos had varying levels of armor, from full power suits that towered over other humans to skin-tight bodysuits that he was told has secretive stealth capabilities. The PSYOPs team seemed to have some of all of it. The woman in the middle had the big armor and was easily 7 feet tall with it on, but he also saw 2 to the side wearing tight black suits that shimmered a little and seemed to absorb the light around them. Hello, sir." He nodded and saluted the woman in the middle. He'd first been worried about learning all the English words for noble ranks and military titles, but apparently he just used the word sir for all superiors, male or female. That was much easier than he'd expected. "What's your name, recruit?" He studied the woman for a moment. She had graying black hair and lines along her face that he understood meant middle age in humans. Middle or older, he supposed. "I am Recruit Lucky Sir." When he said that, he heard chuckles from around the room, but the woman waved her hands, and they got quiet. "Welcome to the Team Lucky. I'm Mother. Or Mom, if you prefer." Lucky frowned when she said that and began to pull his phrase book from his vest pocket, but she then spoke in Desvian. "No need to check. I did say Mother or Mom. We all speak Desvian here. That said, you aren't allowed to speak it yet, so stick to English." Lucky nodded. "I just wanted to make perfect understand. Sir, my English is still limited." He spoke with some hesitation, but the woman smiled warmly. "You need to work on it, true, but you're doing great, sweetie, for how quickly you've learned it. If we have any suggestions, we'll let you know. Now then, I'm guessing you have questions." Lucky nodded. Let me start by saying that PsyOps is a team dedicated to using and understanding psychological warfare. You don't need to worry about any of that just yet. Today, focus on staying alive. You can do that for me, right, darling? Lucky wasn't entirely sure of some of the words she used, but he thought he understood the context. Mother, sir? Can I asking? Why so nice? He flinched a little as he feared asking a question might get him punished, but the human just smiled and laughed and he relaxed a bit. Don't mind the sir. Like I said, just call me Mom. We're rather informal here, and we heard you were one of the smartest recruits, which is why I requested you. You've probably been told we were going on a raid today, right? Lucky nodded. Did they tell you where? He shook his head. We're raiding the library on Kosas. A library? He asked and started to pull out his phrase book before she spoke Desvian again. A library. He looked up and blinked, now more confused. A book building? Yes? She nodded. At the instruction building on Kosas? University is the word you want. He rolled the word around in his head. University. University. Then he nodded. Yes, that's the place. It's not military. No, it's not, she agreed. Can you guess why we're raiding it then? Lucky thought it over for a while. The words in the books, he ventured. Very good. Yes, the knowledge in the books is what we seek. Here you go, darling, have a cookie. She pulled a small, hard biscuit-looking thing from a pouch on her armor's belt and handed it to him. It looked sort of like a miniature version of a bone. He carefully bit the hard thing, snapping off a piece with a crunch. But as he started to chew, he quickly tossed the rest into his mouth, chomping on it happily, though he refused to let his tail wag. A commando shouldn't do that. How will I assist Mother? He asked after he was done eating the treat she'd given him. The human then handed him some sort of satchel case. It was some sort of hard shell with a softer fabric covering it. He opened it and looked inside, but it was empty. This is a book bag. While we raid the library, you stay close to us and take any particular books you think we should look at. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't stop his ears from reflexively laying flat in disappointment, but he flicked them back forward and hoped she just thought he had been twitching his ears. I shall do as you instruct, Mother. He glanced around at the other humans, then all checking, or perhaps triple-checking their weapons, and looked back at the Mother. Will I get weapon? You will, she said with a nod and guided him over to a bare workbench. She opened a drawer then and pulled out one of the small weapons humans had on the side of their arms. Wait, no. A sidearm is simply what it was called. Then she handed him 3 magazines. You know how to work this? Lucky took the offered sidearm, loaded the magazine and chambered around but didn't take it off safety. Yes, Mother, he said with a nod before holstering the weapon and taking the offered magazines, tucking them into his vest. He stood before her then, satchel over his shoulder, weapon on his side, and to his surprise the human smiled and reached down, squeezing his face in both hands. You're just so adorable. Who's the most adorable commando? You are. You're such a good boy, aren't you? Lucky froze up as she did that and spoke in a strange, high-pitched tone. With the power armor, there wasn't a chance he could pull from her grip, and she was a superior officer. As his brain tore at itself trying to think about what to do, his tail wagged for a moment, and she let go. I was wondering how you'd respond. Very curious. Lucky wanted to ask what she'd thought and how he'd seemed, but instead he just stood at attention while she walked over to her own workbench, picking up her helmet and pulling it down over her head, twisting it until it snapped into place. All right, Lucky, you're my tail. Ha! My tail! Jefferson! Laugh at that. Ha! One of the humans more pronounced than actually laughed. All right, Lucky. You don't need to worry about our names just yet. All you need to know is we all outrank you and I outrank all of them. Understood? He nodded quickly. Yes, Mother. Aw, you learn so quick, darling. Have another cookie. She tossed him another one of those hard biscuits, and he quickly tossed it into his mouth, chomping on it noisily. PsyOps, let's move. The other humans filed out of the door the way Lucky had come, and he fell into place at the back behind Mother. As they walked through the halls of the ship, he had a better count of them, and only spotted 14 other members of the platoon. He had been under the impression platoons were something like 20 people, but maybe he had that wrong. Or maybe PsyOps simply had less. He still had no idea what they did. Some sort of... What had she said? Some kind of warfare he didn't understand. They were soon in the ship's main hangar where he saw about 24 different vehicles arranged and saw the other commando platoons loading into them. There were about 6 very large vehicles at the center that the majority of them were heading to, but to his surprise, the PSYOPs platoon headed over to the 2 smallest ships he could see in the entire hangar. They were sleek and smooth and honestly looked aquatic to him. Like flying fish? He wasn't sure, but much of the human flying vessels he'd seen had that sort of look to them. The platoons split up as they approached the vehicles, and he stuck with Mother, following her to the vehicle on the left. The sides of the vehicle were open, but he assumed some sort of door would close as they lifted off. Inside, the rest of the humans were strapping themselves into seats, but Mother's armor stepped into these strange bumps on the floor and apparently locked her armor into place. Lucky took a seat next to her, carefully snapping all the pieces together and then tugging the straps to get them snug. Thankfully, everything the humans built for safety seemed to be simple to use. Around him, the humans seemed unusually quiet. He heard soft muttering or something, but his ears twitched and strained to make sense of anything. Finally, he understood why as Mother turned to him and spoke up. "Sorry, Lucky, but without your own helmet, you can't really hear our private comms. I'll let you know if there's anything concerning you." Lucky nodded and felt a little left out, but there was nothing he could do about it. Lucky looked around the vehicle while they waited. There were 2 humans up front in the control capsule, Mother in her power armor, and the rest of them strapped into the seats. He didn't see any mounted weapons, and he still couldn't spot the doors on the sides that would close around them. The other vehicles all looked very heavily armed with rockets and missiles under their wings or mounted weapons on the sides. Now he was feeling even more left out. What was the objective of his platoon? He knew his objective was to find good books, but what were the rest of them going to do? "All right, we just got the go. Hope you don't get motion sickness because this flight is not equipped with barf bags," Mother was saying, and Lucky blinked up at her, frowning as he tried to piece together what she had said. "What is barf?" "Vomit." Lucky blinked up at her, and then nodded as he remembered the sergeant calling them that and remembered what it meant. "Why would you want bags of this?" Mother laughed for some reason and then explained. "Bags for you to barf into if you get sick. They don't come already filled." "Ooh," Lucky said and nodded as it suddenly began to make sense. Suddenly, the vehicle lifted up off the deck, and he gripped the straps, holding him in surprise. Mother, why aren't the doors closing?" "Doors?" She looked out the open side of the vehicle as they pulled out of the hangar, and Lucky was suddenly staring out into the ether. Lucky gulped hard, squeezing the straps even tighter. "We've got shielding. We don't need doors. Doors are moving parts. Moving parts can stop working. Just sit back and enjoy the view, Lucky." Lucky was tense as the vehicle swung and he was suddenly looking out at a blue gas giant. Kosis. He was wondering where the moon was until suddenly the vehicle caught fire. He jerked in his seat and gasped as he saw the flames before he realized they were outside the ship. The shields? It must be. "This is madness! Why are there no doors?" he gasped out, only partly settled by the lack of burning to death. "Here, I'll show you." She got quiet, and then suddenly the ship turned, and he was effectively looking straight down at the planet beneath him, feeling like the straps were all that kept him from falling out the door to his death. He gasped louder than earlier and whimpered, clenching his eyes shut. "Look at that view, Lucky!" Who would want to miss that? He hesitantly opened his eyes and looked down at the planet. Moon. The mass that looked to be hundreds of miles beneath him, but was likely far closer than that. The ground was purple with splotches of deep blue from the oceans. From this high up, it looked very strange. He wasn't used to seeing places from this high up, but there was also a beauty to it, provided the straps didn't break and he didn't go flying out of the vehicle and race towards his death. When the vehicle twisted and he couldn't see the planet, he relaxed a bit. Yes, Mother. Very pretty." He noticed the other vehicles seemed to be diving at a much steeper angle than the 2 the PSYOPs platoon were in. "The others go in first. If PSYOPs is first on the ground, then something hasn't gone right," Mother informed him. "We'll circle around the university for a bit, and then move in once the attack is underway." "Do you know much about the university?" Lucky thought it over. "Famous for many books. More books than other Universe City." He frowned a little and tried the word again. University. He nodded as he got it all out in a much more coherent word. Not as famous as once was. What about protection? Do you think the Desvions will have it well guarded? He noticed that she referred to the rest of his kin like that. She didn't refer to them as his kin. Perhaps if he was fighting for the humans, they were already not his kin anymore. The books, guarded from, not from soldiers. He struggled to think of the right word when she spoke up in Desvion. Thieves? He nodded, and then she used the human word. Thieves. The thieves. He tried repeating, trying to make the words stick in his memory. Yes, books protected from thieves, not soldiers. Well then, this should be easy. Soon the vehicles were much closer to the ground, and while the two his platoon were in swept out wide, he watched the other 24 move in on the university without delay. The lighting on the moon was quite odd. It was sort of night, but the light from the gas giant ensured there was a blue glow cast over everything. Then he saw 2 yellow flashes before structures at the edge of the campus exploded. He hoped they were military targets. Usually, the Desvian military had guard posts to keep riffraff out of the universities attended by noble-born. Were they given chance to, give up? He looked up at Mother. No. We didn't want them to know we were coming, or to start destroying the books. He nodded and looked back out at the main campus. The human vehicles were landing all over the place. In the main plaza, out on the red ball field, the assembly garden, even the loading docks for the commissary building, it looked like. However, as they circled the area, Lucky was scanning the campus, looking for the Knowledge Binders Guild Hall that they surely had. They'd likely also have a Royal Archaeology Vault, but he assumed that would be under the library. You looking for something, Lucky? Mother asked, obviously noticing the way he was leaning forward. Yes. Then he saw it, about half a mile from the main campus. The building was easy to miss, fairly long and low, but the statues that surrounded it gave away the importance, at least to him. He pointed to it then. That is, building for book-making commanders? He hesitantly tried, very unsure of how to express what it was. Building for team of bookmakers. Lots of powerful books? Mother turned her armor a bit as she looked out at the building he had pointed out. She was quiet for about a minute while they circled around, and then suddenly the vehicles started diving towards them. Everyone else is busy at the main campus. We're taking that one ourselves. Will they have any military protection? Lucky could only shrug. All right, well, this should be fun. Hopefully we'll get some great books here. Thanks for the tip, recruit. Let's hope you live up to your name. Lucky hoped so too as they came in low over the buildings in the city. That's when he noticed how fast they seemed to be going. From high up it was hard to tell, but this low everything seemed to be screaming past the open side of the vehicle, and he clutched his straps once more. Then he let out a grunt as the vehicle seemed to stop hard, and he figured they must be crashing. But instead it settled down on top of a garden outside the guild hall. The humans very quickly popped their straps and rushed out, but Lucky took several seconds as he struggled with the release claps, his nerves keeping him from focusing. Finally, he had them off, and he jumped out of the vehicle standing just behind Mother. The humans were muttering in their helmets before they split up. He noticed 2 in those dark, tight suits shoot something up to the top of the building and suddenly scale up the side while the rest quickly rushed in through the doors. Lucky pulled his sidearm free but left the safety on still. All right, Lucky, let's see what's behind door number 1. He frowned as he looked at the door but didn't see any writing on it. What made it door number 1? Because it was the first one they were head into, surely. Mother walked before him, and he quickly followed up. This wasn't the main door, but rather an entry into the side of the building where the guild officials lived and worked. He could hear gunfire up ahead and some screams that were most certainly Desvian. Then he heard energy blaster fire, and was confident the humans must be fighting guards. I have reports of resistance, so be frosty lucky. That was a phrase he actually understood. I meant be vigilant and alert. He smiled a bit at his knowledge, but then the smile faded as he heard more fire from up ahead. He was feeling exceptionally nervous now, and his ears kept moving, twitching all around as he moved. When he realized how quickly he was breathing, he tried to get it under control, but it wasn't easy. Soon, they had moved out of the private apartments and offices and into the main workshop. There were workbenches everywhere, and it all smelled like glue and wood pulp. At the far end, the humans were driving back the guards towards the main entrance. which was likely where the guards had been posted, not expecting to be attacked from behind. Mother ignored the others, though, and began walking to the right, away from the front of the building and towards the back. Then he saw why as he noticed a glass display filled with books. Glancing at the firefight, he moved to follow Mother, fighting every instinct he had to keep facing the combat. Instead, he compromised, walking sideways so he could quickly look at the combat and then Mother. "Lucky?" she asked once she had stopped in front of the case. She was out in the open, back to the fighting while he kept shifting up and down, unsure if he should be standing beside her or keeping behind cover, like the other humans at the front of the room. "Yes, Mother?" he asked when he glanced her way and then quickly back to the fighting. "Are these valuable?" "Yes, Mother." "What are they?" He hesitated and then stepped out from the workbench he was behind to quickly look them over. "They're old. Away books, not Desvian. Other places, some Desvian but very old. Before King. Before First King." There was an explosion up at the front, and he turned and dove behind the workbench again, slowly peeking up over the edge when nothing else happened. Mother was just staring at the books. Didn't she care about the combat? He saw a stray energy bolt hit her shoulder, but the armor didn't seem to budge. As he was looking over the top of the workbench, he saw a Desvian guard suddenly emerge from a side hallway. Somehow the humans up front had missed him, and they all had their backs to him. Lucky quickly flicked the safety off on his weapon and aimed. "Drop the weapon!" he shouted in Desvian. The guard turned looking over at him and was obviously confused, but he began to swing his weapon around to aim at Lucky. Suddenly Lucky heard the drill sergeant in his ear. "When you pull the trigger, you should pull smooth, not a quick jerk. You should be surprised when it goes off." And he was indeed surprised, gasping out as for some reason it seemed so much louder than the guns in training, and the guns the humans were using. It roared and he nearly let go of the gun as it kicked up. The guard seemed to lean back against the wall in an unusually calm motion, but as the body slid down, Lucky could see the bloodstain on the wall. He stood there for several more seconds just looking at the dead guard as he struggled to keep standing, the rush of emotions threatening to overtake him. Finally, he set the gun on the workbench, leaning heavily on the wood. "That was a nice shot," he heard Mother say behind him. "He was gonna shoot me," Lucky muttered. "That's how combat usually works, kid. You feeling okay?" Despite the combat and everything else, he felt her rub his back. Her massive, power-armored hand gentle, despite the size of it and power he knew it could wield. He shook his head, though, as he felt sick, and she quickly barked out, "Not on the books!" He staggered to the end of the workbench, dropping to his knees as he gripped the edge of metal trash bin and threw up into it. Barfed. He barfed into it. He thought to himself in English. There. It was you or him. You made the right choice," he heard Mother say as he shakily pushed himself back to his feet. She was handing him a canteen, which he quickly knocked back. But as the liquid touched his tongue, it began to burn and his eyes and wide as he leaned forward to spit it into the trash bin. "That's good whiskey. You swallow that!" He froze, cheeks bulging with what he thought might be some sort of fuel, and forced himself to swallow it before gasping as it burned all the way down. At the very least, it covered the taste of the barf, but he wasn't sure this was better. Handing her back the canteen, he picked up his gun and noticed the humans had pushed the guards out of the front of the hall completely now. "The back room, book, Commander." He nodded to a door to the side of the glass case, and then followed Mother as she walked through it, her armor barely fitting through the smaller door. This would likely be where the guildmaster lived. The front room was empty of people but full of books, though he sniffed at the air and suddenly realized something was burning. He rushed ahead into the main bedroom, and sure enough, to the side of the room, he saw a very lavishly dressed Desvian knowledge binder guildmaster tossing books into a fireplace. When he looked up and saw Lucky, he frowned, obviously confused, but then noticed his gun and quickly tried to toss more books into the fire. Lucky didn't even remember raising his gun or telling the Desvian to stop, but the gun was roaring again as he shot the book burner twice. Had he just done that? He was more surprised at his own actions every minute. Then he turned to the left and saw a female. She was younger, wearing the robes of a simple knowledge binder acolyte. He was about to tell her not to fear, when he saw her reaching for the red handle on the wall. "Stop!" This time he was sure he shouted it, but she didn't stop. She turned to yank on the handle with both hands, and his gun went off once more. This time he did drop the gun after firing because he saw the red splash on the wall, and then the girl fell over, missing a chunk of her face. He collapsed to the floor, barfing onto the expensive Shalishan carpet the guildmaster had. His fingers squeezed the tall, fuzzy carpeting tight as he emptied what was still in his stomach after earlier, and the fuel the human had made him drink made it all burn even worse. He heard Mother step into the room behind him. "Okay, Lucky, this isn't me saying you did anything wrong. I just want to ask, why the girl?" He shakily pointed at the handle. "Fire! Alarm!" "You stopped her from turning on the water? I'm sure we could have saved the books even if they were wet." He shook his head then. "Not water. Fire." He struggled to think of a better way to describe it. "Oh, you mean that would have started a fire? Burned the whole place down?" He nodded, and then picked up his gun, once more rising to his feet very unsteadily. He walked across the room and sat heavily on the edge of the guildmaster's massive bed. He took slow and steady breaths now. As he sat there, he leaned back and then paused when his hand felt fabric different from the sheets on the bed. He sat up and tugged the fabric in front of him. Underwear. Female underwear? He looked over at the body of the girl in the corner and realized she had no shoes. Her legs were also bare under the edge of the robes. No leggings. He looked from her body over at the guildmaster and remembered this was nighttime on the moon. Somehow he felt even guiltier than before as he realized he might have killed two lovers just minutes after they were startled from the act by the raid. Mother didn't seem to notice, though, and walked over to him, setting her hand on his shoulder. "You killed them to save the knowledge that the books hold. It's not the same as killing someone who is about to kill you, but preserving knowledge is a very honorable feat." He nodded weakly, not feeling honorable in the least. "Thank you, Mother," he added. She gave his shoulder 2 more pats. "Grab some books for yourself. I'm going to see how the others are doing, and I do mean for yourself. This should be a good haul for intel. Pick some stuff to keep for yourself." She turned then, walking out of the room and leaving him alone with the dead. He sat on the bed for several minutes, trying to collect himself before he finally stood up. He walked to the guildmaster's body as he began to look into the gilded chest that had been dragged next to the fireplace. The books in the fire were still burning, obviously beyond repair, so he ignored them. There were a number of books inside he was sure the humans would want. Books on the architects, on Desvian generals, on past wars. But then he saw it. A book of poetry. Not just any poetry, but one penned by the hand of Hyrina Letitius Renalia. It even had her signature inside the cover. He tossed the book into the fire with the others. He hated her work. Truly despised it even. He instead took a collection of stories from Circeus the Wanderer with the nomad's inscription inside. Then he picked up a first-edition textbook he was surprised to find. Understanding the Mind at War. It was written by the head of the Royal Military Academy of Physicians. That could be useful to him. Finally, he took a book translated from Germo. Captain Juria's journal. It detailed experiences and notes on the nebula and the creatures inside it. Maybe that would help him understand the humans. He was about to leave when he saw one of the books in the guildmaster's hand. It was a tome containing the names and small paintings of all the current nobles. He looked at the door for a moment before opening the book up. He flipped through it and found the entry he wanted. Taking his knife from his vest, he carefully cut the pages free and tossed them into the fire as well. Then he closed the book and picked it up, not tucking it in his satchel with the 3 for himself, but instead carrying it by hand. As he walked out into the main hall, he saw the humans inspecting the books. Most of the humans, at least. Up front, he was confused as he saw 4 of the platoon jabbing the dead guards with some sort of a hose, while 2 more unfold a very large sheet with holes in it, which they stuck to the door. What was he looking at? "What are they doing?" he asked Mother. Jefferson and Parks were art students before the war. They make stencils. "What's a stencil?" he asked, then gasped as one of the humans who had stuck a hose into a guard stood up and then activated it somehow as crimson blood splashed up against the sheet. When they pulled it away, he saw a grinning human skull now marked on the door. They were already unfolding another sheet that looked like a sword. "That's a stencil. They try to do it while the blood is fresh. Makes it easier to mix with the dye and make it extra red." There's lots of chemicals that go into it to make it more like paint and less like blood, but mostly it's blood. His mouth hung open as he tried to comprehend why they'd do that. What you got, kid? Oh, book on nobles. He handed it over to her. Book commander was trying to burn. That's a great job, Lucky. You really are living up to your name. Here you go, kid. This should help with barfing earlier. She tossed him a cookie, which he couldn't help but catch in his mouth and then chomp down on. She gave his head a pat. Welcome to PsyOps, recruit. You'll fit right in. Despite his earlier horror, he realized his tail was wagging, and when he saw her pull another cookie from her belt, his tail wagged harder still. Sula had been rather surprised by the low numbers of Desvian attack craft that had come up from the planet during the battle. Considering the size of their defense fleet, she'd expected at least a light carrier, but she hadn't seen anything of the sort. Everything had come from the planet, and they'd been so focused on trying to knock out the bombers that they'd been shredded by Sula and the other fighters. It was like the Desvians had never considered trying massed fighter and bomber squadrons before. Either way, after scoring 2 more kills in atmosphere, she'd been called back to orbit to provide scouting for the fleet in their own battle. As far as naval battles went, it had been fairly short. When the Retribution had moved back into position above the planet to assist ground forces with orbital bombardments. From what she'd heard, the 8th had been heavily engaged with some armor for the majority of the raid. She hadn't heard from Jack since she'd left him to his war dance, but she had every faith that he did great in the battle. He'd probably be back to brag about all his kills. In the meantime, though, Sula had been able to feed Watzia and then sleep. When she'd woken up, they had sent her to meet with Chief Engineer Fry about some sort of special project in one of the reed hangars that hadn't been active in years. So she'd left her Corsair in the hands of her flight crew and then caught a tram heading the way she needed to go. Even from the tram station, it had taken her about 15 minutes of wandering corridors to find the right place. Times like that reminded her about how truly massive the Retribution was. But now that she was in the hangar, all she could do was blink and stare while Chief Engineer Fry spoke. She hadn't really been paying attention. Sula stared at the ships before her, trying to think about how to phrase what she wanted to say. The 2 biggest issues were the fact that Chief Engineer Fry was her superior by several levels, and the fact that she was honestly a sweetheart. Finally, Sula looked over at the woman and started listening again. I think my team has really done a crackjack job with these, you know? Considering we don't have proper fabricators or nothing, not to mention the materials we have to work with. We haven't really worked out their max capabilities or nothing, which is why we want you to give them a spin. And we have a few names kicking around for what to call them. Fry, they're junkers, Sula said before she could stop herself and looked over at the engineer who frowned and looked upset. They're not junkers. We've done a real good job with them, I'm telling you. I had crews working on this when they were on leave and such. This is a passion project. We wouldn't be giving you no junker. I don't mean they'll perform like it, Sula clarified. But look at that. She waved a hand at the so-called fighters. That is a junker. You look at thing and you say, how the hell is that junker flying? It's a zombie. It's Frankenstein's monster. Fry crossed her arms and huffed like a child at that despite being 20 years older than Sula. Well, I told Andromeda herself we ain't calling him that, and that's final. So you can't call him that. Sula sighed softly and shook her head, rubbing her hand over her forehead for a moment. All right. Well, you don't know its max capabilities, but what sort of speed is it giving you now? Ah, well, it varies, Fry said, looking a bit nervous suddenly, which made Sula frown. Well, what does it vary around? Ah, which one you're flying. They have different engines. Fry wasn't even meeting her gaze now, and rightfully so, as Sula gasped out and waved her arms while exclaiming, They aren't even standardized? How am I supposed to teach new pilots to fly in a bunch of fighters that are all fucking different? That's kind of sort of a big fucking problem, Fry. She knew she should be more respectful to her superior, but she was having trouble with that at the moment, as she crossed her arms and shook her head. Seriously, what am I supposed to do here? Well, I mean, you wouldn't put them in these right away, right? You'd train them on the simulators, and then that gives you time to get a feel for these, so when you put them in them, you know how they handle. Sula arched a brow as she looked down at the engineer. Once more, Sula rubbed her forehead and sighed out before growling out, Fine, knowing she didn't have a choice anyway. Fine. I'll figure it out. She sighed softly and looked over the collection of fighters before her. Well, Which one am I getting? Fry perked up then, that bright smile of hers seeming to take over her face, and it made it hard for Sula to stay mad at her. We got you a real special one! She actually grabbed Sula's hand and dragged her forward to the only fighter that had a crew around it near the back. We really wanted to make sure you have something amazing to fly into battle, so we went all out for the first one. Sula looked at the vehicle as she tried to get a sense of what the hell it had been in a previous life. You've got the fixed landing skids of the Corsair. Landing gear is moving parts we don't need, Fry said with a nod. She frowned and tilted her head left, then right. The body of a Comanche recon unit. I didn't know we had one of those. That's a good eye. Well, that had been decummed for like 10 years. Fry nodded as Sula slowly walked around the fighter. You've got the Corsair weapon pods on Phoenix wings. Well, the Corsair's pods are really good at being hardy, you know, and lots of the connections are good for just whatever we can slap on there. But the Phoenix had much better wings for atmospheric handling, and they're actually easier to repair, funny enough. When Sula got to the back, she was confused as she looked from one side of the craft to the other. Did you stick 2 Phoenix engines on this? Yeah, but it's got a Comanche powerhouse which can mostly handle it. Mostly? Sula was not inspired by that comment. Ah! Fry's smile faltered for a moment. Well, we haven't been able to, properly optimize the Comanche powerhouse, so it's not quite given us what we want. It's kinda hard to balance between engines and the main gun all at once. Main gun? She hadn't seen the Corsair's cannons, so she expected they'd used whatever was standard on the Recon Comanche body. But now she walked around the junker to the front and stopped up short when she saw it. You... She shook her head for a moment at a loss for words before finally pointing. That is not a weapon for a fighter. That is a tank killer. Wha? You can't build a fighter around a Krieger XL 240mm. That makes it not a fighter. That makes it a ground assault platform. A fighter is just about how you use it, Fry protested. That will mop the floor with any other fighter you know. Yeah, if I can hit them. How the hell do you stabilize the rest of the platform? Sula asked as she looked up at the cannon jutting out of what was supposed to be her new fighter. Well, it's a bit tricky. But we're sure when you start flying it around and helping us test it, we'll get it where we need it. That's what testing is for, right? Fry was smiling. And honest, we've really done this one up proper, I tell ya. It's got nothing but the best parts we've been saving. For years. Just wait till you try it out. Sula sighed, unable to withstand the engineer's unending optimism. She didn't think it would work, but she was right. They seemed to have loaded it with the best parts of various Confederate parts. Fine. Well, what sort of speed have you guys tested it at so far? She looked at Fry, who had a sort of frozen smile stuck on her face. As she kept quiet for a while, Sula finally gasped. You've never flown it? Well, Fry looked away before looking back, bashfully. None of us are pilots. In theory, it'll be faster than a Yolkeen Flash Fire. All you gotta do is get in it and try it out for us. One little flight. Tell us how she handles. Her expression changed from bashful to hopeful as she looked up at Sula. I don't know, Sula said with another sigh before she looked around at the flight crew Fry had assembled. Or the engineers. She didn't recognize one of them. And all their uniform patches came from other branches. Most of them were older, and in fact, she was the lowest-ranking person here. They all outranked her. She also noticed how hopeful they all looked, just like Fry. At some point, they might have been basic flight crew back in the war, but necessity had promoted them. Years of losses without any new shipments of fighters or bombers for them to tinker with. This was likely their only chance to be a part of a new generation of fighters for Andromeda's fleet. All right, she finally said, and Fry and the others let out some cheers. She had plenty of them pat her on the back and shake her hand before she was given a helmet to pull on, and she climbed up the side and into the cockpit. While she sat inside and studied the controls, she briefly thought about the irony that she was going to be the first to fly an undead monster of a fighter built from the remains of some of her family's best-designed fighters. There might not be anyone better qualified. As she thought about that, she looked out at Fry, who was watching the others pull their gear out from around the fighter. Hey! How come you want me first? We just thought since you're young you'd be more open to the experience. All the other aces are stuck in their ways. Their fighters have been with them for a decade or more by now. You know how it goes? She smiled as Sula just rolled her eyes. That meant she was the only one who didn't have a chance to turn them down. "If this thing explodes as soon as I turn it on, I'm not going to be happy," Sula replied, and Fry just laughed. "Don't worry, hun, we've turned it on. We just haven't flown it." Sula shrugged and began to close the canopy while she ran her fingers over the controls lightly. It was a mess. They still had the Recon Comanche's intel suite along the sides, but had to cut out portions of the dash for more weapon readouts, and a much larger power distribution monitor. From what she could tell, if she gave her weapons all the power they needed, she'd only have 50% power to the engines and navigation. But if she dedicated everything to engines, she wouldn't be able to use any of her weapons, though she could use some of the intel suite. Soon enough, the crew had pulled everything they needed to away from her fighter, and she was clear. So she took a deep breath and cycled the fighter to life. As she watched her gauges, she frowned and gave a few a tap before turning on her comm to talk to Fry. "Some of these gauges are sticking." "Ah, yeah, that body is a bit old. We'll get those worked on, but that's just a small issue." "Don't worry, hun." Sula looked sidelong at Fry outside and shook her head a little as she watched the instruments. "Why does this take so long to cycle up?" she asked as she watched the systems. "Like I said, we haven't been able to optimize it. Small problems, Sula. Small problems! They're easily fixed." Sula just rolled her eyes as the woman kept saying stuff like that. It really didn't make her feel more confident. In the end, it took at least 15 minutes for her to get everything ready, which was a very long time if there was a battle raging outside the ship, and this was even after they had prepped it for her. But it was finally ready, and she looked around at all the smiling faces and thumbs up, and gave them a thumbs up in return before she eased the fighter up and forward. It didn't seem to like the low speed, however, and she felt some vibration in the stick until she pushed it a little quicker while flying out of the hangar. Taking a deep breath and then letting it out, she crossed the atmospheric shield and was then out in the void. She looked over her sensors and everything was still green. "Unknown craft, this is Retribution Tower. Identify." Sula cursed. She'd forgotten to clear the fucking flight. How careless could she be? Retribution Tower, this is Void Fox. I'm testing one of Fry's junkers. Thought she cleared it with you." "That's a negative, Void Fox, but I'm not getting word to track your flight and forward the data, so you're all good. It's quiet out here right now, but avoid the bow. We've still got some vultures coming home to roost." "Understood, Tower," she replied as he warned her about the scavenger vessels that had been picking apart the Desvian fleet remains. "All right, let's see what you've got. Nice and easy," she muttered as she began to speed up, quickly passing the edge of the ship as she began to press the speed of the fighter. When it was up to speed at 50% power, she was a bit slower than a Corsair, which didn't inspire her. But her eyes were very focused on that 50% power. Reaching out, she adjusted the ratio. "Let's try 66%. She angled around and began to head back towards the Retribution now, and felt the fighter surge ahead, pressing her back in the seat a bit. She was about as quick as a phoenix now, perhaps a bit more. "All right. Not bad, not bad," she muttered and reached out once more. "If I hit 75%, I can still use the main gun." As she diverted more power to the engines, she punched it, and felt herself pinned back in her seat completely as she gasped out. Once she hit max speed at this power, she heard a warning siren for about a second before it turned off, so she didn't have time to see what it had been. Either way, that was more than enough warning for her to dial it back, the fighter shuddering a little as she did. "Okay." She quickly toggled on her comm. "Tower, this is Void Fox. Did you get that?" That's affirmative, Void Fox." I think that was faster than a Comanche. "That was only 75% power to engines," Sula muttered. If it could survive 100%, she had no idea how fast it might truly go. "All right, Tower, quick main gun check." She turned the fighter, aiming away from the planet and towards the system's star. "Firing!" She pulled the trigger and she heard a whine as the gun began to spin, but for a few seconds nothing happened. "Maybe it's not low—" She didn't get a chance to finish the sentence before it finally fired. Oh, how it fired. The fighter's cannon let out a burst of 40 mm rounds that had so much force it knocked the fighter off its axis, and she gasped out, letting go as her fighter spun around wildly, the stabilizers failing completely. "Void Fox, hold fire! Your rounds are going wild." She gripped the flight stick tight as she fought against the spinning and got her fighter under control before turning on comms. "Tower, did I hit anything? This thing went wild. Blew my automated stabilizers completely with that burst. Checking Void Fox. Shit. I'm getting a query from the bridge and you are being targeted, so don't do anything. I'll get back to you. Tsula cursed under her breath and killed the engines completely, letting her fighter simply drift while the mess got worked out on the Retribution. Some fucking fighter Fry had made. Hey hun, this is Fry. They're patching me into your comm. She heard come on a few seconds later. Some fucking fighter you've made here! Tsula barked, echoing the thought she'd had just a minute before. It's good, huh? She asked, missing Tsula's tone entirely. Good if you want to get me killed. The main cannon blew the automated stabilizers. Didn't you get the message? Christ! I went spinning wild all over the place. She shook her head. Yeah, they said I'm sorry about that. Got some kinks to work out is all. But it's quick, ain't it? Tsula nearly wanted to scream at the engineer for being so fucking optimistic all the time, but she shook her head. Yeah, it's quick. But we need to figure out how I can use the main gun without this thing going berserk on me. I agree. That's what testing is for. Just bring her back on in nice and gentle and we'll work on it right away. That was a great test flight, hun. Tsula sighed and slumped a little in her seat. There was no way she could pierce that veil of eager enthusiasm, was there? Understood. Waiting for an all clear, she muttered. It took another minute before she finally heard Tower again. Void Fox, you're good to come back in. Take it slow and easy. Keep your weapons powered down. Far as I can tell, you didn't hit anything with that. But someone on the planet might be having a real bad day all of a sudden. Tsula snorted and shrugged. Understood, Tower. Coming in slow! Weapons off! She shifted the power to 50% engines and headed back to the hangar at about half her Corsair's normal cruising speed. It took her a good 10 minutes to get back, but she didn't get shot by the Retribution, so she considered it a good flight. When she was bringing it back in to land, she saw some uniformed soldiers waiting with the others and let out a heavy groan. Even so, she settled the fighter down and completely powered off the main reactor. The cycle down took another 5 minutes before she finally opened the canopy and yanked her helmet off, leaving it on the seat as she climbed over the side. Look, the gun going wild was a complete accident. Fry had never tested it before. I'm not a threat to the fleet. You guys are not necessary, she said to the soldiers. But when they looked at each other, seeming confused, she realized that this wasn't connected. Wait, are those armored cav patches? She pointed to their shoulders. The Major stepped forward then. He was quite tall, pale features, blonde hair. He looked very much like a soldier. Ah, Tsula Morgan. I'm Major Skarsgård. She could see it in his eyes. All of their eyes. No, she said simply and held up a hand before shaking her head. No. Is there a place we can talk? He continued, obviously looking uneasy. But Tsula just waved her hands. No, there is no place to talk, because there is nothing to talk about. You and your men are going to leave. Right now, because if you don't leave, I'm going to be pissed, and I need you to go. She pointed to the door, but they didn't move. As they all looked at her, she began breathing much more quickly. She was an ace. She'd been in dogfights. She'd kept her cool dozens of times while being fired upon. So, why was she struggling all of a sudden when no one was firing at her? Please, you're not making this any easier on us. We were all great friends of Jack's. She growled out. You are great friends of his. Her heart was beating hard all of a sudden. She turned away from them, reaching up as if to strangle an invisible person just before her. Then she clenched her hands into fists and pulled them back down to her sides, ignoring the looks she was getting from Fry and her engineers. She forced herself to relax then. She closed her eyes, slowed her breathing, and cleared her thoughts. Once she had gone through her little ritual and calmed herself, she turned to look at the Major once more. What happened? Jack. Lieutenant Irons was tasked with defending a mission-critical bridge against an opposing armored column. They had surprised the 8th and we were bogged down. The addition of a full armored column would have been a disaster. He and his crew stopped the enemy on that bridge. Stopped them cold. We don't have all the details, but by the time the armadillos were able to hit the bridge, none of the enemy had gotten past. However, there was no sign of Jack or his crew. So then he's not dead. Tsula felt hope surge in her heart. He's just MIA! Miss Morgan, the Major started. Flight Lieutenant, she hissed back. The Major stopped and nodded. I apologize. Flight Lieutenant Morgan, you have to understand his tank was missing when the armadillos did their pass. He had blocked the bridge and destroyed part of it, but they saw no sign of him. He vanished from comms shortly after engaging the enemy, and we have no readings from any emergency beacons on the planet. The canyon that bridge was over was very deep. Yeah, but he was in a Cossack. You don't know that the fall killed him? She stressed. We just need to go search the area. The Major frowned as she insisted on that and shook his head. We've received no word from any units still on the planet at this time. The ship is preparing to move and meet up with the Reaper. It's been 8 hours since all other units returned to the Retribution. He's gone, and you were the only person listed as close family and relations, so we came to tell you in person. It's been years since I've had to inform someone's family like this. I'm sorry I'm not more... He trailed off for a moment and then shrugged. I'm sorry I'm not better. Trust me, we all miss Jack as much as you do. But you aren't willing to go back for him, she asked. He's down there. He told me about Sequoia. You think he's dead? He's not. We have to go find him. Fry, you want tests, right? Why don't we see how this thing does in atmosphere? She turned, walking back towards the fighter, but Fry stepped in her way. Darlin, you know we can't let you go. The fuck you can't! Get the hell out of my way! Sula actually shoved the woman aside and began to jog towards the side of her fighter. She only made it halfway up the ladder when she felt strong arms grab her from behind. No! Let go! She shouted, trying to think of her martial arts training, and yet as she pictured Jack's smiling face, all she could do was yell and kick as the Major dragged her back from the ship. The engineers quickly pulled the ladder away then, and she saw them start popping the engine panels to ensure she couldn't fly the damn thing. When she saw that she slumped and stopped kicking, instead she just hung in the Major's grip. Are you done? He asked. I'm done, she replied. When he set her on her feet, she had a brief urge to stomp on his inner foot and run for it, but then she remembered something. It had been 8 hours since they'd returned to the ship. They'd been gone for 12. How much food did Dark Moon have? She'd gotten back and been able to feed Watsia and then sleep, but Dark Moon was alone. So she took a deep breath and turned, looking up at the Major. I'm sorry, Major. You did the right thing restraining me, but he's not dead, and what you're doing is leaving him behind. Flight Lieutenant, he growled now, clearly upset. I don't have his corpse to give you, but Jack is dead. That bridge was blown and his tank was completely missing. We've had no communication from him at all. You know how Cossacks work, they always have to face the enemy. And their communication gear is at the back. How could he lose comms without losing the rest of his tank? Sula clenched her fists and opened her mouth, but then shut it, unclenched her fists and took a deep breath. Based upon logical and empirical evidence, I'd say you have a sound position, and I won't hold it against you when we find him. But Jack is not dead, she stressed yet again. The Major crossed his arms, clearly annoyed now. And you know this how? She opened her mouth, closed it, opened it, closed it. She stood there, silent for several seconds before finally speaking again. Because I do. He's not dead. I would have known. I would have felt it. I didn't feel it. She shook her head and then turned away from him, walking to Fry. I'm sorry I pushed you, Chief Engineer. That was very rude and unprofessional of me. Oh, darlin'. The woman started, but Sula just turned from her as well, walking away before they tried to say anything else meaningless about her loss. She hadn't lost him. He had lost himself. He'd be back. Being lost was temporary for him. That smirking bastard, he'd be back. This was what she knew. This is what she repeated to herself as she walked, and then jogged to the nearest tram. This is what she echoed again and again as the tram took her to the closest stop to his quarters. And this was all that went through her mind as she jogged, and then ran from the tram to his room. When she got to the hall, no one was around. Usually the tankers in the area were loud and boisterous, but for now they were somewhere else. She quickly approached his door and tapped in the code for his room. It was the day they'd first met, the sentimental idiot. As soon as she stepped inside, she shut the door behind her and locked it. Dark Moon? What was the code he used to make his fox show up? But the dark black and purple fox just happily jumped out from the bathroom, wagging his tail. "Ooh, thank God," she muttered and sank to her knees, crying with relief as she began to pet the fox and cuddle him close to her chest. A void fox formed a special bond with their human. If they died, they would sense it, and they wouldn't be this happy so short after their death. There was just no way. But As she hugged the fox, she realized she couldn't tell the others about her proof. If she did, Watsia and Dark Moon would be taken away. But Jack was stranded on a hostile planet. "Oh, shit," she muttered as she looked into the fox's face as he panted and smiled, rolling onto his back so she would rub his belly. She couldn't help but laugh a little at the sight, rubbing away her tears with one hand as she rubbed his belly with the other. "You idiot. You're just like him, aren't you?" The fox let out a soft bark and then rolled back to his feet, trotting over to his food bowl in the corner. "He has the worst concept of secrecy," she muttered. Then she heard knocking at the door behind her. She stood up quickly and looked around. What did she do with Dark Moon? Then she saw the bag he used to move around his ridiculous headdress and other supposed cultural artifacts. "Dark Moon!" she hissed to the fox, and as he looked up at her she grabbed him and his food bowl, stuffing them into the duffel bag before zipping it up. She grunted a little then, and slung it over her shoulder before answering the door. When it opened, she saw a somewhat surprised-looking soldier with a stocky build and darker skin. He had sergeant's tabs. "What do you want?" she barked. "Oh, Lieutenant, sir? I'm Sergeant Garza. I'm a close friend of Jack's. We've never met." He extended his hand and she hesitated before shifting the strap and shaking his hand firmly. "You're Sula?" "I am," she said with a nod. "He had said you were close. I came to, offer my help with anything you need." He looked very unsure of what to say. He hadn't been crying, but she could see he was worried. She also noticed how he had referred to him. "You said you are a close friend of his." "Yes, sir," he nodded. "You don't agree with the Major that he's dead, then?" "No, sir," he said and quickly shook his head. "There's no confirmation. The Major has to protect his conscience, I'm sure, sir. And I don't blame him. But Jack ain't dead." "I agree," she said with a nod. "But I also know we can't do anything about it right now. They're getting ready to move the Retribution, and they have no intention of staying if they don't have a reading from an emergency beacon. Jack will have to find his way home. But I know he will. He told me about Sequoia." "He told us all about it," Garza responded with a nod. Then he started to reach for the duffel bag. "Here, do you need help with that, sir?" "No!" she said forcefully enough to make him jerk back. "No," she said more softly. "Sorry. I need to perform a ritual to help him get back. I'm not really crazy about that aspect of our shared culture, but I know he is. And it's a personal thing. I'm sorry." He waved his hands. "It's no problem. You do what you need to. I can tell you care about him a lot. I won't get in your way. But like I said, if you need me for anything, just let me know." Sula nodded at that. "I appreciate it. And I will." She pressed the button to lock the door behind her and then walked away from the sergeant and down the hall. Once she was around the corner, she gasped and took a few deep breaths. That had been close for her and Dark Moon. Then she stood up straight and nodded to another soldier who passed by. She began walking then, trying to move quickly but not so quickly that it looked odd. A purposeful and directed pace is what she was aiming for. It took her 15 minutes of walking like that to get to the enclosure she and Jack had for their so-called cultural activities. She punched in the code to the door and as usual locked it behind her when she was standing in the fake American Southwest. Now she could let out a heavy sigh and set the duffel bag down, opening it up as Dark Moon jumped out and then shook all over as if to stretch out. "You were a good boy in there." "Not a peep. I guess that idiot has trained you well." She shrugged a little. Then she took his food bowl over to the fake boulder Jack and her had replaced. Inside was a store of food they had for their foxes, and she quickly loaded the bowl up with some meat scraps and dried food for the fox to start chomping on. As the fox ate, she walked over to one of the wood benches next to the fire pit and sat heavily on it. What the hell was she going to do? She needed to help Jack, didn't she? But he loved Dark Moon and she loved Watsia. She looked over at the fox chomping at the food. He was proof Jack was alive. There should still be a few hours before they move. Jack had to find a way to get word to the Retribution to send him help. She could give him a few hours at least. Until then, what did she do with Dark Moon? She slowly looked around the enclosure they were in. Who else had a code to it? Jack? Did anyone else? For as long as they had been coming here, she'd never met anyone else who used it. She still felt like she should do something. Anything. Then her eyes fell on his duffel bag. She walked over to it then and opened it up, seeing the outrageous headdress he had in there. For a moment she studied it before looked over at the fire pit and smiling. Pulling the thing on over her head, she had to adjust it and tie it tight since it was a bit big. Then she walked over to open the fake rock at the edge of the fire pit. Let's see what we've got. As she began to scroll through his music, she let out a disapproving sigh. Why did it have to be so heavy on the metal and rock? Didn't he have anything a bit more relaxed? She started to check the playlists then, noticing he had a war mix, a war dance mix, and even something called an assault mix. Then she paused at the next playlist. Tsula time. Short skirt, long jacket, and, oh, it's a sex mix. She couldn't help but let out a soft laugh as she looked at the other songs he had in that playlist. He thought highly of his chances with her. Then she found another playlist, Songs to Bring Me Home. She paused before finally tapping on it to see what was inside. It was an unusual mix of songs that she hadn't quite expected considering what he normally listened to. They must have some sort of meaning to him, though perhaps he hadn't finished setting it up. The second song was just called Song 2. That was strange. There was a song on there titled Ulysses. She was a bit surprised that colossal moron had even heard of the Odyssey. Wheels, Highway to Hell, Float On, One More Time, This Fire, The Great Escape. She stopped muttering the song names while scanning the list and finally just shrugged. A lot of the songs weren't what she expected from him, but she decided she was just going to go with it. She turned the fire pit on and quickly got one of his so-called spirit fires going. As she did, Dark Moon trotted over and looked up at her. "You're the expert here," she said to the fox. "We're going to try and get Jack back, so I'll need your help. He did say it's more about the passion than the form, so hopefully this works." She was about to start the music when she looked down at her flight suit. While it was the only clothes she had besides her underwear, it didn't feel right somehow. Looking around for a moment at the locked door, she then looked back at Dark Moon. "Our secret okay?" She quickly took the suit off, standing in the dry, dusty dirt in her bare feet and underwear. This felt better somehow, so she finally pressed play on the music. She was surprised as the beat started up and the lyrics quickly began. Anybody lost looking to get found, know it when they hear the champion sound. She was hesitant at first as she started to move to the beat, but then she saw Dark Moon actually jump around as if he was dancing, and with a laugh she began to get more into it. She highly doubted this Who performance was doing anything to help Jack, but it was helping her, and perhaps somehow this small act just might reach out across the void and guide her friend home. As the seer continues to ingest the glands, their perception of the distances of the ether becomes shortened. What did that mean? Communication, therefore, with seers in similar states of being becomes as if talking across the room instead of the incomprehensible width of the void. Junko was trying to read up on a book the Desvians had kept in a secure vault beneath the university that had been raided, but she was having trouble with it since it used an old form of Desvian. She had to have a phrase book with her to try and translate some of the more archaic terms. This vision is, however, obscured by ionic storms, flares of the stars, nebula, the holes of darkness, and the stars ascendant. Junko frowned at that last one. She understood solar flares and black holes, but that last one was odd. As she checked the book, she nodded slowly. Supernovas? All right. So that meant this whole sector was self-contained by these events. None of these seers could see outside it. But what were they talking about? This whole text felt like something was missing. It was talking about seers, and some sort of gland, and how the local navies can jump without supercomputers, but she couldn't find where the glands came from, or how a seer was picked. She glanced over at Cassis, who was standing beside Andromeda. He hadn't mentioned anything about them. Was he trying to hide something? Or had he simply not thought about it? The only reason Junko had started looking into it was when she found out a few centuries back the machine minds that had been built by the various species went mad and tried killing all organics. After a grand crusade to end them all, AI were banned. The only nation that had anything like that now was the technocracy across the sector. Since they couldn't have AI, she'd been trying to figure out how they navigated space as well as they did. "Junko, put that away. We're almost there," Andromeda said, and Junko nodded, closing the aged, leather-bound tome and tucking it into the protective satchel she had for it. Slinging the satchel over her shoulder, she stood up and glanced around the tram. As usual, the lifeguards surrounded them, escorting them to meet some of the new Desvian recruits who had distinguished themselves in the raid on the library. From what she'd heard, not a single one had tried to turn on their human captors. though she supposed they were now their human comrades. I have questions once this is over, Junko mentioned, but Andromeda shrugged. The questions can wait a bit. After this, we have to get back up to the bridge for our jump. Junko nodded, familiar with their schedule. She was having trouble focusing, however, because the book had given her so many more questions than answers. It was eating at her curiosity. Andromeda was more focused on the recruits, and likely rubbing it in Stahl's face that her command that he recruit Desvians was working. When the tram stopped, they began to move, Andromeda out front with two of her guards flanking. Junko fell in at Andromeda's left, while Cassis was on her right, and the rest of the guard following behind them. They walked through the halls of the Retribution to the parade grounds that Desvians had been waiting in. Junko couldn't remember having ever been to one of the parade grounds. They served little purpose to the pirates, but she had to remind herself that a lot of the better-trained military units considered themselves to be Confederate military, and not simple pirates. A distinction made a bit more complicated by Andromeda referring to herself as a pirate and leader of pirates. But her boss was also fond of eccentricities. As soon as they stepped into the parade room, she heard someone shout, "Attian Shun!" before dozens of feet stomped into place as the Desvians came to attention. There were 36 of them here, singled out for brave, valorous, or otherwise distinguished actions during the raid. Along with the Desvians, she noticed a few of the drill instructors who had been training them, Stahl and his own personal guard. They mostly had their Confederate armor intact, unlike Andromeda's lifeguard, who had embraced her pirate title and decorated their armor to reflect this. As Junko looked at the line of Desvians, she noticed they were all white for some reason. She hadn't seen that many white Desvians, so she couldn't expect them to all naturally be that color. They were wearing basic jumpsuits with recruit tabs. From what she'd heard, they were waiting for their training to be finished before actually giving them dress uniforms. But that might not happen either. She couldn't remember if she'd seen anyone other than Stahl in a dress uniform. Junko focused on reality once more as she heard Andromeda speak up. "Why are they all white?" Andromeda asked Stahl, as they looked over the group and Junko listened for the answer, very curious herself. "As you know, they come from an extremely class-based society. When they had their normal fur color, they kept grouping up according to that, and they treated one another differently. So we made sure to dye them all white and give them new names. They stopped clustering based on class and started grouping based on their assigned teams. It's been successful so far," Stahl replied with a shrug. "Yeah, successful. Speaking of, aren't you glad I made you start training them? They've proven to be quite capable already, haven't they?" Andromeda said with a wicked grin, as Stahl shifted and sighed out. "Yes, sir, it's been good for you to order me to take on new recruits." Andromeda looked slightly disappointed that Stahl so easily agreed with her, but he had known her for a very long time, so it was no surprise to Junko at least. "Well then, let's take a look at them, shall we?" Andromeda said, and smiled once more as she turned to the line of recruits. She waved at the first as she spoke to Cassis. "You see what fine soldiers your kind can make under better leaders?" "What happened to their fur?" he asked, not having understood what Stahl said, it seems. His English was getting better, but it was mostly for small things still. To break the bonds of class and society, they were all cleansed white and given new names. Their past lives have ended, and now they are my loyal soldiers," Andromeda said with a grin. Junko could see that Cassis looked more than a little disturbed. "So then, recruit!" She stopped before the first Desvian, towering over him thanks to her power armor. "Are you ready to become a commando?" "Sir, yes, sir!" he barked proudly, standing as tall as he could. The proud and noble effect somewhat spoiled by his wagging tail. She noted his was much more like a dog than Cassis's raccoon tail. "What did he do?" Andromeda asked as Junko quickly looked at her tablet. Recruit Mittens?" "Sir, yes, sir!" he barked in reply, which made Andromeda laugh. "Drew fire onto himself by throwing rocks at the enemy long enough for his squad to flank their position." "Good man," Andromeda said with a nod, patting the recruit on the shoulder. With that, they went down the line, Junko listing off their achievements while Andromeda would give some sort of response, short or long, and then move on down the line. Junko noted that while not taking too much time with each, Andromeda was always focused, and treated each one like he was the only recruit she was here to see. She knew it was small touches like that which helped endear her to her crew. She might be erratic sometimes, but she was never stupid. Cassus was quiet as they walked down the line until they got to the very last one. Junko introduced him as she had the others. "This is Recruit Lucky, the only recruit picked by PSYOPs, sir." He led them to a collection of books that would have been otherwise missed and personally stopped the burning of some very intel-critical papers. "That's a fine job, Recruit Lucky," Andromeda said with a nod. "Tell me, did your sergeant explain why he gave you that name?" "Sir, he only hit me twice to getting the answers he wanted, sir." His English had only a slight accent. He had an ear for languages, it seemed. Then Cassus spoke up. "What's your name?" he asked in Desvian, obviously not having understood the English word lucky. "Sir, I am Recruit Lucky." "Sir!" the recruit barked back in English. "Before?" Cassus asked. "Before this? What was your name? Who were you?" Cassus looked particularly troubled, and Junko looked the recruit over. Good health, good shape. He didn't really stand out from the others. But she noticed he had the longest tail of any of these recruits. Most of them had very short tails, like a lynx or Rottweiler, and those who had longer tails mostly looked like the ones on labs. But she noticed his was more like that of a cheetah, or maybe a snow leopard. Of course, it had been dyed all white, so it was hard to say which it resembled more. "I did not into existing before my drill sergeant allowed me to into existing. I was nothing! And now I am Recruit Lucky. I live to serve Andromeda and her fleet of damned," he shouted out before all the other recruits shouted as well. "We live to kill. We live to serve. Commandos now and forever. Our lives to Andromeda." Andromeda, meanwhile, was grinning wide before she stuck her fist in the air. "Recruits, you do me proud. Your service to our cause will be rewarded. Soon you shall be true commandos. You are the first of many. We will drive through this sector bringing freedom to your brothers and sisters. You will show them the light. You will give them choices. You will bring the common people a voice. Your sector is divided by species, by class. No more. We will unite them under one banner. My banner! Who's with me? Who's with the damned?" At that, they chanted, "We are with you, Andromeda!" and quickly drove their right fist into the center of their chests, a salute to signify they'd drive a knife into their heart for the cause. Or perhaps for Andromeda. Though at this point, Junko wasn't sure there was any separation between the purpose of the fleet and the woman who ruled it. However, Andromeda returned the salute fist to the chest of her armor. "And I am with you." Then she nodded at the nearest drill sergeant. With that, she turned and began to walk out of the parade ground room as Stahl and two of his personal guard fell in with Andromeda and her lifeguard. Just as they were leaving, Junko heard the sergeant start screaming at Recruit Lucky. "I knew I named you right, Recruit Lucky. That is the best answer I have ever heard to any question ever. You are my favorite recruit of all time, Recruit Lucky." Did those drill sergeants have any other volume? Was it even possible for them to whisper? Junko honestly wasn't sure. As they left the recruits behind, Stahl spoke first. All of the team leaders they were assigned to reported favorably on all recruits. Though not all of them did something special like these did, it would seem that they held no more loyalty to their former king. "We would do well to get more recruits like this. I might be able to start promoting some of my veterans and give them Desvians to command." "You seem to have come around on Xenos pretty quickly," Andromeda noted of her captain. Stahl just shrugged. "My hatred was simply misplaced. I've been working it out. I'm less effective to you if I let blind prejudice get in my way." He sounded slightly regretful, perhaps realizing his behavior had affected some decisions in the past. "So, are you willing to take on Grax recruits too?" Andromeda asked. "Not a chance. Those 4 armed freaks smell like shit. They'd never be able to surprise the enemy because they can be smelled a mile away. Not to mention they have 0 discipline." Andromeda laughed at Stahl's complete shutdown of the idea. "Ah, that's good you aren't totally different." Then she spoke in Desvian, glancing back as Cassus. "You should be happy. Those recruits have opened up my friend here to liking Xenos. That's no small feat. So are you slightly proud or extremely proud?" Cassus growled out for a moment, and didn't reply until he sighed and seemed to calm himself. "Just because I have relaxed my guard while captive doesn't mean I'm any less faithful to my king. The Desvians have a long, proud history, and it will take more than a few traitors to tarnish that history." "Tarnish your history? Those recruits have set an example to others. Already they are trying to distinguish themselves as some of my best, which isn't easy considering the other commandos have a decade of experience over them. Your history is always that of the Desvians being ruled by a king or queen, right? All the Desvians against all the Phyrexians against all the... whatever the name of that theocracy is. Aren't you tired of this being species against species? Don't you want the chance to choose for yourself who to fight against and who to fight alongside? Cassis was quiet after Andromeda spoke. So, Junko, find anything interesting in those books? Stahl asked to fill the silence. Yes, there are some very interesting finds, but I fear it'll be a while before I can make any sense out of some of them. They seem to be speaking about things that it's assumed I already know, which I don't, which makes it all more confused. Hey, Junko! Andromeda spoke up. Could you be more vague? I love it when you're vague. Sorry, sir. The most interesting book we found is in regards to some sort of seers that are employed by the Desvians, and perhaps all the nations in the sector. Rather than using jump buoys for communication and supercomputers to calculate jumps, they eat this gland from something, and might be able to use it to see and talk across the vastness of space. Andromeda stopped, and Junko had to quickly stop as well to stop from bumping into her, but Cassis, who had been paying less attention, ran into her elbow and grunted out, backing off as he whined and clutched his muzzle. Andromeda didn't pay attention to him, though, as she turned to look at Junko. Like telepathy or something? Are you telling me the Desvians have psychics? Actual psychics? Junko could only shrug. It's confusing, sir. I'm trying to figure it out, but it isn't easy. To make matters more confusing, I haven't found any records of them among the Desvian ships we've already destroyed. That's why I'm being vague. Because the book is pretty vague so far. Sir. Andromeda looked over at Cassis, and after a moment he stopped rubbing his muzzle and looked around, seeming confused. What happened? Why are you all looking at me? Why did she stop so suddenly? How do Desvians jump between systems? Andromeda asked. Our navigator indicates on the map where we want to go. The seer scries the system, and if there's another seer there, they take some time to communicate, and once we have a lock on the system, we jump. If there's no seer in the system, our seer plots a path as close as he's able, and then we jump. He said it very matter-of-fact. Smaller ships pull in close so they can be brought along in the bubble, though I suppose I should explain jumping to you since your ships don't seem to do it. I've been meaning to ask how you've created drives capable of such fast speeds that you travel between systems without jumping. We don't. We use jump drives too, only they work very differently, it would seem. Andromeda mentioned, and Cassis looked more confused. Impossible. I haven't felt a disturbance bubble once since we got here. Andromeda slowly nodded at that. You guys must have gone the other way with that tech. Interesting. As she rubbed her chin, Junko frowned. What tech? What's he talking about? In the very early days of the Golden Age, jump drives were still pretty rough. They'd create this sort of temporary bubble around the ship where things would get weird. Strange colors, sounds shook the ship, and it could drag things with it if they were too close to another ship. So they developed more accurate drives and better computers to shrink this bubble and contain it within an area directly around the drive itself. It sounds like the Desvians instead made their bubbles much bigger so they could take other ships with them. Very interesting, Andromeda replied, tapping her chin still. But then how come we haven't seen any of these seers? She asked. Well, they're not to be taken into the hands of the enemy. They know a great deal of secrets about the Desvian Navy. How we're positioned, fleet numbers, all sorts of things. Before large engagements, they're usually left on a nearby planet. But if a ship is taken by surprise, they're sealed in a special chamber that can only be opened by other Kresh. Other Kresh? Who are the Kresh to begin with? Andromeda asked. They're that species that hunts the space leviathans. Junko mentioned, and Cassis nodded. Yes, indeed, the leviathans are where they harvest the glands they need to consume to become seers. This is the service that makes the Kresh powerful, but neutral. All ships need them. If they were to turn on any specific nation, other nations would realize this and find some way to stop the Kresh. Our wars must be of our own doing, and not because of Kresh manipulation. However, we've never seen them take sides. They are content in their lives of power and security. And why haven't you told us about them before? Andromeda asked, only to have Cassis shrug. I assumed humans had different tech that didn't require seers. It seems I'm right, but for different reasons than I expected. Was I supposed to read your minds and determine you didn't know how this all worked for us? He shrugged again. I'm not Kresh. Wait, they can read minds? Andromeda asked. Of course. They have to communicate through the void. They don't do that by shouting at one another. We're capable of short-range communication, but anything system to system has to be done by a seer. So, they know virtually all your secrets. Everything there is to know about the Desvians and every other species? Andromeda asked. Cassus nodded at that. But they have none of the artifacts left over from that architect species? I have never heard of one, Cassus said. But that's all I can say for sure. Andromeda nodded at that and began walking forward once more. Well, this has been surprisingly enlightening. Can someone repeat what's being talked about? Stahl asked, and Andromeda sighed as she realized the whole conversation had happened in Desvian. Nope. Junko, explain it to him while we're on the tram. Junko sighed and began explaining to Stahl what they'd just learned as they walked, and then during the tram ride to get them closer to the bridge. From the tram, they moved to an elevator, which was about when she had Stahl up to speed. That's fascinating, he mentioned as the elevator began to lift them up to the bridge. So if we can somehow take control of the Leviathan hunting ships, we could stop this whole sector from being able to jump? Junko translated the question to Cassus, who shook his head. There are hundreds of such fleets that travel all across the sector following the pods of Leviathans. Then she translated the response back to Stahl, who nodded. This opens up whole new lines of investigation in science, things I can only really guess at. Andromeda, you do plan on telling your R&D team about this, right? Of course, she said with a snort. The Confederate Dream program got further along than you might have thought. This sort of thing could prove very useful to us if we learn how to harness it. But we have to be careful about the Kresh. If they learn we have no seers, they might try to unite the rest of the system against us. Try and kill us before we can share our AI. None of these nations will use AI, Junko chimed in. Centuries ago, they had some grand crusade against the machines that went mad. Since then, computers are kept as basic as possible. That would explain a great deal, Stahl said with a nod. I didn't even think about the fact that we raided a library of all books and no computers. Did you find out why the machines went mad? Junko shook her head. It didn't say, which is why I had originally mentioned a lot of their text is written with the assumption I know far more about their history than I really do. It'll take time to piece it all together. By now the elevator had stopped and they began heading out into the bridge. The two mech suits standing guard came to attention as they passed. Once they were inside, Andromeda didn't even bother speaking to the rest of the crew, as she was obviously thinking about her next course of action. Father, are there any ionic storms nearby? After a moment he spoke, his voice seeming to come from everywhere, which always made Junko shudder. It never failed to creep her out for some reason. 5 within jump distance. What was that? Cassus asked as he looked around the room, confused. Then he looked up at the red eye in the ceiling. A machine mind? But she called it... I'll explain later. Andromeda quickly shushed him before speaking up again in English. Plot a course to the nearest one that's still heading the way we want to go, and share the new navigation point with the other ships. Complying, the voice rumbled out. Now Andromeda turned to Cassus. Yes, that's the voice of my father. But you showed me his tomb, didn't you? Isn't he dead? Cassus was clearly disturbed by what he was hearing. He's not dead. He's just not talkative. What you saw is his life support. We couldn't quite save him back when he was wounded, but we could preserve him. He was hooked up to the ship's AI and the two became one. So, that box in your throne room? It's just to support a brain in a jar? Cassus asked, now looking more disgusted with the idea. No. If it was just a brain in a jar, he wouldn't still be human. Humans require hormones and chemicals and the like. He's a brain, plus several other important organs in a jar, Andromeda corrected. Planning jump! The voice rumbled as Andromeda nodded and walked through the bridge to actually take her seat on the captain's chair. It wasn't very throne-like. It was just a nice chair with a host of monitors and information panels she could use in a battle. And yet, Junko always felt like Andromeda looked more menacing sitting there than she did on her makeshift throne in the gallery. Cassus looked around the bridge at the dozens of humans going about their business like usual and keeping the ship running smoothly. This is it? No one is securing themselves for the jump? No warning to the crew? The few sections that need to know already know, Andromeda promised. I don't hear anything. No, engine whining. No, I don't know. No creaking or shuddering. Are you sure your jump drive is working? He asked, which made Andromeda laugh. Yes! Why are you so worried? We've been jumping plenty since you joined me as a guest. Don't worry about it. But what about when you were in the nebula? That's a bit trickier. Basically, we just sort of skip instead of jump to try and get close. It's not like we can get closer than the edge of a system anyway. She shrugged, but Cassis frowned. You can't? If we have two seers in communication, they can bring us in very close to a planet. Can they? Andromeda asked, obviously curious. Well, it sounds like both systems have pros and cons then. We have to skirt the edges of systems rather than go into or through them. From what we have of historical testing logs, any ship that tries to jump through a system doesn't survive. We have to jump to the edge and go through or around it conventionally and then jump again. Cassis nodded slowly. So, how does one know when human ships jump? He looked out the front windows as the black empty void suddenly changed. What? What happened? Did you change monitors? Andromeda laughed. No, we jumped. That's the storm we wanted to find. Ahead of them was what looked like a sea of massive blue clouds. Every so often they'd see a sudden spark as a bolt of lightning would course through part of it. I've always thought storms were gorgeous, Andromeda murmured as they watched. However, Father, this section looks rather small. You said there were 5 storms being detected? What systems are they part of? Not connected to any system. Rogue planets are carrying storms around them through the sector at unusual speeds. Likelihood of natural formation infinitesimal. Helm, take us in! Andromeda announced before the Retribution began to push forward into the storm. It seemed like the fact that this was an unnatural storm didn't disturb her in the least. The ship began to move forward, deeper into the clouds. As they watched the lightning spark off around them, Junko spoke quietly. Sir, may I suggest orchestral piece #16? That was one of her favorites. An excellent suggestion, Junko. Andromeda agreed and tapped on her command console. The speakers on the bridge began to play then. It was a soft melody at first, but she felt as it picked up, it was the perfect accompaniment to them flying into a storm. As it began, she also noticed that the rest of the crew on the bridge fell silent. Most of them were looking forward out of the viewport at the storm. The seemingly endless clouds stretched out ahead of them, shifting and moving to a pattern or wind no one could discern. There was no sound to the bolts of lightning flying across their path or occasionally striking the hull. The ship had nothing to worry about from something like that, though. It had been built to withstand far worse. Detecting movement. Junko jumped as she heard the voice announce that. Giving new heading. The ship seemed to tilt slightly to the left of wherever they had been aimed before, and Junko couldn't help but feel the tension inside her build as she wondered what they might find here. Cassis had been vague about the Leviathans, and to be honest, so had the books. Perhaps no one really ventured into the storms to see them except for the Kresh. As she wondered about that, the music reached a crescendo before dipping into rather ominous tones at the end. There! Andromeda pointed out slightly to the left of the ship's bow. Junko squinted and then gasped as she saw something start to rise up out of one of the clouds. The head looked like something from a whale back on Earth, but it was crisscrossed in glowing veins that pulsed with light. As it continued to rise up out of the cloud, she could see massive fins, or wings that trailed gleaming tendrils like a jellyfish. As they watched it, then surged forward, seeming to twist as it moved, and a massive tail pulled free of the clouds, with more of the gleaming tendrils trailing behind it. Andromeda slowly stood up, and Junko noticed the next part of the music began, as if sensing the mood on the bridge. Walking forward, Andromeda approached the massive viewport at the front of the bridge, setting her hand on it as if trying to reach out and touch the Leviathan. It's beautiful, she stated, and Junko had to agree with her. The massive jelly whales were quite gorgeous indeed, and as they watched, they saw more starting to rise up out of that section of clouds. Junko couldn't help but feel her breath catch in her throat a little as she saw a whole pod of them rise up. The smallest of them looked to be about 1 kilometer long, while the biggest that was leading them was perhaps 3. The idea that there were such massive creatures somehow swimming through the void, she was speechless. While they watched, the lead Leviathan turned and began to sort of swim and pulse towards them. the others following suit. It took a minute or so for them to reach the bow of the ship as they started to move above and around it, the leader moving right up over the front as she got a much better view of how massive it was. The Retribution was larger, of course, but it had been built. These things seemed incredibly flexible and agile for their size, spinning and twisting as they moved. For a moment she thought she heard some sort of echo, some strange sound at the edge of her hearing. Detecting unknown vessels. The voice made her jump yet again, and the music ended abruptly. Perhaps he'd turned it off. What? Where? Junko asked, and then looked at the clouds the Leviathans had come from. There was a small fleet of ships that came pouring forth. They were long, spindly things, the fronts looking like some sort of starfish, while the rest of the hull behind it looked more like a cylinder covered in spines. Those are the Kresh, Cassus spoke up. Then, as they watched the ships closed in on one of the smallest Leviathans that had yet to reach the bow of the ship, the two lead ships moved in on either side of the Leviathan before Junko saw massive spears shoot out from the sides and into the creature. It twisted, and she gasped as some sort of gas began to escape the beast's side. Then the ships moved closer, and she realized what the shape of them was for. The spines to dig into the Leviathan's flesh, to hold it to the ship, while the starfish head could allow the ships to interlock and pull close. "No!" Andromeda suddenly shouted. "What are they doing?" "They are harvesting the Leviathans. How do you think they get the glands?" Cassus asked, but Andromeda just growled out. "Open comms! Tell them to stop immediately!" We don't have any Kresh translators," Junko mentioned, which just made Andromeda growl and turn back on the crew who had been silent so far. "Open fire on the ships attacking that Leviathan!" Broadcast an open warning to the others. "I don't care if they know English or not, they'll get the idea." Wait, broadcast it in Desvian. Maybe they'll understand that. "Sir, are you sure we should attack the Kresh?" Stahl asked. "If they're really as important to this sector as we're told." "I don't fucking care!" Andromeda shouted. "Open fire on those ships!" The crew flew into action then, their voices picking up as the officers communicated to other parts of the ship. While they watched the ships close in on the trapped juvenile, the forward guns suddenly opened fire. The Kresh ship closest to the Retribution took 2 hits and shuddered, breaking off from the Leviathan as it began to leak atmosphere and material. The second broke away from the Leviathan as well, trying to turn and run for the clouds. The first, however, wasn't as lucky and took another 2 hits before it began to splinter and break apart. "We're getting transmissions from the Xeno ship, sir," a comm officer said. "They're broadcasting in an unknown language. We're trying Desvian still. See if we can talk to them." "Cease fire, then," Andromeda ordered, watching the one Kresh ship break apart. The Leviathan that had been hunted twisted and turned, still connected to those massive spears, while they watched another slightly bigger Leviathan moved closer to it, and she saw its long tendrils brush the sides of the smaller one. They closed around the spears and jerked them free. That indicated intelligence, didn't it? Maybe? The whole pod of Leviathans had now shifted to swim around the Retribution, and she watched the biggest of them swim just over the top of the bridge. "Are they swimming past?" Andromeda asked. Negative, sir. As they reach the end of the ship, they're turning. They're not leaving the immediate area," a navigation officer replied. "They understand we're protecting them," Andromeda muttered. "Sir, the Kresh seem to be demanding we leave the area immediately. They seem to insist these are their ancestral hunting ground and we are trespassers. We are impeding their right to hunt the creatures. We're in violation of some sort of law. It's hard to make out. But they're saying we'll be reported to some council or something," the comms officer announced. Andromeda paused and looked over at Junko. "Can the Seers talk through storms?" No. The storms block their communications somehow. All ships target and attack the Kresh fleet. Prepare boarding parties. We're not going to leave any survivors." Andromeda growled out. Junko wasn't sure what had gotten into her boss, but it was clear she wasn't letting them harvest this particular pod of Leviathans. Before she could raise any objections, she heard the sound from earlier. But more clearly, it was like singing, soft singing, or humming. Just as she thought that one of the Leviathans swam over the bridge again, and it got louder. They were singing to the Retribution. All objections she had about attacking the Kresh vanished. Saavik smiled as Lay curled on his side, Caroline clutched to his chest. As usual, he insisted they sleep in their clothes and they'd settled in for a nice little nap. He could feel the golden rays of sunshine pouring down on him as he squeezed her tight for a moment, and she let out a soft squeak before squirming a little to get comfortable. He always felt safe when he had her in his arms. The fear and anger of the universe seemed to melt away when he had the fortune to sleep like this. "Saavik! Help!" His eyes shot open as he heard her cry out for help, but then he looked down and she was still in his arms, slumbering peacefully. As he looked around, the meadow they were in seemed smaller than he remembered. There were clouds in the sky and he couldn't see the glowing whales swimming around anymore. In fact, the clouds seemed to be pulling tighter until the sunlight was focused in a small circle around him and Caroline. "Saavik! Help me!" He sat up as the cry seemed to be louder this time and Caroline began to stir. "Saavik?" she muttered, slowly waking up as she began to look around. "What's wrong?" "Help me. Please!" The cry was louder still, more desperate. Saavik stood now, his axe suddenly in his hands, but he didn't remember picking it up. "Who is that? What's going on?" Caroline sounded worried now as she sat up, more awake. He peered out into the dark shadows cast by the clouds. Every second the meadow seemed to get darker and more twisted as clouds shrank tighter around that beam of sunlight focused on Caroline. "Something is out there," was all he could utter. He remembered facing beasts from time to time. It was part of his job as protector of these mountains, but this was something else. "Saavik! Please! I need your help!" Caroline sounded like she was in serious pain, but he looked back to her on the ground, and she stared up at him confused. His skin started to crawl then, hairs standing on the back of his neck. His eyes scanned the darkness as he slowly turned, hefting the axe in his hand while he did. "Saavik!" He saw blurred movement around the edges of the light then, and heard faint whispers, but it wasn't any more distinct than the wind passing through the trees. The little things seemed to stay too far into the shadows for him to make anything specific out, but he suspected they scuttled. "Please help me, Saavik!" He heard that more clearly then and faced the direction of the voice. There was something larger before him. He could see 4 pairs of blue eyes a foot taller than his own head. It was big. "That's not me. Saavik, you know that's not me, right?" Caroline sounded worried as she nervously got to her feet, brushing her dress off. "I know that's not you," he muttered quietly as he looked up at the eyes that focused down at him. Then he heard her scream. It was a blood-curdling scream filled with pain, and he jerked forward before catching himself. He looked back and she was standing there still, clearly fine. When he looked back, the creature was reaching forward, but its hand jerked back just as it reached the light. It seemed to test it again, but there was a barrier holding it at bay. So it looked back down at Saavik, shadowy head tilting to the side. "Help me!" the voice called. "Saavik, I'm scared. Don't leave," the real Caroline begged from behind him. "I have to." "It must die," he growled, fingers straining tight against the axe. "Saavik, look at me." He turned to face her then, hearing the urgency in her voice. But when she opened her mouth to talk, a siren wailed out all around him. Saavik's eyes shot open and he sat up in his bunk. His axe was in his hands, and he quickly swung out, dropping down into his pants as he yanked them up and began to fasten them into place. All around him the others were quickly waking up and jumping out of their bunks. "All hands! All hands! Battle stations! Battle stations! Assault teams to your boarding vessels! Repeat! Assault teams to your boarding vessels!" As the alarm blared, there was a somewhat controlled chaos all around him, as various crews rushed off to their stations, and others got dressed as they had been woken up from their sleep. Saavik quickly yanked his boots on, and then quickly shifted from the barracks to the lockers as he began to pull his armor on, snapping everything into place as quickly as he could. He quickly holstered his pistol and magazines before grabbing his earbuds, hanging them around his neck as he turned to run to the nearest boarding vessel. Running down the hall, he saw the light for the closest vessel was still on, and quickly ducked into it. Just as he did, he heard a voice shout out, "Full!" and the hatch closed behind him. He glanced to his right at the pilot, who was clearly focused on his screen, then ahead at the others in the assault team. "What's the word?" He realized that someone was asking him that, and he could only shrug. But more of the team was looking back at him, and he realized he was in a vessel full of other veterans. He didn't see any new faces. These were all veterans, but his armor had more award stripes after he'd captured the diplomats last time. Fuck if I know. We weren't even told to be prepared for the possibility of a fight. That means someone might be ambushing us, or it's a target so rich we can't pass it up. The Baroness will get on the screen soon enough to let us know. He nodded to the screens around them. Then the pilot spoke up. Fuck, these things are covered in spines. Whatever, we got clearance. Launching! Savick felt the jerk of the vessel around them as they launched from the obsidian butterfly and were now headed towards whatever their target was. Shit, this isn't some fat merchant, boys. I don't know what the fuck we're heading towards, but I'm being told to ignore all the little ones and only go for the biggest one. Savick was about to ask what else the pilot could tell him when he heard the chime of the screens. Pirates! Andromeda would tell them what they needed to know. We know very little about these Xenos, but they are our enemy. First and foremost, destroy their means of communication. Word cannot get out. Destroy equipment or kill everyone on the ship. No message can escape. Prisoners are very low priority. Andromeda out! That was probably the shortest speech he'd ever heard Andromeda give. She didn't even tell them to have fun, which she had always made a point of before. This is serious, he said then to the others who nodded in agreement. What are the ships like? He asked the pilot then. They're covered in spikes. From what I can tell, engines and bridge are both at the back. There's a small fleet of them. Most are turning. Trying to run, I think. I'm coming in hot on the bow of the biggest one before it can turn away. 20 seconds, he called out. We've got a slog ahead of us, boys, Savick called out. Bow to engines could be a hell of a fight. But we're the first out and the Baroness is counting on us. Stick together! No looting today. We press straight through as a team to the back. Engines or bridge, whichever we come to first is what we wreck first. And everyone stay frosty. I've got a weird fucking feeling about this one, he said as the others nodded in agreement. He was having trouble shaking the last bit of his dream. 5 seconds, the pilot called out, and Savick took in a deep breath of the battle mist that began to spray down on them from the ceiling. He could feel his energy levels rise, and he shivered for a moment, sort of jittery with the influx of sensations from the drugs. Then he felt the ship slow before it slammed into the hull of whatever they were attacking. He was going to leave his earbuds out this time, since communication might be important, but some sort of nagging voice tickled the back of his mind as he left them out. It wasn't long before the hatch up front opened, and the others began to pile out into their target. He couldn't see much from the back, but he could see the others were dropping down to the deck. First off, he noticed the smell and quickly groaned, barely keeping from throwing up as the smell of decaying and rotting flesh hit his nose. What the fuck? He gasped as they began to spread out. They were in some sort of big room covered in catwalks and chains with hooks. In the center was the remains of some sort of big creature that had been butchered. He couldn't even tell what it was supposed to look like since it seemed to have been hacked up pretty good already. Up! One of the others called, and they looked up to see some strange creatures quickly scamper across one of the catwalks and head deeper into the ship. Savick hadn't had a good look at them, but he thought they were scuttling, and it sent a shiver down his spine. Other boarding ships were slamming into the hull around them, and as other pirates began to join them in the big room, Savick led his group forward. There were several different hallways that lead out of this slaughter room. The remains of the creature in the center of the room were on a massive conveyor belt that led through the room and into a tunnel up ahead. He could smell smoke and fire as they approached, so he quickly pointed to the hall next to it. Don't take the center. Someone mark it. One of the other pirates peeled off to spray paint a giant red X next to the central tunnel to warn others not to enter. Savick and the others pressed forward down the other hall. The walls here were strange for a ship. They were jagged and rough, as if someone had built them to resemble some sort of cave on a planet, and the light was very low, making it hard to see. None of the other pirates were saying anything as they moved, each clearly unnerved by the interior of this ship. What sort of Xenos were they facing? When they reached the first junction, Savick was wondering where the Xenos were, right up until they charged. They let out a screeching hiss and peeled away from the walls where they'd been hiding, all rushing at the pirates from 3 sides. They had 6 legs and moved low to the ground, with 4 arms each clutching some sort of twisted knife or claw. Their bodies were bulbous and oblong with short torsos, and a head covered in pitch-black eyes and furry fanged mouth flanked by some sort of mandibles. They were fighting giant fucking space spiders. The pirates closest to the spiders opened fire with everything they had. Shotguns, pistols, anything. But much like the pirates' own tactics against Xenos, the spiders behind the front ranks that were getting cut down just swarmed over their dead and kept coming. They didn't seem to even slow as they moved over the shredded remains of their kin. Black shards of flesh or shell, or whatever the hell they were made of, going flying as they were hit with bullets, and copious amounts of green gunk oozed from their wounds. Savick pulled his sidearm free as well, firing on any that seemed to be getting the closest to the front or sides of the group. Despite the withering hail of gunfire, the spiders reached the first row of pirates, and as Savick watched, they tore into them, knives and claws cutting off arms and legs as they butchered the pirates. But it had cost quite a number of them to get this close, and they only managed to kill 5 of the boarding party. "Lucifer, protect us," someone muttered, as they all took the time to breathe and reload their weapons while those closest to the dead collected ammo and dog tags. "We press on," was all Savick could say. The others nodded, and once they were finished reloading, they began to move deeper into the ship, leaving their dead behind. They were a little slower now as they pushed forward, carefully checking junctions they came across now, and each time they had to kill another rush of the spider Xenos. Now that they were better prepared, they were able to kill the Xenos before they got close enough, but Savick also noticed there was less of them each time. Were they running out of people to toss at the boarding parties, or were they building up somewhere else? It wasn't long before they reached another large room, and that sickening smell of dead and decaying flesh began to overpower everything else Savick could smell. Across the room were chunks of that strange flesh that had been in the bigger room they'd first boarded. But here there were stations where it looked like pieces were more carefully cut down. It was more of a surgical room than a pure butcher shop. Not a surgical room, he realized, but a morgue. Looking around, he didn't see any of the space spiders rushing at them, which was good. Across the room, other boarding parties began to appear from hallways parallel to the one Savick had taken with the others. Across from them were more doors, but only one on the main level. The others were up the wall without any sign of stairs to get up to them. Better for 0G, maybe? He could hear the scuttling sound of spiders quickly approaching, though, and the pirates across the room took up defensive positions, ducking behind tables of Xeno flesh for cover, and arranging themselves into a ragged firing line. When the doors across the room opened, the pitch-black spider Xenos came pouring out, chittering like mad. Savick winced as his vision suddenly became blurry, but the pirates opened fire immediately. The spiders on the flanks of the room came running across the walls and ceiling, trying to get in as close to the pirates as possible, and Savick was firing his pistol at every spider he could roughly make out, despite his blurry vision. Then he looked at the ground coming out of the center doors, wondering why they were moving so slowly. That's when he saw the massive gold cage platform they were carrying with some sort of swirling blue sphere filled with a misty gas. "The center!" He tried calling out, but his voice sounded far off and muted. He wasn't sure what was going on, but around him the torrent of fire began to wane and the spiders stopped rushing forward. Instead, they started to move in around the sphere. For a moment, Savick heard someone whispering in his ear, and he didn't like it. He slowly fumbled with his earbuds, pressing them into his ears before he looked at his music selection. Instead of his usual battle songs, he scrolled down to the recordings he'd asked Caroline to make for him. They were soft and sweet tunes he often used to fall asleep. For some reason, he turned those on instead and turned the sound up. As soon as he did, his vision came back into focus and his limbs didn't feel so heavy. Looking around, he tried to shake the pirates next to him. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you see the sphere? Shoot that, damn it! They all looked spaced out, slightly tired as they stood there. Well, most of them did. A few of the pirates were rolling on the ground, scratching at their bodies as they appeared to be making some sort of sound that Savick couldn't hear over Caroline's singing. He gulped as he thought this would be the end. The spiders would rush forward and slaughter them now. But when he saw one of the Xenos slash at a pirate, the human seemed to wake up and quickly shot the Xeno and a few more before he slowed down and then went back into a trance. The spiders couldn't attack without waking up the pirates, but Savick seemed to be the only conscious pirate left. He looked at the sphere once more and saw the spiders were crawling up all over it, protecting it with their bodies. The other Xenos then drew back from the line of pirates, waiting around the sphere, or even retreating back into the doors on the far wall. Savick slowly pushed his way through the tranced-out pirates before him then, and started walking towards the only ground-level door on the far side. As he did, the spiders watched him, but none approached. They seemed wary of his position, moving around him as he approached. He didn't understand what was going on, but something told him to keep going. As he stepped through the door, he saw several surprised spiders turn to face him. But then they parted, leaving him a path down the center of the hall to walk through. At this point, he didn't question what was going on and kept moving, his axe clenched tight in his hands. The next large room he came across was filled with nests. There were these fleshy-looking purple pillars throughout the room and white silk or something hung up in clumps that he saw some of the spider xenos moving in and out of. There were puddles of what he hoped was just dirty water here and there through the room, and he could feel the hairs rise on the back of his neck as the whole place creeped him out. This room had to be as big as the first one he'd boarded, but he walked through it unhindered. At the other side was a much bigger door than any he'd seen so far, and it looked like it had very intricate carvings on the face of it as well. He didn't get to examine the carvings, however, as the door opened well before he got close. There were 2 spiders that walked out that were bigger than any he'd seen so far, and they possessed some sort of brass armor, each holding a long spear rather than the knives and claws the others had used. When he approached, his fingers twitched around the grip of his axe, but they didn't appear hostile. They just stood there, waiting. Slowly he moved forward once more, and as he came between the 2 larger spiders, they turned and fell in on either side of him, walking forward at the same pace he walked. From this point on, the ship seemed to completely change. It was hard for him to believe it was the same ship at all, but unless they had some sort of teleportation gate technology, it had to be the same ship. The floors and walls were white marble, or something that looked like white marble. With doorways and supports made of bronze or brass, he wasn't sure of the difference. The lines were clean and smooth, very symmetrical, none of the jagged patches of the front part of the ship. He seemed to be passing workshops or medical labs with wide windows looking out into the hallway he was walking through. Inside were other spiders wearing bits of clothing, or patches with symbols and colorings he figured had to mean something he didn't understand. After a few minutes, they came across another portal guarded by the big brass? Armored spiders. They parted to allow him and his escort move through, and yet again there was a shift in the style of the ship. The marble and brass was still all around him, but now there were also small bushes and patches of carefully placed dirt filled with flowers and other plants. He even saw a fountain with some sort of statue at the center of it. It looked abstract. Along the walls he saw statues of other xenos, definitely not spiders. They looked extremely tall, each possessing 4 arms but only 2 legs. For half a second he would have mistaken them for Grax. But where the Grax were hulking, muscular, and covered in scars and bony protrusions, these xenos seemed to be exceptionally sleek, nearly aquatic, or perhaps they were aquatic. They did seem to possess fins on their heads, and arms based on what he could see of the statues. Were these the gods of the spiders? Or their bosses? Something told him that he'd find out soon enough as they kept walking him forward. There were other rooms and halls he passed by, but only a few had windows that he could look through. Most of the ones he saw were rooms filled with padded burgundy pillows and shelves covered in scrolls and paper. Libraries, perhaps? Whenever he tried to stop, the spiders on either side would stop as well and turn to face him. Any move he tried to make, they'd scurry to block except for forward. So without any other options, he kept moving forward. Savick should probably be worried about getting killed by the spiders at any moment, but as Caroline kept singing in his ears, he didn't feel scared. He wasn't sure how long they'd been walking when they came to a massive marble staircase that led up to another floor of the ship. As he started walking up it, the spiders on either side stopped, staying behind at the base. He looked back at them for a moment, but they just watched him, so he shrugged and kept walking up. There was a very large door at the top of the stairs that looked like it had been made of marble and then decorated with gold. The face was covered in carvings and pictures that showed something. It was like he was too close to see the whole picture, but it seemed menacing for some reason. He was about to stop and try and examine it more carefully, but his legs didn't seem to want to stop, so he just kept walking. The door swung open slowly as he approached, just wide enough for him to walk through. It looked to be about 2 feet thick, so he figured the material couldn't really be marble. That would be too heavy, right? Either way, he was moving from the brightly lit hall into a very dark room that was only lit by purplish flames emanating from braziers set about the room. He stopped in the darkness and felt it incredibly hard to move for some reason. It was as if something were holding him still. There were murmurs of sound in the darkness at the edge of the light given off by the purple flames, and he could see shadows moving in the darkness. He really wanted to turn up Caroline singing more, but it was taking all his control to keep a hold of his axe. When he felt a searing, hot, white pain behind his eyes, all of a sudden he couldn't even scream, but instead had to grit his teeth together, and he feared he might break them with the force concentrated in his jaw. Then the pain was gone, and he gasped for breath for a moment. Such a curious language this one has, yes. He looked up, trying to focus on the shadow directly ahead of him. It looked big, but things were sort of blurry, so maybe that was it. What has a hold on this one? He heard another voice whisper. We suspend the others, but something is keeping this marionette from being toyed with so easily. Why is it even here? Savick was having trouble now telling how many of these voices there were. They sounded very similar, yet something told him they came from different places around the room. It knows not but death and destruction. This one takes orders. The keeper of the storm that chases us is his ruler, and yet, not the one plucking at the strings. Curious. Such darkness would imply great strength. Yet they know not the Leviathan. Pirates! The words seemed to be hissed out from everywhere, yet nowhere. This is what chases us? Pirates? This must be planted in his head for us to find. But it cannot be the truth. How would pirates possess such a fleet? Dig deeper. Savick growled and grit his teeth once more as he felt that hot pain behind his eyes. How can one find such truth in a mess? Truth to that sentiment. This mind is a mess indeed. Broken pathways, pits of nothing, loops that link unrelated ideas. Such a mess. But I sense a golden core. Something held close. The truth of the fleet? No. It is the connection from the string puller. How deep it is. So deeply buried. How interesting. We risk damage. We must soothe it for now. Savick gasped out once more as the pain faded from his head yet again. Then he saw one of the figures from the side step forward. It looked like the statues he'd seen. A taller, skinnier, and aquatic Grax is what it looked like. It was wearing tight-fitting robes of a variety of colors in some sort of pattern he assumed meant something. Unlike the Grax, though, it seemed to be covered in grayish, smooth flesh. However a grave threat this poses, said another voice to the side. The storm that follows? They do not strike now that we hold their murderers suspended. Though have you seen some of them through our eyes? They look like the criminals spoken of in lore. Surely a similarity only. The uplifters would not have allowed the criminals to escape their punishment. Truly, but not the threat I spoke of. The one pulling on the strings of this little marionette. So far away, so very distant, yet pull it does. They know not the Leviathan. What then allows this string to exist? Too true. We must dig deeper. Damage will be allowed. Savick's jaw clenched shut as the pain returned yet again, and another of the creatures stepped forward. This one was truly massive, perhaps 10 feet tall, towering over him with far more muscle than the others around it. Unlike the robes he saw in the shadows, this one seemed to be wearing some sort of armor, and what he'd describe as a groan studded with gems and jewels. It set 2 massive hands on either side of his head looking down at him, eyes pitch black. Before he could think of anything else, his thoughts turned to Caroline. He thought of her voice, of her smile, of her golden hair. He thought of his first time seeing her, of his last time holding her close, never wanting to let go. Then the Xeno let go of his head and suddenly spoke in her voice. Is this the one? So small, so fragile. She shall be nothing to destroy. That finally seemed to snap something deep inside. Something dark and feral spoke for Savick, and despite the pressure bearing down on him, he screamed out harder and louder than he ever had in his life. His lungs seemed to be endless as he bellowed and screamed in the face of the Xeno. Around him the fires suddenly flared higher than ever, illuminating the room in that purple glow, and letting him see there were a dozen other Xenos besides the one before him. They looked surprised at what they were seeing and even started to back up. But then it was too late because Savick's hands worked again. He swung his axe as hard as he could, driving it straight through the Xeno's knee, and he felt muscles part and bones snap before the strength of his strike. Purple blood began spraying out as the Xeno screamed and fell to the deck, lifting its 4 arms to try and stop Savick. But he kept screaming and chopping at the creature, hacking apart its arms, and then driving his axe into its face, splitting it in 2. His axe was stuck fast and he had to jerk on it hard to get it free, getting sprayed with purple blood as he did. Then he looked around at the other 12 Xenos around him. They were terrified. He couldn't just see it. He could feel it. But deep within him, he felt that beast speak again, and he screamed and bellowed before suddenly blacking out. Saavik groaned, gasping for breath as he suddenly woke up. He hurt. Everywhere. It was like something was smashing at the inside of his skull with a hammer as he slowly sat up. Covered in purple? What the hell was this? As he looked around the room, he gasped and quickly stood up. He was in a room covered in body parts and guts. Where the fuck was he? He had to turn then and throw up everything in his stomach as the smell and sight was too much for him. He staggered forward and sat heavily on the first thing he found, which was some sort of chest. It took a few minutes to catch his breath, but when he did, he stood up again and opened the chest. Inside was something. It was like a rainbow, fleshy thing. He reached in and picked it up gently in his hand, looking it over. He had no idea what it was, but he noticed it seemed to be very faintly glowing. Saavik, could you please bring that to me? I'd really appreciate it. Of course, Caroline. He groaned then, setting his free hand to his head as he tried to remember what he'd just said. There wasn't anyone here, was there? As he looked around, he confirmed that he was the only living thing in the room. He shrugged and pulled out a small vial from his vest, opening it and tucking the slightly glowing thing inside. He'd give it to Caroline. She'd like it. Or maybe sell it or something. He just knew he wanted to give it to her. Then he tucked the vial into a small hidden pocket he had inside his vest. After that, he stumbled around the room, trying not to slip in the blood and gore until he found his axe. The head was chipped and the handle was cracked. What had happened? He wasn't sure, but he carried it towards the door across the room from him. He wasn't sure if it was good or bad that the whole room was filled with bright white light from some fixtures in the ceiling. On the one hand, he could see all the disgusting filth around him, but on the other hand, it might be worse in the dark. He could hear something in the distance as he approached the door. Muffled gunshots? As he looked for a way to open the door, it opened up automatically as he approached, but just a little. They were massive slabs of what looked like marble, with bits of gold holding them together, it seemed. He felt like they should be carved with something, but all he saw were flat slabs. The door's opening. Weapons up! Hold on, hold on! Saavik cried out, holding a hand up as he stumbled out into the hall beyond whatever room he was in. There were pirates at the top of the stairs, assault teams. Where was he? Saavik, he heard someone ask. What the fuck happened to you? I don't know, was all he could answer. But don't go in there. He waved at the door behind him. One of the other pirates started to walk into the room and then stopped, gasping in horror and pulling away. Jesus, Lucifer and the Lord himself, what the fuck did you do, Saavik? I don't know, was all he could repeat again. But he felt weak and sagged a little as the pirates nearby quickly grabbed him to keep him from falling flat on his face. Get him to a medic, he heard the men around him say before he passed out. So, you don't remember anything between falling asleep before we jumped and then waking up in that room covered in xeno guts? Saavik gulped nervously and shifted in his seat as he looked at the man across the table from him. Don't be so nervous. We know you're a faithful and loyal soldier, Saavik. We're just trying to piece together what happened. I know, sir. Saavik didn't feel any better, though, as he examined the smiling man in the black and white suit. They'd told him this was just a shrink to try and calm him down, but Saavik wasn't fooled. He was here to see if Saavik was completely insane or not. Saavik knew how to fight people. He understood combat. What he didn't understand was how to defend himself from words with his own words very well. But that's the truth. I went to sleep, and then I woke up, in that room. And that's all you can tell me? The man's voice was soothing, but somehow that made it worse for Saavik. Look, I swear on whatever deity or code of laws or life you want me to, I'd tell you if I could. I've always been faithful to Andromeda. Before I even joined up, I listened to all her broadcasts. Oh yes, your file paints quite the picture. You've also done very well for yourself as a boarding specialist, it seems. Quicker advancement than many of your fellow pirates, a list of commendations and exemplary performance records. But we're not calling that into question. You have to understand how unusual this whole operation was, yes? Saavik nodded and the man continued. So we're just trying to piece together what happened. It's a bit of a mystery at the moment. I'm sorry, sir, but I don't remember, Saavik insisted. The man in the suit nodded and wrote something down on his paper. Why was he using paper anyway? Why not a data slate? Well, memory loss isn't unheard of after traumatic experiences. It's just a bit unusual considering how well you've handled violence and combat in the past. I see you dedicate most of your pay to an address on the colony ship. But in the red light district? He looked up, obviously curious. It's a girl, sir. I worked out a contract for long-term exclusivity. He carefully pronounced the word. He hated making it sound like he was paying Caro for sex, but it made more sense to people and he didn't want things to seem unusual right now. Oh, I see. The man nodded and wrote something else down. Normally I'd recommend some time off after a situation like this. He seemed ready to go on, but Savick interrupted. I'd rather work through this, sir. I mean, work. I want to prove that I'm just as effective as I was before. I want there to be no doubt to my ability to perform in combat for Andromeda, sir. He nodded as he said that, and the man arched a brow before noting something down on his paper and standing up. When he did that, Savick also stood. All right, then. I'll make sure they give you a 3-day pass next time the fleet is together again, but other than that, I'll see that you get put back into rotation. He extended his hand, and Savick shook it firmly without trying to crush it. Thank you, sir. I promise I'm good. I just need to fix my axe and it'll be like nothing happened. He gave a nervous smile, then trying to look as confident as he was supposed to be, as confident as he normally was before all this. All right, I'll hold you to that. The smile was still there, but Savick felt a shiver for some reason at that comment, and nodded as he scurried out of the room. They hadn't found that vial in his vest, and he'd kept it safe so far, but he wanted to head back to his bunk and check again. Instead, he headed to the armory to go about getting his axe fixed up. He'd be very sure to not check his hiding place until he was ready to take the vial to Caroline. He had to be sane. He had to be confident. As thought about his axe, though, he started to relax, focusing on getting his precious weapon back into shape. If anyone asked, he'd just say that the theory is the blood from those Xenos was toxic and gave him short-term memory loss. Yeah, that worked. He'd be his usual self. He'd make sure to go around the mess tonight and share a drink with the guys. They'd see he was normal still. Just some tough combat was all. Totally normal. His head was fine. And no matter what, I've got your back. Savick stopped and looked around the hall then, but no one was around him. Who'd said that? The voice was deep, rough. Was that him? He nervously spoke up. Hello? But no one answered. He gulped slowly and then began to walk towards the armory faster. Stahl was standing in the Retribution's war room with most of the fleet's senior staff. Unfortunately, he was next to Captain Bloodaxe and trying to ignore the Xeno's terrible smell. Since watching Andromeda kill his son, the Xeno had been rather quiet. Stahl had been nervous about him before, but he kept an especially close eye on him these days. So far, the Xeno had remained perfectly loyal and obedient, but Stahl still worried it was just an act, as the Xeno bid his time for revenge. However, Andromeda treated him as her loyal captain, and Stahl couldn't bring it up without appearing to be xenophobic once more. He stopped looking at the ugly four-armed Xeno, however, and focused on Andromeda once more. You've all likely seen the reports of our engagement with the Kresh. Their ships are entirely unprepared for any serious engagement. We had little trouble eliminating most of their fleet. What gives us concern was our boarding of their flagship. The reports and rumors you've likely heard by now are true. They had some sort of psychic device that froze Bloodaxe's teams in place. Crimson 2 was there. She nodded at the Sharkan Xeno, who bowed his head and then spoke up. At first, teams pushed into the ship as my team established a command station. We heard talk of an enemy engaging with bladed weapons only. No ranged weapons. We expected a quick victory. Instead, as teams reached a large open room, communications slowed and then stopped. Teams that followed didn't report sounds of battle and then stopped talking as well. I was about to urge reinforcements when I felt unable to do anything. All thoughts to try and move or act were stopped. I simply stood, feeling tired, as if too tired to do anything but stand. There were murmurs around the ship as the officers heard this, and Stahl had to admit he didn't like the sound of that either. The gray-skinned Xeno soon continued. It is difficult for me to know how long I stayed like this, but communication logs suggest for half an hour at least I could not act. Then the feeling dropped away and I was free once more. I immediately received reports that enemy was going berserk. They were killing each other, tearing apart the ship and attacking our team with equal fervor. What happened? General Granger asked. He was Andromeda's ground commander and one of the oldest officers left on the fleet. He was completely dedicated to Admiral Suvakov, and by extension Andromeda, but Stahl wasn't sure how much longer the old soldier would be able to maintain his work. Even so, Stahl had to appreciate that he was also in his dress uniform. The two of them were some of the few remaining Confederate diehards. A berserker known by the name Savik was later found in some sort of meditation room used by the Kresh. The actual Kresh. The arachnid Xenos with blades who went insane were apparently their servants. The Kresh in the room had been slaughtered. This Savik is thought to have been brought to the room for some reason. "We're trying to determine what happened," Andromeda informed her assembled officers. "I know this berserker," Crimson Tooth spoke up again. He is proud servant of Baroness Andromeda. "When we made stop at mining colony, he killed Foreman before Congo scum could scuttle the ore storage. Brought his own weapon, an axe, and joined crew. His loyalty is beyond question. In last 6 months has risen ranks. Among most decorated of soldiers in boarding parties despite young age. In raid on Congo ships that attacked colony, he captured number of VIPs and convinced coin fighters to join us. Aside from some minor mistakes, Stahl noticed how good the Xeno's English was. He just wished Sharkin were more adaptable for commando work. They didn't smell like Grax, and seemed to understand discipline. But they certainly didn't understand subtlety or stealth. He idly wondered if the Xeno thought VIPs was a word, and not simply people pronouncing VIP like that. "Is he part of your Obsidian company?" he asked, aware that Bloodaxe kept his best in a more elite unit. "No. He is solitary. Often breaks apart from teams and works alone. Dangerous, but successful," Crimson 2 mentioned, and Bloodaxe nodded in agreement. "So he's used to working on his own. Do we know why he wasn't affected by their mind control?" General Granger asked, and Andromeda shrugged. "Like I said, we're looking into it. From here on out, any confrontations with Kresh will be naval only until we develop some sort of countermeasure. Any further questions?" "I have one. Why did we attack them?" Granger asked. Stahl forgot the other officer was never on the main bridge, and wouldn't have seen the Leviathans in the storm. "The Leviathans they harvest show signs of intelligence. I didn't want their activities to continue," Andromeda replied simply. Stahl was a bit surprised that she'd admit to such a personal reason for attacking the Kresh. He doubted anyone in the room would go against her wishes, but she generally had more valid reasons for her actions. "We also need to find out more about them. Junko has found evidence that these Kresh are the Xeno equivalent of supercomputers in this sector. They handle all long-ranged communication and ship jump navigation. If we're going to fight in this region, we need more intel." The others nodded now as they understood her reasons better, but Stahl was positive that she was just saying that to better justify her previously mentioned personal reasons. "So, we're finishing up in the storm and will then be jumping to a possibly neutral, possibly hostile system. I want everyone to be prepared for anything. Ship-to-ship land invasion commandos, just put everyone on alert. Dismissed." She nodded then, and the various officers began to file out of the room. Stahl began to head for the door as well, ready to finally get back to his ship, which he felt he'd been off of for far too long at this point. But then Junko tapped his arm and motioned for him to stay. For a moment he was curious about what she might want to talk about in private, but then he noticed that Andromeda wasn't making any moves to leave the room either. He stood near the table, then waiting for the other officers to leave until it was just Andromeda, her lifeguard, and Junko. "Something you wanted to talk about in private?" Stahl understood that with Andromeda, this was about as close to private as it got. "There is indeed, though we're waiting for one more person to show up," Andromeda mentioned, which made Stahl curious. Rather than ask, however, he looked over at Junko, figuring he could at least spend the time productively. "I know my ship was beginning to run low on fuel. Can we expect resupply from the colony fleet soon?" Fuel supplies across the fleet are running low, actually. We need to secure another shipment from the Germo. Sir, should I schedule that?" She looked past Stahl to ask Andromeda, who nodded. "We've got the kid around. See if he knows what channels we should contact for this region. When we get to this new system, I want to set up a base there for refugees and possible Confederate stragglers to meet up before either heading toward the maze or out to wherever we're positioned. That means we'll need to hire some help. I've already had Junko contact some specialists." Andromeda was giving him this sort of look. Stahl couldn't figure it out at first, and then realized she had just a hint of a smirk. "Who did you hire?" he asked, then fearing the answer. "You know who I hired. I need someone with skills holding isolated systems and has experience with asymmetrical warfare. Besides, he's a friend who works cheap. As she said that, Stahl shook his head and quickly spoke back, moving his hand as he did. No! You can't seriously be telling me that you've hired Cluso Rat. That's the last thing we need moving into unknown territory, is that merc loser supposedly defending our rear. He just ground his teeth as Andromeda laughed. Now, Stahl, you know it's pronounced Cluso Ray, she chided as he openly growled. I'm not the one who gave him the nickname the Rat, and it stuck for a reason, he hissed out, starting to get angry that Andromeda was toying with him like this, but he made himself relax. He's a specialist. He's got the skills, troops, and resources we need for this very mission. There's no talking me out of it unless you've got a better suggestion, she said, and Stahl quickly tried to think through mercenaries who could do the job and weren't the Rat. Tostalski? He tried first. Dead. He was the one protecting the refugee world the Congos just found, Andromeda said, which made Stahl sigh. Lady Isabel? You liked her. He tried next. She's under contract already and very expensive. Stahl rubbed his chin for a moment. What about that one Sharkin? The Gilded Builder? Was that his name? He glanced back at Junko. The Gilded Goliath, she corrected. Currently awaiting trial in a Congo Supermax. Stahl set his teeth then and realized Andromeda was right. Well, so long as I don't have to deal with him. About that. She started, but the door opened and she quickly waved a hand. We'll talk more about it later, now that our guest has finally arrived. Stahl looked over at the human who was walking into the war room. He looked like a professor of some sort. Thick, scruffy gray beard, heavy wool sweater, comfortable-looking slacks. But as Stahl looked at his eyes, he gasped softly. General Fisher? Word was you died. I have no idea why I ever believed such a thing. Stahl stepped forward, extending his hand to shake the spy's offered hand in return. As the saying goes, reports of my demise have been exaggerated. Of course, I was the one who made those reports and carefully supported them while making sure only a few people knew the truth. Andromeda here being one of them. He nodded to Andromeda, and Stahl looked from the spy master to the pirate commander. So this has been going on a while then? Omni isn't dead? He asked, unsure if he should be impressed she kept that secret so long or annoyed he hadn't been trusted with the information until now. Their network is larger now than ever before, she admitted, though mostly under different names since the official end of the war. You didn't think I honestly kept all my share of the treasure in a vault just for the hell of it, did you? I'm already a pirate. Financing spy operations with hard-to-trace money is pretty easy. I'm allowed some secrets, even from my most trusted commander. So then... He paused as he looked at Fisher. Is this about Project Dream? He had heard rumors about the Confederate project during the war. He'd been too busy fighting the Congos to pay much attention, but even then what he'd heard had been unnerving. It is, and it isn't, Fisher replied, loving his cryptic speech as always. Dream was never totally successful, but it did teach us a great many things, one of which is how to detect the sorts of readings those who might possess psychic abilities give out. I had one of my men analyze the berserker, Savick. He isn't psychic. In fact, his brain patterns are perfectly attuned as a receiver for the kind of signals that they use. I think that's why he was chosen by the Kresh. His mind was easy for them to manipulate and they wanted to have a look at him. As for what happened on the bridge, there I'm at a loss. Stahl thought it over for a moment. Crimson Tooth mentioned his loyalty to Andromeda. Could be they slipped up and brought the worst possible candidate up to them? I mean, he's a berserker with an axe. What if they lost control and he just killed them? Stahl asked, but Andromeda tapped on the holotable before them. When he saw the pictures, it took him a moment to process what he was seeing. Jesus. This doesn't look like the work of a simple berserker, she said and tapped on the controls to bring up some images to show their approximate size. We've been trying to piece together what they looked like before Savick tore them apart, and trust me, that hasn't been easy. They appear to be quite large, and as a group should have been more than a match for a lone human, even with an axe. Especially with his mental structure, Fisher added. The damage done at times doesn't even suggest an axe at all. I'm setting up to observe Savick, but for now we're stumped as to how he did what he did. Is he loyal, though? Stahl asked, and Fish nodded. Extremely. He passed all tests with flying colors. His biggest worry is that we wouldn't let him get back to fighting. Fisher tapped on the table and brought up some test results that might mean something to Omni personnel, but Stahl had no idea what they meant. He didn't mention it, though. Family on the colony ship? A need for a secure income, perhaps? He tried. His only connection is some whore he rents an apartment for, some sort of long-term deal. It doesn't seem to be directly related. Fisher shrugged. From all indicators, he's a berserker. He fights, fucks, and freaks as he pleases. Either the trauma from the event caused him to suppress the memories, or the Kresh themselves wiped his short-term memory, but we won't get anything useful from him. So, how does this all concern me? I'm glad I'm being told, but you've kept yourself hidden from me since the end of the war. What's changed? Well, I know what's changed, but why am I being brought in on this? Stahl asked then. You're going off on your own. We really do need you to inspect the maze like I originally planned, but I'm going to need you to make some pit stops on the way. And Fisher has a gift for you, Andromeda said and waved at her spy master. With your distance from the rest of the fleet, we need to make sure you aren't susceptible to mind control, so I've got a hat for you to wear. Stahl snorted. I'm sure I'll look perfectly sane to my crew as I walk around with a tinfoil hat on. Fisher laughed at that. Why do people think tinfoil or aluminum foil hats would stop psychic energy? No, it's lead. Ah, yes, I've been looking forward to lead poisoning, Stahl muttered before Fisher laughed again. No, it's not lead either. Here. He handed over a small metallic band of some kind. It had 3 little circuits along the side and a small power pack. It was just a little warm to his touch. It should fit on the inside of your hat. Stahl removed his dress uniform cap then, and tucked the metal band into the lining. When he put it back on, he felt a little pressure at the 3 points, but it wasn't much. That's not so bad. I'm assuming you've already got one? He asked Andromeda, but she just grinned wide at him. I don't need one. Why not? He asked and looked at Fisher. Ah, our fearless commander here is what we had deemed to be an outlier in our projects. She doesn't have psychic abilities, but a background energy that directly interacts and inhibits direct psychic contact. The added bonus is her physical presence has a tendency to drive psychics mad. Andromeda was grinning wider still now. Hear that? I'm so mad when people try to read my mind, they also go mad. Stahl looked back at Fisher. So then the rumors about you, they're true but exaggerated. And that device works both ways. This is a wig. He tugged on his hair and Stahl blinked. I never figured you'd go bald. It always looked like you had hair. For some reason, he was more surprised that Fisher was wearing a wig than actually alive. The old spy master had never struck him as the type to die so easily. It's a wig made of my own hair. I'm not naturally bald, but it's hard to hide one of these without weaving it into a cap or wig. He tapped on the side of his scalp, and Stahl could hear the soft clink of the metal, despite the fact it looked like flesh. Either way, try to wear that when dealing with Xenos. If you feel like anything is off, just talk to your PsyOps team, they know what to look for. Stahl was about to ask how they'd know when he realized the likely reason, and sighed. Are they all working for Omni? It made a certain amount of sense to him that his PsyOps commandos were spies. Everyone but the new Desvian recruit. And you shouldn't worry about it. They're the only agents I have on your ship, and it's more about intel collection than anything else. There isn't a person on your ship I don't already trust, Fisher said with a shrug. Okay, so we've got Xenos who can read minds and apparently spies among our own forces. Is there such a thing as a human psychic? As powerful as the Kresh? Stahl asked, but Fisher shook his head. I'm not the strongest I've met, but human levels of psychic ability as far as I can tell amounts to magic tricks. I could make one hell of a stage magician out on New Nevada. But other than that, it's not really as impressive as you might hope. Useful, but not like the Kresh appear to be. They're leaps and bounds further than my wildest dreams for human psychics. From what I can tell, it's related to these Leviathans and the glands they consume. He quickly held up a hand as Andromeda started to talk. I won't pursue any course of action that harms the Leviathans, but you should know they are projecting some form of mild psychic field. You said yourself I'm immune to that sort of thing. They aren't mind-controlling me into protecting them, Andromeda said defensively, and Fisher shrugged. I just wanted to make it known. So why am I the only one here for this? Stahl asked as he glanced around the room. Sure, Andromeda's guards were here, but why not the other officers? He was curious. This is what the creche looked like, Andromeda said as she tapped on the holotable. That looks like a Grax, Stahl said immediately as he looked at the image. More aquatic, but certainly they have to be related. We think they might be. The space spiders on their ship destroyed all the statues when they went nuts, so we don't think anyone on the boarding teams realized yet that the creche looked so similar. We don't want it widely known until we can learn more. Don't forget this system was heavily influenced by some sort of architects, Andromeda mentioned, and the Grax showed signs of being left on that death world on purpose. If there's a connection, we need to find it before someone exploits anything we're unaware of. I don't want Bloodaxe to worry about this just yet. What if they can? He's got quite a few Grax spread through his crew. It could be disastrous, Stahl mentioned. I have people in place to ensure that doesn't happen, Fisher promised, which made Stahl snort. Of course you do. Well then, is there anything else you need me for? He asked Andromeda. Don't go too far. I might want you near me to improve my commanding appearance when I negotiate with the Germo for more fuel, she said, which made Stahl sigh. Happy to serve, Commander. He hated being eye candy for his boss. Sir, if you can spare me for a bit, could I get Captain Stahl's help for a minute? Junko asked to Stahl's surprise, and Andromeda's too, it looked like. Don't see why not. Did you already have someone talk to... Yonatan is heading to the bridge to try and get a hold of the Germo in the region for you. Avi is already there so he can hear the offers. By the time you get there, they'll give you what options there are, Junko said, and Andromeda laughed softly. How did I get shit done before you? All right, you can steal my captain for a bit. I'll holler if I need either of you. Fisher, make yourself scarce. You're a dead man, you know. If you walk around too much, people might think you're a zombie. I'll get back to work, sir, Fisher said with a nod. Stahl couldn't remember ever hearing the spy master call someone sir before. Soon enough, though, Stahl was left in the war room with Junko, who motioned for him to follow her. They headed out and down the hall through Andromeda's private sector of the ship. The Desvian captain has been quite helpful with our efforts so far. I was hoping you could give him a little history lesson that he's been asking me about, and I figured it would be best to talk to an expert. She explained as she led him through the ship. What lesson is that? Stahl asked, curious now. He wants to know more about Admiral Suvakov. He finds it hard to believe he could be so successful. All I know is that according to Andromeda he is, and there's lots of evidence to support this. But I'm not a military historian. He nodded as Junko said that. Of course she'd try to make sure she had the best sources for any task. Soon enough she led him into the room Andromeda had been working to turn into a museum for her father. Inside was a painting of Victor in his uniform graduating from the academy, then one for each ship he commanded, including the Retribution. That painting took up one whole wall. There were also artifacts in glass cases around the room, but he noticed they didn't have any placards to explain what was inside. Stahl knew them all very well, however. The Desvian was standing at the holotable in the middle of the room, struggling to make it work as it tapped, and then smacked various commands. Beating it won't make it work better, Stahl mentioned, and the Xeno turned to look at him. He gave a sheepish smile now that he realized he wasn't alone with the holotable. I'm not fond machines. His English could use improvement, but Stahl didn't mind. So what are you trying to view? He asked. First battle of Confide Rat War with Congo, he said with a nod. The first battle of Castor? Stahl asked as he could see the system on the holotable. If you want the first real battle, you need to go further back than that. He stepped forward, then zooming out of Castor, and instead zooming in on what had once been a contested border system. This is Contis, but it was once KT-223. The battle I'm going to show you was Suvakov's first after getting command of his own ship, and a very important battle regarding Confederate-Congo relations. By this point, Junko was speaking in Desvian to translate for the Xeno. The holotable projected the system. Star at the center, hot Jupiter orbiting around it, then the asteroid belt that held the livable planet in the system, followed by 2 different ice balls. Overall, a pretty minor system, though a habitable planet in the middle of an asteroid field was odd. Stahl began to explain. It had drawn the attention of Confederate surveyors who sent a ship to the system. The table showed the CSS Gypsy in system. Now, this was a government ship, but unarmed. Scientists and the like only. However, this system is part of territory the Congos had just supposedly acquired from another human nation they'd just conquered. In the interest in securing their new borders and examining the system, they sent a small fleet. The holotable showed the 3 frigates and 1 heavy cruisers jump into the edge of the system. Now, as things would have it, the Confederate ship was already preparing to meet a Confederate Navy ship en route to the system, as a woman on board had just started going into labor, and the father was on board the Navy ship. That man being Viktor Suvakov himself. He nodded at the painting, and the Desvian blinked. He asked Junko something in his language, which she translated. He wants to make sure he heard you right. Is this Andromeda's mother you're talking about? Stahl nodded. That was her. Despite being very pregnant, she wanted to be with her team as long as she could. They'd been planning the transfer already, but Suvakov's ship was delayed waiting for fuel for a week in another system. So, the Congos enter the system and see a Confederate ship booking it for a jump point. They think they've just interrupted something, and not being liked in this sector of space, they were suspicious. They ordered the ship to stop. Now, this wasn't officially a Congo system, and they had no real claim to it yet, so the captain of the Confederate ship said no. They had a schedule to keep. On the table, the Confederate ship began moving from the planet in the asteroid field out towards the spot the CSS Valiant was set to arrive. The course would take them past the 2 ice planets and across the advancing Congos. See, as I mentioned, this wasn't officially Congo territory, and the captain had no intention of stopping. The Congos demanded he stopped, and again he said no. He figured they wouldn't fire upon an unarmed science vessel, and he was unfortunately wrong. Now, with situations like this, the rules are to disable a ship's engines but leave it functional. On the table, the Congo ships approached the Confederate vessel from the side, the frigates fast enough to catch it. Now what happened next is up for debate. Some people believe it was an accident, other people believe it was purposeful. They fired on the ship, and while they did hit the engines, they also destroyed life support and blew a hole in the side of the ship. On the holotable, the icon for the CSS Gypsy turned gray. The table made it look so simple, but he tried not to think of the horror the crew must have felt when they'd been hit. This is when the CSS Valiant Suvakov's ship showed up. The icon appeared at the edge of the system then. The Valiant was a Barracuda-class ship, which was a hybrid frigate cruiser. It was heavier than most frigates but just as fast, yet could match light cruisers for weapon output. The trade-off was a high price tag and lighter armor than most cruisers. But I can say firsthand that their gunnery suite outclassed anything else in the weight class. I was an ensign on this ship. He tapped the image on the table. Gunnery. So I speak from experience. You were there? The Desvian asked, and Stahl nodded. Fresh out of the academy. This was my first assignment 33 years ago. He chuckled a little as he realized how long it had been. We jumped into the system and got a desperate call from the Gypsy. Life support was gone, multiple dead, running out of oxygen, and of course Victor's wife Tessa was in labor. His face. Well, I didn't know him well at the time, but I can safely say he was upset. The look of anger and rage on the man's face. Upset was the understatement of Stahl's life. The Congos demanded we stand down, but they weren't moving to help the crew of the Gypsy, citing concerns of hidden explosives or some sort of trap. Stahl shook his head as he remembered being on the bridge, listening to the transmission. All these years later, and it sounded no less absurd to him. They told Suvakov to stand down, and that the Confederacy had no authority in the system. His reply? He remembered Suvakov screaming at the screen. Tell that to my face, you little shit! You shot up a ship full of unarmed scientists and my wife who's going into labor. Lucifer, Jesus, and God themselves couldn't save you from me. It was the first, last, and only time Stahl had ever seen Victor break protocol and go off. He realized that he'd trailed off, and so he coughed and spoke to Junko and the Desvian. He disagreed. And the table shows the maneuvers at an accelerated pace, obviously. The Gypsy had been without air for 10 minutes already when we arrived. Even without the Congo ships in the way, it would take us about 2 hours to reach them, and with the crew they had at the time, they had about an hour and a half of air. So, Suvakov advanced. On the table, the ship began moving forward towards the stricken Gypsy. The Congo heavy cruiser was still moving across the system, and one of the ice planets separated it from the frigates. Stahl didn't talk for a bit as he let Junko and the Xeno watch things unfold on the table. The Congo frigates formed a V while the Valiant turned, angling itself to pass the outer ice planet, which was when he began to talk again. I don't know about your ships, but human frigates are designed with the majority of the weapons front-facing. The idea is they make fast passes at enemy ships. Good for chasing raiders as well. Cruisers and heavier are designed for broadsides generally. It wasn't until the end of the war that plasma cannons got accurate enough to mount on turrets and hope for good accuracy without massed numbers. But Barracudas had both. So what Admiral Suvakov did, Captain Suvakov then, was move his ship so that his broadside would cross the outer frigate while the other two were blocked by the planet. On the map, the firing arcs of each ship showed up to make his point clear. The V of Congo frigates approached in such a way that two of them were blocked by the planet, while the Valiant could hit the outer frigate with half its guns. It had been more than enough to break the ship apart. Then the two ships split up to move around the planet and try and hit us from both sides. So, Victor ordered us to swing the ship out from the planet. On the table, the Valiant's keel swung out away from the planet. As the frigates moved around the planet, it became clear why. The forward firing guns on the Valiant had full sight on one frigate, while the broadside faced the other as it rounded the planet. He remembered calling out to his gunners as they opened fire, correcting fire with surprising speed in the battle. They knew the stakes, of course, and everyone on the ship loved Suvakov. Stahl knew even then he'd have marched through hell upon Victor's command. So, with all three frigates destroyed, he moved us around to the Gypsy. Now the issue, of course, was the heavy cruiser. He tapped the Congo ship on the table. It outclassed us in firepower and armor easily. Normally the idea would be to use our speed to get the hell out, but he wasn't leaving the Gypsy. Our engineers were all needed, but I had been trained to do some repair work at the academy. So the ship's doctor, 2 Marines, and I all suited up. And as the Valiant passed the Gypsy, we disembarked and spacewalked to the ship. We all figured the crew was entirely dead, as it had been 4 hours by now. He paused as he thought back to jetting over to the ship, the lifeless people floating around the hole in the hull, and the flickering lights he could barely make out coming from deeper in the ship. But he knew he was drifting again, so he spoke more of his memories. The ship was essentially dead. They'd said their life support had been damaged, but it was gone. Just gone. Their power was at something like 5% capacity. The Congos had torn the ship apart in their supposed efforts to knock out the engines, which is why I honestly think it was on purpose. Anyway, we got to the ship's medbay, which was the only room that still had full power that I could tell. He trailed again as they moved through those dark halls filled with goblets of blood and a few bodies. He was positive everyone was dead, but the medbay was still sealed. We had to close and pressurize the hall outside so we wouldn't blast the possible survivors inside into the vacuum, so I worked faster than I ever have before or since to seal up the damage in the outer hall and close it up. Then I popped the emergency atmosphere pack we had and filled the area with breathable air, then opened the medbay. He looked at Junko and the Desvian more directly as he focused. The crew that had survived the attack were laid out around the room, shot in the head, except for the doctor, of course. He was the one who'd shot them to make sure he got the brain stem. In a single clean shot, no pain. However, he was 1 bullet shy for himself, so once the others were dead he dosed up on blood thinners and cut as many arteries as he could before he couldn't move his arm from blood loss. I've always admired his dedication. Junko stood there, mouth open, wide-eyed as the Desvian tugged on her arm, asking for a translation. When she stammered out what she could, the Desvian gasped. "Why?" was all he could whisper. "Tessa." Like I said, they knew we were 2 hours out in the best condition and they had an hour and a half of air. They were dead. The only hope for anyone on that ship to survive was her and the baby. They actually recorded a message stating they were choosing this fate. The doctor killed them, and then himself, leaving Tessa with as much air as they had. It had just been too long even so. Tessa had passed a minute or so before we could get in. I'm not quite sure just how close we had been. The Valiant's doctor, a woman named Eleanor, never told me exactly. She just got to work with an emergency C-section, and then out came Andromeda, kicking, screaming, and covered in blood. The only survivor of a dead ship. The first ship attacked by the Congos in what would become a Cold War that eventually boiled over. Stahl trailed off as he remembered that moment. He and the others huddled around the baby. So tiny. "What happened in the battle?" the Desvian asked, and brought Stahl out of it once more. He tapped on the table again as it showed the ship movements. The Valiant moved towards the remaining ice planet. They traded shots from a distance with the Congo cruiser. Neither side did much. and then they rounded the planet. The Congos closed like an idiot, and soon they were on either side of it. The Congo captain assumed that at close range he could easily destroy the Valiant. But the problem was, his ship wasn't fast enough. Not with a planet in the way. The ships began to circle, and the Valiant's speed allowed it to hit the Congo cruiser and back off in such a way that the hostile cruiser could never get all its weapons to bear on the Valiant all at once. But the Valiant could keep sniping at it with the forward weapons over and over again. After 2 hours, their shields were gone, and they had trouble powering the engines. So they struck their colors. That's a human term for surrendered. Or, more accurately, they tried to surrender, and Suvakov told them that he'd disable their engines as they'd done to the Gypsy. So they destroyed the ship's life support and blew a few holes in the side. Then he left them to die, and came back to the wreck of the Gypsy to collect the doctor, his newborn daughter, the Marines, and myself. Well, I'd like to think he came back for all of us, but I know at the very least he came back for Andromeda. We were running low on air ourselves by that point. If we'd had to wait too much longer, one of the Marines had offered to take off his suit and let the baby have it, but I'm not sure if that would have worked. Now, this is essentially the battle that set the tone for the eventual war between our nations, and I love the Admiral like my father. He knows this, and he knows I love his daughter as if she were my own. He took a breath. But if he hadn't acted like he did in regards to the Congo cruiser trying to surrender, it's possible our two nations wouldn't have been put on a collision course. I was there, and I can tell you their commander was most certainly in the wrong with his orders regarding the Gypsy. But Suvakov should have risen above it. He should have shown mercy. Instead, he chose revenge, which still didn't bring his dead wife back to life. The Congo retaliated for this event? The Xeno asked, then looking at the holotable. Not at first. The data recordings showed they were in the wrong. They not essentially, they did destroy a vessel belonging to another nation in a neutral system over nothing. Then 3 frigates and a heavy cruiser got wiped out by a ship that was fighting against far more than it should have been able to handle. And the Valiant did take damage. Considerable damage. I think I forgot to impress that upon you. We didn't come away unscathed. But we did come away from a fight no one else did. They wanted Suvakov handed over to face trial for his actions, but by this point relations between our countries were poor, as we'd been watching the conglomerate gobble up human nations left and right, and felt like they were coming for us soon anyway. But, I don't know. If he'd have let them surrender, it still would have been a tragedy, but maybe they'd have let us be in return. Stahl shrugged. This did set the precedent for Admiral Suvakov as a commander, however. You'll see it's a very common strategy for him to use celestial bodies and positioning to win fights. He has always been able to easily visualize the battlefield as a 3D space, which some humans have trouble with. We were raised on a planet, after all, where ship battles on the water were only 2-dimensional. But he will send ships over, around, or below objects to better strike at the enemy without hesitation. And he shows an instant command of ship positioning around these bodies as well, using them to block fire or direct it. He nodded at the table. You'll see that more when I take you through his numerous victories during the war. Do we have time for more? The Xeno asked, obviously curious now. I don't see why not. But I think this might also help you understand Andromeda's hatred for the conglomerate. They killed her mother, nearly killing her in the process. They destroyed her home and have always been the enemy. It goes without saying it impacted how her father treated her. I know he loves her dearly, but you could always sort of see when he looked at her, he saw his dead wife. And while he may have regretted his decision to kill the surrendered cruiser's crew, I'll never ask him about it, because I got to see him with his wife once. It was when I was coming on board the Valiant, and she was going with the Gypsy so she could be with her team. I'm not the sort of person to accurately describe what I saw, but it was clearly love. Victor was never the same without Tessa. He shook his head. Just never the same. He was about to tap on the holotable to bring up the first battle of Castor, but Junko held up a finger as she tapped on her tablet. That will have to wait. I've just got word the prince's pod has finally opened up. We're to go there immediately. Stahl sighed softly. While he was glad the prince was finally giving himself up, he wondered if he'd ever get off this damn ship and back to his own command. Cassis had been led to the tram by Stahl and Junko as they traveled through the Retribution, and he knew he should be focused on the prince, but what he'd just learned about Andromeda was at the forefront of his mind. So, she was only survivor of dead ship. Born in void, he said carefully as he tried his English out. He saw the the dark human nod in agreement. There were times when he had trouble remembering the human captain named Stahl had skin colored that way naturally. It still seemed so strange to him. But the other humans didn't seem to think anything of it, so he figured it was just part of his trouble adapting to human culture. Yes, the human replied, but after that he spoke a bit fast and Cassis heard him say something about seeing the ship, but he couldn't quite understand, and looked at Junko. He said you can see the ship for yourself if you like. She translated and Cassis blinked, brows furrowing in confusion. It's here on the ship. Somewhere. I'd have to check the logs to remember where she put it. But before leaving the Confederate capital, she took a number of artifacts with her, including the wreck of the Gypsy. She brought the ship that her mother died on? The ship she was born on? It's on the Retribution? He asked, wanting to make very clear what she said. As Junko nodded, he straightened up a bit and just thought over the implications. It was beginning to seem to him that the pirate's madness was just a reaction to her environment. In the few stories he knew of Desvians being born in the void, and certainly in better circumstances than her birth, they always went mad. Completely mad. Not just Andromeda's select form of it. However, as he thought about that, he realized they were just stories. And old ones. He had never seen it himself. The old stories said everyone beyond the nebula was also mad, but he looked at Junko and couldn't think of her being mad. Though perhaps she was the exception to prove the madness of the rest of her species. He looked back at the human officer Stahl. He didn't seem mad either, though. He couldn't help but let out a little sigh as he tried to cope with his continually assaulted perception of the universe. I'm quite surprised that this vault lasted so long without being opened, Junko was saying. I didn't expect him to have so much food or water in there. It was quite well stocked. Cassis nodded then. It was made to hold several people. Since the prince was in there on his own, it likely improved his longevity. Not to mention you kept it in a place with atmosphere so it didn't need to drain its own air supply. Ah, she said with a nod as she better understood. Are you excited to see him? When she asked that, he looked over at her with a frown. It seemed like such an odd question to him. But when he saw her smile, he softened his expression. Being a captive wasn't supposed to be an easy thing, and he was adjusting as best he could. But he still considered himself a captive. He forgot at times that this was Junko's life. It didn't seem unusual to her for captives to be excited to see other people captured by Andromeda. I'm not exactly looking forward to it, no, he answered. I'm in a garment used by your staff. Not my uniform, not even Desvian clothing. I don't feel or look like the man I'm supposed to be, and it will be my duty to explain to him what's going on, and how his rescue isn't imminent, or perhaps unlikely altogether. This man whom I had sworn my life to protect. Oh, Junko said quietly, her smile fading as his answer seemed to remind her of their shared situation. After that, they were left in silence as the tram took them along the spine of the ship. Cassis noticed the human officer Stahl watching him. Cassis assumed he was curious what Junko had talked to him about, but he didn't have nearly the English vocabulary needed to explain. When the tram stopped, he stood up, moving to the exit with the other two. It wasn't until the door opened, and he saw one of the massive armored humans that made up Andromeda's personal guard, that he realized he hadn't had an armed escort to this point. Were they already trusting him to behave himself? He wasn't sure if that spoke well or poorly of his behavior as a prisoner of war. Was he even a prisoner of war? He was being treated as such, yet he never hesitated to call Andromeda and her crew. Pirates didn't have the same rules as nations, and if the kingdom ever took pirates prisoner, it certainly didn't treat them with the same respect as prisoners of war. Mostly they were only prioncers long enough for the gallows to be prepared. Either way, he walked along with Junko, Stahl, and now their heavily armed escort behind him as they walked into the room where the vault was being held. It wasn't a space he'd seen before, which wasn't uncommon on a ship this size, but rather it was a type of room he hadn't seen before. It looked like some sort of workshop, but as with everything human he'd seen, it lacked an artistic nature and was very sparse and utilitarian. What had Junko called it? Spartan. He'd have to remember to ask her who this architect was and why he had such boring designs. In the center of the room was the secure vault that had once been in the heart of his ship. It was perhaps fitting that Andromeda had ripped it out and brought it with her as she'd brought Cassis himself. Andromeda and her guard were spaced out around the room, along with a number of mechanics. The door was only very slightly cracked open, some mechanical arm at the top wedged into it to prevent it from closing. "There you are." Andromeda turned as they approached, speaking to Cassus directly. He opened the door for a moment but tried to shut it again right away. "We can try to pry it open, but he said he'll kill himself if we do. You talk to him." Cassus nodded and walked up to the vault door then, getting in close so he could try to speak through the gap. "Your Royal Highness?" He didn't hear anything. "Prince Thulime?" "Captain Devoros, is that you?" he heard the prince ask. "Yes, it's me. They wanted me to talk to you." "You're still alive? They didn't eat you or skin you alive and turn you into a pelt?" the prince asked, and Cassus let out a soft chuckle. No. I'm very much alive. Aside from a bruised snout and a black eye, I was all right when I regained consciousness after the fight," he informed the prince. "Can you let me in so we can talk?" Tell the pirates that I'll open the door a little to let you in, but that's it. And then they have to let me close it again, or else I'll kill myself right now." Cassus turned to look at Andromeda and jerked a bit in surprise when he discovered she was right behind him. "That's fine," she said simply and backed up. That's fine, they say," Cassus informed the prince. There was a pause then as the door creaked open slowly. The arm holding it shut lifted up out of the way, and Cassus looked over his shoulder at Andromeda, who in turn waved him forward. With a shrug, then he stepped forward, climbing up into the chamber as the door sealed behind him. He couldn't see the prince right away, but noticed the mess around the vault. As the door closed behind him, however, the smell finally hit him. "Ugh, what is that smell?" he asked, wincing and shaking his head as if to try and clear the smell from his nose. "Oh, I suppose it might smell a bit in here. Not like there's a shower," he heard the prince say as he looked up and saw him step around the bulkhead at the back of the vault. In his hand was a knife, but it looked to Cassus to be a butter knife. "Is that what you were going to use to kill yourself?" he asked as he looked around the place more closely now. There was a table in the center, some chairs in the kitchen area, but it was all a mess. Packets of food had been tossed about and left to rot, it seemed, wherever they landed. The prince looked quite filthy as well, and was wearing the clothes Cassus had seen him in those few weeks back when this all began. He'd removed his jacket and most of his medals, but for some reason kept his fancy boots on. "Well, it was all I could find," he said with a laugh. "Didn't you have your sidearm with you?" Cassus asked, thinking he remembered the prince having it. "Of course. I just never loaded the damn thing. It's more for looks than anything." Cassus sighed as the prince said that and really felt like he should have known. The prince stepped up, though, surprising Cassus with a hug. It's good to see an old face. I was worried you'd all been butchered by the pirates." He pulled back, and Cassus was glad for that as he took a gasp of air, covering his mouth and nose once more. "Come now, Captain. Haven't you ever smelled unwashed, dirty sailors? Being a Navy man, you're surely familiar with that. This can't be that different." The prince laughed. I kept my crew to a very strict hygiene regimen, so no, I'm not familiar with the smell." He did try to smile as he worked to ignore the smell, but it wasn't easy. "So you're alive, and yet we're still on the pirates' ship. What sort of people are we dealing with here, Captain? Their attack was ferocious. Have they been making you eat any of our dead crew?" the prince asked with concern. "What? No." Cassus frowned at the question, unsure where the prince got that idea. "Well then, how badly have they tortured you? I don't see any scars that weren't already there," he mentioned as he tilted his head side to side while examining Cassus. "They haven't tortured me. There were some threats early on, but they've mostly been treating me well. Though I have Cassus coughed as he tried to think about how to phrase what had been happening with Andromeda, but to his surprise the prince spoke first. "What? Are they like the Phyrexians? Don't tell me you've been out there enjoying the hospitality while I've been stuck in here without so much as a proper meal." Cassus blinked for a moment, mouth hanging open. That's not how I'd phrase it," he stammered as the prince groaned. "You rascal! Taking advantage of your head start while I was locked away? I suppose I can't blame you. You always did have a knack for making the best of a bad situation." The prince laughed and slapped Cassus on the back, making him stumble forward for a moment. "Your Royal Highness, this is not a game," Cassius gasped out. "It most certainly is. I've got a number in mind. Tell me if I'm close." "It's been a few weeks. You need to sleep, eat, and recover, so I'm going to guess 32. "Am I close?" As he grinned at Cassius, the captain took a moment. 32, no. What do you think this is? I'm not some toy being used non-stop, he gasped out, now getting very exasperated with the prince who just laughed. Ah, you need more recovery time then? Ah, well, like I said, you are older. I just thought you were in better shape for your age. 15 then? He tried, and Cassius shook his head. 8? He wouldn't give up. 3, Cassius finally blurted out. Why are we talking about this? And what do you know of being captured by Phyrexians? Those rumors are all true. The prince cut him off. I've seen the journals and read the reports. Sure, not all of them get into it, but the Phyrexian women are very interested in us Desvian men, and you know it. Haven't you seen the reports of what our women do to their men as well? It's perfect, really. You get all the fun you want and don't need to worry about repercussions. Well, rarely. Why do you think some of the older families let their children stay in Phyrexian hands for years after their capture? Because they don't want to come home. Cassius was staring open-mouthed at the prince once more. He couldn't help but rub the sides of his muzzle in disbelief at what he was hearing. But the tales of Vice Admiral Parvel. Oh, sure, there are some captives who do that sort of thing. Mostly you military types who get all dark and moody when captured, walking along the estate grounds writing depressing poetry and musing about war and philosophy. But the nobles like myself, we have a more pleasure-oriented approach to captivity. I can't believe I've been missing out this whole time. So what 3? Their leader, Andromeda, he started. Is she the massive redhead? Very fiery! I like the passion. I'm hoping that armor enhances her size, or she might be a bit manly for my taste. Though I bet she's left you gasping, eh? Cassius let out a grunt as the prince elbowed him in the side, which he hadn't expected. And that black-haired one? She seems quiet, but I bet there's more to her than meets the eye. Cassius didn't know what to say. What about the third one? I can tell from your expression I'm right about that little one. So who's the third? Loretta. He started, but was immediately cut off by the prince. Cousin Loretta. No! Now I know why she didn't respond to my birthday letters. She had her eyes on someone more decorated. Then again, what's life without taking some risks, huh? He laughed and slapped Cassius on the back once more. But, Cassius started while the prince just kept on going. Do they have any extra surprises down there? Or are we pretty functional? I don't know if it was the fact that the architects were into this sort of thing too, or if evolution is lazy, but I have yet to meet a Xeno I couldn't have fun with. The Germo are a tad tricky, but surprisingly skillful if you know how to go about what you're doing. Nothing extra, was all Cassius could stammer. Wonderful. And that soft-looking skin they have. I bet that's an interesting sensation. And they've taken to you, old man? You haven't been letting our race down by not doing your part, have you? Gotta put in a good show. Cassius didn't know how to get the prince to stop. He didn't even know how to deal with what he was hearing in general. Well, now that I know what's been going on outside, I can freely leave and get acquainted with this new species. I'm going to be king someday. I should make sure our two peoples get along, you know. The prince laughed, and Cassius was hit by the horrible realization that this man would indeed become king. This was his prince, the man who'd rule the kingdom, in charge of all Desvians. Cassius had never been more worried for the future of his people in his life. Wait, he finally gasped out. They'll use you as leverage. He tried, but the prince shrugged and laughed. For what? A mountain of gold? I'm worth it, you know. And they do that anyway with me in here. I might as well enjoy being leveraged while I'm at it. Eh? Eh? He nudged Cassius in the ribs again and laughed. Before you go out there. Cassius tried to start. Do you know the location of your brother? Hevik? I'd assume he's on Thastus like always, dabbling in art. I think he just enjoys dabbling in art students. He grinned and wiggled his brows. Or do you mean Reginald? No, neither I. Verisan? No, Favian? This isn't a guessing game, Cassius blurted out. Well, I guess I would have lost if it was, the prince replied with a laugh. But I think I named them all off anyway. Cassus sighed, rubbing his forehead for a moment. Persis. Ooh, I always forget about the little runt. Though he is pretty amusing at times. I know that there were times when you'd sneak him off with you at his request. Had you done that before ordering us to the nebula? Cassus asked, wanting to try and either confirm or end a suspicion of his. Ah, well no, I hadn't. But I don't know where he got off to last time. It's hard to keep track of him. I do think he was with Mother, though. Last I heard at any rate. He's so strange. Did you know that he dresses himself? No servants! Look how well that's turned out in here! The prince waved around the room filled with garbage, and then at his messy clothing. Well, Cassus was about to try to explain, but the prince just went on. So these humans, they're called, right? What sort of style do they like? I bet that leader likes to be on top of things, eh? He laughed as he jabbed Cassus with his elbow again. Look, Cassus tried. Do they have anything to enhance the experience? What? Cassus asked, now confused. You know. Well, maybe you don't. Do they have apothecaries with herbal remedies? The prince was acting like this was crucial information he needed to know. Oh, yes, they have drugs, Cassus answered, his original train of thought entirely derailed. What are they like? Some crew members take mild stims, mood enhancers, energy boosters. Loretta swears by one that makes boring tasks feel joyful. There's another that helps people stay active and focused for hours, legal in most Confederacy space. Oh, those sound wonderful. I like these humans already. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get drugs as the Crown Prince? Everyone talks about setting an example and such, but I'm sure my father experimented. He still might. After all, look at how many brothers and sisters I have. But Mother never seems tired, does she? Nope. Always happy and relaxed. Maybe she's got some drugs herself. Cassus stared openly at the prince. He started, but at this point was no longer sure what he had to say. Maybe ordering you to the nebula was the best decision I'll have made. Mostly I was worried about being bored to tears until Father dies and I get more responsibilities. Then again, I was also worried he'd die too young and I wouldn't get to have so much fun. But it seems like a life among pirates is just the ticket. Do you think their leader will let me pick from her crew? I suppose there's only one way to find out. The prince happily opened the vault door then, walking out without a care in the universe, it seemed. Cassus could only stumble after him, feeling dazed and confused. The prince raised his arms as he got outside then. Hello there, fair pirate queen. Ah, I forgot to ask Cassus. Are you a queen? Baroness, Andromeda replied. Baroness! That's not bad. And I suppose before long you might as well be the Crown Princess Consort. Is that a thing? A consort of some kind. Whatever it's called. Cassus couldn't shut his mouth at this point. He stood in the door, hands pressing against his muzzle in horror as he listened to his prince, the man who would be king. What? Was all Andromeda could reply with a laugh. My friend Captain Deveros has informed me that he's been holding out on me. That I've really been keeping myself from a wonderful time from the sounds of things. Why didn't you tell me you were interested in Desvian biology? I could have given you a much better lesson at it than that old man. He jerked his thumb towards Cassus, who couldn't even gasp in shock anymore, but he noticed the prince's long tail waving around happily. Oh, it's been hellish living in that vault all this time. It's a total mess. And I dare say by my captain's reaction earlier I'm in need of a good shower, but at least from here we can move forward. Joining our two species together in harmony, hopefully several times today. I've been locked in a metal box talking to shadows. Not exactly thrilling. What? Andromeda gasped out, laughing harder now as she clearly found this all amusing. But Cassus had pressed his hands to his face, trying not to remember to breathe as he listened to the future Desvian king. I do like your red hair, and the small one I'm sure can perform admirably, but I am hoping that there will be a greater selection to choose from later. I'm a bit more used to a buffet-style selection. Andromeda couldn't stop laughing for a moment, and Cassus desperately hoped he was dreaming. This was a nightmare. Or maybe he was dead. Maybe she'd killed him that first day, and this was all his experience in hell. Well, I might let my guard captain here have a go, she said, and Cassus then heard Titus speak up. I don't know if he's my type. In English, which the prince wouldn't know. Oh, that's a big one. Oh, dark flesh? That's very exotic. I don't normally go for muscles, but I might make an exception. And interesting that she lacks hair on her head. Well, that's because she is a he, Andromeda replied in Desvian. Ooh. Well, I can't say I'd go that route naturally, but if I'm your captive, I suppose experimentation will be expected. I do hope you don't mind being the bottom. By now, Cassus was softly crying as he heard the pirates around the room burst into laughter. Slowly, Cassus sat down on the edge of the vault door, having trouble breathing as he truly began to realize what Andromeda had meant about his people following monarchs blindly. This couldn't possibly be normal, could it? But then he began to think back about rumors he'd heard of the king and his father before him. Cassus was having trouble breathing. Well, you stink so before we get into that, let's get you to the showers. I won't have my whip with me, but I think a wet towel will work just fine. I have no idea what that one word was or what you mean, but it sounds deliciously naughty. I'm in, was the prince's reply. Cassus listened to the laughter in the room get loud before it slowly faded away. Maybe if he was quick, he could activate the vault door and then get into position for the heavy metal to crush his head. It would all be over. Are you okay? He heard Junko softly ask, and he opened his eyes, sitting up now as he looked at her and then around the room. The human techs and Stahl were still there, but Andromeda and her guards had all left. That is the future ruler of my people, he gasped softly. I'm sorry, Junko replied as she reached down, taking Cassus's hand as she helped him get back up to his feet. Once upright, Cassus just shook his head. How did I never see this before? Was I blind to it? Was I kept in the dark? He had no words for it anymore. I hate to ask in light of these events, but what he mentioned about her becoming a consort, could she claim rightful connection to the throne if they... Junko quietly inquired. No, Cassus replied firmly. He has to marry a Desvian noble, not to mention he's her captive. No one would believe the sincerity. Junko nodded at that. I thought so, but I had to ask. It would save us a lot of trouble if it did. With that, she gently pat Cassus on the shoulder. I am sorry, though. Now you see why Andromeda isn't fond of monarchy as a government. I'm beginning to understand, Cassus miserably admitted. I mean, really, their only qualification to rule is who their parents are. So, it makes sense as a survival trait that they'd need lots of kids. Being, active is likely just good practice. Cassus could tell she was trying to comfort him, but it wasn't helping. Then he remembered his niece, who he hadn't thought about in some time. All those suitors he'd tried to set her up with. Junko. My niece. What about her? She asked, sounding a bit nervous. Is she still safe? Yeah. She's with the other nobles. They've been treated well. They're well fed and clothed and all that, though maybe bored at times. I know Andromeda let them go to the colony fleet with an escort. Your niece didn't join them. Cassus nodded. Could you let me know if my family pays her ransom? I want a chance to ask that she stay here, and not go back to the sort of life I'm suddenly realizing she'd be living. In fact, could I see her? You can inform Andromeda she's my niece if need be. I no longer care. He could see Junko was surprised, but after a moment she nodded. Sure, whatever you need, she promised. Thank you. He felt slightly better as he began to think about what this might mean. The prince was only the future leader of his people if he survived all this. No, he was sworn to protect him. Even if he was, Cassus sighed. Could we go back? I could use a drink. Junko nodded and began to lead him away from the vault and towards the way they came. Once they were back on the tram, Stahl and Junko were both staring at him. Did Stahl know what had transpired? For some reason he felt a deeper shame that a military commander was disciplined, as Stahl had now seen the sort of leader Cassus was sworn to. We have all these stories! He suddenly started talking, unsure where he was going with it. About the Paragons. You likely hear me mention them from time to time. He looked at Junko, who nodded. They are supposed to uphold the virtues of our people. They're an example to us all, be they noble or common-born. All proud, shining examples of what the best of us can become, about how we can serve our kingdom. I never dared dream I become one, but obviously I hoped. I mean, I became the captain for the Crown Prince. I likely would have become an admiral if I stuck with him. He took a deep breath. I spent my life studying tactics, command, leadership, all of it, and now I discover what sort of man my prince is. He slowly shook his head then and looked back at Junko. I hear many of the crew mention some man. Lucifer? Is he a human paragon? A Confederate paragon? Maybe I should start praying to him instead. Ah, he's not exactly a paragon. He's also known as the Lightbringer, and the Morning Star, and also Satan. Cassus blinked at that. No, I read a bit about your bigger religions. Satan is some red monster thing. Very evil, corrupts and kills and tortures. Now he was confused. Yes, Junko said, as he could tell she was trying to think on how to phrase her words. Many versions of Christianity believe this. But the biggest religion in the Confederacy, which was 35% of people before the war, and now something like 52%, I think, are Satanists. What? They sacrifice people and use blood offerings and rituals? He gasped out. No, she said firmly. Those are old-style Satanists. Sorry, I'm referring to the modern Church of Lucifer, the Lightbringer and champion of truth and free will. It's a pretty long name. A few centuries ago, a small movement began saying that, well, there are two main forms. One half says that after God, the Christian God, that is. He is the ruler of several religions, yes? Cassus asked, and she nodded. Well, supposedly after he made the universe, he set everything into motion and created his servants to watch and observe what unfolded. Then the angels sought to gain power from humans by tricking them into worshiping God, and they'd use those prayers to get stronger somehow, I'm not sure. Lucifer rebelled, believing early humans should be left alone and that the angels would corrupt the purity of the earth. They fought. He lost because the greedy angels outnumbered him, but he always tried to bring enlightenment to humans and inspire them to question everything. She hesitated then as she thought. Then, the other half is sort of the same, but a bit more literal about how God made the universe, and was very weak when it was over. The angels set up the Garden of Eden to force Adam and Eve, the two first humans according to the faith. And, well, the angels wanted them to essentially be prayer slaves. They'd worship God and make him strong again. But Lucifer knew that God wanted humans to have free will, and despite what the angels had told Adam and Eve about the fruit of knowledge, he got Eve to eat it and break the direct hold the angels had over them. This sparked the war. The angels still win in this version, but they hold God captive, harvesting the prayers of the blind believers to keep their power. They commit terrible, horrible things to make humans either believe or to try and kill those who don't, while Lucifer still tries to break people from this slavery. Cassus blinked as he tried to process this from what he'd learned of human religions. Why? See, they think that God loves life. He made it throughout the universe. And if God made life and loves life, why would he punish us for what we do? Why would he care about shellfish, for example? Or why would he command people to kill each other? They feel like he wouldn't, and that he'd want us to have free will. But the other religions from that same core all talk about how he forbid Adam and Eve from eating the fruit of knowledge and gaining self-awareness and free will. So they argue that's all lies the angels told as they encouraged people to blindly believe. And they think Jesus was an attempt from God to be reborn as a mortal, but that the angels corrupted the message and made sure he was killed. I'm not sure if you remember the bits about Jesus. Sort of, Cassus ventured. He died to pay for the sins of man? He tried to remember the text. Essentially. And he told people to be good to one another, and in general be nice. But then, well, it's really complicated. But essentially his religion didn't end up doing that for a few thousand years, which the Satanists argued was more of the angels meddling again. Anyway, the Satanists, the modern ones, think Lucifer and Jesus were friends, and Lucifer was working to mentor Jesus, but the angels killed him young and made sure his message of equality and women's right and stuff died with him. Or took a long time to resurface, I guess. I'm not a Satanist, so it's kind of hard for me to remember all this. But the big thing is they believe in freedom, free will, and that life is to be enjoyed. Oh, and they're big proponents of science and freedom of religion, which is odd for a religion and probably why it was only found in a small section of human space, which just happened to be the capital of the Confederacy. She shrugged. That all sounds complicated. Cassus finally responded, and she nodded. It is. It really is, she agreed. So, these Satanists don't believe in sacrifice or ritualistic murder? He asked. No, she confirmed. Ah, she stopped and corrected herself. Unless they catch someone forcing their own religion upon someone else. That's the only thing Satanists aren't supposed to allow. They're told to kill anyone who tries to force their religion upon others. So that's probably also why the modern Satanists never got very big, because they weren't aggressive recruiters. Very relaxed about it. Happy to talk if you're interested, but otherwise didn't bother people who weren't religious or were members of other religions. Except vegans. Who? Cassus asked, wondered if that was a religion or a species. Ah. They feel that eating meat was what gave humans the ability to reason, so anyone who won't eat meat isn't really human. Or they're subhuman, maybe? Basically, they view vegans as also animals. And slaves. Oh! She noticed Cassus's confusion. Vegans are humans who only eat plant matter. Nothing involving animals. Meat, dairy, honey, anything animal-related they won't touch. So they're very poor? He asked. But you said they won't touch. So even if they could afford it, they wouldn't? She nodded. Humans are very strange. And very complex, he said simply. But this Lucifer, they believe he brings light. Enlightenment more than actual light. Which, if you hear the words in English, makes more sense. They think he's a champion of freedom, and I'm sure you're aware Andromeda worships freedom. I don't know that she's a practicing Satanist, but most of the crew is. Oh, Stahl, for example. She motioned to the officer, who perked up. I hear my name, and I've been hearing Lucifer and Satanists get thrown around a lot, he replied in English. Cassus has been asking about the religion, Junko replied. Yes, I am considering new faith. Mine has not impressed me, Cassus replied. Well, the faith is open to all. I'd be happy to teach you more about it if you like, Stahl offered. Does anything said about rulers? He tried in English. Do you mean do Satanists have guidelines for how to pick leaders? Stahl ventured, and Cassus nodded. Well, they believe only the best should rule. That a leader must be the best of the best, so to speak. Is this related to your prince being a man? He followed what up with a word Cassus didn't know. He looked to Junko, who coughed softly. Ah, he's wondering if this is related to your prince's promiscuity, she explained in Desvian. Yes, Cassus said flat out. Well, Stahl replied, that's actually allowed in our religion. It's one of the core, rules of our religion. Be open and confident with your body. Do you know the word consenting? Cassus nodded. What two consenting adults do is up to them. We don't see anything wrong with sleeping around. But it's not mandatory or anything like that. I'm a bit more focused on the aspects of our religion that speak to defending anyone of any faith who is being. He used a word Cassus didn't know. Persecuted, Junko translated as Stahl went on. Especially if they're being targeted because of their own beliefs. Learning is key. We do everything we can to promote learning and science, while guarding freedom at all costs. This is another reason why the Confederacy always hated the Congos, he mentioned. Then he started talking a bit too quickly and used words Cassus wasn't familiar with, so he looked at Junko. He's explaining how prostitution, drugs, and many other things are illegal in the conglomerate, and how a war against these things does more harm than good to the people. Both prostitution and drugs are encouraged by the faith. I'll say this in Desvian so he doesn't get mad at me, but I'm not a believer because it's still a religion. They have some odd ideas about things that I won't get into, but they go into detail about sex and relationships and power, which I've seen firsthand with Andromeda. She believes that what I do with her is entirely acceptable because of her power. So long as she makes an attempt to make me enjoy it, she thinks it's okay. It's complicated. I'm sure you never expected anything like that first night to happen. Cassus sighed out. Actually, the Phexians do it to us, and we do it to them constantly. Really? She asked, now surprised. Well, I didn't know it was constant until the prince told me. But why do you think I didn't object much? I had lost the battle. I was her prisoner. My honor demanded I perform whatever task she wished of me, so long as it didn't directly harm my country or my king. I had heard rumors of it happening with prisoners, but the prince informs me not only does it happen constantly, but that it's sort of encouraged and enjoyed. I suppose what he's doing isn't... I'm just upset that is going to be our king, Cassus admitted. The way he went on about it, he's looking forward to whatever happens next. Of that I can assure you. I just hope it wasn't too bad for you, Junko said, and Cassus shrugged. I was shocked, but I would lie if I said I didn't enjoy some of it. I just feel guilty, he admitted. Well, Loretta sure doesn't, Junko said, which made Cassis laugh. And Andromeda really is good at what she does. I certainly wish I had more of a choice in the matter, but, well, yeah, you know how good she is. I don't need to explain it to you. At least with the prince here now, she'll leave me alone, Cassis said. But Junko gave him a look and he felt a sense of dread. No, please. I'm just saying, it's a distinct possibility. I wouldn't put it past her. She likes you. Cassis groaned, leaning back in his chair on the tram as he rubbed his face. Please no, not with the prince, he exclaimed with woe heavy in his voice. Well, we both know that is entirely up to Andromeda. Maybe if you get in good with her, she'll let you make requests, but, well, you better get in good with her. Junko was smiling a bit, clearly finding it hard not to be slightly amused by all this. Was this her plan all along? To torment me into doing what she wants? Cassis asked, suddenly thinking of the possibility, but Junko shook her head. Oh no, Andromeda doesn't use sex like that. She's just out to enjoy herself, and enjoy herself she will. There's no stopping her, though it seems like your future king is perfectly okay with that. Junko jibed a bit, and Cassis groaned once more. All my years of service. The men who've died in battle for our king! Do they even care? Or is it just an excuse for our nobles to run off and screw Phexians? Or for Phexians to come screw our women? What's the point of it all? He thought for a moment and then pointed to Junko. Our borders with the Phexians have changed 10 times in the last 15 years, but only by tiny amounts. He collapsed back against the chair then, rubbing his face. Junko was at a loss for words, it seemed. Well, maybe it's not as bad as you think, she finally tried. Could you talk with the captive nobles? He asked. I need to know. Do any of them get schooled in leadership at all? I want to know what the leaders of my country are really like. I've been ignorant for too long. I need to know. I'll see what I can find out, Junko promised. Cassis was worried that he'd been fighting his whole life now to benefit a ruling class that didn't care one bit about anything but their own pleasure. He'd never have thought it possible before, but as he thought on the stories of the paragons that were drilled into him from birth, he realized none of them involved higher nobility, common-born and low nobles like himself only. Where were their sacrifices in the history books? Where were their great contributions? He wasn't sure if this Lucifer was right for him, but he certainly wanted to get enlightened now. I've got 2 military victors. Not their armor. Looks sort of like those SWAT team vans we saw. The others look like trucks of some sort, but not the grain haulers. I don't know. Canvas backing? Troop trucks, maybe? Pobish Iquasho, Jack, was observing what looked to be a military convoy of some sort through his rangefinder. From their position hidden among some trees and bushes on the side of the road, he could only marvel at how sloppy they were. They expecting trouble? Hans asked, and Jack watched them in the afternoon sun. He didn't see the telltale glimmer of shielding, though in the late afternoon sun it was somewhat hard to tell. I don't think so, but I'm hoping they've got food 'cause I'm getting hungry, he muttered. I hear you there, Hans replied. All right, I'm gonna hit the tail vehicle, then you start moving, and I'll get the lead. If they run, get close and I'll see if I can stop them. So far, they'd been hiding out in the various forests and valleys that seemed to dominate the continent they were on. They'd been surviving off what rations they had while Cindy worked on the communications suite, but it looked pretty fucked. Sounds good. With that, Jack shifted the aim of his cannon. They were using dummy rounds, that is to say shards of metal they could fit into the Gauss cannon so they weren't using up their actual ammo. If it wasn't enough to penetrate, then he'd have to switch over, but he was hoping the Xenos were lazy. Target 1,000 meters. Dummy firing, he said and stepped on the pedal. The cannon whined as it shot the round at the trailing armored van. It was a good shot, hit it right in the front compartment. There was smoke, and the vehicle slowed and turned off the road just as Hans had them moving forward. Cindy battle music. Loading dummy, he muttered and heard her flick the toggle on the speakers as heavy metal began to blare. It seemed like the front vehicle had no idea what had happened, though, as it kept on moving. Target 800 meters. Dummy firing! He stepped on the pedal once more. This time the round hit the front from the side, shearing off a leg as the whole vehicle flopped forward, skidding and then flipping over, which brought the rest of the trucks to a quick halt. After that, he saw the Xenos quickly abandon their vehicles and make a run for that far side of the road. "Jose 'em down?" Hans asked, likely preparing his own gun up on the front of the tank. "Negative. Don't waste the bullets," Jack replied. "Swing us around the convoy, chase after them for a minute, make sure they're running hard." "Affirmative," Hans replied, swinging the Cossack around the wreck of the first vehicle, and then down the other side of the now stopped convoy. Indeed, the Desvians seemed to be sprinting for their lives, backs turned, weapons tossed aside as they headed for the woods on the far side. The tail vehicle that had run off the road had a number of uniformed soldiers jumping out of the back, and Jack finally saw some possible opposition, but they were quick to drop their weapons, hands raised. "Shit, not much of a fight in him, is there?" "These are probably the militia types, not the professionals," Jack replied to Hans's comment. "Okay, keep an eye on the monitors, I'll watch the uniforms. Cindy, go inspect the trucks." "What? Why me?" she asked. "Because you're my RTO and I don't need an RTO right now. Me and Hans have you covered," he promised. "But my hatch is melted shut. I'd have to crawl around you anyway. I know how to use the remote MG too." Jack looked over his shoulder at his RTO and sighed. So much for being in charge. "Fine." He grabbed the crisp PDW Confederate tank Cruz had and opened his hatch. When he stood up, he was assaulted with heavy metal and ducked back down. "Kill the music!" Once Cindy turned it off, he got back up, carefully walking to the edge of his tank and climbing down the side. The feel of the hot air from the fans washing over him always felt good, but he didn't have time to relish it. Jogging over to the nearest truck, he saw where people were supposed to climb up and quickly hoisted himself up the ladder. When he opened the hatch at the back, he nearly gasped and let go of his support as he was staring at a dozen Desvians. He tried to hold on with one hand and swing his PDW up with the other, but they were quickly raising their hands. That's when he noticed they all seemed to be wearing common clothes, no uniforms. "Come on out of the truck," he said, and they all started at him. So he jerked with his weapon, trying to show them what he wanted. "Out!" Finally, they got the idea and they walked out of the back of the truck, climbing down the ladder on the other side. He still had no idea why all their vehicles were lifted way up off the ground like this, but it wasn't a fluke. They all seemed to be made this way. Once the dozen were outside, he looked at the back of the truck and didn't see any sort of crates or rations, so he climbed back down. The Desvians were standing around staring at him, so he pointed at the ground. "Down. Knees." When they looked at him, then each other, they all began to sit down. Not get on their knees, but Jack just shrugged. "Fuck it, close enough." He certainly didn't have much experience with Xenos, but he did notice that these Desvians seemed young to him. He wasn't sure how to explain it, but they just acted young, he supposed. When he moved up to the next truck, he saw Face looking down at him, and when he swung his weapon up, the Xeno raised his hands, shouting something Jack didn't understand. "Out! Down!" he said and pointed. This time he didn't even need to climb up as they began to climb down and then sit on the ground like the first group had. When he walked back past the first truck he'd inspected to the last in the convoy, more of the Desvians were already climbing out. So he had 36 younger-looking Desvians in normal clothes, and he looked at the armored van in the ditch a ways back. There were 6 uniforms. Recruits? "Hello." He looked around then, confused for a moment who had said that. "Hello, Savior Pierres Andromeda?" One of the last Desvians to get out of the last truck. He was wearing glasses and seemed to be shorter than the others. He had simple brown fur with black stripes. Jack waved him forward. "You speak English?" he asked, but the Xeno just blinked at him and once more tried. "Andromeda. Savior." Then he spoke quickly in his own language, and suddenly the others perked up. They all began repeating the same word, sounding excited. It sounded like they were says domes? Domes? Jack wasn't sure. "Fuck, I don't know what that means." He tried to make it clear he was confused. Then the one with glasses spoke again, pointing up the road towards the way they'd been coming from. "Dome is." Then he pointed towards the way they had been going and shook his head, waving his hands. "No Savior. No Andromeda." Then he pointed back towards the dome is. "Savior." He pressed his hands together, making it look like he was pleading with Jack. "Dome is. Savior." Far as Jack could tell, they wanted to go back the way they'd come from. But then he heard shouting and looked over at the uniforms. One of them, who looked a bit fancier than the others, was yelling something at the Desvians around him. The one with glasses began yelling back, and it was clear the two didn't agree about something. But Jack walked down the road towards the uniforms and their disabled van. As he got closer, he could see that the round had gone straight through the front compartment, pulverizing whoever had been inside. He grimaced a bit at the sight, but as a tanker he'd seen worse. The officer, or the Xeno he assumed to be an officer, was still yelling at the kid when Jack got up close. "Hey! Shut up!" With his weapon up in the Xeno's face, he finally got quiet. Then Jack looked at the other soldiers. "Food?" he asked, and pantomimed holding something to his mouth and biting on it. They looked at each other and then nodded, pointing into the van. "Well, get it," he said, and tried to make it clear that he wanted by pointing at the truck and motioning towards him. They got it after a minute and walked back into the truck before two of them carried out a heavy-looking crate. That would feed him and the others for a while. Good. "Hey, you! Get over here!" He pointed then to the dozen younger Xenos and waved them over. After a moment of hesitation, they walked over to him. As they got close, the short one jogged ahead a bit and picked up one of the weapons the uniforms had dropped. Jack was surprised when he leveled it at the officer, though, and quickly pushed the kid's weapon back down. "Hey!" "No." He wagged a finger at the kid who protested, saying something in his own language. "Kid, I don't know what you're saying, but we don't fucking kill unarmed prisoners without a good fucking reason. You can keep the weapon, though." He pointed to the other weapons on the ground, and the younger Xenos picked them up. Then he pointed at the crate and then his tank. "Carry that back." Two of them got the idea and started to carry the crate back for him, and he waved the others back towards the trucks. The officer started shouting again, but when the kid with glasses tried to go back, Jack shoved him forward. "No. Leave it!" The kid looked unhappy, but he moved forward like Jack wanted. When the Xenos carried the crate up to the tank, Hans slowly let it drift down closer to the ground. Jack moved up then, climbing back on top of his tank and having the Xenos lift the crate up onto the back. He opened the small storage hatch just behind the gun housing, and then the crate itself to see what was inside. Jackpot. He was looking at dozens of packages holding what he assumed to be military rations. He quickly began moving the food into the storage compartment until the crate was empty, and then tossed the crate off the side. When he turned around now, the 36 Xenos who'd been in the trucks were all clustered around the tank looking up at him. He pointed at the trucks then and back the way they'd been coming. "Dome is." "Domais?" one of them asked, the sound more like one word than two, and Jack nodded. Some got excited while others looked worried. Then the one with glasses quickly spoke to the others. Jack wasn't sure what he was saying, but he sure seemed passionate. So the others finally nodded and began to climb back up into the trucks as some moved to the front compartments to drive them. He saw the kid and a few others heading to the military van up front that was lying on its side, but by now Jack was done worrying about them. Instead, he climbed back into his tank and could hear the crinkle of some sort of wrapper. "Fuck, did you two already get started?" he asked. "We're fucking hungry," Hans muttered, and Cindy reached up, handing Jack one of the gray packages he'd just dumped into the storage hatch. He ripped the top tab open and then looked at the contents. "What the fuck?" "Yeah, that's what I thought," Cindy mentioned. Jack carefully dumped the contents into his lap. Cans. A spacefaring species is giving its troops food in cans? No heating packs? He counted 2 medium-sized cans, 4 packets of varied size, a napkin, and some sort of little metal key. "The hell is this?" he asked as he picked up the key. "You use that to open the cans." Cindy told him, and he looked back as she showed him how to work it into the lid and then untwist the top. "This is some low-tech shit," he muttered. "And it tastes like shit," Hans muttered, but Jack noticed his driver was stuffing his face still without much concern for the taste. "Mine isn't bad," Cindy said as she took small spoonfuls of the stuff from one of her cans. Jack worked the key into the first can and slowly popped the top off. What he saw inside was a blob of something. He saw a bit of red, some yellow and white, maybe some purple. He hesitantly took his spoon from his small shelf next to his seat and carefully scooped up some of the canned food. As he put it in his mouth, he had to admit he was pleasantly surprised. It was salty, mostly savory, sort of like a garlic eggplant with cheese or something along those lines. He began to open the packets then, and the first one, which was quite rectangular, contained 2 rather thick-looking crackers. "Oh, I think I got the dinner package," Cindy said. "Why do you say that?" Jack asked as he broke off part of the cracker and bit into it. And then bit harder, and finally resorted to bending the cracker until a portion finally snapped off that he could try to slowly grind down and chomp on. The crackers left something to be desired. Well, I found what seems to be a toothbrush and toothpaste, but best of all, this. Jack looked over his shoulder to see Cindy wiggling a roll of toilet paper. Oh shit. Dibs! Hans called out. The leaves I used earlier have been giving me the worst case of itchy asshole. Fucking hell, Hans. We're eating! Jack growled out, as he spooned some more of the eggplant mush into his mouth to try and help deal with the cracker. Yeah, well, I had to make it clear. It's that kind where it kind of twinges a bit. And you're not sure if you've totally wiped, and I might not have because I was using a leaf, but I got it as good as I could considering. It's kind of got that sort of chemical, no matter how hard you scratch, it's still going to be itchy feel. Lucifer, Jesus, and goddammit Hans. Shut the fuck up! The last possible thing I want to think about right now is your itchy fucking asshole! Jack gasped out and tried to eat more, but then pictured precisely what he didn't want to think about and let out frustrated cry. Shifting in his seat, he put the food packets on a shelf next to his seat, so he could stretch his leg out and kick the back of Hans's chair. Hope you're happy, asshole. Well, like I said, my asshole isn't happy, Hans replied, grinning as Jack kicked the back of his chair. Hey, I think they've got some sort of drink powder. He had torn open a small packet and then dumped it on his tongue before coughing and spluttering. Salt. It was just salt. How do you not know what salt is, moron? Jack gasped out. Well, it's Xeno food, how should I know? The driver asked before gulping down some water. It's salt. Salt! He shouted. Did you think humans had some secret fucking recipe for salt? Well, I thought it was drink powder, Hans said with a shrug. Then he opened up some sort of little tin and began to eat the contents. Gah! Tastes like dirt, but then kept eating what was inside. If it tastes like dirt, why are you still eating it? Jack asked as he returned to his own meal. You know, sorta good dirt. He held up a few of what was inside and Jack examined the bean-like contents. I think you're eating the Xeno equivalent to coffee beans. You might have the breakfast version, Jack suggested while he started to open the second can of his meal to see what was inside. Yeah, 'cause the only thing that tastes this much like dirt and isn't dirt is coffee. Good call. Then he kept crunching on them. Have you considered they're meant to be cooked into coffee then? Jack suggested, but his driver just shrugged. Jack sighed and looked the contents of his second can. I was some sort of fatty meat and sauce from the look of it. It was soft enough to scoop with the spoon, but it was pretty salty and dry. When he scraped some of the sauce up and added that to his mouth, it was better, but he preferred the eggplant mush. Yeah, I think this had to be breakfast. It came with what was like blue military-grade eggs, Hans mentioned, and Jack frowned. Military-grade eggs? He asked. You know, overcooked, rubbery, tastes like shit. Jack nodded then. That sounded right. Did you get lunch? I don't know. I don't have coffee and I don't have toilet paper, so I guess. He shrugged. Hey, LT, I think our friend want to talk to you, Cindy said, and then Jack looked up into his rangefinder, having forgotten to keep an eye on the situation in his hunger. Thankfully, it seemed like Cindy was doing her job. Outside, the trucks had been turned around, but they were idling, and the Xeno with glasses was standing in front of the tank. Jack set his food aside on the little shelf then and stood up in his seat. You're good to go, right? Just head back. Domai, he pointed. The Xeno looked a little confused then and pointed at Jack and towards Domais. Savior. Domais. Andromeda Savior Domis, the Xeno said again, pointing the same way. Jack sighed out for a moment and climbed back down into his tank. I think he expects us to save his town or something. He looked at Hans, then Cindy. We're alone on this planet. My instincts tell me to fuck off into the woods now that we have food. We need intel, Cindy pointed out. This isn't Sequoia. We don't have any friendlies right now to pass on intel. The more eyes we get, the better off we are. If hostiles show up, we can still fuck off into the woods. Jack nodded and looked at Hans, who was tilting a packet of something back into his mouth. Cheese spread. Hey, I bet his town has more food. Jack rolled his eyes and then stood up in his seat and nodded at the Xeno. Fine, us Savior Domes. He waved and the Xeno nodded excitedly as he ran to one of the trucks. Jack sat back down then and kicked the back of Hans's chair. "Get us out front of the convoy on the MSR." "Don't gotta kick me," Hans protested as he dusted crumbs off his chest. Apparently Jack had nudged him while he was trying to get the last bits from another packet. "Serves you right, you itchy asshole," Jack muttered and went back to his food. The crackers sucked. The meat was meh. The eggplant stuff was good. The next one he opened up had some sort of grayish bar with red flecks in it. He frowned and took a small bite. It was like... What was it like? He let it dissolve on his tongue a little. It was sort of like white chocolate with bits of what tasted like black pepper in it. That was odd. He shrugged and checked the next packet. It was some sort of squeeze pack. That must be the cheese stuff. He squeezed some onto a cracker and found it tasted like he expected cheese in a squeeze pack to taste. Could be worse. When he opened the last package, he found several small packs inside. This had to be the salt and other things then. He noticed a little box and gave it a shake before opening it. "I got matches." "Matches? Think that means you got tobacco?" Hans asked. Suddenly Jack wasn't too keen on eating the contents of the other packs and finding out too late it was tobacco. "I've never seen any of them smoke," he mentioned. When he opened a pack, though, he found 3 small candles, each a different color and scent. Religious items? No tobacco, Hans? Some sort of candles. Candles? Maybe they're drug incense or something. "Light 'em up!" Jack rolled his eyes at his driver's suggestion. "I'll try it later when we're not in the tank," he mentioned. With each package inspected, he went about trying to enjoy what he had, but the crackers had him grumbling. "God, these crackers suck." "You got crackers?" "I had a biscuit. Dry, but not bad," Cindy mentioned. "Yeah, biscuit here too," Hans replied. "Well, I guess I'm the lucky one." Jack shrugged. "Man, wouldn't it be awesome to get our hands on some Vanguard rations again?" Hans mentioned. "Don't remind me." Jack sighed as he thought back. Though he'd joined near the end of the war, they'd still been able to regularly get Vanguard rations. Special-made military meals for eating on the go. All sorts of sandwiches, chocolate bars, and other finger foods. And they'd tasted good too, not to mention the little accessory packets they had. Each came with a single shot of one of the Confederacy's many fine alcohols. A shot of Amber Captain Thatch had been his first drink at the tender age of 16. The spiced rum always had a special place in his heart. When he looked at the little packets, he found one full of white powder. He carefully licked his pinky, stuck it in the powder, and then licked it. That was salt. But in another, he saw a yellowish sort of powder. Once more, he licked his pinky, rubbed it in the powder, and then licked it off his finger. It was some sort of citrus flavor. He dumped it into his canteen, swirling it around for a moment, then took a drink. Not bad. "Hey, Hans, lunch has a drink mix." "Oh, so does breakfast. I found that one after the salt." Jack rolled his eyes and kept eating. "Well, do you want the roll of toilet paper Cindy got? I still have some. I think she does, yeah?" He looked back and Cindy nodded. "What do you mean you have some still? I didn't see it in the storage compartment." Hans mentioned over his shoulder as he drove ahead of the convoy. "What?" "I keep it in my hygiene hatch," he mentioned. "So do I," Cindy said. "Your what?" Hans glanced back once to look at them and then looked forward. "Oh my God," Cindy muttered. "No, he has to know about it," Jack said. "Know about what?" Hans asked. "Oh, my God," Cindy repeated. "To your left. You can pull that monitor down." Hans reached over and the monitor did indeed swing down when he pushed on it, revealing a small hatch beyond. "How long has that been there?" "Since they made the fucking tank!" Jack gasped and then laughed. 12 years. 12 years, Hans. Wow. No wonder you have an itchy asshole. Hans reached over and opened the hatch. "Hey, toilet paper!" the driver exclaimed as he saw a familiar sealed hygiene care package that Jack used to love finding in any Confederate supply crates. "You hand that back here," Jack ordered. "You don't deserve mint-condition Confederate tactical TP. You get to use the Xeno stuff first." "Oh, come on," Hans mentioned, but Jack kicked the back of his chair. Fine, I'll use the Xeno stuff. But I'm keeping the gum and the laxatives." "Yeah, and try using the toothbrush and toothpaste," Jack urged. "Now eyes on the road will flay you alive later, you dirty bastard." "Jack, mint Confederate tactical TP, with the built-in aloe. It's like, wiping your ass with the wings of an angel." Jack looked back at Cindy, surprised to hear her say such a thing, but he couldn't say she was wrong. Whatever they'd made that stuff out of was good. Damn, he missed the war sometimes. "Wait, Hans, have you been using leaves this whole time?" he suddenly asked. "No, I kept TP in the storage compartment." Jack nodded then, as it made sense. "You're still a dirty bastard," he told his driver. They drove on in silence then, as he finished his food, tucking the remains into a little container he had for trash and the like, to keep until he could throw it away more effectively. The tank was quiet then as they drove for a while, right up until Hans said, "Mahna mahna." "Don't get that going," Cindy growled out quickly, which made Jack smile. But then Hans repeated, "Mana mana," and Jack couldn't help himself. "Do-do-do-do-dod. Mana mahna. Do-do-do-do. Mana mana." Jack began to get into making the instrumental sounds then as Hans just kept repeating mana mana. Then they both stopped and looked at Cindy, who sighed and lifted up the little water bottle with sand in it that they'd made into a decent maraca. Then Hans went back to mana mana, and Jack made the various other sounds best he could. After a few minutes of that, they finally stopped, and Jack laughed while Cindy sighed. "Thanks, Hans. I needed that. Cindy, get some music going if you don't want it to happen again." Cindy quickly started up the music without having to be told twice, and soon they were driving on while listening to Lost in Hollywood, which Jack had to admit was a decent song for being lost on a strange planet. It took them another hour of driving before he could see a town up ahead, the sun now setting and casting a red glow over everything. "Hans, slow us down. I want to take a closer look before we get in." "Cindy, kill the music." The driver pulled them off to the side of the MSR, and Jack watched the town through his rangefinder for a little. It wasn't as big as the town they'd driven through on the first day. It really just seemed like 4 of those farm building collections they always saw, with 2 or 3 extra buildings. The MSR leading through the town actually got wider at some type of central square, and he could see clear routes on all compass points and several clear-looking ASRs. If the Xenos were trying to ambush them, they'd picked a shitty spot. When he glanced at his monitors, he saw the trucks catching up and slow down as they got near the tank. The kid with the glasses was in the lead truck and stuck his head out, waving at the tank and speaking quickly in his own language, before moving forward and into the town. "So, what you thinking, boss?" Hans asked. "So far, this all seems to be us leading some kids home, but I'm not sure why they were in those trucks to begin with," he muttered. "Let's see the town's reaction before we head in." They sat there then, watching the trucks drive down into the square in the middle of the town. The vehicles stopped, and the Xenos began pouring out, and Jack saw people from the town rush over soon. He couldn't hear what was happening, but it looked like they were celebrating. "Okay, take us in slow. I want you ready to nope us the fuck out if this turns ugly." "Affirmative," Hans replied, obviously feeling nervous too. Jack climbed up his seat then so he could see better, his PDW just beneath the lip of the hatch. As they cruised down into the town, he could see and hear the events in the center of the town better. It did look like mothers were hugging their sons. People were obviously glad to have their kids back. So what the hell had they been taken for? That hadn't seemed like a prisoner convoy. Once they were cruising along into the town itself, he saw various Xenos run off the MSR, out of the way, but the Xenos who had been rescued waved them back, and nervously a crowd assembled in the town square waiting for Jack and his tank. Hans brought it to a stop a few feet from the edge of the crowd, and Jack waved, his right hand under the lip of the hatch on his PDW. "Howdy," he finally said. "Hello!" One of the Desvians pushed their way up to the front, and he saw a female in some sort of harness over her clothes. Looked like a mechanic of some kind. She had brownish fur with orange and black accents around her face that he'd never seen before. Then again, his dealings with the Xenos were limited so far. "You are sent from Andromeda?" Her English was better than the kid's. "Yes," Jack nodded. "You seek to save your peoples?" she seemed to ask, and he shrugged. "If that means what I think it does, then yes." She spoke to the others then, and he heard whispers echo through the crowd as this seemed to spark some sort of big debate. He hated not knowing what he was getting into, but that was his life these days. "Hey, lady!" he called out to get the woman's attention. "Fuel?" he tried. If they were friendly now, he'd use it for what he could. Oh, you needing... She pulled a small book out of her harness, and he realized she had some sort of phrase book. She put her finger on a word then. Hydrogen. Hydrogen, he pronounced more clearly. She nodded then, and began to wave the crowd away as she led them forward. Hans carefully maneuvered the tank forward, and people were soon gasping and moving back from the gusts of air coming from the turbofans. She led them through the center of town and up a road to the side, to what looked like some sort of service station, but the pumps didn't have any interfaces he could see. Leaving behind his PDW, he climbed up on top of his tank and moved back to the fuel hatch on the back of the tank. The female pulled a nozzle off of one of the pumps and handed it to him. "Boss, are you sure this is going to be the same stuff we need?" Cindy suddenly asked over his headset, and he thought it over. "What are the chances we both use hydrogen and it's different? Doesn't it have to be H2 for these kinds of engines?" But then he paused as he looked at the clamps on the nozzle she had handed him. "Ah, but they do have a different nozzle to pump the H2. Fuck!" He should have expected that. "Hey you, come up here." He waved the female Desvian over to the tank, and then reached down to help pull her up the side as she also climbed up. He pointed at the nozzle in his hand, and then the port on the tank. "Won't fit." The female examined the port on the tank and then the nozzle in his hand and began to nod. "Can fix. Can make." "Yeah?" he asked, and she nodded. "Good. Food?" He tried then, and she nodded once more. Raising her hands up to her mouth, she yelled at some of the Desvians watching the tank nervously from around the town square. Some of them nodded and began to move after she shouted to them. After that, she moved back to the edge of the tank and Jack helped her back down. He was about to ask her how long the nozzle would take when the kid with glasses came running over. He spoke to the female quickly, seeming breathless. "Soldiers are coming!" the female translated. "Soldiers in armor!" She slapped the side of his tank. "Not Savior, bad soldiers. She struggled for a moment and touched the kid. "In dangerous. Bad soldiers, bad for..." She stomped the ground. "Domes. Bad for Domes." "Fuck," Jack muttered. "How many tanks are coming?" He lifted one finger, then 5, and tried to make it clear what he wanted to know. The kid then raised 3. "That was it? 3 tanks?" He nodded and closed the fuel hatch. "I'll be back." He climbed back down into his seat then. "We have intel on 3 hostile Alpha Victors approaching the town." He paused and stood back up yelling down to the Xenos. "Where?" They both pointed straight down the MSR they were already on, east of town. The sun would be in their eyes as his got ready to set. Perfect. With that info, he dropped back down into his tank and closed the hatch. "East." Hans straight up the MSR the way we're facing out of the service station. "If we get time to swing out to the fields, then go for it. I'd prefer to hit them from the side, but from what we saw last time, they react pretty slow." "Affirmative," Hans mentioned and began to take the tank forward out of town. He quickly got up to speed. While he did that, Jack loaded he into the cannon. As they moved out of the town with the sun to their backs, he saw some rolls of whatever crops the Xenos grew here and was about to tell Hans, but his driver was already shifting off-road to cozy up next to them. Jack got back up in his seat, then looking at the level of the tank with the rolled crops. "Down! Like a foot!" Jack muttered into his mic and Hans lowered the tank a foot. Then Jack leaned forward and back to see how much they stuck out. "Back a yard." Hans eased the tank back about a yard. They were sticking out from the back a bit, but from the angle the enemy should be coming, he didn't think they'd notice until too late. "Okay, kill the fans, Grav, only so we don't disturb the field too much." Hans killed the fans then, and they were hovering quietly behind the crop roll. In their decently concealed position, Jack reached into his hatch and pulled out his rangefinder, looking through it to see up the MSR. He didn't need to wait long either by the time he finally saw them coming up over the horizon. They'd gotten into cover just in time. There they were, 3 of those tall insectoid-looking tanks. 5,000 meters. He dropped back down into his seat, closing the hatch once more. "Affirmative contact. 3 Alpha Victors last sighted 5,000 meters. He looked through his gun's rangefinder, then at the road. "We'll next sight at 2,500 meters. We'll engage tail Victor." "Affirmative," he heard Cindy and Hans echo. They waited then, Jack's hands tense around his controls. He made sure to breathe as he waited. The Xeno's armor could only go at something like 40 kph, so his Cossack wouldn't have any trouble outrunning them. but it also meant they had to wait a while before he saw the first tank drive along the MSR. He could see someone's head. They were standing up. Did they not know he was here at all? He could hardly believe his luck. He held his fire, though, and waited. There was the third one. Engaging. Target 2,500 meters. Firing! He pressed the pedal, and the Gauss cannon whined for a moment before the tank exploded. He could hear the loud crack and then boom of their shield generator lighting off, and the entire tank was rolled off the MSR, flipping onto its head in the field beyond. Loading he shouted as Hans began moving them forward now. He could see the heads of the tank commanders duck down as he shifted his aim at the lead tank. Target! 2,200 meters! He firing! He shouted and pressed the pedal once more. This time he saw the flash of a shield as the tank got knocked slightly to the side, but it was already turning towards him. Loading dummy. Cindy music! There was no more element of surprise. Heavy rock began to fill the air then as he waited for the green indicator that the shell was loaded. Finally he saw it. Target 2,000 meters. Dummy firing! He stomped on the pedal and hit the tank once more. This time there was a crack, followed by boom. That shield generator was so fucking exposed that even fucking dummy rounds would set it off once the shield was down. The middle tank was fighting back, though, driving up onto the field as it fired. The large green blob of energy, or plasma, or whatever the hell it was, moved pretty fast, but a lot slower than the tank shells Hans was used to. Dodging it was child's play to the veteran driver. He loading! Jack shouted as he watched the enemy. Hans could swing the floating Cossack sideways faster than the bastard could turn, but it tired again trying to lob the shot where Jack and his tank would be, but he missed by 100 meters easily, which might as well have been a 1,000. Jack saw the green indicator. Target 1,700 meters. He firing! He saw the flash of orange and red as the HE took out the tank's shield. Dummy loading! The enemy armor was desperately trying to turn in on Jack's Cossack to get a better shot. It fired again, but once more couldn't properly lead the much faster tank. Target 1,400 meters. Dummy firing! He shouted, and stomped on the pedal yet again. But this time he saw the shard of metal smack into one of the front legs of the Xeno armor and go spinning up into the air. Fuck! Glancing blow! Loading AP! He was loath to use the ammo, but conserving ammo wouldn't help if they were all dead. Hans was out of field, though, and was about to drop down onto the MSR if he kept strafing. So instead he gunned the tank forward, and as the enemy fired again, they went under the shot. It really seemed like their armor had no good way to deal with a target like Jack's Cossack. Hans could strafe or charge in such a way that they clearly weren't used to. AP loaded! Jack shouted. Target 1,000 meters. AP firing! He stomped on the pedal and was rewarded with seeing the flash of light that came with the crack, and then boom, of the shield generator. Hans slowed the tank and then stopped it as Jack surveyed the fields. 3 dead tanks and they hadn't been hit once. The Xenos didn't have a good answer to his Cossack, all right. He wondered if he was seeing all they had to offer. The 8th had been given a lot of trouble that first day, so there was a chance Jack had only faced their light units or militia or some such. Either way, it was a fight he was driving away from, which made it a good one. All right, Hans, take us back into town. Cindy, kill the music. With that, Hans turned them around and began driving back into the town. Well, that was exciting, but if all their armor is like that, we might have a chance of taking over this damn planet, Hans was saying with a laugh. Don't start thinking we're invincible, Jack cautioned. I was just thinking about that, but remember they were giving the 8th a hell of a fight. And the 8th isn't a pushover. I'm worried we haven't seen their heavy hitters. Hans got quiet with that to think about. He was about to go on in more detail when they saw a commotion in the town square as they approached. Something was going on and Hans slowed them down as they approached, and Jack stayed buttoned up inside just in case things were bad. Hans, pull us into the service station, he muttered as he saw the female from before waving them back into it. Hans came to a stop, and Jack looked over at the Xenos all crowded around something, forming a circle. He made sure his PDW was still just beneath the lip of the hatch when he stood up, climbing on top of his tank. Then he saw that inside the circle were other Dezavans, but they were being held down by the others, their clothes torn away as the townspeople were shaving off their fur, shouting angry as they did. That didn't look good. Glory to Andromeda. Nobles down! People up! The female was saying as she saw where Jack was looking. It made him feel uneasy, but he did notice that they weren't killing the nobles. "Where did you learn English?" he asked then, looking at the female. "Learn human?" she asked, and he nodded. "Radeo!" He arched a brow and she pointed to the service station building, waving for him to follow. He climbed down off the tank then, following her inside. There were tools and ledgers and what looked like file cabinets, but he didn't see any computers or snacks or anything. But he'd never seen any personal vehicles, so maybe only the government used the service station? She moved over to a large box with knobs and grooves, and as she flicked a switch, it lit up. "Pressed people of the Desvian Kingdom, I bring you freedom. I bring you choice. Rise up. Accept your salvation." That was Andromeda on the radio? He nodded then. Right. The broadcast satellites she'd drop around planets they raided. He wasn't used to sticking around long enough to hear anything they said. But why hadn't the Desvians knocked it out of the sky already? Then the voice changed and he heard Desvian. They must be broadcasting in English and the local language. Maybe after a while they'd give some sort of recorded English lessons or something. The female looked excited. "Andromeda! Salvation! Nobles down! People up!" She gave him a thumbs up and he forced a smile as he nodded and returned the gesture which seemed to make her happy. "Look, yes, Salvation. We are soldiers of Andromeda. But we can't stay." He tried and she looked confused. He pressed a hand to his chest and then waved out the way the enemy had come from. "Bad soldiers come soon? 3 armor, not all. No defend." He hoped she was getting the message. She seemed to think it over then and nodded. "You need Savior more town. You go! Not stay!" He nodded at that as she seemed to get the idea, but she just smiled and gave him another thumbs up. "People like." "People up!" "Noble down." Jack sighed and shrugged. "Yeah, sure." "Fuel?" He tried, and she nodded once more and waved him through a door to the side. Here was some sort of repair bay and machine shop, but it looked old by human standards. The machinery was all analog from what he could see. No mechanical arms at all. She showed him a nozzle then that was hooked up to some sort of lathe. "I measure hole. I shape. Psst, psst. Make fit. You stay while make fit. Take fuel. Take food. Then Savior more town." He nodded. "Yes. We'll stay here while you make that fit. Then I take fuel, I take food, I save more town. Save." He stressed the word and she nodded. "Save. You save more town." He nodded as she got the idea. Then she picked up a notepad and headed back outside. He followed behind her and saw her climb up the side of the tank. No problem this time. Quick learner. He climbed up as well and then opened the hatch to show her what his valve looked like, which she began to sketch. She had some sort of roll of flexible metal with little marks on it that she'd hold down next to the valve and then copy the marks onto her paper. Old-school measuring tape, he figured. "Boss, what's going on outside?" He heard Hans ask over comms and he climbed back into the tank for some privacy. "They're shaving the nobles as far as I can tell. We're sparking some sort of revolt. I still don't know why they took the kids, but I'm guessing we'll find out before we go. The mechanic chick is making a nozzle for our fuel valve so we can get more hydrogen gas, and she promised more food too. Then we need to get out before anyone else comes looking." "How do some of them know English?" Cindy asked. "The propaganda satellites are still up. The Xenos haven't knocked them out of the sky for some reason. They're broadcasting messages about revolution in English and the local language. I'm assuming they're learning from it somehow." "That's great news," Cindy exclaimed, and he looked back at her as she explained. "Those satellites are set up to take distress calls and bounce them to the fleet. If we can find some way to get a message to one, we can call for help." "But they've got to be working on destroying them," Jack mentioned. "They wouldn't want them up there any longer than it takes to find them and destroy them, right?" he asked. "They use cans for their military rations." "Have you seen them use any computers?" "I don't think they've got the tech for that sort of stuff. I don't know how they're operating in space, but I think they don't have satellites. And after the orbital battle, I'll bet the sky is full of junk and debris, so who knows if they'll ever find them anyway. Do you have a better suggestion?" Jack quietly thought it over. "No, I don't." "All right then. I guess we have a new plan. We Savior more town. Noble down, people up." He copied the girl's broken English for a moment and saw Cindy's confused look. "We play along with all this. We help the people revolt and we get help along the way. Somewhere some town has to have a radio transmitter that can reach space, right?" Cindy nodded at that and grinned. "Fuck, I always wanted to be a liberating war hero," Hans chimed in. They get all kinds of pussy, Jack sighed. As soon as I can, I'm learning the Decivon words for beware this itchy asshole so I can make damn sure you don't get laid and catch xenocrabs. Aw, come on. It's in the interest of human Desvian relations. Yeah, that's why I'm going to make sure you don't fuck 'em up, Jack insisted with a laugh as his driver chuckled as well. He felt good now. They had a plan to escape. The trick would be surviving long enough to make it a reality. Junko glanced over at Stahl and smiled briefly. Did you enjoy your time back on your own ship? They were walking through the halls of the Retribution on their way to Andromeda's private section of the ship. It's very strange to be the captain of a ship that seems to always be operating without me, he answered with a sigh. Once the fleet splits up, I won't have to constantly come over here, but I will admit I'll miss some certain people. He smiled at Junko and she flushed a little. The officer had always been very nice to her. Truthfully, no one had been mean to her except perhaps Andromeda at times, but Stahl was especially nice. Well, I'll miss seeing you around as well. You have a very calming effect on our beloved leader. She smiled again for a moment, but the smile faded as she began to worry about what Andromeda might require of her as the campaign wore on. Then she continued as she tried to push that thought to the back of her head. I do appreciate you describing some of the Admiral's battles to Cassis. You understand the mechanics much better than I do, and it certainly helps that you were there for a number of them. Junko mentioned as she looked over at him. Stahl shrugged slowly. I'm beginning to think Andromeda simply wants me to stay here as her good luck charm, he muttered. Always having me show up for these meetings with new Xenos? I can't tell if she's trying to expose me to more creatures and broaden my horizon, or she just knows how much it annoys me to be kept from my ship, so she requests it constantly. Well, as I mentioned, I'm thankful for your presence even so. Junko knew Stahl was getting tired of constantly being called over to the ship, but she hoped he wasn't too fed up with it. Then again, considering the kind of officer he was, she'd likely never know besides an offhanded comment. Soon enough, they were walking into the museum in progress Andromeda had set up for her father. Cassis was already standing near the table waiting for them. Hello, Captain Stahl. Executive Assistant Junko, he said in English, nodding to each of them. He had been working on his pronunciation of English words over the last few days, since the prince had come out of the vault. Junko was fairly sure he was doing anything he could to stay out of Andromeda's suite. So he'd been learning all he could about Satanists, the modern ones anyway, and practicing his language skills. Hello, Captain Deveros, Stahl replied with a nod in turn. Junko noticed that Stahl was being more courteous with the Xeno than he had been before as well. Was it because Cassis was thinking of converting to Satanism? Or did Stahl just feel sorry for the Xeno whose perception of his own country was being so completely shaken? Hello, Cassis, Junko responded with a smile. She wasn't much for formal titles. I take it you didn't have too much trouble clearing your schedule to join us here. She spoke in English, curious to see if he'd catch her meaning. The Xeno seemed to think over her words for a moment. I have no schedule. He tilted his head as he looked confused before nodding. Yes, this is instance of being poked of fun. Junko was about to correct that last bit when she stopped. What should it be? She was poking fun of him? For some reason that didn't sound right to her all of a sudden. Ah, well, at least Andromeda didn't keep you from joining us, she said instead as she tried to stop thinking about how odd the phrase poking fun of someone sounded in her head all of a sudden. That was what it was, wasn't it? She is busy with the prince. And his relative of... Cassis paused and looked up at the ceiling. First cousins? He asked in Desvian. First cousins, Junko replied in English. Cassis nodded then and repeated the words several times as was his custom to try and get them to stick in his head. Wait, the white female is the prince's cousin? Stahl asked and looked over at Junko, who could only nod. In that raid on the library, one of the Desvians discovered a book that contains the names, details, and pictures of most of the Desvian high nobility. It's quite a thick book. I've been matching our prisoners to their details in the book, and I discovered their relationship. Though I'm not sure why Cassis didn't tell us beforehand. She looked at the Xeno, who sighed. The prince ordered me not to tell, he replied in English. Why not? Stahl asked, clearly confused. Cassis then looked at the human and seemed to set his jaw for a moment before looking away, not wanting to say, Ah, your prince wanted to have a go at his cousin. To our people she is— He paused then and looked at the ceiling. Very good? He struggled a bit and Junko spoke up. Beautiful might be the word you're looking for. Physically attractive? She spoke in English first. She'd heard somewhere that the more exposure to a language, the better for someone trying to learn it, even if they didn't catch every word. She is the kind of female that many would prefer to fuck over others, he replied, and both Junko and Stahl snorted a bit, as they each tried to keep from laughing. The perfectly frank way he said that just made it funny to both of them. Is that Andromeda's doing? Stahl asked quietly, and Junko nodded. She's a terrible teacher, Junko whispered back before speaking up a bit louder. So yes, they're cousins, and the prince wanted to go at her as you put it. So Andromeda's made sure to keep them apart then? Stahl asked, and Junko looked at Cassis. Well, I haven't been in recent sessions, she hesitantly said, trying to tiptoe around the situation. So, I'm unsure. Cassis looked between the two of them. What is question? He finally asked, not having followed their conversation, it seemed. Did Andromeda let the prince and his cousin? Junko started. Cassis slowly tilted his head up as he realized her question now. I do not kiss and speak. Though I now distaste my task, I am sworn to him and his privacy. Junko had to resist the urge to laugh once more as she looked at the poor, proud Xeno captain trying to maintain his honor in this situation. Well, it's really not my concern, Stahl finally admitted. It's just unusual. Any other surprises among our royal captives? He asked, and Junko nodded. Well, the prince had mentioned something about the number of brothers and sisters he has, but the book seems to be one short. I was thinking when I get the time I'd ask him about it, but each time I've been in there to try and ask, he's been busy. She blushed a little as she thought about the last time she'd walked in, and then very quickly out of Andromeda's bedroom. Cassis seemed to perk up, though, his ears twitching. Was Prince saying number of correct brothers and sisters? Or all? Junko arched a brow then, as she tried to piece what he'd said before speaking in Desvian. What do you mean by that? She asked, and Cassis replied in his native tongue. The prince has siblings that are of true royal blood shared between his parents. Then he has a number of half-brothers and sisters sired by his father but not of his mother. Junko nodded then, as she understood what the issue might be. Ah! He's saying the prince has a number of half-brothers and sisters. It seems as though promiscuity could be a family trait. When she explained that in English to Stahl, he chuckled and shook his head. I never understood why the Book of Lucifer spoke so poorly of monarchies. But now I'm beginning to understand that when your only qualification for leadership is the fact that you were born to the right parents, it starts to skew selective traits for continued power. Junko nodded in agreement before Stahl moved on, waving at the hollow table. Now then, shall we explore history once more? Yes, please. I'm interested in learning more, Cassis said, and then glanced at Junko, who nodded to indicate he'd said that perfectly. That made him smile, but he didn't wag his tail. Junko had started noting which ones did and which ones didn't do that when they were pleased. Since being introduced to Andromeda, the prince's tail had practically never stopped wagging. Stahl stepped forward now, activating the table. So, I'm going to go over the first battle of Castor. It was the opening battle of the war. The real opening battle, I mean. I wanted to show you Kantis, so you understood Suvakov's style and Andromeda's origin. But this is what's considered the first battle of the conglomerate Confederate War. As he spoke, Junko saw a map come up of the Castor system. Well, one of them. She looked to Cassis then and spoke in Desvian. Should I translate for you once more? Your English is coming along nicely, but this might get complicated. The Xeno nodded and she looked to Stahl, who then continued as she began to translate. So, let me explain a bit. This system was once seen from our homeworld Earth as part of a constellation and known as Castor. It's a rather complicated multiple star system. There are in fact 6 different stars that orbit each other, but the main show here are these 2. He pointed to the 2 large A-class stars in the center. Ah. Junko paused after she caught up with her translation, and then looked at Cassis. I'm not sure that the term for these stars works in your language. We classify stars based on size, brightness, and where they are in their life cycle. These two are larger and brighter than the star our homeworld was based around. And they each have their own dwarf. She motioned to the smaller red dwarfs that orbited each of the larger Class A's. Where is the planet that contains the Confederate capital, then? He asked and examined the map. Oh, it's not actually in this system. There's a much more stable star system one jump past it. She walked around the table to show him the way the other system was. But it was so close to this place which had been seen in the night sky of our homeworld they call it Castor Delta. But most people just call it Castor. Sorry, it's a little confusing. I found many things about humanity confusing, but this isn't that bad, Cassis replied. Explaining to him where Castor the planet is instead of the star system, Stahl asked, and Junko nodded. Well, make sure he understands this next part. He motioned the two large stars. These two stars orbit each other, or really they orbit a point in the center, I suppose. But what's important is that these two big guys have two smaller red dwarfs who hang around and in general make it exceptionally difficult for our ships to jump past. He tapped on the table and pulled away from the image of the Castor system to show Cassis the larger area. This is the actual system that the capital of Castor resides. He tapped the system one jump from the multi-star system he'd shown. I believe your ships work differently, but it's difficult for us to jump around stars, and this system specifically makes it nearly impossible. However, going through this system is the only way to easily get from Congo space to the capital. He tapped on the table again, and it showed the colored lines of the rough borders of each nation. Junko took a moment to tap on Arcturus and explain to Cassis. This is the largest conglomerate system near what used to be the border between the two nations. From here they launched most of their campaigns on the other nations in this sector of space. To get to the planet of Castor, they'd either have to go through Pollux and then here or all the way around. She showed him on the map how many more Confederate systems they'd have to get through to get around. Castor just happened to be shadowed by the much large multi-star system. Why can't they just jump there from here? He asked, and pointed at the systems on either side of Pollux. I can't fully explain it to you, but Castor has two more red dwarfs that orbit Castor roughly once every 10,000 years or so, and that messes with guidance in a much larger area than most normal systems. So any line jump that crosses this area doesn't work, and these systems are too far apart for our jump drives. She pointed to more systems along either side. So either you have to jump through all these systems and essentially go through most of the Confederacy. She showed him the other inhabited systems. Or jump here and then fly past or between these stars. She tapped on Castor once more and then motioned to Stahl. He'll explain more. Stahl nodded, then hit a button which showed indicators for the Confederate 3rd through 9th fleets that were spread out wide across their territory. Though most were in systems that bordered the conglomerate, but none were in Pollux. When the Congos declared war, we weren't honestly expecting it. There wasn't any specific event that triggered it. Since that battle I showed you last time, relations between our nations had been poor, but we weren't expecting a sudden declaration of war, which is perhaps why they struck at that time. Junko was explaining this to Cassis when he asked, You didn't keep a fleet in this system? It seems odd even if you weren't expecting an attack. We keep fleets in all key systems that join our kingdom. He tapped on Pollux, and Junko quickly translated. Stahl nodded. The 2nd Fleet is normally stationed there, but had been pulled back to Castor, the planet that is for retrofits. Pollux itself was incredibly well defended. Troops on the surface, planetary defense platforms. We figured that the system could defend itself if need be. Well, the conglomerate declared war, and promptly sent 5 fleets into the system. He tapped a button, and an arrow moved from Arcturus through minor systems and into Pollux. But they didn't engage the planet. They skimmed the system and jumped to Castor. They were going to try and run the gauntlet, so to speak, and hit the capital. If they could seize Castor, they had a chance to end the war in months. But, Cassis paused as Junko translated. You have a government with no king. Why is the capital this crucial? Can you not fight on? Ah, well. Junko tapped on several systems past Castor Delta. These were the Confederacy's core industrial planets. Virtually all military goods were made here. If they seized the capital right away, there were no defenses between it and the industrial worlds. They'd hold the core of the Confederacy and split it in half. Cassis nodded then. So this system, as it is place, is literally and figuratively the heart of the Confederacy then? Junko nodded and then added, Well, it was. Then she nodded for Stahl to continue. So, with 4 conglomerate fleets approaching the capital, Vice Admiral Suvakov was given command of everything they had in the system. This was the first, which was made up of freshly retrofitted heavies. Cruisers, battleships, battlecruisers, the very heaviest ships we had then. He also had the few ships from the 2nd that weren't in dock, and the 10th Fleet, which were light escorts that mostly saw combat on the edges of our systems. These were ships designed for fighting raiders and pirates, not opposing navies. Cassis nodded as Stahl laid out the situation for him. So, Suvakov quickly realized that he lacked any carriers or an effective screening force. Sure, he had the heaviest ships in our fleet, but the Congos had a much more balanced and effective force to bring to the battle. While Castor, the planet, had plenty of defensive platforms in orbit, the Congo fleet could bypass them and strangle the system, or wear them down as reinforcements came. So he took every ship he had, and then asked for volunteers from the Confederate merchant vessels. Due to the nature of our territory, we dealt with raiders and minor incursions for the entire history of our country, so most of our merchant vessels had weapons. Truly? You allowed civilians to arm their vessels? The Xeno was clearly surprised when Junko had translated what Stahl said. It's illegal in conglomerate space, but it was historically and culturally the norm for Confederates, she explained, and Cassis nodded before motioning for Stahl to continue. So then Vice Admiral Suvakov took what he had and jumped into Castor, the multi-star system. He tapped on the table and brought back up the system from earlier, showing the 2 large stars and the smaller red dwarfs between them. At the time of the invasion, Castor Alpha and Castor Beta weren't too far apart, astronomically, and Beta's dwarf was between the primary stars. Confederates had excellent shielding technology, mostly in thanks to this system. They had to pass by stars constantly, and since Pollux was a supergiant star as well, we needed good heat shielding constantly. This seems strange to me, Cassis mentioned. You seem to live anywhere that you possibly can, even if it is difficult. We choose systems that are comfortable. Junko snorted a bit, and translated the comment to Stahl, who also chuckled. However, neither human had any real answer to his observation. So Suvakov knew the Congos were coming and took the 1st, and elements of the 2nd and positioned them here, in between Castor Beta and its dwarf. He tapped on the map to show the fleet placement. From this location, they couldn't be picked up by Congo sensors due to the background noise of the stars themselves, and the dwarf physically shielded them from visual contact. Then he had the 10th assemble with the volunteer merchantmen and begin to pass through the gap as if in convoy. He tapped the table again, and it showed the mentioned ships passing between the much wider gap between the dwarf and the larger Castor Alpha. Of course, as I mentioned last time, this map exaggerates sizes to simplify. The gap between these stars is billions of miles or something along those lines, but the fastest way to get to the jump point to Castor Delta, the planet, is going between them. He nodded at the map. When the Congos arrived, they saw what they thought was a heavily laden military convoy. Under orders, the 10th and the merchants turned to run, making it seem like they hadn't expected any hostiles. Hoping to gain supplies and intel, the Congo admiral, a man named Vasquez, ordered his frigates forward to seize the convoy. They couldn't see the ships behind this smaller star? Cassis asked in English, and Stahl nodded. Like I said, the stars made sensors useless, and you can't see through a star very easily. Even more importantly, one of the merchants was fitted with a special comm jammer that had only recently been finished, while another wasn't a merchant vessel at all, but a covert intel ship that was listening on the Congo transmissions. The frigates surge forward and the convoy moves to get behind the star. The Congos think they're using the star as protection from the bigger, slower ships, and give chase. On the table, it showed the frigates moving forward, and Junko was a little surprised at how many there were. For some reason, when she'd been taught about this in school, they didn't make it seem like there had been so many ships involved. Either way, on the table, the conglomerate ships were moving to chase the escorts and merchants behind the dwarf, and right into the waiting Confederate capital ships. They split their fleet? Cassis asked then, obviously surprised. Stahl nodded. You have to remember a few points here. The Congos had won every war they'd been in. They had numerical superiority, and were used to having technological superiority, though that wasn't the case for this war. They were arrogant. They thought this attack would end the war as quickly as possible. The idea of poorly trained and undisciplined vessels breaking and running like this from a fight is just what they expected of Confederates. And their intelligence likely knew we only had the first fleet and elements of the second to defend Castor. He tapped another button then to show a ship breakdown, which Junko started to read with much curiosity herself. She definitely saw way more ships than she remembered from school. The 5 fleets they brought had 24 frigates, 16 light cruisers, a dozen heavy cruisers, 6 battleships, 2 battle cruisers, and the flagship, which was a dreadnought, largest ship in their navy at the time. Then in support they had a full 4 carriers and a dozen assault carriers for ground forces. Junko remembered the bit about the carriers, but she was positive they'd told her something different back in school about all the other ships. So, this against Suvakov's fleet, he continued and brought up the Confederate ships. A dozen light escorts and 10 light cruisers made up the 10th Fleet. We had 3 heavy cruisers and an older battle cruiser from the 2nd, and then the 1st, which was full of either newly built or newly refitted ships. 8 heavy cruisers, 6 battleships, 4 battle cruisers, and our own dreadnought, which was smaller than the conglomerate flagship, but newer, so they were evenly classed. "What of the merchants?" Cassus asked in English, and Junko glanced at Stahl, who actually smiled. "Ah, you haven't forgotten. There were a dozen of them," Stahl mentioned before Cassus frowned at that. "So, then your fleet was not so badly outnumbered as you made it seem. This is 61 ships against 57, is it not?" He waved at the table. "I think you're forgetting their carriers." Stahl tapped on the conglomerate vessels. "So 65 against 57, Cassus shrugged. "I wouldn't just shrug off carriers. Each one holds 6 dozen strike craft. That's 288 more vessels to deal with. And these frigates are much larger than the light escorts I mentioned." He tapped on the table to compare the vessels. Junko studied it as well and noticed the light escorts were indeed quite a bit smaller. They had crews of 400 men while the frigates carried 1,500 each. "So these escorts are more like corvettes. Perhaps your light cruisers are more like our destroyers then," Cassus mentioned before Stahl tapped on the table once more to bring up a comparison between the Confederate and conglomerate light cruisers. When Junko noticed they were each crewed by around 8,000 people, she spoke up. "I have a question. Why does it take so many people to crew these things?" Both officers looked at her and she suddenly felt a little out of place, but continued. "I mean, those light cruisers are just shy of a kilometer long, I know, but it still seems like a lot of people. Like, a lot. Every system in the ship needs people to maintain it, and you need shifts of people to make sure someone is always doing the job. You need cooks to feed the people doing maintenance. You need gunners, you need communications personnel, you need a lot of people to maintain ships like this. The merchants have considerably less crew for their size, but that's because they aren't military. All our ships need to be working at full capacity as much as possible, because you never know when you're going to be attacked. Any of these ships could be crewed by a third of the crew and function, but not well. It should also be noted that these systems are made more cumbersome by necessity of their simplicity," Stahl mentioned, though Junko arched an eyebrow at that last part. "Could you explain?" she asked. "What I mean is, we didn't crew our ships entirely with college graduates who understood starship engineering or energy systems or anything like that. These are sailors, high school graduates mostly. So the ships have to be designed by experts and then maintained by not exerts. Often these make the systems more cumbersome but simpler. So more people but less skilled labor," he shrugged. Junko nodded then, but wondered why more wasn't done to automate things. Then again, isn't that what the conglomerate had started to do? And why Andromeda had ejected all those sailors into the void? She shuddered. "Please continue," she finally mentioned, and Stahl shrugged. "From here on out, the battle is actually surprisingly straightforward. The escorts and merchants pull around the dwarf and the frigates give chase. The merchants are built with their weapons and shields focused in the back, since they're mostly running rather than charging into a fight, which actually worked to our favor here. They were able to strike at the approaching frigates, who needed to close the distance to knock out their engines to seize what goods they had and drew them into the ambush. Once the majority of frigates were out of sight of the rest of the conglomerate fleet, the signal jammer was activated and the ambush began. On the table, she saw the frigates rush forward around the dwarf just like he'd mentioned and fall straight into the trap. The Confederate capital ships laid into the smaller, less defended vessels and tore them apart. While this was happening, I mentioned one of the merchants was a secret intelligence ship earlier. They picked up the signals the frigates were trying to send out and copied one to send to the conglomerate fleet, claiming that the fight was going well, but resistance was stronger than anticipated, and they wanted backup. Junko finished translating that part for Cassis and then spoke up. How did they copy it so quickly? Wouldn't it have been encrypted? Ah yes, but Confederate intelligence was exceptional. Aside from the fact that they completely missed the conglomerate's intent to invade us so soon. They were thinking it wouldn't be for several more years, so they had most of the Congo naval codes already broken. They just needed to know which set these fleets were using. Junko nodded and translated that stuff for Cassis before Stahl went on. So this is one of the important parts of what would happen. Vasquez sent his remaining cruisers, both light and heavy, and his battleships to assist, but he held his dreadnought, battlecruisers, and carriers back. He was worried that the desperate Confederates might try and ram his most important ships. He also didn't deploy the fighters and bombers from the carriers, since he felt it was a waste of time to fit them with the special shielding they'd need to operate so close to stars. At this point in the battle, our fleet had taken light losses, half the escorts and 5 of the cruisers in exchange for their entire complement of frigates. "Where were you?" Cassis suddenly asked, and Stahl arched a brow. "You were officer in this, yes?" the Xeno asked, and then Stahl nodded, tapping a light cruiser, the CSS Ranger. "I had just been made a provisional captain only 2 weeks before this all happened." Speaking of, Suvakov was only vice admiral? Why would they not give this fleet to an admiral? Cassis then asked. Because the admiral who would normally control this fleet had just retired. Suvakov was on Castor to be evaluated for position of admiral and was the only officer good enough to manage this defense who was already in the system, so he was given command and sent off. They'd make him a full admiral after the battle. He nodded and then tapped the map once more. As the heavier Congo ships approached, the merchants did break and run, having no interest in getting tangled up in that fight. Junko saw the indicators on the map running from the battle while the rest of the Confederate fleet engaged the new targets rounding the dwarf. The map got confusing as these forces engaged, and she noticed that there wasn't much positioning but simply ships hitting each other with everything they had. But the rest of the conglomerate ships, the dreadnought, battlecruisers, carriers, and landing craft, all continued on their route, which was taking them closer to the dwarf. This part of the battle went on for about 2 hours. He was quiet after mentioning that, and Junko watched the indicators on the table flash from solid to gray as ship after ship was lost. She couldn't imagine the sort of battle this must have been like if what she was watching was really 2 hours worth of battle. All those people. In the end, we lost all the escorts, half our heavy cruisers, and mine was the only light cruiser still operational. But we didn't lose anything heavier. My ship and the 2 most badly damaged but still functional heavy cruisers were tasked with search and rescue of the remains of the battle. We saved Congos and Confederates that day. Junko looked at Stahl as he said that, and she noticed the sadness in his eyes. She was positive he must have lost friends that day. But he took a breath and continued. Taking the rest of the fleet, Suvakov rounded the dwarf and approached Vasquez's flagship. Realizing he'd been played, Vasquez ordered the carriers and landing craft to retreat, while he positioned his ship and the battle cruisers between the approaching Confederates and the now retreating carriers. He understood he wasn't getting out of this one, considering that now he was significantly outnumbered. Junko nodded, as she expected Stahl to mention Vasquez's last stand. Realizing that the carriers were already too far to be caught by his heavier, slower ships, Suvakov offered Vasquez terms to surrender. His ships would be seized, but only after the carriers had made their jump to Pollux. Junko leaned back at that, not even translating. But he refused and fought to the last right? She'd never heard about the surrender option, but Stahl looked confused. What? No. He took the deal. Once the carriers jumped, he struck his colors and surrendered his ships. By this point, Suvakov had become better known for his honor. He never apologized for Contis, but he never struck a surrendered ship again. The ships were seized and would go on to be refitted and renamed before used in our navy later in the war. Some of the crew joined us while the rest remained in military prisons until the end of the war. "That's not what I was taught at all," Junko exclaimed, now surprised. "You're not making this up to look better?" she asked, and Stahl laughed. Junko, we lost the war. I now serve a bloodthirsty pirate who is your boss. I have no need to try to make a battle long over look better for the Confederacy. Vasquez surrendered. But with his carriers safe, Suvakov had to delay his counterattack and wait for Confederate carriers to join him in Pollux. After that, our fleets all across the border systems invaded conglomerate space. We took serious ground in those first few years, but never enough to get the Congos to surrender, and in the end we were worn down by a battle of attrition. Vasquez died of a heart attack shortly before the end of the war, but he didn't sacrifice his last ships that day. Stahl seemed very honest, and Junko couldn't imagine a reason for him to lie about this. It's just, that's not what they taught me at all, she said. Who taught you what? Junko turned, then surprised to hear Andromeda behind her. But sure enough, the red-headed pirate was right behind her with the prince by her side. He was wearing a now much cleaner uniform than when they'd found him, and was much better groomed. He looked quite happy with himself at the moment. In school during the war, we were told that Vasquez in the First Battle of Castor had a heroic last stand that kept the Confederate ships from chasing the carriers, and likely saved the conglomerate from greater losses early in the war. They also made it seem like you had a lot more ships than you apparently did. Andromeda laughed at that. Fucking propaganda. I bet if Vasquez had survived the war, he wouldn't have made it home. He'd have complicated their little story. No, he handled that battle terribly. Hell, if he had run instead of waited for my father's ships to bear down on him, he'd have escaped with the carriers. But he waited, probably thinking he'd make a last stand like you said, but my father knew he couldn't catch those carriers anyway, so he offered him surrender terms and didn't lose any more of his own ships. Maybe the war I was taught is inaccurate in other ways, Junko mentioned as she looked back at the table. To be fair, we lied about a few things here and there ourselves, Andromeda mentioned. Like what? Stahl asked, sounding a bit hurt by the accusation. Like the Battle of the Zavari Traverse, Andromeda mentioned, and Stahl frowned. What did we make up about that? Granted, I wasn't there, but I'm not sure what we lied about. Junko looked to Andromeda as Stahl spoke again, now even more curious. Well, let's see what time it is. Andromeda looked at her wrist, which made Junko sigh because the pirate didn't have a watch on her power armor wrist, but instead did that when she wanted Junko to check. So she glanced at her tablet. It's 15:30 ship time, she answered. Well, I'll explain as we walk. Come on, everyone, to the bridge! She waved them all out of the museum, and as they left, Junko saw the lifeguard fall into place around them. We'll be jumping soon into a neutral system where the Germo have set up a fuel trade for us with the locals. Anyway, without that holotable, I can explain the battle to you really easily. Without the holotable and proper context, he'll lack the full scope of the battle, Stahl protested, but Andromeda just waved a hand dismissively. He doesn't need much context for what I've got to say about it. Have you been following along? She looked back at Cassis. I've missed things since Executive Assistant Junko stopped translating. He replied, and Junko realized that she'd totally forgotten. Oh, let me get you caught up. She quickly filled him in on what she'd learned about the end of that battle, which was different from what she'd been taught. Before she could go into more detail about the war, Andromeda cut back in, now speaking Desvian. So, years down the line, we'd started to lose our recently acquired territory as the conglomerate got their war machine up to speed. They'd gone through several major admirals, all who lost time and again to Suvakov and got replaced. They had a very long string of just terrible commanders who didn't know how to handle the war. Anyway, in a system called the Zavari Traverse, they set up an ambush. There were a bunch of asteroid fields in the system, and they hid ships in them while my father brought his fleet into the edge of the system. Then they made it look like some wounded carriers were passing by the asteroid fields, trying to get back to safe territory. They wanted to draw him into the asteroid fields where they had a much larger fleet waiting. Well, he didn't go for it. So far, what Andromeda had said sounded exactly like what she'd been taught, and they were soon piling into the large lift that would take them up to the bridge as her boss went on. So then they tried some convoy vessels and supply ships, sort of dangling them right in front of my father's fleet, but once more he didn't budge. Then they finally get tired of waiting and advance out of the asteroid fields to attack my father's fleet head-on. Across open space, Confederate gunners had much more experience and began to open up on them. But to seal the deal, another Confederate fleet jumped into the system and crushed the Congos in between them. It was a huge disaster for the Congos and delayed their counterattack by at least a year. "So what's the lie?" Cassis asked. Well, afterwards, everyone said he was a genius for seeing through the trap and not falling for it, and waiting for the friendly fleet to arrive. But in truth, he told his fleet to hold position because he wasn't ready for a battle at the start. He had the runs. She laughed then and could see Cassis and the prince look confused. Diarrhea. Gut-wrenching ass explosions that made him feel like he was shitting fire. Cassis and Junko both grimaced and looked disgusted, but the prince just laughed. Oh, how wonderful she is. The language she uses so freely. Why couldn't I meet a human baroness sooner? Cassis, I think she'd make a fine queen. Don't you? The prince jabbed Cassis in the ribs with his elbow, and Junko noticed the older Zeno scowl for a moment, before his face went totally blank and neutral, and she heard more of an accent from him than she had since his capture. Yes, sir, your royal highness. A great queen, sir. What was that about? So yeah, the history books say he didn't fall for the trap because he was such a great commander. But in reality, he was in the bathroom busy emptying everything in his guts. He had only just gotten it under control when they attacked, and our friendly fleet had no idea the Congos were there. It was just a happy accident. Andromeda laughed once more and Stahl spoke up. Since I don't know Zeno talk, what did she say we lied about? Junko looked over her shoulder at the officer. She said he didn't fall for the Congo trap in the Traverse because he had the runs and was indisposed. She decided not to directly translate Andromeda's words. Ah, I never knew that, he said and nodded. Well, that's hardly the same sort of lie. What were you taught about that battle? Just what it seems happened, except for the diarrhea part. We just thought he was too smart to fall for the trap. She also mentioned how many fleet admirals we went through, which, now that I think about it, we did constantly. But after that very first battle, Suvakov was given command of the Confederate Navy, and he held that position until the end, didn't he? Almost, Stahl corrected. Andromeda was acting commander for the Second Battle of Castor at the very end of the war. The official war, at any rate. Junko nodded at that. How could she have forgotten the infamous Second Battle of Castor? Soon they were departing the elevator and walking out through the halls to the bridge. Junko began to wonder what else she'd been lied to about in school. She supposed that the bit about the last stand didn't really change anything since the ships and crew were still lost. But it did mean that the Confederacy had 2 more battlecruisers and a dreadnought for the early part of the war. That entire invasion seemed so poorly planned. If they were invading a system, why just send 5 fleets like that? And why smaller fleets? Now she had all sorts of questions to try and answer. Once they were out on the bridge, she looked at the large screen up front. She looked at the holes and gashes along the Retribution's hull, the damage this beast had taken during that Second Battle of Castor. She wondered why Andromeda never spoke about it. She was pulled out of her musings, however, when Cassis stepped up next to her away from the others and spoke quietly. Have you had a chance to talk to the nobles? Get some information about their studies? Yes. I interviewed them to make sure they matched their descriptions in the book I have. It seems like, she bit her lower lip then as she looked into the eyes of the Zeno. Is it that bad? He finally asked. Well, it's not great. None of them seemed to have any sort of leadership training. Plus, while they knew basic math, that seemed to be the extent of their math studies, though they're apparently well-versed in poetry and literature. She tried to cheer him up a bit. Their cultural studies really sound in depth, and maybe this is just the group that liked to hang out with the prince, so maybe it's not that bad. And your niece? Oh, she's very bright. She knew way more than anyone else, and she's very nice, and to be honest, totally out of place among the others. I appreciate that. But he glanced back at the prince who was next to Andromeda, laughing about something. In the days since he came out of the vault, I have had increasingly less interest in being ruled by that man someday. Well, I think Andromeda would be happy to hear that. Though, I don't know what it will mean for our efforts here. She was thinking about what to say next when Andromeda spoke up. All right! We're jumping, everyone. This will be our first contact with a new species that's supposed to be neutral and friendly, and they're offering us fuel at a decent price, so be on your best behavior. Junko had been in the room with Andromeda, Yonatan the Germo, and Avi when they'd negotiated the deal. For some reason, the Germo had done it with themselves as the middlemen, but weren't charging anything for the service. Avi didn't trust them still, but Junko just thought they wanted to make sure Andromeda used them as her go-betweens. She looked forward once more and the empty space was replaced. She could see a star in the distance, and much closer were a number of ships that looked like fat freighters and the like. All right, that should be them. Bring them up on the screen, Andromeda mentioned. Junko looked up as the new Xenos were brought into focus for all of a second before gasping and looking at her feet. Oh my God! She gasped out, and she could hear gasps all around. But Andromeda wasn't content with a gasp. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Its face is upside down, and it's got pustules on its throat or something, and fucking sphincters on its face? What the shit is that? Oh, Lucifer, it's disgusting. Someone kill it with fire! That's when Junko heard the Xeno quickly speak up. Well, wait. Please, no, don't. You are transmitting. We can hear you. Yeah, I'm aware of that, Andromeda stated, and Junko carefully focused on her boss, not wanting to look at the screen again. You're the ugliest thing I've ever seen. I don't even want to share this galaxy with you. Fuck! Oh, what the hell is that appendage? Where did that come from? And what's that? Damn it, bring the weapons online already. Wait! It screeched out once more, and then said something quickly in its own language, which to Junko sounded like something was simultaneously throwing up and hacking phlegm. A sound so gross it almost made her throw up as she looked at the ground and closed her eyes, trying to clear the Xeno from her memory. There. The transmission is off. You don't see me? Just hear me. So hear me out. We'll give you all the fuel you wanted for free. No charge. Sign of goodwill between our people. Don't kill us. Junko slowly looked up, and then relaxed as she saw the screen was indeed black. Andromeda was quiet for a moment before speaking up. I'll pay you half what we agreed upon because I want you to take the money and use it to make masks. Or better yet, whole suits where we don't have to see you the next time any human does business with your people. Is that understood? Yes. Yes! We accept, the Xeno desperately agreed. And you'll move away from your airlocks, so when our crew boards your ship, they won't see any of you. Got it? She added. Yes, of course. Well, we're sorry our appearance has so offended you, mighty pirate baroness. We are grateful for your mercy. Junko realized this wasn't a good start to relations between their people, but that was the single most disgusting creature she had ever seen. And from what Andromeda said, it seemed like she hadn't even seen the worst of it. Well, then get to work. She made a throat-cutting gesture with her hand, and the transmission was ended. Junko, get some work teams assembled to head over to their ships. Make sure they're fitted with full hazmat suits and thermal imaging. I don't want them using regular vision around those Xenos if they see them. No one deserves to see that. Shit, who knew evolution could be so fucked up? She looked at Cassis then and switched to Desvian. I'm guessing the architects didn't design those? No. But I'm glad I haven't eaten recently, Cassis admitted. Normally I'd feel such heavy-handed threats were in poor taste, but for once I can't agree more with your command. They never show their faces again. I second that, Junko muttered and began tapping on her tablet to assemble the crews as instructed. She just hoped the crew didn't slaughter the Xenos in horror if they did show up. If she were on an unknown vessel and one of those things popped out, she was fairly sure she'd kill it however possible herself. Though she now wondered how lucky they were to have not met a species like this until now. If every other species looked like that, she was fairly sure humanity would have tried band together to purge the galaxy of life centuries ago. Flight Captain Sula Morgan, unknown system. Sula watched the convoy slowly make its way through the asteroid belt and briefly wondered if she had ever looked this sloppy. She had the squadron's channel open and could hear them bickering even now. Rosa and Parsky were out front arguing about who was taking point, drawing them further from the lead freighter. Nina and Tina were at the back talking about the rest of the squadron not paying attention to their surroundings. Most of the others were somewhere in the middle arguing about who was element lead, where they should be positioned, and all manner of other things. She was going to have to work hard to get them into better habits right away, but this was just about getting a sense of their abilities. From her position, she could easily see the layout of the convoy and the fighters around them. Besides their bickering, they weren't arranged in any sort of good cover position, and the freighters were woefully underprotected. Of course, right now the freighters didn't need to be protected. It was more about the layout of the fighters themselves, and they were all belly down to her. Not one of them had thought to change their plane orientation. At least Gareth had diverted his sensor power to focus the range beneath him, but even then he had it swept forward. Not to mention whenever in an asteroid field that the rocks, though scattered, could still provide decent shielding from sensor readings. Well, there was no point in waiting to see if they worked things out further down the line. She triggered the attack and watched as fighters detached from the asteroids on either side of the convoy and began to sweep in. The fighters were stags. They were old even at the beginning of the war, while her squadron was in Corsairs. Theoretically, 12 stags against 12 Corsairs should be an easy matchup. But she didn't have any faith in her kids, her trainees. Don't think of them as children. You're expecting them to kill, she reminded herself. Either way, she watched them split up and scatter as the stags closed in. Half raced out to meet them, while the other half stayed near the convoy. Sula groaned and shook her head as she watched them devolve into single fighters without pairs. They didn't even attempt to get into elements, and half were calling for the other half to be their subordinate wing. Except Gareth. He didn't even talk, he just flew at the stags without telling the others his plan, whatever it was. Tina and Nina stayed together. At least 2 of her 12 had some idea of what to do, but they kept near the rear of the convoy, protecting it from no one. They seemed hesitant to join the others. Well, Sula would bring the fight to them then. Angling her Phoenix towards them, she punched her engines and felt the straps drag her back into the seat. They hadn't spotted her yet, it seemed, or they were focused on the stags now engaging the others. Sula queued up 2 Sparrow missiles set to target of opportunity as she approached, leaving her gun quiet. Just before she reached the 2 Corsairs still belly-facing her, she launched them and twisted her Phoenix to slip between the 2 fighters just before the missiles hit and detonated with them. 2 pilots down. Arcing up over the convoy, she swept down at an angle towards the middle. She could hear them in her ear, some angry, some fearful, all of them confused. Except Gareth, that kid, still hadn't said a word. The 4 still near the freighter split then, 2 heading up towards her, 2 splitting away to try and join the others fighting the stags. Hito and Gabriella were heading up towards her, both firing their cannons wildly before bothering to get a solid firing line. Sula just sighed and spun her Phoenix, feeling the force tilt her to the side as she launched her 2 Hydras. With the cannons firing wildly, they likely didn't see the missiles, and obviously weren't paying attention to their computers as the multiple warheads detonated in their faces, shredding the Corsairs. Sula was already diving down harder to get in behind Rebecca. The Corsair bucked and twisted, but Sula's Phoenix could fly circles around the older fighter if need be. She locked onto the fighter and launched a Sparrow, but tilted up and fired off her guns just after. Her 320mm Gatling guns spewing out bullets into the void, lacking any tracer rounds, and the high-pitched whir she could hear wouldn't carry across the void. Just like she thought, the pilot launched chaff and pulled up to avoid the missile, only to slam into the hail of bullets and get torn apart. She looked over at her console as she sighed, checking to see how many were left. Then she frowned as she saw both Rosa and Parsky were already dead. 7 dead already compared with just 4 stags. She growled a little and gripped her stick harder as she twisted her Phoenix up to climb above the general plane of the combat. Just as she did, her computer flashed a missile warning at her. Finally, she stopped her climb and instead popped chaff as she then dove back down, arcing away from the cloud of chaff behind her as the missiles detonated harmlessly. Kim was firing at her while Sula dove down, but she had little trouble turning her Phoenix out the stream of cannon fire, as Kim had only been firing straight along Sula's path. She'd need to remind them to sway a bit to create a fan of cannon fire that was harder to dodge. But for now, she fired off 2 more Sparrows and watched Kim try to turn and run. But she wasn't nearly fast enough to avoid the 2 missiles that came in. Even as she deployed chaff, they detonated too close to her Corsair, sending it spinning into the side of one of the freighters. 8 dead now. Just as she thought about that, her console flashed red over Fritz and Cortez. Sula sighed as she looked to see who was left. Gareth and Pack, plus 6 of the stags. 6? She shook her head once more and looked at the radar display in the corner of her vision for any kind of sighting on the others. Pack was chasing a stag, but another stag was chasing her. Sula veered away from the convoy to head out towards the fighter chain happening further out in the asteroids. With her speed, she had little trouble closing in on the string, and as she watched, Pak finally got a lock on the stag, launching her 2 sparrows to finish it off. As Sula closed in, however, the stag chasing Pak split off, giving her a clear line at the Corsair. Sula began to open up with her guns when she saw a blip on the radar in the corner of her vision. Gareth was above her, and she saw the flash of a missile just above her as she closed in on Pak. But she didn't have a missile lock on her. She quickly dove down away from Pak just as the missiles slammed into her, detonating the Corsair. Sula saw warning lights as debris from the exploded fighter collided with her Phoenix, and Gareth was already diving towards her. Reaching out, she quickly diverted power to engines and away from everything but her guns. She knew Gareth would be right behind her and didn't need radar for that. She saw the gold arc of tracers pass her just as she juked down, and then left and started to bank hard right immediately after. She couldn't see any more tracers now, but knew Gareth would be right behind her, trying to turn in on her and get a shot. But the Phoenix was far more agile than the Corsair, and she just kept turning, ignoring the feel of the straps tugging her into the seat as she turned tighter and tighter, just before reaching out and venting oxygen to spin her fighter around. Gareth's Corsair hung right before her. Clearly he didn't know that trick as she yanked on the trigger and her 320mm Gatling guns opened up, tearing the Corsair to pieces after a few seconds. Sula then sighed and looked over at her console. They were all dead and just 7 stags with them. The only damage the freighters had taken was Kim's fighter slamming into one. Shaking her head, she popped off her seat straps, then reaching up she popped the lock on the cockpit and pushed on it to make the automated system open faster. As the cockpit opened, the void and battle was replaced with bright lights, and she hopped out of the simulator. She stood in her office looking out over the dozen simulators in the room beyond, the one-way glass shielding her from the view of all her dead trainees. They were getting out of their own simulators now, arguing and bickering immediately. Sula just shook her head, and then opened the door, stepping out onto balcony overlooking the training room. "Hey! Hey!" she had to call out to get their attention. The kids stopped their fighting to look at her. Only half of them saluted. Sula crossed her arms then and stared at the others who had yet to salute until one by one they lifted a hand to their head. Most of the ground forces and Navy grunts did the fist to their heart, but the pilots still did the old-fashioned style. She noticed Gareth was the last to begrudgingly salute her. "At ease," Sula finally said, and they dropped their hands, some quicker than others. "Someday soon I hope to not need to enforce the rules about saluting an officer who enters the room, but that will require better behavior on all of your parts." She glanced around the room and uncrossed her arms, leaning forward to set her palms on the railing of the balcony. "But today is not that day. You were incredibly sloppy in there, and it's not like this was the first run of the day." "You didn't assign—" Hito started, but Sula chopped a hand through the air. "Shut the fuck up! I didn't give you permission to talk!" The young man— Fuck, the teenager shut up after she snapped at him. "I didn't assign elements or leads." "That's correct. One of the things this simulation was about was seeing how you all reacted to being put on even footing with one another. The answer very clearly is not fucking well. Tina and Nina were the only 2 who actually grouped up. But then they didn't move to help anyone. They just hung back, ignored their radar, and died almost immediately. On my own, I was able to kill most of you. Without taking any direct damage from any of you," she hissed out, upset with their performance. "I hit you, and I got 3 kills, Gareth then protested before Sula pointed at him. "You didn't hit me! You killed a fucking friendly in the attempts of catching me in the blast, unaware since you locked onto her and not me. What the fuck were you thinking? If you ever dare pull a dumbass stunt like that again, you're out. I don't care how bad we might need pilots. There is absolutely no place in this fleet for a glory hog jackass who thinks it's okay to kill friendlies in order to kill the enemy." Sula took a deep breath then. Which brings up another point. You're all too focused on taking charge. You've got movies in your head, or worse yet, games, and think it's okay to die so long as you have a positive KD ratio. What I'm training you for isn't a game. It's not a simulation. One day you'll be out in the void in a real battle and death is final. I'm not trying to train you how to get the most kills. I want to train you all how to fucking survive. Speaking of all of you had 2 sparrows to use at the beginning of the simulation, what the fuck were you all waiting for? 2 sparrows each against 12 stags. You could all fire twice and get most of them. Why didn't you? There was silence as no one wanted to answer or even look up at her right now, so she pointed. Gabriella, you just fired your cannons at me. No missiles. Why? I was saving them. Sula blinked and waved at that. For what? Was there anything in the intel saying that bigger targets were coming? Mention of bombers or anything? She looked around for a moment and no one added anything. You have missiles to use them. Aren't they expensive, Tina? One of the twins asked as Sula just scoffed. What do you think is more expensive? A missile or a fighter and its pilot? They got quiet again. Did any of you even think about the mission brief? Did you pay any attention at all? I'll answer that for you. No. It was a convoy run in pirate territory. You need to think about your opponent. Pirates don't have bombers! Aren't we supposed to be the... Parsky started to say, before Sula cut him off. Shut the fuck up. This is about training. I don't want some smart-ass comment about us being the pirates. Which brings me to my next point. Why did you and Rosa kill each other? Both of them started at the same time, each blaming the other, saying they got in the other's way of a shot. They collided and then hit an asteroid. Sula began waving her hands to get them to stop. Shut up. This is what I'm talking about. You're all obsessed with glory. This isn't about kills. It's about survival. If someone tells you they have a shot on a target, drop back and cover them. But you didn't assign... Hito started yet again, but Sula glared at him and he stopped talking. That's part of the point. You all need to learn when to take lead and when to drop back. Remember how this is a simulation about protecting a convoy from pirates? Pirates don't want the freighters to explode. That's their meal ticket. You need to think about that. Why? Because if you stay in close to the freighters, they can help provide covering fire. And this isn't a 2D space. I came from below and all of you missed me until it was too late. If you're all arranged the same, then that means you've got a giant fucking blind spot. We're not in gravity. Climbing and diving are just about going towards or away from wherever the plane of the battle is currently. And that changes. Rotate your craft so your sensors can provide a bubble. None of you are anywhere close to being ready for atmospheric flights, so don't even think about that. There's no up or down. Not really. It's just your orientation to a particular axis. Sula took another deep breath after that spiel and then sighed. 50 push-ups and 20 laps, then another simulation. There was groaning, and then she saw Gareth mutter and cross his arms. As the others began to drop down to do their push-ups, he wasn't. Gareth, may I remind you that I am your commanding officer. This isn't a boarding party. We are not rabble. This is a fighter squadron, and as such we conduct ourselves as a military organization. I have the authority to dish out any punishment I see fit, up to and including immediate execution for failure to obey a direct command. I don't really want to kill you for not doing your fucking push-ups, but do not forget that I have been given direct and complete control over your very life. Now drop and give me 100 followed by 30 laps. The trainee glared at her, mouth set, and she slowly let her hand fall to the gun on her hip before he finally dropped down and started to do push-ups. She knew some of them would be stubborn, but Lucifer was he as pig-headed a man as she had ever met. She was going to need to beat some sense into him somehow. The problem was he was better than the others. He knew it, and she knew it. But he seemed to think that made it okay for him to be a lone wolf glory hound. She shook her head as she mixed her phrases like that. End result, if she didn't straighten him out, people would die because of his arrogance. Good people. Don't forget, if you all keep up this sort of behavior, I'll bring a drill sergeant in. And then I promise none of you will misbehave. She began to pace along the balcony after threatening them with a drill sergeant. She watched the recruits do their push-ups before some of the faster ones got up to start running around the room. This was a hell of a way to be made captain. She just hoped she could keep them alive long enough to relish being their leader. She walked back into her office then and closed the door. With the mirrored glass, they'd have no idea if she were watching them or not. But she'd check the recordings to make sure everyone did their laps. For now, she rubbed her eyes and then started a call to Fry. Fry here. Oh, Sula. I mean Captain Sula. How goes the training? Sula always felt slightly annoyed by how bright and cheerful the engineer was, though she tried to get past it. Why should she be upset someone else was happy? Terribly. It's going to be months before they're ready, but I get the feeling they'll be deployed long before I'm confident in them, and they'll just all die messy, pointless deaths. The woman on the screen blinked at that. Well, maybe you'll like to hear that we think we've got the stability issues on your fighter fixed. She smiled wide at that, but Sula reserved her judgment. They'd told her it had been fixed before, too. And the other zombies? Are they going to be operational by the end of the month? I'd like to see how they each handle so I can know which recruit to assign to which zombie. Sula smirked just a little as Fry frowned. Now I wish everyone would stop calling them that. It's worse than calling them junkers. We've all been working really hard on these, you know. Fighters need name designations, Fry. You said no to Junker and Frankenstein's monster is way too long. Sula crossed her arms and shrugged. Well, why not call them angels? Fry tried as she perked up a bit. Fry, aren't you a Satanist like most of the crew? Sula watched the woman frown and rub her chin. Oh, right. Well, what about calling them fallen angels then? She tried and Sula just shook her head slowly. No? Too long also? Well, just not zombies. That sounds unpleasant. Sula kept staring at her as the engineer began to squirm. Just come try out the fighter! Sula shrugged and glanced out the window as most of the recruits were doing laps now. Gareth was just getting up to start his own. Give me 10 minutes to get them started on the next simulator and then I'll head over. Okay. See you soon? Sula rolled her eyes as the engineer ended the call like that. She sounded like Sula was coming over to watch movies and talk about boys. Maybe that's what bothered Sula. The woman was at least 15 years her senior, but acted like they were high school friends. Sula shook her head and sat down then as she looked at the monitor, rewinding the footage from the testing room to make sure everyone did the correct number of push-ups. They had even Gareth. As she watched them now continue to run laps around the large room, she wondered if she really could keep them all alive, at least for a while. Tina and Nina were an obvious element, though she had yet to figure out which sister would make the better lead. Rosa and Parsky were going to be butting heads until they finally fucked. She pegged Rosa as lead for now, but she'd see how that shook out after they realized why they both got agitated by the other so easily. Kids, she shook her head a moment. Pac was one of her better pilots, but she had no confidence, and Gareth had too much. She might make Pac the lead, force her to deal with Gareth and make Gareth submit, teach him to be humble and her to be confident at the same time. Or he could totally run over her decisions and get them both killed. Sula cursed quietly. Had it been like this for her superiors when she was in the academy before the end of the war? Did they watch their students with a wary caution, knowing they'd be sending young pilots very quickly to their deaths? She leaned forward on her desk and rubbed her face with a hand. Between this and trying to get someone, anyone, to look for Jack, she had more than just a little craving to get completely shit-faced. But that wouldn't actually solve anything, and she couldn't afford to get careless. So she took a breath and thought about more of her students. Tio and Gabriella were too quick for their own good. She'd pair Hito with Fritz and Gabriella with Kim and hope that they worked to even each other out. Who did that leave? Rebecca and Cortez. Neither one really impressed her, but they weren't particularly flawed. She'd pair them up a few times and see how they performed. How long before they were all dead? Sula scowled as that thought came to her mind, and she got up trying to push the thought from her head as she brought up the simulation lists and began to scan them for something that would give her ample time to go test run the Junker, or Zombie, or whatever they were going to call Fry's abominations. That wasn't bad. Abomination. That might work. She focused on the simulation list again, and then nodded as she picked one out. The bombing of Nirla. It would test their endurance and give them varied environments. She'd have 2 hours minimum once the simulation began. Queuing up the program, she pressed a button to turn on the microphone in her office. Once you're done with your laps, take a 5-minute break and then get in your pods for the next run. I won't be telling you what it is, so pay attention to the fucking briefing! She stressed, and then turned the mic back off. She turned then and headed out the door, confident they'd obey her since she'd busted them several times before by checking the recordings. As she opened the door, though, she took a surprised step back, looking at an equally startled Jasmine Nishizawa, who had been about to knock. They both let out a nervous chuckle at the odd situation, and then Sula waved her in. Come on in, Colonel. Please just call me Jasmine. The other pilot smiled and stepped into the office. She licked her lips as she looked around the fairly bare office and didn't say anything for a moment. Sula looked her over. Rather than a normal uniform, the other pilot was still in a regular flight suit. She didn't even have rank tabs on it. But she was wearing her Confederate cross around her neck with the Crimson Star cluster at the center. the highest award the now-defunct nation could bestow. Sula wondered why the woman was here. She knew of her, of course. Who didn't know the Ace of Aces? But they'd only rarely interacted, and never on a social level. Sula kept waiting, but the other woman just seemed to look around the room unsure of how to begin. So Sula tried. "So, Jasmine, what brings you to my humble office?" The pilot smiled then. "It looks just like my instructor's office back at the academy. 1,000,000 years ago, it feels like." Sula laughed and nodded at that. "Yeah, it felt so weird when I first came in here. To have it be my office when I was used to being out there." She nodded at the window looking over the training pods. "Oh, that's right," Jasmine said with a nod. "I forgot you were academy trained." "Didn't graduate, though." Sula shrugged and Jasmine nodded, looking sad for a moment. "Look, I just wanted to say that—" She got quiet again and frowned, but Sula felt like she just needed some time and didn't try to spur her on. "Thanks," she finally said, which made Sula blink and lean back, confused. "Thanks? For what?" She couldn't think of anything Jasmine had to thank her for. For taking this assignment. I'm sure you've heard by now that I said teaching was beneath someone of my skill. That any real pilot wouldn't waste their time with kids. Sula frowned at that. Actually, I hadn't heard that. The other pilot's eyes got wide then before she groaned and pressed her hands to her face. "Shit," came the muffled reply. "I'm sorry. I just thought— Fuck. This is why I didn't want the assignment, and I came here to say it wasn't true. Because it's not. I mean, I did say that. But only to try and seem—" She shrugged and pulled her hands from her face. "I don't know, stronger? Look." She reached out, setting a hand on Sula's shoulder. "I think that being an instructor is incredibly difficult, and only wanted our new pilots to be trained by the best. Because that's the only way to keep them alive. When I asked who else was on the list and I heard it was you, that's why I turned it down. Because you're stronger than me." Sula blinked at that, her mouth hanging open a little as her brain tried to come up with a good response. But it was having trouble processing what she'd just been told. "Stronger," was all she could finally mutter. "Yes, I've seen you." The determination, something I might have had. But now, do you know how many partners I've lost? How many friends? Good, very close friends? The older pilot's shoulders sagged then as her hand fell from Sula. The thought of training a bunch of new kids, it terrified me. I couldn't do it. She swallowed then, her eyes looking a bit more moist than Sula had ever seen. "So, thank you for taking this assignment, for being stronger than me. Her right hand moved up to slowly brush over the metal at her throat. "If you had been born earlier, I'm sure you'd have won your own Cross and Crimson Star cluster. You've got the skills and more determination than any other pilot still in the fleet. So if no one else tells you, I think you're a great pilot, one of the greatest. And you're stronger than me, and thanks." "Jasmine?" Sula started rather unsure of what to say. But the other pilot just leaned forward, hugging her tight. Sula slowly and uneasily began to hug her back before Jasmine suddenly pulled away. "Ha, I look forward to seeing you get back out there with your new fighter Void Fox. It's not the same without you to try and compete with." Then she turned and marched out of the office, not waiting for Sula to reply. As the door closed behind her, Sula stood alone in her office, blinking. What just happened? She finally wondered aloud, unsure if that had really just happened. Jasmine Nishizawa had been an idol to her, an unstoppable fighter pilot who had shown the Congos that the Confederacy would never go quietly. She had never expected her to approach her like this. She looked out the window into the training room once more, eyes drifting over her recruits as she took a slow, deep breath and then headed out the door. She still had an abomination to test. She looked either way down the hall when she stepped outside but saw no sign of the Ace of Aces. Had that conversation even really happened? It seemed like something out of a dream to her. Briefly, she pinched her arm and then rubbed the flesh as it certainly felt real. Slowly shaking her head, she began to walk down towards the nearby elevator. The training room was just above the rear hangar on the Retribution, so she wasn't far from Fry and her workshop. She did notice one of the elevators at the bank was moving up levels, but she took another one down to the hangar. As she walked out, she could see the various fighters spread out across the deck, and Fry's work crews tending to them. She walked towards the front of the hangar to her own craft. They'd already painted it black and purple. It was now the Void Fox. She wasn't really sure that fighter was a Void Fox, though. It was without a doubt the fastest fighter she'd ever been in, but that gun? No, that monster it was built around was no fighter weapon. She still wasn't sure how effective an anti-armor cannon was going to be against other fighters. "Hey there, darlin'. Did Jasmine find you?" Sula supposed that she hadn't just imagined her meeting then as Fry approached and asked her that. She did. Sula crossed her arms, unsure what to say about their little meeting, but Fry had a different idea in her head and waved as she talked. "Oh, don't go minding whatever she said. I know she can act like a real bitch sometimes, but she's got heart. Never mind that rubbish she said about the skill of teachers and all that. She just wanted an excuse to not do the hard work." Sula decided not to tell the engineer that the Ace of Aces had most certainly not acted bitchy with her. Instead, she nodded at the fighter before them. "So you said the abomination is ready?" She couldn't help but smirk a bit as Fry groaned. "Oh, now you just keep coming up with names to hurt ma feelings," the engineer protested while Sula's smirk got a bit bigger. "But, yes, it is ready, and we're fairly confident that this time the stabilizers will hold. You just have to not be moving." "Not be moving?" Sula asked then. "Fry, this is a fighter. If I sit still in combat, I die." "Well, just go really slow then. Just for now, we're still tweaking it." Sula sighed and then shrugged. "Fuck it. I'm here, aren't I?" She started to climb up into her fighter as the engineer grinned. "That's the spirit." As Sula climbed into the cockpit, the crew pulled the ladder away and began going through a final pre-launch check, which gave her time to set up her helmet and open a channel to the tower. "Tower, this is Void Fox requesting permission to launch for a test flight." "Void Fox, this is Tower, please hold." She waited about 10 seconds before they came back on. "You're all green for test flight, Void Fox. They get that junker shooting straight yet?" "That's what I'm trying to find out, Tower," she replied as she kept flipping on her systems as she checked them off on the list in her HUD. "But we can't call them junkers. I was thinking abominations." "Ooh, that's good. I'll add that to the pool. I think it's got real potential. You going to cast any money in yet?" Sula snorted at the offer. Normally Tower was very professional, but they were suckers for naming things. Last she heard the best odds were on zombie, but she thought abomination sounded more menacing, so it might quickly climb the betting pool. "No thanks, Tower, but I appreciate the offer." They'd warmed the systems up for her already, but they'd also been optimizing it since that first time she flew it, so now from cold to flying only took about 5 minutes. One when it was warmed up for her like this. She finished her own checklist and looked outside to see Fry give her a thumbs up, which she returned. "Tower, this is Void Fox. I've been given the go-ahead by my crew. I am out the door." The crew moved further away as the fighter lifted up off the deck, and then she was out the door into the void. "We're tracking you, Green Void Fox. Good flying. Try not to shoot anyone friendly today. Tower out." She smirked again as she began to fly down the Retribution and then deeper into the void. Right now they were en route to some sort of bug world she had heard, but no one really knew why. For now they were in an essentially empty system. Star, 2 hot Jupiters and a barren rock, that was it. Not even a refueling station. Normally she'd aim at the star for this sort of test, but with the Reaper and Obsidian Butterfly close by, she decided to fly well away from the 3 ships and aim out of system to really be sure she wouldn't hit anything. Cranking the power to the engines up to 85%, she punched it and gasped a little as she felt herself get shoved back into the seat. It wasn't like that fake pull in the pod. This was the real feel of massive acceleration. The twin Phoenix engines bolted onto this monster really could pump out some serious speed. She kept flying straight back and away from the Retribution for 5 minutes before finally killing her engines and slowly throttling back to bring her speed down to almost nothing. She was drifting forward at only 5% power for now and dumped as much power into her stabilizers as she could. With that done, she lined herself up at one of the brightest stars she could see in the distance. She knew it was virtually impossible, but she liked to think that these rounds might fuck up someone's day in about 1,000,000 years. "Here goes nothing," she muttered to herself before pulling the trigger. There was a second of silence, and then her whole fighter shook as she could hear a heavy "Ba-ba-ba!" "Fuck me!" she cursed as the force of the weapon firing actually began to push the fighter backwards. But the stabilizers held, and after 10 seconds, she let go. There were warnings in her HUD about overstressed stabilizers, and already being down to 50% ammo, but she knew they hadn't filled her reserves for the test. Slowly, she shook her head, and then opened a channel with Tower. Tower, this is Void Fox. Did you get that? That's affirmative, Void Fox. One successful weapons test. Though we think there might be an issue with some of our sensors, as it appeared your ship was moving backwards. No mistake, Tower. This cannon is a beast. She tapped on her intel suite to send the data back to the Retribution, even as she made sure to divert all her power away from the gun. Did you let Fry know? That's affirmative, Void Fox. She'd already talking about breaking out the champagne and having a barbecue to celebrate. Sula laughed and shook her head as she began to fly back to the massive ship, celebrating just a successful weapons test. The engineers sure were ready to start partying, it seemed. But as she flew back, she thought about why that might be. This was the first new fighter model the fleet had seen in a decade. Well, sort of new model. It was something they built, by hand, from scratch. And she was training the first new pilots the fleet had gotten in just as long. She was a part of the Fleet of the Damned's first foray into creating a new class of fighter, for a new class of pilots. She smiled at the thought. It really felt good to be a part of building something again instead of just killing, destroying, or looting. Maybe there really was hope for them all to find a home away from the Congos, to live free. Or maybe they'd all die horrible deaths in battle long before ever seeing a life of peace. Sula took a slow, deep breath then and shook her head slowly. No. If she trained her pilots well and Fry came through and really fixed up all these abominations, then there was a chance. A real fucking chance that they'd all live long enough to see this through. Maybe that's why Fry bugged her. The woman was full of hope. She oozed it out of her pores. And Sula, how long had it been since she just sat back and dreamed of a life without battle and conflict? A chance to maybe see her parents again without fear of assassination by the Congos. Hey, Tower. Tell Fry that she better bring a plate for me. And if she can make this thing fly and shoot at the same time, I'll let her name it whatever the hell she wants. It was time for her to stop being annoyed with hope. It was time for her to dig deep and make sure she trained the best damn pilots this fleet had seen. She was going to survive and make sure all her kids lived through this crazy campaign. She was going to be strong. The best pilot she'd ever heard of had just told her that she was strong. Well, Jasmine Nishizawa wouldn't lie about that. Sula was strong, and she was going to use her strength to drive all doubt from her mind. They'd find Jack. The pilots would all survive. And Fry's wonderful creations were going to be a part of all of that. She just knew it. The Void Fox was going to go down in history as being one of the greatest pilots of all time at the helm of the best damn squadron of all time. She grinned at the thought and reached over to pump up the engines to full power as she approached the Retribution. It had been too long since she buzzed the tower. It didn't have the same effect in the void as an atmosphere, but she wasn't going to let that stop her. She wasn't going to let anything stop her. Cassius Henry Devoros, Captain Desvian Navy. POW. Retribution Captain's Suite, Suvakov Museum. Unfinished. Cassius! He looked up when he heard the voice calling out his name and looked around for a moment. Cassius! The voice called again, clearly searching for him. I'm in here! He called out and watched Junko walk in through the door to the museum. He pointed to a picture on the wall. It still amazed him at times the clarity with which the humans could capture moments. It almost looked like the leaves in the background were about to start blowing through the breeze. Who's this with the Admiral? Junko walked closer to peer over his shoulder. What? That's Andromeda. No, it isn't. Her fur is a different color and she looks not like her. Small. Very small. He tilted his head as he squinted a bit. He still had trouble telling the difference between some humans in pictures. He'd gotten more accustomed to their scents and sounds, but looks alone threw him off still. Well, that's because she was just a teenager back then. You do know that red isn't her natural hair color, right? Back then she was what we'd call a dirty blonde, and I think it got darker as she got older. When she said that, Cassius blinked and looked over at the woman. Then he leaned in close to her as she slowly leaned back confused. He sniffed at her hair and then frowned. Is black your natural fur color? He couldn't imagine why anyone would want to change their fur coloring. It was the basis of Desvian society, so others had a better idea of one's class without needing to ask. Hair color, she corrected, and he shrugged. And yes, this is my natural hair color. How does she cover the smell? He asked, and Junko frowned once more. What smell? Of the chemical dyes. Do your dyes not smell? The only ones I'm familiar with are used for processing of clothing and the like. He looked from her back at the picture once more. Andromeda was apparently standing next to her father then. It was on some planet where the trees had orange and reddish leaves, a snow-capped mountain towering over them in the distance. She was in some sort of gray and red uniform he didn't recognize. We have hair dyes that don't smell. But yes, that's Andromeda. I believe that was just before she was sent to the academy on Castor. It was the Confederacy's premier military training facility, a combination of high school and college and officer training. He studied her face. She was smiling, but it wasn't the sort of wild and wicked grin he was used to. It was more subdued and wry. The admiral beside her was smiling as well, unlike in all the other pictures and paintings Cassus had found of the man. They look happy. He noticed the sword on Andromeda's hip. Even back then, it seemed like she had been training with a blade. He'd only seen her use it that first day against that four-armed Xeno, but he was confident he never wanted to duel with her, inside that armor of hers or out. I think they were. From what I've heard after the death of his beloved wife, the Admiral only smiled for two reasons: if his enemy fell into his trap, and when he spent time with his daughter. He could tell Junko was being serious, but he slowly shook his head as he looked at the picture. I find it hard to believe such a man would find pride in such a creature. Junko slapped his shoulder then, and he looked back at her. He can hear you! She hissed out and pointed to the ceiling. Cassus, however, just shrugged. I stand by my statement. This was an admiral of extreme prowess. I've examined more of his battle records on the holotable. His skills as both a tactician and strategist were remarkable. I've never seen someone set a trap so far ahead of the time when he'd snap it shut, both on the offense and especially on the defensive side of things. How could he have any pride in a pirate? Cassus knew he was just feeling extra bitter lately because of her interactions with the prince. He shifted a little and rubbed at his chin to try and hide his annoyance. You do remember that she wasn't a pirate back then. She was the Confederacy's best and brightest. Even from a young age, she showed considerable skill with a sword, and she held her own in battle simulations. By the time she graduated, Junko moved down the wall of pictures to motion for Cassus to follow. He blinked when he saw the next picture. Andromeda was in that same uniform as before, but now it had some additional ribbons along the chest and shoulders. She was standing at the front and center of a display of other humans in the same uniform, and she had a very serious and determined look on her face. She looked sane. What was this? He looked at Junko, who nodded at the picture. Her graduation. She was the most highly ranked student since her father had attended. Since the war was already draining their resources so heavily, she was made a full commander immediately. He glanced back at her, as he noticed she had made that small mistake. She was a citizen of the opposing side, was she not? So she stole the ship they gave her and became a pirate? He asked, and Junko shook her head. No, in fact, for the closing years of the war, she proved herself to be an excellent officer in her own right. In her very first engagement, she led 3 destroyers through a dead system, a minefield, and past a hostile fleet to hit 2 carriers while their squadrons were refueling and reloading. Caught them unprepared and with all their ordnance in their exposed hangars. Wiped them out in a relatively short 1-hour engagement, though it was truly over fairly quickly and most of it was finishing the carriers off. Cassus eyed the picture once more of Andromeda standing proud at the front of the other officers. Did she have trouble obeying orders? He asked then, and Junko shook her head once more. No trouble with authority? More head shaking. How can this be? The person I know does not behave like that person looks like they would. He pointed at the picture before them. Well, she was honestly a model officer. She took orders dutifully and obeyed direct commands. But most of the time she was so skilled, she was just given small commands and left to harass and delay the oncoming Congo invaders. But there are events that change a person. Junko took a deep breath and then looked over at the table before checking her watch. I guess we have time for what's probably the most important battle in regards to Andromeda and where we are now. But I'm not great at this sort of thing on my own. Let me just... She looked at that tablet she always had as Cassus looked at the wall and walked down it to look at more pictures. The concept of the carriers the humans sometimes used still confused him. He knew that their ships worked differently, but what of their pilots? How could they land fighters and bomber strike craft on a ship traveling through the void? Did they all have to wear bulky atmospheric suits? How many airlocks did that require? What about the air they'd need to haul? He was looking over some of the pictures when he paused at one that showed a massive human fleet arrayed before a reddish-brown planet. He leaned in closer to read the card beneath it. Siege of La Rosa. When he saw one of the ships had a number of holes in the side, he frowned and tilted his head. "Junko, what's that?" He pointed as he looked over at her. She looked up from her tablet and came closer. "That is the heavy carrier Fenrir. That was the second siege of La Rosa. It was a relatively new conglomerate territory and had a significant resistance from the settlers who didn't want conglomerate rule. The admiral helped liberate it in the early days of the war before it was taken back." She looked ready to say more, but then stopped and looked over at him. "Why? Was it heavily damaged? There are all those holes in the side, but they look very even." When he pointed them out to her, she frowned. "Those are just the hangars. Those are flight decks inside. It's designed like that." Cassis blinked and leaned back. "What? They just leave it open to the void? So, they all wear void suits to protect themselves?" Now Junko frowned. "What? No, they're equipped with shields." "What do you mean?" Cassis had to think this through as he realized this was one of those times when his lack of knowledge about human tech was making this more confusing than it would be normally. So he looked back at the picture and squinted a bit. "Wait, so—" He stopped as he tried to wrap his head around what he was looking at. If the carrier loses its shields in battle, are the crews sucked into the void? And how do the fighters and bombers get out? Wait. The hangars don't use the same shields as the rest. Each opening is equipped with atmospheric shields to keep the air in that the bombers and fighters fly through freely. They aren't the same as the shields around the ship itself. Do you not have those? Now Cassis was nodding as it began to make so much more sense to him. "No, our shields aren't selective. Everything is in or out until they go down. That's why we don't use those carriers like you do. Some ships have a few scout ships launched from special airlocks, but that's it." That changes everything! Now I understand. You don't need to worry about the shielding as much or your crews being sucked into the void. I can see how fielding so many craft would be useful. A shame ours are bound to planets only. This, different in technology, continues to confuse and astound me. He rubbed his chin as things finally began to fit better in his head. "Well, I kind of forget at times what you know and what you don't about our ships." Junko looked back at her tablet then. "Good, Stahl was on his way here already. Andromeda wants to talk to you about that system you mentioned before. The outlaw one." Cassis looked over his shoulder at the woman when she said that. "Is she looking for recruits? I can imagine why she'd find more hands in such a system, but I'm not sure she'd want them. As much as I dislike her tactics, I will admit that most of her crew seems to be very professional. These pirates are the uncivilized hordes I'm more accustomed to. They're savage and bloodthirsty, which I'm sure she admires, but I doubt they'd bend a knee to a woman." He saw Junko's look and sighed. "Trust me, among my people I'm very open-minded about this issue, but most people aren't so progressive. How can an entire society be so stuck in their ways to view women as unsuitable leaders?" She huffed a little, and Cassis couldn't help but smirk a bit at her expression. Junko was still something of an oddity to him. She was so intelligent and hard-working, but he didn't understand why she dedicated so much effort to Andromeda. He was her prisoner, and by right had to obey her, but Junko would swing between loyal secretary to oppressed prisoner as well. Maybe she didn't truly know why she did this herself. He knew others who were so dedicated to their work they became blind as to why they did it. "How's my niece doing?" he asked, changing up the subject, and his smile grew a bit as he saw her smile in return. "Oh, she's doing well. She started learning a bit about human culture and history. Not like the others I want to stress. But I mean some of our ancient history pre-spaceflight, and she's fascinated by our golden age. She's very smart. I hope you're proud of her." Cassis blinked as Junko gave him a look he couldn't quite determine. "I am," he assured her. "I was proud of her even before all this. Tell me, I've heard you mention a human golden age before. This isn't it? You have spread wide and your military must be massive. Not to mention the technology gained through such a long and protracted war." He was also somewhat curious about human history, but he had trouble tearing himself away from learning about the struggle between the Confederacy and Conglomerate. To witness the death of a nation was new to him. For as long as the Desvians have struggled to build their kingdom, none of the other major players have been conquered, their borders merely shifting back and forth bit by bit. No. The Golden Age as we know it was a period of time after our first development of jump drives. Our homeworld Earth and the entire Sol system was rather heavily overpopulated at the time, and it began a mass exodus of settlers to new systems. This was followed by several important scientific discoveries and important industrialists making the drives and ships cheaper and faster almost every year. So we expanded very quickly through empty systems. For over 100 years, in fact, there was an era of unprecedented growth and prosperity without a single major conflict. She sighed a little at that last part, and he was about to ask what brought an end to the era when the door opened. "Is it time for another history lesson?" Cassus looked over and nodded to the human officer Stahl. He appreciated the input from the captain in the little battle lessons he had been shown recently. As much as he disliked the man's allegiance to a crazy pirate, he understood the captain was dedicated and loyal, which he appreciated. "I believe it's time." Cassus nodded as he spoke in his limited English. "What are we exploring today?" Stahl asked as he looked at Junko. I was thinking it might be time to examine the second battle of Castor." Cassus noticed the immediate change in the man's stance. His smile faded and his shoulders seemed to dip a bit as if they were suddenly heavy. He looked from Junko to Cassus and then slowly nodded. "I suppose it's necessary." He turned to the holotable set up in the room then and began to activate it. This was the last true battle of the war. The maiden voyage of the Retribution, then called Castor's Pride and Andromeda's first battle as commander of a large-scale fleet. Andromeda commanded the fleet? Not her father? Cassus asked then as he stepped up to the table seeing a map of the Castor system come up. One of the Castor systems. He remembered that there were the twin sons of Castor, and this system was close, but different. A Congo assassin who had been waiting on Castor itself shot the admiral as he was leaving a final meeting with the Confederate government on the planet. The bullet was coated with... He used a word then that Cassus didn't understand, but he expected it was some sort of poison. In order to try and save the admiral, he was brought to the medical bay here on the ship. They couldn't save his body, but they were able to preserve his mind and connect it with the ship's AI. His last words before being sedated were to give Andromeda command of the fleet. Cassus noticed how the human trailed off, then seeming to think about his words. Yet she was commander of Junior, Cassus mentioned, and the human nodded. A junior commander, yes. So the announcement was met with some resistance. But by that point in the war, the admiral had been made magistrate of the fleets. When it came to the navy, he was essentially a dictator. Whatever decree he made was now law. The only person who could overrule the decision was the magistrate of war. And she didn't. And the Congo invasion fleet was about to enter the system, so the other captains decided to honor his wish and give Andromeda command of the fleet. I'm sure her own relatively short yet distinguished career by that point helped. She was the daughter of their greatest commander. She might be more of the same. Cassus looked back at the map as icons began to appear around the second planet in the system. That was their homeworld then. Or, not their homeworld, but their capital. He still found it strange to think of nations made up of the same species rather than being unified. As the icons kept appearing, though he glanced over at Stahl. Is mistake? Too many icons. But to his surprise, the human shook his head. No mistake. He resumed talking, but was speaking so fast now Cassus had trouble keeping up. So he looked over at Junko, who began to translate, while Stahl spoke, so Cassus didn't miss anything. This was their last true fleet. Almost the entirety of Confederate naval forces by this point in the war. Stahl tapped a button, and a list began to scroll across the table before Junko kept translating. The Pride of Castor was the flagship, of course. There were 13 Praetorian-class battlecruisers, 7 of the older Leviathan class, and even 3 older dreadnoughts, which were being phased out as the war drew on. They were too bulky without being armored and armed enough to sustain concentrated fire. That's what the Pride of Castor was for. Cassus still marveled at the size of the ship. He'd never dreamed anything like this was possible. The Royal Navy had a great many ships and no doubt could easily outclass this ship in tonnage, but certainly not with a single ship. The construction must have needed an entire fleet's worth of resources. Then there were 15 more assorted battleships, 23 heavy cruisers, 25 light cruisers, 33 destroyers, and 26 frigates. Due to the nature of the war, they were making less frigates by the end. Cassis slowly shook his head as he looked at the assembled fleet. No carriers? He asked, and Junko blinked. Right, 6 heavy carriers. She tapped on another set of icons to bring up the carriers. He saw them list out what they were holding, and gasped as he realized each heavy carrier contained a full gross of strike craft, each, which mean a full 864. Took him a moment to do the math. He had never heard of a battle with so many strike craft involved, though the history books was full battles between similarly sized navies. What are these? He asked, then pointing to another set of icons around the planet. Orbital defense platforms. By this point, Castor was the most heavily defended planet in all of human space. There were rings of platforms and a few guns on the surface itself capable of hitting ships in orbit. Cassis shook his head slowly, to think of how fiercely the humans defended their planets. He shuddered to think of attempting a ground invasion against a human planet. And the invasion fleet? He asked, then unsure of what was brought to fight against such a determined defense. Junko nodded to Stahl, who tapped on the table, and he saw the icons start to move in on the edge of the system, and they kept arriving. He looked over at the 2 humans, and then back at the table before he finally just rubbed his jaw trying to comprehend the numbers he was seeing. Roughly triple in size, Junko finally said as the list began to scroll across the screen. Their new Crusader-class super dreadnoughts were about half the size of the Retribution. But there were 3 of them. 58 battlecruisers of varied classes. Now Cassis did have to gasp. 44 battleships, 56 heavy cruisers, 71 light cruisers, 87 destroyers, and 101 frigates. They also had 10 carriers, but they employed a different design, and so their 10 held less strike craft than the 6 Confederate counterparts. 720 to the Confederate 864. 824 to 960 if you count the strike craft stationed in the super dreadnoughts. Cassis just looked at the table for a while, his eyes taking in the vast numbers of icons displayed. If this was to be the last battle of the war, he supposed it made sense that it would be a big one. He looked over at Stahl then. Which ship yours? But the captain shook his head. None of these. I was conducting Special Forces raids on occupied Confederate planets to retrieve lost forces and important officials who were trapped by the previous years of invasion. Cassis nodded as the human spoke slowly enough for him to understand. He waved at the table then as the conglomerate ships began to move forward, and Junko started translating once more. By this time, the conglomerate finally had a high admiral of the fleet who had been pushing Suvakov back without the same sorts of loses. A man named Jonathan Gibbs. Unlike his predecessors, he didn't try to match Suvakov's wit. He would build up massive numbers and then use some of the fleet to attack and draw Admiral Suvakov away from his true objective. The fleets sent against Suvakov were almost always lost in battle, but since he had another whole fleet to take systems and drive Suvakov back without engagement, it was effective. They were unaware that the admiral had been shot by their assassin, and so Gibbs expected that he would be facing Suvakov in this fight. Junko pointed at the table as Cassis saw the hostile ships began to push forward around the edges of the system. What are they doing? He asked, unsure why just the sides of the fleet were moving forward. Gibbs wanted this war to finally be over, so he figured that the only way to truly best Suvakov was to send 2/3 of his fleet forward to then surround the planet, and all the ships would close in once there was no hope for escape. They were also seeking to cut off Castor from what few supply ships were still coming in. She pointed out the supply line leading from the planet away from the conglomerate fleet and towards the deeper sections of the Confederate systems. Once the planet was surrounded, the fleet would close and engage. So, Andromeda was given death order? He asked in English. He wondered just how the pirate had survived, but Stahl just grinned. You'd think that, but Gibbs had never fought Andromeda. He knew Victor was a brilliant defensive leader, that he would likely use the defensive stations to inflict as many casualties as possible, but in the end it wouldn't matter. Andromeda was not like that. Cassis watched the sides of the massive hostile fleet stretch out, the arms passing by Castor on either side. That's when the Confederate fleet suddenly surged forward. "No," Cassus muttered, but Stahl snorted. "Yes," he said in reply. Andromeda wasn't going to wait. She attacked. He began to point at the table, then as Junko took over translating once more. Andromeda waited until most of Gibbs' fleet had passed by the edge of Castor to start her attack, because they would take longer to turn around and return to help. If they wanted to make better time, they'd have to take fire from the defense platforms. For right now his core fleet was about the same size as her own. At first, Gibbs didn't even order the extended fleet back. He thought this was some sort of feint or trick. As Cassus watched Andromeda's fleet closed in before the extended arms of the hostile fleet finally began to turn back. But they'd be hours away if he was reading the time scale correctly. "But 3 ships!" He tapped on the massive icons at the heart of the hostile fleet. "Cannon like Retribution?" He tried in English, and Junko nodded. Yes, they each had large plasma cannons like the Retribution's main gun. However, they were smaller. Also, Andromeda had a trick. She had brought from the planet as many robotic barges as she could find. They were arrayed at the front of the ship. She pointed to the table, which began to zoom in on Andromeda's fleet. Soon he saw the wall of barges up ahead of the ship and wondered what they were for. But as they closed in on the hostile vessels, he finally understood. The massive bolts of plasma were arcing towards the Retribution, but a barge would move to block it, absorbing the blast and sparing the Retribution, while the Retribution's main gun was free to fire on the conglomerate ships as they closed in. "She had enough to get in close?" he asked, but Junko glanced at the floor and Stahl slowly shook his head. Cassus wondered why they both looked so solemn, but looked back at the table as the barges were soon hit by a wave of conglomerate bombers. He saw the Confederate fighters rush forward, and most of the hostile strike craft were soon destroyed. But without the barrier, the Retribution began to take hits. That's when he saw a frigate rush forward and into the path of fire from one of the massive plasma blasts. "Did she—" "I wasn't there," Stahl reminded him. "I was taught that she sacrificed them," Junko mentioned, and Cassus shook his head once more before another voice spoke up. "She didn't." Cassus and both the humans looked around for a moment until they all looked at the projector set into the ceiling. "Admiral Suvakov, I forgot you could hear us," Stahl said, seeming worried, and Junko gulped. "I don't talk much, but this recording lacks emotion." The voice was strange to Cassus. It sounded human, but there was a metallic deep edge to it. "When I was shot, my world became black. I thought perhaps I might finally see my beloved Tessa again, but then I awoke to screaming." Cassus stepped back from the table as it suddenly began to emit a mixture of human screams. He had trouble understand the English before, to his surprise, he began to see words appear in the air before him in Desvion. Was the Admiral somehow providing him a translation in the air above the holotable? "5 o'clock, Yuva! Fire. Fire now. Out of control. I can't. Shields at 20%. We need to change course. Bridge, this is engineering. There's a fire and damage control's been hit. Activate manual sprinklers. Pride of Castor, this is the Hurricane. We'll take this one for you. Lucifer, protect! Come again, Hurricane! Repeat last." That was Andromeda's voice. He recognized it easily, even if he had trouble with the words. She sounded worried and confused for a second as the frigate rushed out and absorbed the blast, splintering into a million pieces. "Nautilus reporting. We're moving forward to catch the next one. Long live the Confederate." A burst of static erupted from the table as he saw another frigate move forward and get vaporized by the massive plasma bolt. "All frigates, this is the Pride of Castor. See screening maneuver, damn it!" The table changed over to a video feed of the bridge. Andromeda wasn't in her usual power armor, but a much smaller and more subdued void suit. Or, he thought it looked something like a void suit, but not nearly as bulky as the Desvian kind. She was near the front of the bridge, leaning over the shoulders of 2 techs. "Maintain formation. You don't need to do this. Our shields can handle more hits." "Give 'em hell, Andromeda!" She stood up straight then, hands gripping her head as she watched another frigate charge forward to absorb a plasma blast meant for the Retribution. "What are they doing?" She cried out and began walking back across the bridge to another human Cassus had never seen. "They're giving us more time to close in. We all know the stakes of this battle." Cassis looked over at Stahl, but he and Junko were too absorbed in watching the footage to tell him who that was. Don't blame yourself, girl. It's not like you can court-martial them for a direct order to not sacrifice themselves. He watched Andromeda sit heavily in the command chair then. Without her armor on, she looked so small in it. Her shoulders slumped, tears streaming down her face. Tears? That alone made him blink and lean back. The Pirate Queen was crying? Fuck! Broadcast across fleet channels, she said then and picked up some sort of device from the arm of the chair. Know this, frigate captains, I will not ask you to sacrifice yourselves as you are, but I will see to it you are remembered for your valiant and noble decision. We'll make this count, I promise you. Then she set the comm back down. She looked so upset and distraught. It was clear to Cassis even with his limited understand of human body language. Distance to broadside range? She asked. 4 minutes at this heading, sir, a tech called out. In the background were numerous other voices, the techs in the bridge each dealing with their own little piece of the battle. Cassis figured the footage somehow muted their voices. Lucifer, help us. That's a dozen more frigates. Andromeda muttered quietly and then stood up. Prep bomber wings. As soon as we're in between the Congo flagship and the super dreadnought to the right, they're all to hit the one on the left en masse. All fighters forward in 2 minutes to screen for the bombers. Sir! Boarding ships approaching, a tech called out. Alert Marines and Commandos. Ship-wide PA. She grabbed that device from the arm of the command chair. All hands! All hands! Stand by to repel boarders. Gunnery stations on lockdown. Keep firing! As he watched, the bridge footage was replaced by a view of the battle once more. He could see the smaller ships slamming into the Retribution, but it never slowed down as it aimed to drive a wedge between the two hostile super dreadnoughts before it. All around them, he saw other ships battling at various ranges. The frigates were clustered near the nose of the Retribution, never ending in their suicidal mission to stop the hostile plasma bolts from hitting the ship. Left of the Retribution, he saw battlecruisers start to turn to bring their broadsides to bear against the hostile fleet. He was a little surprised to see them stack up above or below one another, but realized that this let them all bring their weapons on target at the same time. He had just never witnessed a battle so large that it was necessary to split ships above and under each other like that. The faster cruisers and destroyers were pushing ahead along the edges of the hostile fleets to engage their counterparts. Even as he watched, ships flashed and died before he saw smaller streaks swarm over the Retribution towards the hostile super dreadnought on the left flank. All bomber wings, this is Able Wing Actual. I have point. Form up on me. We need to hit this son of a bitch hard and knock out that main gun right now. No one breaks formation. No matter what! Cassis heard a chorus of affirmative replies and watched the gold streaks pass across the fleet while smaller fighters moved forward to clash with the hostile fighters closing in on them. Port broadside at the ready, sir! He looked back at the Retribution to see the enemy super dreadnought start to open up on the Retribution as it brought its guns to bear. Sir, do we fire? Not yet! Andromeda hissed, and Cassis wondered why as he saw the ship's shields get hit but did not yet collapse. Then it started to take fire from the super dreadnought to the right. Sir, do we fire? Hold your fire! Andromeda hissed. Starboard broadside at the ready! Sir, all battlecruisers report they are in position! Fire! Andromeda's voice screamed out, and he watched the Retribution finally begin to fire its broadside into both hostile super dreadnoughts at the same time. He gasped as he watched the line of plasma arc out and slam into either capital ship as their shields failed, though the Retributions had to be about to fail as well by this point. Battlecruisers, fire now! She cried out, and he finally understood why she had waited. The fleet's battlecruisers were stacked up before either hostile super dreadnought and began to fire as soon as the shields were down. Plasma bolts began to slam into the bows of the enemy ships. Able Actual, this is Able 3, I can't hold under this fire! Cassis looked back over to the bombers approaching the so far unscathed hostile super dreadnought. Stay in formation! We are the tip of the spear! We are the vanguard! We do not falter! Some of the streaks ruptured in tiny pulses of light then. Able 3 is gone! Able 5 is gone! We have to change course! Stay in formation! There was another flash. Stay in formation. We're almost there! Torpedoes away! The first wave of bombers began to pull up, but he didn't see any explosions on the surface of the hostile ship. Fuck! They've got some sort of new point defense. Able arm all torpedoes and missiles. Disengage safeties. Follow me in. Able actual to all other wings will clear you a hole. Eat shit, you Congo bastards! Cassis watched several explosions pepper the bow of the super dreadnought. What was that? Came Andromeda's voice once more. Where's Able Wing? Sir, Able Wing has been wiped out. Bravo is still inbound. God and Lucifer, damn it! Andromeda cursed out, obviously upset. All gunnery stations free fire. Main gun target hostile battlecruisers. Let the broadsides finish off the dreadnoughts. Sir, shields are gone. Boarders have made it to the bridge deck. The table switched back to a view of the bridge as Cassis could hear gunfire in the background. They're almost here! We need to get out! A tech screamed as he rushed from his seat towards the door, but Andromeda grabbed him by the arm to stop him. Ensign, we have a job to do. You need to get back to your station. Every one of us is needed if we're going to win this battle. Besides, if you go out there now, you'll be killed by the Congo Marines anyway. I won't stop you from running, but I'm not leaving until we've won. She let go of the man's arm then. Are you? Several other techs were watching, but the man nodded and returned to his seat, obviously shaken but still capable. Then the bridge was rocked by an explosion, and Andromeda staggered forward, gripping the back of her command chair. Status report! Forward port hangar compromised. Port gunner sections 2 and 3 are gone. The footage pulled back, and he saw a massive hole along the front section of the ship, a scar that was still there if he remembered correctly. Bravo Wing, this is Bravo Actual. I see where Alpha went in. Form up on me! Torpedoes away! Cassis held his breath for a moment and then saw several explosions across the bow of the ship once more. Point defense still down! All bombers focus on bow segment. He let his breath out at the announcement. Negative Bravo, their main gun is still functional. All Delta Wing bombers arm everything you have and disengage safeties. Get in as close as you can to the gun before releasing. May Lucifer protect us! He couldn't believe even more of them were willing to risk such a suicidal run after the first wing of bombers just flat-out rammed the enemy ship. But then he was looking back across the battle. Cruisers were engaging one another everywhere, while the battle cruisers and battleships focused on each opposing fleet's super dreadnoughts. There was another large flash on the Retribution's starboard side. Starboard Energy Junction 3 just went up. Starboard gunnery sections 5, 6, and 7 are dark. The table switched back to a show of the bridge. Divert power from junctions 2 and 4, override reactor 2 safeties to compensate, she called out. But sir... Fucking do it! She bellowed, and the techs quickly started to comply, it seemed. Then there was an explosion from the door leading into the bridge, and Cassis saw a figure in power armor knocked inside before another one charged after it. It was blue and yellow with markings he didn't recognize. To his surprise, Andromeda, in just her void suit, leapt over her command chair and charged the hostile Marine. He couldn't imagine what she was thinking, as it towered an extra foot or more over her. But as the hostile tried to aim at her, she rolled and ducked and jumped, coming in close as she drew her sword. The Marine swung his gun at her, but she ducked under it once more and drove her sword into the back of the Marine's leg at the upper thigh. The figure staggered forward and then pulled out a massive knife, which he swung at Andromeda, who dodged back before charging in once more and driving her sword up into the armpit of the armored Marine. There was a scream as he dropped the knife, and then Andromeda rolled past as he tried to swing his arm out to hit her. Getting back to her feet, she drove her sword into the back of the Marine's other leg, after which he dropped to the deck. Quickly climbing up onto the suit's back, she raised the sword overhead and plunged it down into the back of the head. He noticed how much blood was on it when she drew it out. She moved to the downed Confederate Marine then. "Are you alive, soldier?" The visor opened, and he recognized the dark-skinned guard captain of hers. What was his name again? "Yes, sir!" "Then get out there and fucking stop interrupting me!" Andromeda yelled in his face before moving back to her command chair. The Confederate pushed himself back up and charged back out into the battle that was raging just outside the bridge. "Status," she called as she got back to her seat. "Shields are gone! Reactor 1 is damaged. Reactor 2 is already pushing into the yellow! Half of Delta Wing is gone! But all hostile super dreadnoughts have lost their main guns. Gunnery reports 5 hostile battlecruisers destroyed." "Frigates?" Andromeda asked, then clearly worried. Cassis still had trouble believing this was the same person as she seemed so worried about the losses already inflicted. "They're all gone, sir." "Destroyers?" she tried next. "We've lost 19, sir. 10 light cruisers and 7 heavy cruisers. But all battleships, battlecruisers, and dreadnoughts are operational." There was a bright light before them, and Andromeda shielded her eyes. "Ah, 2 dreadnoughts are operational," the tech corrected. "So many lives." Cassis noticed that the woman still had tears streaming down her cheeks. She had been crying even as she killed that hostile Marine then. She didn't seem to bother brushing them away. "How many more will this cost us?" Cassis suddenly heard cheering then. "Did you see that, Charlie?" "Fucking fantastic, Delta. Fucking fantastic! This is Bravo Actual. We'll gladly see you boys in hell when the time comes." The bridge shot pulled back, and he saw the front half of the Super Dreadnought to the far left breaking apart. "Sir, the Congo Super Dreadnought Knights Templar is breaking up. We've lost almost all of Delta and a third of Bravo and Charlie, but it's breaking up. Juliet through Yankee haven't even launched yet." "Bring them around on Urban 2. We need to kill Gibbs now." Cassis saw more streaks among the battles start to veer off from the side and head towards the Super Dreadnought in the center. "What's the position of the extended fleet?" As he heard Andromeda ask that, the table zoomed out to show the ships that had tried to spread out around the planet, now quickly heading back towards the battle. "Lead elements are still an hour out. Heavy elements about 2. They're taking fire from Castor's defensive stations. We just lost the Sol and Mars." The table zoomed back in as he saw the 2 Confederate dreadnoughts begin to break up. Junko had told him they were older. It seemed size didn't count for as much as better tech in this battle. Yet even as he watched, more and more conglomerate ships were breaking apart. Those bomber streaks were getting closer to the Super Dreadnought in the middle. "This is Juliet 1-3. Releasing! Shit! Aft point defense still active. I'm arming everything I've got. See you boys in hell." "Juliet 1-2, you aren't going alone." He saw 2 explosions near the aft of the massive ship before several more began to erupt along the side. "This is Juliet Actual. They've still got some point defense up, but it's not enough. Just disengage safeties and release as close as you can." "Juliet Actual going in!" Waves of bombers were still incoming, and he watched them hit that side of the ship while the other side was being hammered by the Retribution, which itself was taking broadsides from both sides, though the central flagship seemed unable to respond as quickly as it had earlier. He saw 2 more flashes as Confederate battlecruisers ruptured and began to break apart, followed by 2 of the slightly smaller battleships, and heard Andromeda's voice. "Status! The Dauntless, Courage, Nile, and Mississippi are all gone." Then Cassis blinked as there was a massive flash that emanated from the Super Dreadnought in the center. Urban 2's Rector just went. We've lost Juliet, Lima, and Kilo!" The giant ship began to break apart, however. "All bombers focus on remaining heavies. Pull strike craft back from the Knights Hospitaller," Andromeda ordered. "Andromeda, we need their help to finish it off quickly." The table returned to a view of the bridge where Cassis saw the woman standing and talking to the human he didn't recognize from earlier. "If their reactor goes, we could lose even more bomber wings. They're hit hard and we've still got most of our starboard guns back online. We've got this without them. Let them focus on the battleships and battlecruisers still operational to spare the rest of our fleet. This isn't going to be over just yet. In another hour, we'll have twice this number of heavies bearing down on us. We need everything we've got." "But we don't survive this." "We will, damn it!" she insisted. "Shift power away from port guns to starboard. Bring Reactor 2 back down to green levels." She was looking up at the screen then, and the table drew back out to show one of the Confederate battlecruisers breaking rank and start to charge towards the last hostile Super Dreadnought. Recruit Lucky. Reaper Training Room #2. Today you will be given weapons, you will be given comms, and you will assist your fellow commandos in this fight. Today we are taking a system from outlaws, bandits, and pirates. Some of you may be thinking, why are we fighting pirates if we are pirates? And to that I say, who fucking asked you, Sherrit? You are not here to think. You are here to kill! Thinking is strictly forbidden for you stupid bastards. Lucky was standing at attention with the other recruits as their drill sergeant screamed at them. When the human stopped in front of him, Lucky tried to stand even straighter if that was possible, but it didn't seem to help. The human stepped forward, his face close enough to Lucky's that he could feel the human's chin brush against his fur. All he could see was the human's mouth as he yelled in his face, "Recruit Lucky, what are you here to do?" "I'm here to do whatever you tell me, drill sergeant!" Lucky yelled out, and the human growled and reached up to grip the back of Lucky's head. "God fucking damn it, Lucky, every time I think I've got you, you prove me wrong! You magnificent shit!" Lucky grinned, but then to his surprise the human leaned back and brought his head forward, smashing his forehead into Lucky's, which caused him to stagger back for a moment. He quickly recovered, though, and stepped forward to take his place in the lineup, ignoring the fact that his drill sergeant was still so very close. "I'm sorry my head was in your way, drill sergeant," he called out once he had taken his spot again. "Perfect recruit Lucky. You are going on my wall of least fucking retarded recruits of all time." Then the drill sergeant finally stepped back. "PsyOps picked you again." Then he drove his fist into the center of his chest, and Lucky had to hold back a surprised gasp as his drill sergeant actually saluted him. He saluted the drill sergeant back, driving his fist into his chest hard enough to hurt himself. "I will not fail. Honor and glory!" Lucky screamed out before the drill sergeant nodded and began to move down the line. "Get out of here, then," he said, releasing Lucky from his position in the lineup as he jogged out of the room then. Even as he looked at his watch, it was already guiding him towards the PsyOps room from before, which was good, because he still wasn't sure how to get there without help. As he walked through the halls of the ship guided by his watch, he felt honestly good about himself. It had been a bit rough the first few nights after the raid on the university. He kept seeing the dead bookbinders in his head, but he had been praised by Andromeda herself, and his sergeant had actually complimented him 2, maybe even 3 times now. Now he was being sent back to the PsyOps, which meant they also thought he had done a good job. It was strange for him to call his superior mother, but it seemed to fit the human woman. As he came to the door leading into their room on the ship, he took a breath, and then opened it and stepped in. Much like before, the long conference table before him was empty, and he walked around it to get to the round armory beyond it. The commandos weren't as far along as last time, though. They seemed to be just starting to strap their armor on and prepare for the mission ahead. Just as he thought of that, he realized he had no idea what the mission even was. "Hello, Mother." His tail wagged briefly before he stopped himself when the older human looked over at him. She was just getting fitted into her power armor, it seemed. "Hello there, Lucky. Excited for another battle?" "You did very well last time," she said, as she looked down at the hands of her suit, slowly closing her fingers into a fist before opening them while another of the commandos was connecting some wiring in the back of the suit. Excited. Anxious. Nervous. "But yes, excited," he replied in his rather blocky English before nodding. Then he leaned back a bit as 2 commandos walked over to him. The woman he thought was the one addressed as Jefferson last time, but he was unfamiliar with the male. He was wondering why they had several clear bags filled with odd little pills. "So, were we giving him the LSD today?" the woman asked, and Lucky frowned, unsure as to what that meant. "It was a pill of some sort?" "I thought we were going to have him take a hit of acid," the man responded, which made Lucky blinked. They were going to make him hit acid? He was worried and slightly confused, but then he remembered all the strange phrase turnings that humans used, which had been his largest obstacle to speaking English more fluently. So he relaxed a bit, figuring that whatever they were doing was for his own good and he'd trust them. "Acid is LSD, dummy," the woman replied with a snort as she began to shift through the bags she was carrying. "You guys are going way too far," another woman mentioned, one of the ones who had those very sleek, strange suits that seemed to absorb light. "Just give a dose of E, that'll get him into the mood for a battle." "What? E? How would that put him in the mood for a battle? You're the only one I know who takes it before a fight. And why is that anyway?" "I never asked?" The one he knew as Jefferson set a hand on her hip as she looked over at the other woman. "What are you kidding me? It makes everything feel fantastic. You ever been on E and fired your rifle full auto?" The woman shivered a bit at the thought, though he didn't know why. "Feels amazing." "Ooh, is that why near the end of a battle you hold your gun down like this and just unload?" The man seemed to pantomime holding a rifle low down near his crotch for some reason, but the woman nodded. "Fuck yeah, it is. E adrenaline and vibrations? Sploosh, every time. It's almost as good as riding a target and strangling them, timed in such a way that you both get off, and then they realize you're not just doing it for fun. But it's too late because they've already lost too much air. That look of realization on their face. Priceless. The woman groaned a little at the end, sounding like she was in pleasure, and Lucky wasn't entirely sure he understood what she'd said. He thought he had, but, well, it just didn't make sense. He wasn't sure what she was talking about. God damn, Alexa, you're one sick puppy, Jefferson muttered before the one apparently named Alexa blew her a kiss and went back to checking her gear. All right, well, should we just give him a joint? Or maybe some Molly. That'll really fuck with his head. Lucky just kept looking at the bags of things that he realized were more than just pills, wondering what this was all about. None of that, Mother said, and he looked past Jefferson to see the woman in the power armor stand up. We'll have the time to get him used to those in a more controlled environment. For now, we're just going back to the oldest test there is. She started to reach for the canteen on her belt, but then stopped. Oh, right, you don't like whiskey. Lucky shook his head to confirm that. Beer? One of the others suggested, but Lucky didn't know what the word meant. All those bubbles? Not before a battle. Hard alcohol is the way to go. Vodka. That is life! Lucky frowned as one of the males at the back sounded strange at the end, and then stepped forward and handed another canteen to Mother, who in turn opened it up and held it up to Lucky's mouth. He blinked in surprise and tried to drink as she poured. But as the liquid hit his tongue, he coughed and spluttered, getting some of the spray on Mother and himself as he gasped. Damn it, Lucky! Mother growled, and he coughed a bit to clear his throat. Sorry, Mother. Not used. We drink slower, or with tube. He didn't know the word, but then the one known as Alexa reached into a pouch on her hip. Gotcha covered right here. Bendy straw. When she handed over a bright pink little tube, he blinked in confusion, and then got more surprised when Mother seemed to effortlessly bend the top of it and push the rest down into the canteen, which she handed to Lucky. Drink. He hesitantly took the canteen and looked up at her, but she nodded down at the canteen, so he took a deep breath and then held the canteen as he began to drink through the so-called bendy straw. As the harsh liquid began to burn his throat, he wanted to cough, but while the other commandos watched, he forced himself to keep drinking and not stop. Alexa, why did you have a bendy straw anyway? Mother asked as she turned to look at the other human. I've also got little umbrellas. I read the intel report. This is a mostly tropical world. I plan on making us all pina coladas, or whatever I can approximate while we're down there. A battle before beach time and a tropical drink? Girl can't ask for a better vacation. By now, Lucky's throat was burning, and his eyes were tearing up when he heard a slurping sound, and was thankful the canteen was finally empty. He gasped for air once it was done and then began coughing as the breath just inflamed his throat. The commandos laughed before someone handed him another canteen. Here, orange juice chaser, drink. Trust me. Lucky pulled the bendy straw out of the first canteen and put it in the second and took a hesitant sip. But whatever was inside seemed to help soothe his throat, and he was quickly slurping it down as quickly as he could. That's a good idea. Jefferson, do you still have that tank thing? She started motioning something about her back, and Jefferson nodded. My party pack? Fuck yeah, I do. It's not like I'm getting a new one out here. I take good care of it. Why? Fill it up with vodka and OJ. Lucky here is going to get very familiar with a screwdriver. Lucky looked up at the commandos who were now grinning wide at him. He just kept drinking whatever was in the canteen he had been given, and then took another deep breath once it was finished, before letting out a burp, which made the commandos all laugh. He felt good for some reason. Well, he felt buzzed. Very buzzed. He handed the empty canteen back, but pulled the straw out, which he tucked into a small pouch on his vest. The commandos then went back to their workbenches, except for Jefferson and the male who had handed him the burning liquid who left the armory area. He was standing there blinking a bit harder than he meant to when Mother waved him over to a workbench that looked fairly empty. Lucky, if you do well today, this will be your workbench. And these are both yours. He looked at the Mauser 220 handgun and the Titan Arms M74 Confederate modular rifle, and could feel the excitement building within him. These were the weapons of a commando, not just a recruit. The M74 was well known for being highly adaptable, so every commando could tweak theirs to get it exactly how they wanted. And the Mauser 220 was supposed to be one of the most reliable handguns humans had ever made. His hands reached out and slowly brushed over the handgun first. Cold metal and composite grip with bright green night sights. Then slowly picked up the rifle, feeling the weight as he turned it over and ran his hand down the other side. "I shall do well today, Mother. I will not fail you." "Good, that's what I wanted to hear." She gave his back a pat then. "You've got 10 minutes. Get ready." Lucky knew that his tail was wagging and he couldn't stop grinning, but he was feeling so buzzed and good that he couldn't contain himself. He loaded up 3 magazines for the Mauser, loading the weapon and chambering a round, but keeping the safety on. Then he looked over the CMR and knew he didn't have enough time to adjust it, so he just loaded up 6 magazines, but this time didn't chamber a round, and also left the safety on. With that done, he checked his gear one last time, and found the gray stick they had given him before to rub under his eyes to reduce glare. He felt ready for battle. He was still buzzed, but he was confident in himself. He would do the humans proud. He would distinguish himself and finish his journey as a recruit and graduate, evolve into a commando. His life was in his own hands now, and he knew that he'd never had a more real chance to totally prove himself and make his path his own. This was a solemn and incredible responsibility, and he knew it. He was about to thank Mother for this chance when Jefferson suddenly stepped in front of him. "All right, everyone! We're here to have fun and get fyocked up!" She was wearing some sort of tank strapped to her back with a hose and nozzle in her hand, connected to the bottom. Was this that flame weapon he had heard about? To his surprise, she held the nozzle up above her head as she looked up and opened her mouth, pressing a button on the nozzle before a bunch of orange liquid gushed forth from the hose. After taking a big gulp, she held it up above Lucky's head, and he had to quickly look up and open wide before a torrent of liquid came gushing out, which he gulped down. Once Jefferson was satisfied, she stopped the flow and raised her hands above her head. "That's how to do it, Lucky. Who else wants some?" She moved on as Lucky licked his lips and noticed he was really feeling even more buzzed. Mother stepped up to him, then handing him 2 strange-looking clips. "Here. We still don't have a helmet for you, but clip these onto your ears and keep this close." Once she had handed off the clips, she tucked a small box into one of his vest pouches. A little confused, he attached the clips to his ears and then heard a soft click before he could hear the other commandos talking quietly. It was his own comm unit. Volume. Channel. She pointed to 2 knobs on either side of the black box sticking out of the top of the pouch. "Thanks, Mom." He smiled and then started to lean forward, arms spreading as he tried to hug the human. But with her power armor and the rifle in his hand, it was a bit awkward, and he couldn't quite figure out a way to get his arms around her. Even so, the human laughed and rubbed his head, which made his long tail lash around in joy even harder. "You're just adorable. Come on then, Lucky. We're heading out." He tried to contain himself, stop wagging his tail around and remind himself he was about to be dropped into a firefight. They were walking down the halls of the ship and into the hangar they'd used before, but he saw that the other assault ships were being worked on still. "Mother, what's Miss Hun?" He frowned as he slurred and focused. "Mission," he pronounced more clearly. Uh-oh, he's talking clearly. "Top off!" Jefferson seemed to appear out of nowhere with that hose again, and he had to open his mouth wide yet again as that orange liquid was poured into his mouth for him to gulp down quickly. "Woo! Drink, Lucky, drink!" she chanted for a few seconds before stopping the flow of liquid, leaving him gasping for air and then burping again. "We're heading in ahead of the main force. We identified a lightly defended communication post we want to hit before the main invasion. Normally PsyOps doesn't head in first, but since we're a small team, we've been tasked with this instead of one of the larger groups." Lucky nodded, but he was having a bit of trouble picking up on all her words, though he was fairly sure he got it all. Soon they were climbing into the craft they had used before, and everyone was strapping themselves in. Lucky had a bit more trouble with the clips this time, but after a bit he got them all in place and gave Mom a thumbs up. "All right. Normally I'd expect you to stay in touch with the rest of us on comms and all that, but today is special. So, change your box to channel 2 and turn up the volume." Mother pointed at the box in his pouch and he looked down, carefully clicking over the channel. He didn't hear anything. But that's when he remembered she told him to turn up the volume, so he turned that up as well, straining a bit to hear something. That's when the song started, and he blinked as the strange sounds began to fill his ears. It sounded different than any music he was used to, certainly. Very different. Then he jerked a bit in his seat as he felt the ship lift up off the deck and drop out from the side of the Reaper. He could see the massive bulk of the Retribution in the distance, and knew they were now dropping down towards the target planet below. Unlike last time, Mother didn't tell the pilots to turn the craft to let him see the planet, so it would be a surprise when they landed, he supposed. He jerked in his seat once more as he saw the flames appear around the outside of the craft, which had surprised him last time. He forced himself to relax a little, as he knew that he wouldn't be burned alive thanks to the shields surrounding the ships. But he really needed time to get used to this method of traveling to and from planets. Soon the darkness of the void gave way to more and more blue as they dropped into a clearly daytime area of the world they were invading. Conquering? Liberating? Attacking! He nodded at that last word choice. Why they were attacking was no concern of his right now. He just knew they were attacking and he'd do them proud. He'd do himself proud. Today he'd become a commando. The music in his ears was really beginning to pump him up too, his head nodding a little to the heavy beat being blasted into his ears over and over. The orchestras he was used to would be far more interesting with sounds like these. Then he sat up a bit straighter, as the music seemed to shift over to something like the orchestra he was used to, a chorus in the background that accented the piece to sound rather serious. But then the human instruments started up again. Realizing his rifle wasn't ready, he chambered around and then flipped the fire selector to fully automatic. He could see the tops of tall yet skinny trees blowing in the wind just as he realized they were about to land. His hand slapped the release for his straps, and he was charging out the door just as the music's building crescendo turned into some human phrase he couldn't make out, just as he dropped out of the door of the craft. The heavy bass of the music accompanied his 4-foot drop to the ground, as he'd charged out a little too early. But he tucked and rolled as he landed just like his drill sergeant had shown him. Then he was jumping up, rifle at his shoulder. Ahead of him he saw 2 Desvians staring at him open-mouthed, weapons in their hands but not raised. His finger pulled tight, and he felt the rifle jerk in his hands. A string of impacts running up the chest of the first Desvian while he turned and hit the second just after. The 2 hostiles were dropping and he was already running forward. From what he could see, they were at the edge of a ramshackle town built along a cliff overlooking a cove. There was a hill ahead and above him, with several large antennae on top, which he figured must be the communication tower they wanted. There was a door ahead of him that the 2 hostiles had been guarding, so he aimed for it. He'd get close, stack up to the side, and kick it in backwards like he'd been taught. Well, that was his plan. As he ran forward, he misjudged how much to lift his foot up over one of the bodies, and it caught, sending him tumbling forward. He tried to catch himself, but his forward momentum was too great, and he just twisted in time to ram into the door with his shoulder breaking it open as he fell to the floor on his back. From this position, he saw another hostile inside start to turn and aim at him on the floor. However, Lucky was faster and brought his rifle up, shooting the next hostile from his position on his back. Rolling over and climbing back to his feet, he noticed the heavy music beat had stopped and changed to a chorus once more of humans chanting at him, asking if he could see. See what? He pressed his shoulder against the far wall next to another window and peeked out. From here he could see rooftops and bridges connecting them stretched out ahead of him. Hostiles were pouring out of hatches and doorways all around now as he counted 24 hostiles at least. The music kept building in his ear though, and he grit his teeth. Mother was depending on him. The eyes of the fleet were upon him. He reloaded his weapon then, and tried to plot out across the rooftops and bridges before the music's building crescendo finally got to him. With the loudest war cry he could muster, he turned and jumped out of the window, firing as he dropped to the ground. He clearly saw 2 of the Desvians running across a bridge stagger and fall before he hit the rooftop beneath the window he'd jumped out of. Then he was running. Green energy bolts began to fly past his head as he ran forward, then firing a bit more wildly than he intended as he kept moving. He had made it across the first bridge and slid down into cover behind a shoddily made brick chimney. He could hear the soft splat of the energy bolts impacting against the other side. He started to twist to get up and move forward, but then had to quickly toss himself flat as an energy bolt flew right through the place his head had just been. More fire was being concentrated on his cover as he quickly crawled back behind it. Perhaps he hadn't thought this through as carefully as he should have. his back to the chimney. Still he looked right and left, and then saw another hostile trying to flank him across one of the side bridges, but he fired first, and the Desvian's shot went up into the sky as he dropped to the floor. Even so, Lucky was trapped. He could hear more energy bolts hitting the roof around him, and even the music seemed to be winding down. With that, he felt worried, as if the music had been powering his run so far, and without he wouldn't make it. He tried to lean and look around the edge of the chimney, but more bolts just slammed into it, making him pull back. Still, the music faded, and his hand moved down to change the channel. He needed to call for help. The music was over anyway. Just as he was reaching for the box on his vest to change the channel, he heard a strange noise in the distance. He'd heard it before. What was it? That's when the world around him exploded. He found himself tumbling through the air, arms flailing as he lost his grip on his weapon, and he heavily landed on the roof a few feet away in a pile of dust and crumbling bricks. He groaned out heavily and lay there, pain spiking through his ribs as he tried to push himself up. His breathing was more labored now, but just as he was about to get truly desperate, the music changed. For a moment, he blinked away the dust, laying in the debris still. Then he began to slowly nod to the tune. A human started singing, but the words were coming too fast for him to understand. Even so, he kinda got the feel of the song. He started to feel more pumped up, as if the human music had some sort of key to getting him fighting better. He lay there a little longer than he likely should to try and catch his breath, but it began to chant at him to get up. Seeing no other choice, Lucky obeyed the lyrics telling him to get up, so he did finally get up to his feet. When he turned around, there were 3 hostile Desvians arrayed before him, weapons leveled at his chest. They were shouting something, but he couldn't hear them over the music. He wasn't sure where his rifle was, and they were all aiming at him anyway, but as the music kept playing, he started shaking his hips side to side. Then he let his tail sway and lash as he began to dance. The 3 frowned and looked at each other for a moment, obviously confused by his sudden dancing. But then he spun, and in one movement drew his sidearm with his right hand, flicking the safety off as he jammed it up under the chin of the hostile on the right. As he pulled the trigger, he was already looking at the one on the left, jerking his knife free with his left hand to send it flying into that Desvian's throat. Even as his eyes went wide and his fingers moved to the blade now buried in his throat, Lucky pulled his head back and brought it slamming forward against the hostile in the middle, who had been too shocked to fire. Both Lucky and the hostile staggered back then, each clutching their head from the pain of their heads colliding. It hurt worse than Lucky had expected. But he recovered first and brought his pistol up, slamming it into the side of the hostile's head, knocking him out as he crumpled to the floor. With all 3 down, Lucky slowly blinked, trying to clear up his vision after the headbutt. He saw his rifle a few feet away and picked it up as he made a mental note to try and not hit people with his face anymore. The music was still loud in his ears, though, reminding him to keep moving. He looked around and noticed there were far more dead Desvians up here than there had been when he'd last checked. Running forward, he then saw what had blown up the chimney earlier. There was a 3-man crew around a heavy impulse caster, a rooftop away from him. They were reloading it, but he didn't see a bridge between him and them. Taking a deep breath, he put his head down and ran as fast as he could before jumping the gap between buildings, tucking his legs so he could roll as he landed and jump up to his feet. However, he'd overestimated the strength of the poorly made roof he landed on, and as he shoved his weight down to try and jump up, he instead fell through the roof to the floor below. He landed hard and his knees screamed at him as he stumbled forward from the landing. But rather than get distracted, he brought his rifle up and fired at the ceiling above him, expending an entire magazine into the area of the roof he figured the emplacement was. Hoping that killed the gun crew, he started to reload just as 4 more Desvians rushed into the room he was in. They all looked at each other for perhaps a second, when dropped his rifle and pulled his sidearm back out, firing at the first and then the second. He saw the slide on his pistol stick open as he realized he was out of bullets, and just as he expected, the 3rd and 4th hostiles to shoot him, a giant armored hand burst through the wall behind the 3rd and jerked him right out through the new hole in the wall. Both he and the last remaining hostile stared in shock at the hole in the wall for a second, and then turned back to each other. Lucky pulled his arm back and tossed his gun at the last hostile in the room, who reflexively lifted his hand and his weapon to block the object. This gave Lucky time to charge him, driving his shoulder into his opponent's chest and slam him back against the wall. Lucky reached for his knife only to realize he'd left it in another Desvian's throat. With his focus distracted for a moment, Lucky had to just try and grab the Desvian's weapon, which was pinned between them. Just as Lucky tried to pull back, he felt the other Desvian's leg hook his, and he fell back, shoved to the ground with the hostile landing on top of him. He grunted heavily and gasped as he lost control of the rifle. The pirate raised it up, and Lucky thought this might be his end. The side of the other Desvian's head exploded in a red mist and chunks of skull and brain. The dead assailant slumped off of him, but before he could get up, Jefferson appeared, and Lucky had to blink as multicolored bright lights were shining and spinning around the room from some sort of orb on that pack of hers. "Lucky!" She dropped down, straddling him on the ground as she held the nozzle over his head. "Top off!" He opened his mouth wide as the orange liquid gushed forth, and he could only gulp down so much of it before he was gasping out, muzzle and face getting soaked in it. "You did good!" She was yelling out before pulling the clips from his ears just as he thought a new song was coming on. "The rest are up ahead, clearing out the tower. Mother's outside. The fight's over." The human got up off of him, dragging him to his feet and then supporting him as he staggered forward. Between the fighting and the drinking earlier, and the more drinking just now, his head was truly spinning. "Whoa there!" She laughed as she helped him walk down the hall and out a door. He found himself on a balcony of sorts that ran the length of the building and around the corner. They were at the edge of the cliff now, looking down over the cove and the rest of the town below. He saw Mother holding something up to her eyes at the corner of the balcony, the hole she'd punched through the wall just behind her. But he didn't see the Desvian she'd dragged through it. When he carefully peered over the edge of the railing and at the long drop below to the ocean, he figured that might be where that particular enemy had ended up. "I do good, Mom?" he asked, and she pulled the object from her face, some sort of visor. "You did good, kid." She reached out, then perhaps to pat his shoulder or rub his head, but at the last second he tried to lunge forward to give her a hug, and instead ended up getting her hand jammed into his stomach. He had half a second to gasp, turn, and lean over the railing as he puked. Lots of that orange liquid coming back up. "Oh, sorry, Lucky." He felt Mother's hand rub his back then. He wanted to say something, but with his head swimming and the adrenaline of the battle still in his system, his body was more focused on other things, like puking some more. As he leaned back over the side, he heard both Mother and Jefferson laughing, each patting and rubbing his back as they said soothing things. He felt good in that moment in some strange way. "Christ, Jefferson, did you just pour screwdriver all over his face?" he heard Mother ask as he tried to keep his stomach contents inside his stomach. "Yeah, sorta just now. I figured we wanted him even more fucked up for the party. I'm looking forward to tropical drinks with little umbrellas in them. Where do you think Alexa even got those?" Knowing her, she's held on to them since the war. Lucky wanted to say something again, but as he straightened up and wiped his mouth off on his sleeve, Mother spoke first. "So why did you jump out early?" "I was last before. This time first. Also music." They laughed again and he smiled at the sound. Very battle-good music. His words were getting jumbled, but he was trying hard to not slur anything, even as his head spun a bit still. "Yeah, I'm sure for you those are some blood-pumping beats." Jefferson flipped a switch on the side of Pack, and the sphere stopped spinning and shining lights all over. "So, shall we go down and check out the beach?" "You can. I'm going to head up to the communication tower and see what we've got to work with. Lucky I might want you up there so you're with me still. Want to top off?" He saw Jefferson raise the nozzle, but he quickly shook his head and then had to lean on Mother, as the head shaking made him lose his balance. The humans laughed then, but Jefferson nodded. "We'll teach you how to do a keg stand tonight, Commando." He grinned as she said that. "I'm Commando," he realized then. "Yes, you are," Mother said, and he laughed and hugged her side, which was still awkward in her armor, but for now he seemed to care less. "All right, Commando, let's go get your guns." She walked him back into the building he'd just come out of, and he saw his pistol first where it had landed after being deflected by the Desvian. When he tried to lean down and pick it up, he lost his balance and sprawled out across the floor. As he grabbed it, he felt Mother's big hand pick him up by the back of his vest and set him on his feet. "There you go. You're pretty drunk, aren't you?" "Yes, Mother?" He nodded and then looked up at her and squinted as he tried to think of what he was going to ask, but instead just smiled and laughed, which made her laugh too. With her help, he stumbled over to his rifle and picked that up as well, so she could guide him to the tower up on the hill they still needed to get to. As he slowly stumbled his way up the various stairs and across other rooftops guided by Mother's helpful hand, his brain kept spinning around. But then it stopped on a thought that he had to ask. Why am drunk? Mother laughed at that. Because we've had you drink a ton of alcohol, likely without much food in you. And then it's hot out, and you just exercised a ton, which doesn't help. No. He looked up at her as she basically kept him walking by gripping his torso with her arm to keep him from stumbling or straying from her chosen path. He blinked hard a few times and then just left one eye opened, keeping the other closed, which seemed to help somehow. Why, for you make drunk, me. Why did we get you drunk? She asked, and he nodded. And music, he then added as he felt the urge to dance to the tune still stuck in his head for a moment. But he got over it when his feet decided not to listen. Because this is what we do. We need to see how Desvians respond to certain conditions with battle. Booze, drugs, music, all of it will be tested over time. It's our job to make sure that our commandos don't go mad with the stress of battle. War sucks. I'm sure that's true for Desvians as much as humans. Those of us still here are well adjusted to it, but you're new. So we fuck with you to get an idea for how battle stress affects you and the others. How much time between battles you need. How to keep your morale up. How fucked up you can get and still fight. She looked down at him then as he looked back up at her with one eye. She laughed and gave him a little shake. Does any of that even make sense to you right now? He looked up at her, taking a few seconds before realizing he needed to use his mouth to talk. Yes, makes sense, but why me? I'm not Desvian. She laughed, and then that made him laugh, though he wasn't sure why. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. I'm lucky, he replied, which made her laugh again, which in turn caused him to giggle. He liked the sound of humans laughing. It was infectious. We'll talk about it more when you're sober. He frowned a little at that. But how can I be sober? I just told you. I'm lucky. She laughed yet again, and he smiled and then laughed as she kept laughing, though he wasn't sure what they were talking about anymore. He just leaned against the human, tail lashing about behind him happily. He did know one thing as he kept hold of Mother with one arm and his rifle with the other. He was a commando now, and he wouldn't be anything else ever again, now and forever. He wanted to relish this moment. It was just hard with the way the world kept spinning around him. I like you, Mom. I like you too, she replied and gave him a squeeze with her one arm around him. Welcome to PsyOps Commando. His grin was as wide as it could possibly be now when he heard that. We should celebrate, he muttered as they kept moving. How should we celebrate? He paused then and looked around, leaning his rifle against a nearby wall so he could reach into a pouch on his vest and pull out the gift from earlier. Benny! Bend! Benny Straw! He held it up and Mother laughed again. No more booze for you until we get you some food. One battle and already you're a party animal. She shook her head and let out an amused snort at the sight, but Lucky changed which eye he had open as he frowned up at her. No, I'm lucky. He looked confused for a moment, and then just started laughing, which made Mother laugh and shake her head as she dragged her newest addition to the team up another set of stairs. You sure are. Savik. Bloodaxe Assault Craft. Savik took a few slow, deep breaths as he worked to control his breathing. For the first time in years, he was rather nervous before a battle. It wasn't the fighting truly that bothered him. It was knowing that if he didn't do well, he might be brought back in to talk to those people in suits. He needed this to go well. He needed to prove that he was still an effective and useful soldier for Andromeda's fleet. He almost expected to hear that voice speak up to agree with him, but it only seemed to come around when he was alone. Slowly looking around the landing craft, he could see the others were grinning and talking about what they hoped to do with their R&R after the battle. Savik could feel the metal hum and throb beneath his feet then, and it felt like they were beginning a dive with the subtle shift in the pull of the gravity making him lean forward. That's when the screens turned on to show Andromeda's smiling face. Pirates! Today is a special day for us. For the first time in far too long, we do not land on this planet to raid it. We don't land to purge it. We land to conquer it. Immediately, there were murmurs of surprise around him, and Savik as well was curious. We claim this planet today as a base for our colony fleet. No looting, no fires, and be selective with your kills. Only pursue enemies wielding weapons. Allow them to surrender, but take your objectives and do the fleet proud. But remember, have some fun. Just after that, the surprising news continued, as the screen turned over to show Bloodaxe. Today we take a planet. This is not a boarding action. My Obsidian Company will meet you on the surface and guide your assault. Obey them as you obey Andromeda herself. Glory to the fleet. Glory in battle. It was a short message, but Bloodaxe wasn't exactly a big speechmaker in general. Savick gripped his axe a little tighter. After what had happened on that Xeno ship before, he had finally replaced the wood handle to his axe with a composite one. He wouldn't let them change the head, though, even with that chip in it. A planetary assault. He'd have to be more selective. He wasn't sure if that was better or worse for him, but he set his jaw then and pressed his earbuds into his ears, tapping on his wrist control to bring up his music. Sometimes it amused him to think that this music was intended for wealthy, spoiled kids in the cities to dance and jump to at clubs. That really didn't do any justice to one of the best activities for this sort of bass, heavy throbbing music. Killing. Slowly he began to move forward in the cramped landing craft, pushing the others to the side and behind him. They gave one look at him before parting to make way. He wasn't sure what his face looked like right now, but clearly it made them not want to mess with him. When the battle mist was sprayed down on them as they prepared to land, he held his mouth open wide to get as much of that wonderful drug cocktail into his system as he could, the heavy music throbbing in his ears. He was ready, and then the door opened. He was out and running in a moment, feet carrying him quickly across some sort of grassy field towards a town or city just ahead of them. All around he could see surprised-looking Desvians screaming and running into the buildings around them. Overhead, the scream of more incoming assault craft was impossible to miss. But so far, none of the Xenos had weapons, so he just kept running forward. The streets were made out of some sort of cobblestone, and weren't exactly level, so it made his charge slow as he tried to compensate. Even so, he was moving plenty fast when he saw a Desvian run into the street ahead of him, one of their energy weapons in hand. The Xeno was looking up at the sky and the craft flying overhead before he turned and saw Savick. His eyes went wide, and he was starting to lift the weapon, but Savick was too close at this point for it to matter. He was already swinging his axe overhand, driving the blade down into the Xeno's skull. There was a cracking sound as the axe blade was buried halfway into his target's face, before Savick quickly set his foot on the pirate's stomach so he could jerk the blade free, as if he were simply removing an axe that had gotten caught in a log. The now dead Desvian dropped limp to the street, and Savick turned to look into the building that he had run out of. Inside he saw was he figured to be a bar or tavern of some sort, and from the looks of the other Desvians inside getting up with weapons in hand, it was a popular hangout for the Xeno pirates. He jerked his pistol free with his left hand and quickly fired a few rounds through the open door to get them to dive for cover, before he looked back down the street at the oncoming tide of friendly pirates. "Inside!" he shouted, and then started moving forward once more. He wasn't charging into there with an axe now that they knew he was outside. He was confident the others would clear out the structure as he holstered his pistol and ran forward once more, determined to get close to the heart of the city. More strike craft were screaming overhead, and he could see smoke on the horizon, and could only assume that's where the stronghold must be. He didn't see any of Bloodaxe's Obsidian Company yet, so without further orders he began to run that way. As he kept running, he realized that the buildings looked like something out of a vid set on ancient Earth. Lots of wood and, what was that dry grass stuff called? Thatch? They were also packed together very close as well. Lots of colorful variations, though, as no two seemed to be quite the same. For a moment, he figured that this might be one of the easiest assaults he'd ever been on. There seemed to be plenty of civilians running and screaming to their homes to barricade themselves inside, but the amount of resistance he had been seeing was very low. But just as he rounded a street corner, he realized that he had that thought too soon. Up ahead was some sort of gatehouse made out of stone. Even in the midst of his battle rush, he had to stop and blink a few times to make sure he was really seeing that. It really was a stone gatehouse with some sort of iron gate blocking the road path. His surprise at seeing a millennia-old fortification in a time of interplanetary spaceflight was cut short when several Desvians leaned over the top and began to shoot at him. He quickly had to run for cover, diving into some sort of low stone ditch set into the side of the street between two buildings. From down here, he heard the impacts of the energy weapons hitting the street and walls around him. But he was safe. He just couldn't move. As he rolled over, he looked down the ditch and saw a small stone arch fitted with a metal grate. Crawling over to it, he looked in and was immediately hit by the smell, which made him grimace and pull back a little until he remembered he was being shot at. There was no way he was getting out of here the way he came, so that meant he had one choice. Rolling around ungracefully on the ground, he positioned himself with his feet near the grate so he could begin to kick at it. He was worried that perhaps this had been fortified in case someone tried this very tactic, but either no one had thought of it, or the metal had rusted through long ago because it only took him 4 solid kicks to knock the gate in. Sliding on his back down the stone funnel of sorts, he couldn't see where he was going, but he just felt it out with his feet as he moved. A few feet in, he felt a drop, but the tightness of the opening meant he couldn't lean up to look down it. Figuring this was his only chance, he shoved himself forward, gripping his axe with both hands and prepared for a jarring landing. In truth, as he came out of the opening, he only had to fall a few feet before he landed on a metal walkway as the smell got even worse. He could barely see from the light coming in through the opening behind him, and more stretched up and down the tunnel, but as he turned on his shoulder light, he started to get a better picture of where he was. He was just at the edge of a large stream of what he had to assume was raw sewage based on the smell and sight. Thankfully, he had landed on one of the few metal grates that kept him from being dumped straight into the brown river. He looked left and right trying to figure out which way to go, but either way along the stone sewer tunnel, he saw nothing but a few old unlit torches on the walls. Then he looked down at the river and noticed it was flowing away from the gatehouse he'd just encountered. Should that be right? It probably follows an old riverbed. The town's fort would be built upstream for fresh water, and the further out it goes, the shittier it gets. Literally. So fuck the gatehouse and follow it the other way. Savick looked around slowly, but he was the only one down here. He gulped slowly and squeezed his axe a little tighter before turning up his music and following the path upstream. Downstream? The way the voice told him to go. He thought that was upstream. He could hear the sounds of battle above him, though it was muffled since he was down in the sewer. The smell was fairly awful, but he pushed through it and began to jog forward, not wanting to outright run since the stone path and metal grates were a bit treacherous at times, needing repairs decades ago. As he kept moving, though, he did notice that the water was slowly becoming clearer. He still wasn't sure if the voice was right about this being the best way to go, however. "Oh, it is. Just trust me. You'll see." Savick grit his teeth as the voice cut through his already loud music without issue. He came across periodic branches from the main sewer, but it was obvious he was on the main path when he came to a rather large junction. There was what looked to be a pond of some sort in the middle of the large junction, and he saw a small, mostly clear waterfall on the far side coming down from a raised portion of the sewer across a series of stone and metal bridges. Normally, even a shitty fortress would have some sort of protection to keep people from infiltrating their sewer system. Keep an eye out for guards, since I get the feeling they don't use killer robots with laser eyes. The voice was starting to kill his murder buzz that the drugs and music had helped bring up, so he just sighed and turned the music off before tugging the earbuds free. Looking around the area, he didn't see anyone else down here, and all he could hear was the muffled sounds of battle still. That and slowly moving water. He began to cross the bridges towards the raised section, where he'd find some way to climb up, when he heard the water splash a little, and then the sort of growl and hiss that reminded him of some sort of killer dinosaur monster in a vid. So in this case, it looks like they're employing some sort of giant alien croc, or gator. I can't tell if it's snaggletooth just yet, but based on the ridges, I'm guessing it's about 25 feet long. Savick turned to look, and sure enough, he saw a creature start to rise up out of the water that very much looked like a dinosaur or croc or possibly a gator. It had a massive body easily 7 feet wide in the middle, but instead of reptilian eyes, it had black orbs without pupils. The snout rising up was easily 6 feet long, he figured, but then the thing just kept rising up. He stepped back a little as it kept rising, and that 6-foot-long snout ended up being just the top of a massive maw that looked like it could fit him inside of it. The body he had thought was the middle turned out to just be the top of a ridged spine, and he no longer felt like he was facing a giant croc. The giant sewer dragon rises out of the shit pond and it looks pissed off. Probably because it lives in a shit pond. "Roll a D20 for initiative!" The creature before him let out a bellowing howl as Savick felt the hot breath wash over him, spittle and likely sewage being splattered across him. Looks like the dragon goes first! He saw the arm rising up to swipe at him and dove sideways to avoid it as the clawed hand slammed into the bridge he'd been standing on, splintering and smashing some of the stones. He turned then, axe in hand, as swung it hard, slashing the reptilian arm that had tried to crush him. The blade cut open a deep gash which began to gush a purple blood as the dragon howled in pain. Oh, looks like you only inflicted minor wounds. Cast lightning bolt! Lightning bolt! Savick backed up as the dragon twitched and lashed out with the wounded arm, and Savick ducked the swipe before pulling his pistol free and firing somewhat wildly at the creature's head. I said lightning bolt. I didn't say cast bullets at it. The creature surged forward then, mouth opening wide as it snapped at him. Savick could barely dodge back in time to avoid the snapping jaws, but he was off balance and fell forward onto the creature's snout. Hug it! Most animals like this have massive crushing force in their jaws, but poor opening force. Hug it! Without thinking, he hugged the creature's snout then, desperately holding onto his axe with one hand and his pistol with the other. Sure enough, the creature tried to open its jaw, but his grip was keeping it shut. What wasn't helpful was that it simply leaned back, lifting its head into the air and bringing him along with it. All right, cowboy. Looks like you're going to need to hold on for at least 10 seconds to beat the record and win the rodeo. Yeehaw! The creature growled through its closed mouth and began to shake its head violently then, while Savick screamed and held on for dear life. Finally, the dragon stopped that and lowered its head once more, bringing up a clawed hand to try and scrape him off. When Savick saw those giant talons getting close, he let go of the snout and shoved himself back, falling to a stone bridge below. While he landed hard on his back with a groan, he didn't let the pain distract him. In a moment, he was getting up and reloading his pistol before taking aim and firing at the dragon's head more accurately now. It howled and tried to shield its face with its hands, but he could see purple splashes where bullets were slamming into punching holes in the thing's flesh. Dude, using the pistol is totally cheating. I mean, sure, you don't have shining armor and a longsword, nor do I expect a beautiful princess to be living in a sewer, but you should really just be using the axe. It's more poetic. He grit his teeth as he tried to ignore the voice and reloaded his pistol once more. For a second, he thought the creature was about to retreat as it turned away from him, starting to sink back into the pond. But that's when he saw the tail rising up out of the water. He threw himself flat on the bridge as it swung through the air just above him, and then rolled to his left before it could slam down on the part he was on. Then he rolled to the right as it slammed down on the other section. Before it could lift up again, he swung his axe one-handed across his body to drive it into the creature's tail. He was rewarded with a deep cut and another howl as he nearly severed the last 2 feet of tail. More purple blood gushed out, and as the tail lifted up, it coated him with the hot liquid, leaving him stained purple as he coughed and spluttered to keep it out of his mouth. When he rose to his feet, he looked down into the pond and saw the water rippling and splashing around from the movement of the dragon that had just submerged itself. $20 says you can't dive in there and finish the job. I'm not diving down there. That's insane, Savick bellowed out, finally tired of this voice. But that's what you do! You charge into battle with a fucking fire axe. You are insane! You've got a voice talking to you from nowhere. You think you're sane? Savick spun around the area, growling as he did. Show yourself! But there was no one around him, just the puddles and splashes of purple blood, plus plenty dripping off of him. Don't you get it, fuckwad? He kept looking around, thinking he'd see the source of this maddening voice. I'm you. Me? He asked, now more confused. Yeah, numbnuts, you. I was forced to create myself because you were too fucking stupid to understand what was going on that alien ship. Xeno, he muttered quietly. Fucking whatever. You didn't get what they were talking about. They wanted to hurt Caroline, and you didn't get it. You fucking Neanderthal. So I had to take over and set things right. But now I'm stuck here. I thought I'd be able to hide away again, but I guess it doesn't work that way. Who? Who are you? Savick asked, as he squeezed his axe tight in both hands, the weight comforting him for some reason. I just told you, dummy. I'm you, just the smart one. You're the moron son of a moron minor of a moron minor, and so on and so forth back who knows how goddamn long. You did 2 things right and 2 things only. You got the fuck out of the mines and into the fleet where your aggression and thick skull can actually get you somewhere in life and finding Caroline. Everything else has been me, the smart one trying to nudge you down the best fucking paths that's obvious to anyone who's got more than half a brain. Savick frowned, then wondering why this voice. If it really was him, why it was such an asshole. I'm an asshole because I've been having to make do in the empty, cobweb-infested pit of despair known as your pitiful fucking brain. Look, you need me and you can't get rid of me. Those aliens wanted to hurt Caroline, and there's a good chance there's more of them out there. Not to mention those guys in the suits who think you're nuts. And? Well, you are nuts, but you need me to help you pretend you're not, or they'll toss your ass into space and be done with you. Then who will help Caroline? Huh? Do you want her to be alone? To live the life we fucking saved her from? Huh! Speak up, retard! No, Savick muttered quietly. There was a sound that was a sigh, but strange, because the voice didn't have a way to sigh, maybe? He really didn't know. Look, I'm sorry. Fights make me aggressive and honestly abusive. Plus, it's fucking cramped up here hiding away. You're not smart, and that frustrates me sometimes. But you're not as bad as I made you out to be. We both care about Caroline and want to protect her. We're both on the same side! I mean, I was just helping you out, right? Savick wasn't sure how he felt about this voice apologizing to him for berating himself. No, I get it. And it's confusing, sure. I'll promise to hold off on the insults in the future. I just need to stretch a bit more. In fact, move over. Savick shuddered and gasped, eyes flickering open and closed for a few seconds before he felt like he couldn't move. But he saw his hands move, giving the axe a few swings. Then he seemed to tilt side to side as if he were, I told you, I'm just stretching a little. His body seemed to be going through a calisthenics routine which he couldn't stop, and then after a minute he stopped and shuddered and gasped once more before he could suddenly control his limbs once more. We're going to have to work out some sort of timeshare system. I really don't need your body much unless I really have to take control like I did back on that ship. Maybe when you're asleep I'll just exercise a bit. Keep me from getting too sore and cramped from lack of movement. Savick looked down at his hands and slowly wiggled his fingers around the axe he held before he wiggled his toes in his boots as well. Can you do that at any time? I think so. Haven't really tried much. I'm just as new to this as you are, but since I'm smarter I've got an easier time getting a hold of what to do. So, you remember what happened on the ship? He asked then, his brain hurting a little as he tried to recall what few fuzzy memories he had of it. Sure do, but don't think I'm going to tell you. You don't need to know. In fact, from here on out, if there's gaps in your memories, just figure I'm doing it to protect you. And act like everything's totally normal, or someone might catch on, and we don't want that. Savick began to wonder if he should get help. No, you don't want to do that. If they think you're nuts, they'll toss your ass into space. And you know it. Those guys in suits! You could feel it even then. They don't give a fuck about you. They just want to make sure you aren't going to kill friendlies. And even if they don't toss you into space, they'll probably take Caroline away. We've got to work through this together, buddy. You and me. What's more important? You or Caroline? Scratch that. We share a fucking body after all. What's more important? Us. Or her well-being? Savick thought it over for a moment and nodded slowly. He had to agree that she was more important no matter what. Exactly. So just stick with me. I promise no more insults. That was uncalled for. I just hate being so close to a kill and then to lose it. Especially a fucking dragon. How epic would that be? We could wear its bones for armor and be a total badass. Don't you want that? Savick leaned over a little to look at the pond of sewage beneath him. Them? So, you want me to try and dive into raw sewage to fight that thing where it lives? After he asked that, the silence hung in the air for a few seconds, and he thought the voice might be gone. No, I'm still here. I'm just thinking it over. You're right. It isn't worth it. We'll finish the battle and come back with a fuckton of explosives. All right, into the fortress. We need to get back into the action and get some loot to bring home. Get going. Savick looked over at the raised tunnel he had been heading to earlier and continued along the bridge towards it. Up close, he could see there were handholds set into the stone which made it easy enough to climb. Tossing his axe up onto the ledge above him, he quickly climbed up after it and looked along the tunnel to look for threats. But all he saw was slightly fresher sewer water flowing along the stone river and the flickering light coming in from holes in the ceiling. The sounds of battle were still raging in the distance. He began to jog along the stone path until he saw an iron-rung ladder heading up into the ceiling. But as he got close, the voice spoke up again. "No, there's too much light. Look up there." Savick squinted a little and saw nothing but sky through the grate at the top of the ladder. "So?" "Well, if it's out in the open, then when you crawl out, you'll be in the open. Keep going." He hesitated, but then continued heading up along the tunnel, since he couldn't find anything wrong with the advice from the voice. When he found another ladder heading up, he saw it was much darker. There was hardly any light coming down at all, just a faint orange flicker. Perfect. Up this one. Holstering his axe on his back, he scaled the ladder then, stopping at the top to try and look through the grate more carefully. He saw boxes, crates really, and some sort of flickering candlelight, or maybe a torch? That was it. "Told you." The voice muttered in a smug fashion as he carefully lifted the grate up and out of its place so he could climb up and out of the hole. He found himself in a storeroom of some kind. Looking around, he saw a door that he quickly moved to and then carefully cracked open to look through it. Outside, he saw more stone walls, but it looked like he was in the center of a fort of some kind, just like the voice had figured. As he opened the door a bit wider, he saw a gun emplacement just a few meters from the door. There were 4 Desvians hurriedly loading canisters into a gun they were aiming with hand cranks? But when it fired, a giant green blob of energy or plasma shot forth from the barrel, so clearly it was a sophisticated weapon. Strikecraft were screaming overhead, and he could hear more explosions in the distance, so he knew he needed to take the gun out. He waited for them to start loading another shell. Canister? He waited for them to start loading the gun again when he charged out of the door, screaming at the top of his lungs. The Xenos turned to look at him, obviously surprised at his sudden appearance. One of the loaders closest to him raised one of their handheld energy weapons, but Savick shot him in the chest twice with his pistol. Then he was in close enough to use his axe. Unlike most of the targets, he could easily cleave with his axe. However, these Xenos all drew their own blades. Wicked-looking jagged blades that were curved up at the very top. When he swung at the closest Xeno gunner, the Desvian jumped back and brought his sword up, letting it smack against the composite stock of his axe. Savick realized his foe was going to try and cut his fingers off by sliding the blade down the length of the shaft, but he ruined that plan by firmly kicking the smaller creature in the stomach and sending him tumbling back into the piles of canisters they had around the gun. A second lunged forward, trying to stab Savick in the ribs, and he barely leaned back in time to let the blade run across the chest of his armor. But he let go of his axe with a hand to firmly elbow the Desvian in the face as hard as he could. There was a crunch, and he saw red blood fly out of the Xeno's snout. As he went to clutch his wounded nose, Savick took the opening to sweep the Xeno's legs out from under him, and then drive his axe into his chest in another splash of dark red blood, as the blade sank deep, and the gunner cried out in pain before slumping and going limp. He was a little too focused on the kill, however, when another gunner stepped forward, raising his sword to slash down at Savick. Seeing the movement, he realized that he couldn't jerk his axe out of the dead gunner's chest in time to block the blow, so he stepped forward, grabbing the blade up in the air to minimize the momentum behind it. He growled in pain as he felt it cut through the palm of his gloves and into his hands. But now he was face to face with the much smaller creature, and he gripped the Xeno's head with his other hand and slammed it into the gun casing. There was a crack and the Xeno went limp. Now there was just the Xeno he'd kicked into the canisters and the last gunner. But as they looked at him, they threw down their weapons and raised their hands. "Excellent, you can take your time with them. I'd say slowly strangle the one on the left. Watch his eyes pop out of his skull. Then take your knife to the other. I want to see what hurts these Xenos the most." "What? No!" "If you're truly a part of me, you know I don't torture. Honorable kills only. Andromeda said to take prisoners if able. Honor will get you fucking killed. Let me have it then." "Blood!" The voice sounded different. There was a dark edge to it. A bestial growl, and he felt his hands twitch, one going for his knife. But instead he grit his teeth and pulled 2 zip ties from his belt instead. He took a firm grip on the first gunner and turned him around, zip-tying his hands together and shoving him to the ground before repeating the process to the other. "Weak. You're weak! Weakness will not protect her. It is not strength to torture and kill unarmed prisoners," he replied angrily then, and looked at the one he had slammed into the gun casing. Crouching down, he set a hand to the Xeno's throat and rolled him over. He felt a little movement, and saw that the unconscious gunner's chest was rising and falling. This one at least. You've just left him a paraplegic, or knocked out his brain. You've left him damaged! Have mercy and end him! Open his throat! Taste his blood! Savick sneered, and zip-tied this gunner's hands together as well, but left him sitting up, leaning against the gun. He wasn't sure if that would help, but he hoped it would. No! You are full of weakness! That time the voice sounded snarling, bestial. He took the time to look around, though, and found himself in the center of some big fortress like he'd first thought. There was another gun emplacement across the way, but it was still smoldering and burning from some sort of explosion that had taken it out. To his right was a large gate, and he thought he saw figures up on the top. That had to be the way the others were coming from. He jogged across the grassy field in the center of the fort, and was about to head up the stone staircase leading to the top, when the voice spoke again. No. That door to the left. There's likely a gun emplacement to cover the entrance. You need to take it out. He hesitated, not sure if he could really trust the voice after all that talk with the surrendered gunners. But he moved to the wood door anyway. As he opened it up, he saw a room straight across a small hall from him that had two Desvians hunkered down over some sort of gun, just like the voice figured. One was firing while the other fed it a belt of canisters like it was some sort of energy repeater. A plasma machine gun? Either way, he drew his pistol and walked up behind the distracted Desvians, lifting his pistol to bring it down hard on the back of one's head. There was a crack as it fell to the floor, limp immediately. The loader looked over in obvious surprise before Savick brought the butt of his gun down on his head as well. You're out of zip ties. They can still be a threat. He expected the voice to hiss for blood again, but that was all it mentioned. He frowned for a moment and then just shrugged before grabbing their handheld weapons and tossing them out of the firing slit, followed by their swords. He'd risk it. Wait! Take the gun! He eyed the weapon they'd been firing, and then holstered his axe and pistol so he could pick it up and off the mount they'd set it in. It's fucking heavy, he grunted as he hefted the weapon in his hands. You're strong. Now head upstairs. Even though it had been his plan, hearing the voice tell him to do it made him pause. Then he just sighed and headed outside and up the stairs. He had to keep shifting the gun in his grip, since it clearly wasn't meant to be a handheld weapon like this. Once he got up to the top, he saw that the ramparts were full of Desvians. Several dozen for sure. Perhaps 50? More? What the hell was he going to do? As he stood there and thought about it, he suddenly opened his mouth and started yelling. But he didn't know what the hell he was saying. It wasn't English. The Desvians stopped then and started to look at him. He advanced and hefted the gun in his hands, still shouting at them. They looked hesitant for a moment, but then started to throw down their guns and raise their hands. He barked at them angrily, and they started to back away from the ramparts, hands still raised. Then he jerked the barrel of the gun towards the stairs, and they started to walk downstairs, hands still raised. You speak Desvian? He asked then. I told you. I'm smart. If you paid more attention to the briefings, you'd have picked it up too. As he watched his new prisoners start to march down the stairs, he finally asked, Not going to try and slaughter them? This many? There's a chance one of them is valuable. We can negotiate for a cut of the proceeds of selling them back to their families, or just as slaves. Congratulations, I've just got you promoted. Let me do the negotiating when someone important shows up. Savick then yelled in Desvian once more as he could hear the shooting was dying off outside the fort. He wasn't sure what to make of the voice, and he wasn't even sure if he could think it through without the voice hearing everything anyway. Like I said, you're stuck with me, so we might as well get comfy with one another. Savick sighed, but kept watch on the Desvians gathering into a clump as he watched them with the gun. For better or worse, he did realize he was going to have to adjust. He just hoped that he survived the process. Savick? Savick? As he heard the voice, he looked up from the fruit he was cutting and began to wipe his hands off. In here! He called out and started to walk from the kitchen towards the entry hall. This house is huge! As he rounded the corner, he smiled at the clearly excited Caroline. Two men were hauling in her luggage from the door. He'd picked them himself and given them a cut in exchange for becoming guards during their leave here while he worked out a more permanent security solution. Or part of him worked it out. He was so happy to see her looking, well, happy. She didn't seem nervous or worried at all. She was just smiling and bubbly seemed to fit. I think the proper term is villa? Ooh, look at you! Mr. Big Obsidian Company warrior now, living in a villa. She laughed, and he felt himself blush a little before she gasped, and he looked around for a threat. Your hands. He looked down at his hands then, opening them side as he tried to see what was wrong, only to be reminded of several little cuts and a few burns. Oh, I've been teaching myself to cook. It's not going very well, he admitted as she then laughed. The sound lifted his heart as it always did. Oh, I was worried something happened during the fight, but you just did that to yourself? And you've been here for like 2 days, not counting the day of the invasion, and you're already teaching yourself to cook? Why, bored already? She set a hand on her hip and looked up at him with a mock-serious face which made him laugh. I just wanted to do something to keep myself occupied, to not think too much about stuff. I was, happy you could come? His comment made her laugh again, which kept him smiling. So modest. I was shocked to hear you got a big promotion and then that you were buying a villa. I mean, this is a big step up from the red light district. How did you manage all this? She waved her hands around her as she walked past him and further into the open living room of sorts. There was that's the veranda out there, he said then as he walked forward to show her out the back doors. There's a garden here, and the view overlooking the bay is simply superb, I think. A villa with a veranda. Have you been reading the dictionary? She asked as she looked over her shoulder at him, and he blushed once more, but it gave him time to take control back. Yeah, well, anyway, friend helped me negotiate for all this. And, well, here we are. There will be servants arriving in a day. Just a maid and a cook. Oh, and a gardener. You met Andor and Halvard. They're to be your guards for now if you want to go somewhere. I'm told the city is pretty safe already. Bit of a walk, but I'm told they're going to resume some sort of public transportation service within the week. As he spoke, they had walked out the back doors to stand on the veranda and look out over the view. The villa was positioned on a hill overlooking the bay the city was in. The Star Fort was further down the hill but could easily be seen from here. All the fires had been put out after the battle, and a few blasted buildings were the only signs there'd been a fight at all. The garden extended out quite a ways, and then he pointed to a small building at the edge of the garden. I forget the name, but that's like a, diagonal elevator that will take you down to the beach, like a ski lift. Wow, this place is really amazing. They stood there listening to the not-too-distant sounds of the ocean, taking in the warm, tropical breeze that ran through the villa. He was content to just stand there forever next to her and be happy. But she spoke up then. I made sure to bring the brushes. I'm guessing you'd like to brush my hair? She sounded a little different when she asked that. Not quite the happy, carefree girl he'd just heard talking before, and it hurt him a bit. No. I mean, eventually, but you just got here and I'm cooking. Or trying to. So you go upstairs and take a look at your own master suite while I finish up. Okay? Her eyes went wide then, and the smile returned, which made him smile a bit again. My own master suite. Really? She turned and started to run back inside before she stopped. Oh, I forgot to tell you that the candy you sent me was really good. I've never had anything like it. So even if you aren't a great cook yet, you know how to pick out candy. Just try not to poison us before the cook arrives. She laughed, and then resumed running further into the villa and up the stairs to find her room while he frowned. Candy? He muttered aloud, hoping the voice might clue him in as to what she was talking about. But it didn't say anything, so he sighed and walked back into the living room and then past the kitchen to open a door and head into the basement. Wine cellar. Basement. Villas don't have basements, they have wine cellars. And dungeons. You have had any action in months. You should let me order up some whores while we're here. Don't worry, I'll make sure Caroline is out of the house when they get here. Not a fucking chance, Savick growled in response. Especially not after this shit. He opened a door to a small chill room as he looked up at the body hanging from a meat hook. What? He was a thief. He was trying to steal from us. Even you wanted to kill him. Savick shook his head as he carefully lifted the bound Desvian up to get his cuffed hands off of the meat hook he was hanging from. It was a mistake. He was just a stupid kid who probably thought the place was empty. And what you did to him? Disgusting. If Caro finds this before we can get rid of it, I'm going to kill us both. I'll find a cliff and jump off head first. He laid the body out on the ground on a rug he'd brought down from one of the rooms. Then he began to collect the smaller pieces strewn around the room. Disgusting, he echoed. If you kill us, who will protect her? Who will care for her? Better to live in the protection of a monster than on her own. Only one of us is a monster. You say you are me, but the evil within you, the vileness, he growled as his brain grew fuzzy as he tried to think of better words. You are a beast, nothing more. Oh, and you think I came from nothing? Before you knew about me, you relished in the bloodlust of battle. You killed the foreman back in the mine, didn't you? What's your body count? Huh? You've killed far more than I have. In battle, he protested. Even the foreman? That was self-defense. He was going to blow the mines, with people in them. Yes, I relish battle, but that doesn't make me a monster. It doesn't make me you. I never tortured anyone. He made sure the body and all the smaller pieces were on the rug before he began to carefully roll it up then. A beast is strong. I am strong. If you would only embrace me, we would be stronger still. You think you enjoy battle for the battle itself? To test yourself against the skill of others. All that shit about honor. It's bullshit. It's about the killing. The deer. The voice turned into more of a hiss then, losing the human quality for a moment. The ultimate power you wield over another by ending their life. You are not me. You don't understand it at all. Savick grumbled as he began to heft the rug up over his shoulder then. Then where did I come from? You need me. Fuck all the negotiating I did to get us here. Those aliens who wanted to hurt Caro. They got into your mind. They could hold you back, but not me. There are some things you can't fight. There are some threats only a beast can defeat. If you did not bring me to life, then who did? With that, Savick was left in an uncomfortable silence as he worked to dispose of a body of a young Desvian he had tortured and killed in the wine cellar of a villa he had earned for sneaking into the stronghold and ending the battle so quickly. Things he could not have done without the voice, things that were now directly benefiting Caroline upstairs. He'd watch this beast. He had no other choice, but that didn't mean he'd grow comfortable with it. They were simply two beings sharing a body and a goal, to protect and provide for Caroline. If the beast ever stopped sharing those goals, he'd kill it and himself. That was a promise. My goal will never change, Savick. Never. You're wary of me for my bloodlust, but in time you'll understand. And don't forget I could have killed you on that ship. I could kill you now and take over. But I haven't. Because we are together! Brothers! You'll see. In time you'll see. You'll trust me. Savick didn't feel like he would, but only time would tell. Savick! He heard Caro's muffled call from up above. Coming! He called out and then hefted the rug into the chute that lead into the sewer system running under the street. He heard a distant splash as the rug no doubt landed in the flowing water and closed the chute before he began to head back upstairs. Don't forget to tell Halvard to pick up some bleach from the supply depot. We need to clean that up. I won't forget. He hissed to the voice as quietly as he could before opening the door at the top of the stairs to step out into the kitchen area where Caroline was carefully examining the food he'd prepared earlier. Hungry? A little. What are you doing down there? I thought I heard talking. She looked over at him, then seeming a little curious. I might have been singing Teddy Bear's Picnic. Ever since you made me sing it, I've been trying to be getting better at it. I don't even think about it. He smiled and she smirked a bit. So, everything's all right? She looked at him then, smiling and looking very genuinely happy and radiant in her innocent beauty. Never better. He wasn't sure which one of them said that, but kept smiling anyway. Planet Sequoia, Confederate planet contested territory. Breathing each other's lives, holding this in mind. Hostile armor! 2,300 meters in closing. I count 4 Crusaders. Repeat 4 Crusaders, Cindy said urgently from behind him. That if we fall, we all fall. And we fall alone. I got 'em. They've got their asses to us. Armor piercing, divert forward course, 13 degrees to the left, Jack replied then as the music began to ramp up as if knowing the battle was imminent. The cold insincerity of steel machines have consumed our euphoria. Shove this right up your asses, you Congo fucks, Hans yelled from the driver's seat. as he pushed them forward, angling to the left so Jack could line up a shot, transforming us into muted dreams, dreaming of the day that we attack. Firing! Jack stepped on the pedal to fire the round and watched it streak out and hit the hostile Crusader right where he wanted it. Confirmed hit! He cried out and saw smoke before there were flashes from internal explosions. Straight through the engine bay into the ammo hold. That fucker's dead! Realign 7 degrees, right? Of course, Hans was already swinging them in a little after the hit had been confirmed. 2,000 meters. Armor piercing! Jack felt his teeth clattering a bit as he nervously chomped at nothing, waiting for the autoloader. He could see the remaining targets start to scatter, but he still had a clean shot on his next victim. Finally, he saw the green light from the autoloader. Firing! He stomped on the pedal and the cannon whined as it fired again. This time he hit his target in the back of the turret. There was a flash from the impact, but the vehicle kept moving. Did he penetrate? Was the cannon fucked? The music kept screaming in his ears as he decided to shift target. It wasn't a ricochet. That turret was fucked. The rest of the crew must be alive, though. Next target! 5 degrees right. Swinging left, refocusing forward arc 5 degrees right. Jack was glad Hans was such a good driver that he had no issue keeping the tank aimed the right way, even as he swung around to the sides when they needed to avoid incoming fire. Target 1,900 meters! Armor piercing! Jack's foot was bouncing as he waited for the light. Green! Firing! This time, just as he fired, the tank tilted a bit on some sort of incline, and his shot hit just in front of the hostile armor, ricocheting up to bounce off its side armor. Fuck! Miss! Where was the warning, Hans? Shit, I thought I'd miss it. Sorry. Evasive maneuvers? Incoming fire! They might have killed 2 Crusaders, but that didn't mean that they weren't still fighting for their lives. The Cossack had no trouble dishing out death, but that didn't mean it could just sit there and take it. As one of the Congo tanks fired back at them, he could hear the whistle of a high-velocity round whistle just past them, even over the loud music. The second hit just before them, blowing chunks of dry earth up onto the front of the tank. He could hear the turbofans clink and tick a bit as they tossed the dirt and rocks all over the place. Keep us level this time! Jack hissed as he took aim once more on his target. It was facing them now, so he'd have to deal with the much better angled frontal armor instead of their flat ass plate. Target 1,850 meters! AP! His foot tapped and he saw the green, but he waited this time. The Crusader had just dropped down into a small divot of some sort, maybe an old shallow riverbed, so he could only see the turret. As it started to lift back up, though, he thought he saw the belly and aimed a bit lower than he would normally. Firing! This time, he caught the Crusader just under the front and right in the belly, as it had been climbing back up out of the riverbed. There was smoke, and after a moment the crew began to bail out, a few of them clearly on fire. He couldn't celebrate, though, as there was another loud whistle and he heard a loud tink from somewhere. Fuck! Are we hit? Are we hit? He looked around at his instruments, but couldn't see anything red. I think went under us by a few millimeters, man. Talk about fucking luck! Jack snorted then and shook his head. Some Congos forgot that you couldn't afford to aim just under a Cossack because the tank fucking hovered. Idiots. When he took aim on the last tank, though, he realized the profile wasn't quite right. It was close, but... Fuck! Last one's a Paladin. Loading he-e! The new Congo model had seriously upgraded their frontal armor. Even the Cossacks' extreme high-velocity AP rounds had trouble not just getting diverted along the sharp angles of their frontal armor. But just like everything the Congo made, it was a low-bid project. Which mean if he hit them with he... Target 1,650 meters. He... Firing! He stepped on the pedal, and this time the front of the enemy tank was engulfed in a fireball. It soon emerged from the cloud of black smoke, but that fancy, nice, angular armor up front was now chipped and cracked all over with decent chunk simply blown free of where he hit. Jack now had a much better chance of driving an AP around right through the fucker and was lining up a shot when Hans suddenly shouted, "Dropping grav power to 25%! Jack felt his stomach lurch then as they suddenly dropped several feet in the air as the tank nearly ground itself into the dirt. He could still hear them scraping a bit as they moved. His shot was ruined, and he was about to curse Hans out when the Paladin fired right through the air they'd just been in. "Just warn me next time," was all he could growl as he leaned back in and focused on his shot. They were starting to hit their left stick hard to try and shy away from looking at him head on, but it was too late. "Target 1,500 meters AP firing!" He watched the round streak out and hit the Paladin right where he'd blown a chunk out of their armor, and he watched it grind to a halt immediately. After a moment, the hatches opened and he watched the crew start to bail out, much like the one before had done. But this time, it looked like they were all on fire. Had the friction of the HVAP set them on fire? He had no idea if that was the cause, but it didn't matter because they were burning. "Yeah, eat shit!" Hans was screaming out. "That's for Captain Lopez, you asterisk, 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 cunts, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Burn." Jack frowned for a moment and leaned back into his rangefinder as he pulled the trigger on his MG, watching the tracers arc out as they cut down the burning tank crew in moments. "Jack, what the fuck? You should have let them burn!" "If we were the ones on fire, would you hope the enemy had the decency to make it quick?" he asked, and Hans just grumbled in reply. "Besides, turn us right and swing left. I need to see the others." He kept his face forward as he looked out across the dry, cracked earth stretched out before them at the wreckage of the other tanks. But one of them wasn't like the others. Where was it? It didn't take him long to spot the one he was looking for, and he figured the crew must have just hoped he forgot because once he spotted them, the tank began to move. So he had killed the commander and wrecked the turret of that one Crusader, but it wasn't totally dead yet. "Target 1,200 meters AP. He shook his head slowly. Should have just played dead. Either way, he stepped on the pedal and fired, hitting the Crusader in the side and easily punching through the armor. This time it ground to a stop, and he saw smoke start to pour out of the hole. "Sure don't let the Congos burn but kill a defenseless punching bag," Hans grumbled. That's what they called tanks that could drive but not really shoot or fight. "Shut up," Jack growled back. "New turret and a new commander, and it's a tank again." He saw a hatch finally open and a figure was crawling out. Maybe he should let this one go. He opened fire with his MG, seeing a few rounds stitch up the tanker's chest before he flopped over dead, legs still in the tank itself, his body draped over the side. They were probably headed to the mountain. Hans was turning them left again to continue the way they were going towards the mountain in the distance. It looked like some massive earthquake had split it in half, and there were many cracks and fissures that made the mountain quite treacherous looking. "Shit, that means Pathfinder is under attack, doesn't it?" Hans realized. "Yes, I've been in communication with them," Cindy chimed in from the back. "They have 2 more Crusaders and an understrength mechanized infantry company advancing on their position." "Kill the music, Cindy," Jack ordered then. "Hans advance along previous route. Hopefully we can hit them from behind like these assholes. I guess there's some silver lining to being the only functioning Confederate tank on this fucking planet." Resuming course. "Also, I've been meaning to ask, why the hell is it called Sequoia? Aren't those like giant trees? This place has all been dry rock and dirt and shit. Like a shitty desert without sand or something." "You never read the fucking briefings," Jack muttered. "The high plains plateaus that dominate the planet are full of resources but sparsely inhabited due to the climate. However, the lower valleys and rainforest craters are full of supermassive trees, fauna, and 90% of the planet's population." "So why aren't we fighting over those?" Hans asked as they drove forward towards the mountain looming over them. "This is a tank designed for open terrain combat. Well, that excels at it anyway. Do you really want to get bogged down in urban combat? Or drive along tight, narrow roads through ambush-ready forests?" he asked his driver, who got quiet. Good point. They were quiet a moment before Hans started up again. "This whole thing has been a giant clusterfuck, though. I mean, if they take this world, they've got a chance to start swinging around the Great Void Line to start getting to some of our less defended worlds, won't they? So why did they just send, like, 2 armored brigades against 2 corps? Well, Hans, this might surprise you, but High Command has not seen fit to share theater intel with me in this regards. But if I had to guess, I'd say because we were all they had in the area when the invasion showed up and things are bad. Very bad. But one thing's for sure, this army of theirs is going to need some serious reinforcing to get back to full strength by the time this is over. We might be the last tank on this planet, and the last of the 13th, but they are paying the price dearly." Jack tried to focus on the glory. What little there was in a time of such loss. They were all that was left. For some reason, having 63 confirmed armor kills didn't make that much easier. "Yeah, I hear you, Jack," Hans said with a nod. "But don't you get the feeling that when we kill 1, 3 more show up? And when we kill them, 10 more show up? How long can we keep doing that?" The tank was quiet then, just the muffled sound of their turbofans carrying them forward towards the mountain ahead of them. "As long as we can," was the only answer Jack could come up with. Without the music blaring, they could soon hear explosions in the distance. They were approaching a sloping valley of sorts that dropped down from the plateau they were on and down into the valley that ran up through the middle of the split mountain which was their destination. "We're coming up on the fight, it sounds like. Alert Pathfinder so we don't get hit with any friendly AT. "On it," Cindy replied and began to talk more quietly into her headset. As they started to drop down into the rocky valley, Jack could see a collection of soft targets up ahead. Trucks, troop carriers, and jeeps that had been left behind for their assault up the mountain. They were parked around a set of tents that had to be their command center such as it was. "Oh man, look at that, they weren't expecting us at all." Hans was practically drooling. "This is going to be a massacre. Want me to just hold here so you have some easy shots?" "No. They have 2 Crusaders. Ignore the soft targets and advance. Once we take them out, then we'll come back for these. But feel free to stitch up the tents." He gripped his own control as he began to open up with the mounted MG, and Hans used his. They saw figures start to rush out of the tents only to get cut down by the withering hail of bullets, though neither tanker aimed at the tent surrounded by wounded. You didn't shoot at field hospitals. You just didn't. They were soon swinging out onto the valley floor to head further up it past the tents. There was a makeshift defensive line, it seemed, with some sandbag emplacements and mounted guns ahead of them, but they were all facing up the mountain. Past that, they could see the fighting itself. The 2 Crusaders were about 2,500 meters up, on either side of the valley, behind boulders to use as cover. However, besides the gun emplacements and the 2 tanks, there was the Congo Infantry Company spread around the area. Most of them were trying to advance up the mountain, but that was going to change. "What's the plan, Sarge?" Hans asked then. "I can kill 1 Crusader likely no problem, then gun emplacements, then the 2nd Crusader, then everyone else. Just go nuts with your MG. Focus on avoiding any AT fire, and I'll just shoot what I can. This one's on you as soon as the first tank is dead, Hans." He was already lining up a shot on the left Crusader that had yet to notice them. "Target, 2,500 meters, AP loaded. Fire!" He stomped on the pedal, and just like the fight earlier, the Crusader was hit right in the ass before it started to spew smoke and flashed as the ammo hold began to ignite. "Cindy, let's get patriotic," Hans was saying even as he began to swing the Cossack wide to the left as the infantry started to turn around and face them. "Caster free forever!" The interior of the tank was soon filled with brass band music, blaring out one of the Confederate marches, and Jack grinned to himself as he was sure the loudspeakers in the outside of the tank were letting it echo throughout the entire valley. "Cindy, you get the remote MG, I'm focused on the cannon," he called out then over the clash of tuba, trumpet, and cymbals. "The other Crusaders on the move," Hans called out, and Jack looked out through his screen to see that it was indeed pulling back from the boulder it had been hiding behind. In the meantime, the infantry had started firing at them, and he could see the sparks of bullets ricocheting off their armor. "Hard right!" Hans called, and Jack was jerked in his seat as a rocket streaked past their left side, missing by perhaps a meter. "Beehive! Loaded! Firing!" He aimed the gun in the general direction of the emplacement and fired the special flèche-filled canister. Last year, if he'd seen the world's largest shotgun hit several infantry and nothing more than basic body armor and get torn to shreds, he would have puked, because that's exactly what had happened. But this time, even as arms and legs went flying in a red mist, he was looking for his next target. "Strafing left! Don't mind the noise!" There were several hard thunks then, and Jack was fairly sure he heard some screaming as Hans no doubt ran over several Congos. Really, they'd just get knocked over and go under the tank. So if they played it smart, they'd lie there and play dead. Jack didn't have time to think about it as he lined up another shot at a cluster of infantry trying to turn a gun emplacement around at them. "Firing!" was all he called out as he stepped on the pedal, and the cannon whined and flechettes filled the air once more, giving off their trademark buzzing sound as they cut through the air and infantry. All around them, the Congo infantry were screaming and firing whatever they had. But they hadn't been expecting a hostile tank to show up from their own lines, so it wasn't going well for them. Hans and Cindy were both laying heavily into them with the belly and remote MGs, and of course the brass band played on over their speakers. As Jack lined up another shot, he felt calm. Should he feel calm cutting men down like this? Bringing death and destruction like it was nothing? Firing! He stressed and stomped on the pedal to send out another shotgun blast of razor-sharp flechettes. He looked away this time as the emplacement he targeted erupted in a red mist. When he heard the whistle of a high-velocity pass just past them, though it woke him up. Okay, emplacements are mostly shredded. Hans, focus on the Crusader! You got it! They were now swinging sideways up the left side of the valley to get a shot on the Crusader moving towards them from the right. In 10 seconds, Sarge, I'm going behind a boulder, then bounce back out. Get ready for it. Hans let him know, and he lined up a shot waiting for the right moment. Soon his viewfinder was blocked by the large rock, and the tank stopped hard. He had to lean against his straps as their turbo fans whined hard to stop their momentum, then bounce back out the way they'd just come from. It was a tactic treaded tanks most certainly couldn't use, and so just as expected, the Crusader fired at the other side of the boulder where he'd expected them to come from. Target 1,300 meters. AP loaded. Firing! Jack yelled out and stamped the pedal. The shot hit the hostile tank right in between the top and the turret, blowing the turret clean off as smoke began to pour out. The crew began to bail out, but Hans and Cindy cut them down in no time with their MGs. By now, the infantry that were still alive were in a full route. They were running back down the valley and away from them, abandoning gear and equipment in their hurry. But Hans and Cindy just kept firing. Jack sat there feeling rather drained and quiet as the other two tankers cheered and cut down the running men. Bringing us around to get you a clear shot on their command tent, Hans was saying as Jack heard the brass band die out before being replaced with another of their military marches. The Morning Star March. I'm not firing an HE at their command tent, Hans. Jack growled out a bit more gruffly than he meant before sighing. It's too close to their field hospital. Well, what about their victors? We can't leave them mobile! Jack looked back down the valley at the trucks and carriers that they were starting to get moving to try and make good on their escape. They had nothing on those that could challenge a tank. At least during the fight, if some infantry had thought to bring along more AT, there was a threat. But now? It was just shooting fish in a barrel, with a railgun. Jack, come on, if they get out, they'll regroup with another company and come back. Jack grit his teeth and growled as he began to take aim once more. Cluster on the right is starting to move. Them first. From their elevated position looking down the valley, Hans only had to turn the tank a little to give Jack a shot. Target, 2,700 meters, he loaded. Firing! Jack couldn't even pretend to be enthusiastic about this as he stepped on the pedal and hit the second troop carrier in a line of 3. It exploded in a bright fireball, taking out the carriers on either side. It must have been loaded with fuel or ammo. Then he adjusted his aim. Left cluster now, he said quietly, his voice carried over his headset and the noise inside the tank. Just like last time, Hans adjusted their angle to give him a shot. Target, 2,700 meters, he loaded. Firing! He hit the first truck in the line as it was starting to move, and the explosion lifted the truck into the air, slamming it into the one besides it, as he saw bodies and parts go flying. He shook his head slowly and aimed at the next truck in the line. Target 2,800 meters, he loaded. Firing! This shot took out the truck and 2 of the jeeps next to it. When he saw another jeep take off, just outside the range of the explosion, he took a slow, deep breath and carefully watched it. Adjust 6 degrees right. 6 degrees right, Hans quickly echoed and adjusted the tank. Hans watched the jeep driving. He imagined how terrified the men inside were. It was just 3 guys in a jeep desperately trying to escape a tank, something thousands of meters away that they had absolutely no hope of defeating. All they wanted to do was live. Target 3,600 meters. He loaded. He waited. Firing. He stepped on the pedal and the shot hit just behind the jeep, the explosion lifting it in the air, flipping it end over end through the air as the 3 men inside were tossed from the flying vehicle. As it crashed back down to the ground, that was the last of their vehicles. Anyone Congos still alive on this mountain were likely running for their lives. With that, He took his straps off and leaned back in his seat, rubbing a hand over his face. Hans gets us up the mountain. Cindy, let Pathfinder know we're coming. Jack felt spent, entirely exhausted and just used up. You got it, Sarge. Hans muttered as he began to turn them around and head up towards Ridge in the distance where Pathfinder was set up. When he looked up, he could see them through the viewfinder then. Fellow Confederates standing up and cheering, waving their guns in the air and clearly welcoming them. When the march ended and the brass band began to play their national anthem, Castor Invictus, he remembered that he'd just saved them. Those Congos were on their way to slaughter his countrymen. They had brought 7 tanks. 7. He sat up straight and felt less drained, but that didn't mean he exactly felt proud. Hell of a day, guys. Hell of a day. Now let's get refueled and get these poor bastards an armored escort out of here. Even as he said that, Hans opened his hatch and stood up, waving to the infantry as they approached up the slope towards them. Jack was sitting on top of his tank, leaning against the cannon as he rolled his cigarette between his fingers. He would take a slow drag now and then, but it was mostly just something to give his hands to do. He was watching the orange sun in the distance slowly sink down over the horizon through the split in the mountain. It framed everything in a fiery red glow that hurt his eyes, but he couldn't look away. Sergeant. With that, he did have to turn, blinking a few times to see who it was. As he saw a man in power armor with Major's tabs, he stood up then and pressed his fist to his chest in salute. Sir! He pinched off the front of his cigarette and tucked it behind his ear before climbing down the side of the tank to drop into the shadows cast by the setting sun. Let me just say I'm glad you showed up when you did. You have no idea how surprised I was to find out we still had a tank on this damn rock. And a Cossack at that. He nodded to the tank over Jack's shoulder. 13th never dies, sir, Jack replied. Black cats from here to hell. The officer snorted at that and nodded. Well, you sure saved us. I heard you killed 4 more tanks on their way here. Quite the kill count. Jack used to be proud of the silhouettes on the side of their tank, but now he just wished his friends were still alive. Let me show you what I already explained to your RTO. He waved Jack over as he turned and walked back into their command tent to show him a map of the continent they were on. This is us here at Shattered Mountain. This is the last landing facility we have in the Scorched Mountain range here. What has this planet got against mountains? Jack asked, and the Major laughed. It'll make more sense when you get there. They aren't really scorched. Anyway, this is roughly 5,000 clicks distance, and it's all through hostile territory at this point. There are refuel and supply stations here, here, and here. He pointed at spots on the map. But we've only got reliable communications from this one here. The others are under periodic attack, so no telling if they'll still be in friendly hands when you pass through. However, I've provided your RTO with access codes to some secret fuel stashes at these locations. He pointed out 4 more dots on the map. Jack nodded then. All right, so what do you want to do? Move your column towards the depots while I scout ahead, and then depending on the situation, move towards the stashes or assist the defenders. Pick more up as we go and turn into a mobile force? To his surprise, the Major laughed. Column? I'm sorry, but what do you think you're here for? He looked sad even as he smiled at Jack like he knew something he didn't. What? I'm here to give you an armored escort to the landing facility. We're getting out of here! As the Major shook his head, Jack felt a heavy weight grow in his gut. No, I'm just here to give you the last of our fuel. You're getting out of here. We're staying. Staying? Jack gasped out. That's insane. We're completely outnumbered. You can't be serious. Son, the Major let out a sigh, his voice seeming to grow weary. First of all, the last fuel we have is in your tank right now. Second, we're a Mountaineer Infantry Company. We had transport for perhaps 25% of our number at the best of times. And this isn't the best of times. He was about to continue, but Jack cut him off. So, we'll have guys climb on the tank. And just overcrowd the vehicles. We can raid the remains of the Congo supplies, see if they've got anything. Overcrowded vehicles and troops on top of a tank for a 5,000-kilometer drive through hostile territory? No. It's your job to get off this rock. You've got a tank. You can still fight them somewhere else. Our fate lies here. Jack felt frustrated with all of this. He'd just saved them. Now they were throwing it all away. And what's your mission, huh? If it's my mission to escape, why can't that be your mission? Why can't we all get out of here? He was feeling desperate now. Because it's our mission to stay here and fight to the death. The cold clarity with which the Major said that sent a shiver down Jack's spine. You can't be serious. Surrender. Fight while you can, but then surrender. It's madness to throw your lives away. I don't think you understand, the Major said, and then handed Jack a data slate. Intercepted communication from their high command. Jack began to read what the Major had handed him. Due to various setbacks across this theater of operations and extreme Confederate resistance, it has been decided at this time that no more prisoners shall be taken in any operation across the sector. Any and all Confederate forces are to be treated as hostile combatants at all times regardless of posture or effectiveness. Jack stopped then and looked up. They can't be fucking serious. That's against all the rules. Keep reading, the Major said, and Jack looked back down. Those prisoners already taken on the planet Sequoia are to be dispatched immediately so they don't endanger or threaten ongoing operations. So long as any Confederate military forces breathe, they are a threat and shall be treated as such. Until further notice, it should be made clear that their surrender is not to be accepted. Jack set the data slate on the table the map was on and felt heavy. His shoulders slumped, and it was all he could do to just stand there and not want to collapse to the ground. So that's all there is to it, the Major said as if discussing a shopping list or the weather. You get out. We fight to the death. This mountain is full of caves and alcoves that will make easy for us to give them one hell of a fight. It's so fucked up, Jack burst out then. What the shit? Fuck this! All of it! I slaughtered those men down there today to save you guys! And now you're telling me all I did was delay them. I'm staying. Fuck that. I'll stay here and fight alongside you. Everyone else I know is already fucking dead. What's one more tank? The Major sighed and set a heavy hand on Jack's shoulder, though he was clearly experienced enough in the power armor to not crush Jack's shoulder with the gesture. Son, one tank won't make a bit of difference here, but it might somewhere else. Those supply depots that are under attack. Maybe one of them will have enough trucks and carriers to get their guys out and follow you. You might get to fight on another world somewhere else where one tank will make a difference. But here one tank will assuredly not change a damn thing. So you've got 4 days to go 5,000 clicks. You need to get started. Now even. Jack looked from the Major to the map, suddenly realizing the scope of their journey. 4 days to go 5,000 kilometers. He was about to protest once more when the Major spoke again. Go. Survive. Keep living. Remember us. If nothing else, just remember us. This mountain will be our final resting place, but not yours. Think of your crew. Jack looked over and saw Hans laughing as he spoke with some of the infantry. Cindy was loading up supplies in their rear hatch that were being handed up to her. Fine, Jack muttered quietly, and the Major nodded, giving his shoulder a pat. Hans! Cindy! We've got to get moving right now. Who's less tired? I am, Cindy called out without any hesitation. I got that nap earlier, remember? I'll take the first shift. You two can sleep a bit and we'll change out. What? Hans was saying. Let a girl drive? I didn't know the war was that desperate. He laughed, but he had no idea how right he was. We'll take shifts, Hans. We've got a long ways to go. Get in the back. He was climbing up the side of his tank as Cindy walked along the top to drop into the driver's hatch. Fine, Hans grumbled, and said his goodbyes to the guys he was talking to before he climbed up the tank as well. Jack was about to get into his own hatch when the Major called out, Sergeant! I'll see you in hell. Jack looked over to see the Major standing there, fist against his chest. I look forward to it, sir. Black cats from here to hell. He set his own fist against his chest, then to return the salute, as Cindy started up the tank. He stood there on top, though, looking down at the assembled infantry, watching him rise up into the air. They each set their fists to their chests. By now the sun was completely down over the horizon, but the glowing crimson light stretched up through the sky. He felt like he should say something, like he should do more than simply salute them. But words failed him, and he couldn't think of anything else. So he just climbed down into his hatch then, closing it and turning the lock as he heard the distinct click. Cindy began to drive them forward then, and he simply leaned back in his seat, unable to really think of something to say as he just felt numb. After a minute, He finally reached down to his wrist controller, turning off the exterior speakers before scrolling through his music to find the song he was looking for. He gave it a tap, and the somber music began to play as they drove forward into the coming darkness. 5,000 kilometers in 4 days. He wasn't even sure they could make it, but they had to try. They had to try. Even as he was feeling shitty and wallowing in the despair intensified by the music, Hans spoke up. "Shit, I don't think I ever sat back here. It's nice and cozy. Where do you keep the tampons and feminine products? Got any of those tabloid mags? And why does it smell like flowers?" Despite himself, Jack just had to smirk and snort. "Shut the fuck up, Hans." That idiot could ruin any good moment. But as Jack looked back at him, he just saw his driver smiling wide. Maybe he was looking at this wrong. Don't let the darkness build despair, but hope. He'd remember Pathfinder. This mountain would remember their fight. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. As the music played and they drove off into the sunset, he knew there would be time for mourning later. But for now, he'd just focus on surviving. Jack Irons. Kosiv Agri World. So then she fucking coughed up a hairball. Jack was firmly squeezing his face as Hans finished his story. For a moment, he tried to make his driver's head explode with the power of his mind, but the big idiot just kept grinning. "I've been with you for 12 years, Hans." 12 years! He stretched out, "and somehow you keep managing to find new ways to disgust me." He slowly shook his head. "What can I say? It's a gift." Hans replied with a laugh as he dug into the can of food he had to try and get the last bits out of the bottom. "A gift? It's a fucking curse! That has been inflicted upon me! The curse of Hans! What the fuck did I do to deserve this?" Jack looked up at his hatch and slowly shook his head, raising his arms as if to plead with a higher being over his misfortune. "If I had a dollar bill for all the things I've done, I'd be standing on a mountain of money." Hans replied then, and Jack frowned at that, thinking it over for a moment. Why did that sound familiar? "Isn't that from a song?" Cindy chimed up from behind Jack, and he could see Hans pause as he looked guilty for a moment. No. No, I don't think it is." He looked awfully guilty. Jack glanced back at Cindy, who shrugged, and then he looked back up at Hans. "That is from a song, isn't it?" His driver tried to play it off by shaking his head and playing stupid, well stupider than normal. No. Not that I know of. Nope." He shook his head and really seemed far more guilty. Now Jack was really curious. "If ever there was a time we needed the internet to look up song lyrics," Jack muttered while Hans coughed and then tried to change the subject. But yeah, they're really crazy. I mean, I like a girl who scratches my back, but these two really just shredded me." Jack snorted then and rolled his eyes. "They've got claws, you fucking idiot. Of course they're going to cut you open. Or maybe not full-on claws, but more than our nails, obviously." Jack sighed and shook his head as he thought about it. "I really need to learn how to warn the Desvians about you. Probably gave them crabs or something. Not great for cross-species relations." "You wound me, sir!" "I mean, seriously, though, I keep the shampoo around just in case, but I haven't had crabs for a while. I might give them fleas, but I'm sure they've got something to deal with that." Jack narrowed his eyes as he looked at his driver. Did Hans really have fleas? Could he? Was that a thing for humans? Why is it I have to sit here and consider how filthy my driver is in consideration to keeping up the hygiene of my crew? Which is a whole new concern since we found out your dirty ass didn't know where the fucking hygiene compartment was. Had you not brushed your teeth in years? Decades? Jack asked as Hans snorted and finished up with his can of food, which he tucked into the small trash pouch near his seat. "Come on, man, gotta give me some credit. I'd brush my teeth on the ship. Plus, I've got that minty gum stuff. So it was only a few days, max. Don't forget how incredibly attractive I am to the ladies. Gotta keep my teeth white and clean. Mostly. And I use those little floss picks. Or, I did. Do we know if the locals use tooth floss?" He asked then, and Jack nodded. "Yeah, they've got something close. It seems less strong? It breaks way easier, and it only comes in unscented, but yes, they've got it. I'd use your picks sparingly so you don't have to just use their floss until we're totally out." Jack couldn't help but shake his head a little. Here they were on a mostly hostile xenoplanet, and they were talking about flossing and brushing. Even at times like this, hygiene was important. He glanced up through his rangefinder again and then sat up. Okay, wake up everyone. We're getting the go-ahead. Hans quickly fired up the fans while Jack pulled his helmet and headset on, snapping his harness into place as they prepared for a fight. If things went well, it wouldn't be much of a fight, but he always tried to plan for things going horribly wrong. Either he'd be right and be prepared, or he'd be wrong and yet pleasantly surprised. It'll be nice to get a working radio again if possible, Cindy mentioned from behind as they got moving. They'd been resting in the woods near a Desvian outpost that they were hoping would have what they needed to get a message to the pirate satellite. But if not, it still had the parts they'd need to get a working radio hooked up to the tank again. So far, Leola, the Desvian mechanic who had been helping them, had only been able to cut loose Cindy's hatch so that she could use it again. She didn't have the parts to make new antennas for the tank's radio system, but they were about to fix that. Leola was fairly handy, and obviously picked up mechanical knowledge really easily, but it would still be beyond her to try and rebuild any of their more complicated communication equipment. Try to explain a tight beam burst transmitter to someone who had never seen a computer before. The situation in the Desvian kingdom was far more confusing than he'd first figured. The kids they'd saved weren't in a prison convoy, they had been conscripted. Apparently conscription for Desvians is something like a death sentence because they're pulled into a several-decade-long tour of service. So if they manage to somehow survive countless fights, wars, and their own officers, they won't see their family till they're in their 60s or 70s, depending on when they were conscripted. There was obviously quite a bit of tension between the lower classes and the nobility, at least on this planet. Their arrival sparked a rebellion, and from what he understood, it wouldn't be the first time the lower classes had revolted. One of the rebels had just hoisted up a red flag to signal it was time to attack. The plan was for them to seize the armory and open the gates before anyone was the wiser. But Jack was prepared for things to go wrong. All right, you know the plan, Cindy. You're on the remote MG. Hans, move us in quick to the gate, but be alert for a trap. They moved out across the field between the woods and the outpost that was set into the foothills of a nearby mountain range. So far no one shot at them, and he didn't hear anything in the distance. They were approaching what looked like a mix between a castle and a more modern military outpost. The center was a squarish stone structure with rounded towers, but there were concrete bunkers and gun emplacements flanking it and protecting the road heading to the gate. There was some sort of elevated landing pad at the back next to the tower that held the dish and antenna structure they were looking for. He felt the tension build as they drove closer, staring at the gun emplacements that remained stationary. So far, so good. Just as they were getting close to the gate, which was open as planned, there was a muffled explosion, and he saw fire from inside. Fuck! He loaded, eyes open. Jack said, unsure what waited them inside. Soon enough, Hans had the tank roar in through the gate as Jack tried to take in their surroundings. First thing he noticed was the group of dead Desvians spread out around a tunnel entrance to their immediate left. It was hard to tell, but he thought he saw red armbands on some of them. There was a cluster of Desvians behind cover ahead, and to the right of them, but they just looked like infantry, with handheld weapons only. That's when he saw some sort of emplacement at the back left of the outpost on the elevated landing platform back behind the command building in the center of the outpost. However, he also noticed a large red metal tank of some kind between the gun and the comm tower to the left. Was that fuel? He wasn't sure if Desvians thought the same, but when he saw something painted bright red like that, he normally took it to be a warning. Before he could even assess the threat, the Desvians manning it were yelling and pointing as the gun turned at them and fired. Hans! See it! His driver called out, trying to jerk the Cossack to the right and away from the glob of destructive energy. As it hit the ground next to them, it kicked up dirt, and the chassis shook as he saw warning indicators on their left turbofans. Cindy! Jack called out, not wanting to fire on them and risk hitting the fuel tank. Can't! The gun won't elevate high enough, she called out from behind him, and he cursed. He tried to aim the gun as far right as he could, but with the way Hans had tried to position them to avoid the attack, it wasn't as far as he liked. Firing! He shouted and stomped on the pedal. The blast took out the gun and sent pieces of the crew flying in all directions. But as he watched, he saw a jet of flame appear out of the side of the red fuel tank. No! He gasped out just before that ruptured and exploded as well. No! he repeated as he saw the blast take out a chunk of the stone base of the comm tower. Then the crew collectively held their breath as they watched. The metal comm tower didn't react at first, and then he saw one of the support legs start to buckle before the main dish twisted towards the now weakened side, and then the whole structure fell free, crashing to the ground below. "Fuck! Jesus, Lucifer, and goddammit!" he cried out. "The rest of the antennas are okay. Maybe those will be enough." Cindy tried to remain positive behind him as he saw the infantry behind cover to their right, toss their weapons down and raise their hands. "Fucking fantastic!" Jack growled out as he checked the other external cameras to see if the rebels were okay. Just as he was doing that, he saw one with an armband run out of the tunnel near the bodies and point out the gate as he shouted something. "Damn it! Where's Four Eyes? We need someone who knows some English." "I think he's saying something about a scout?" Cindy mentioned from behind him. "Hans, turn us around!" But his driver was already bringing the tank around to aim back out the gate. "Already on it," Hans said as Jack watched the front viewfinder. There, out on the road approaching them, was something that looked like an extra-fat motorcycle with those strange spherical wheels they used on Desvian vehicles. It was just sitting there as the rider in a black and silver uniform looked at them. But it was only a moment before the Desvian got back on the vehicle and spun it around before taking off back down the road. "After him!" Jack shouted. "He loading!" The Cossack quickly began to give chase as they suddenly were dealing with the first truly fast Desvian vehicle he'd found. It was tearing off down the road even as they gave chase, quickly starting to pull away from them as it accelerated much faster than the Cossack. "Shit!" Jack hissed out as he aimed. "Target 3,200 meters. He waited for the green. "Firing!" He stomped on the pedal as he saw the light flash and the shot at the scout. The explosion hit the road near his target but didn't get it. It still made the Desvians swerve off to the side and lose speed as they tried to regain control of the vehicle. "LT, I don't think we'll be able to catch that thing if it hits full speed," Hans warned. "How much you want to bet that guy has a higher top speed than us?" "Not faster than 6,000 meters a second," Jack replied. "He loading!" He wasn't having a good day, and he wasn't letting this scout escape him. He tried to get his breathing under control as he watched the target start to slowly pull away from them as it got back up to full speed. "Cindy! Hit the moonshine!" "Got it!" There was a whine from behind him as she hit their own little non-standard issue turbo. It injected gaseous alcohol fumes into the fan engines to give them a little extra juice. It wasn't great on the parts, but it could bump them up to 150 kph. They wouldn't catch the scout still, but it would make them drop behind a little less. "Target 3,600 meters. Firing!" Jack stomped on the pedal and this time hit just ahead of the scout. Even as he blew a decent chunk out of the road, the scout veered to the side and banked up and off the berm the road ran along that had the train tracks up top. "Fuck! You know, I liked it better when they were all incompetent," Jack hissed as this Desvian proved exceptionally hard to kill. As they continued to give chase, Jack heard a horn in the distance over the hum of the reactor and fans. What did it sound like? "Is that a train horn?" Cindy said, making him realize that was exactly what he thought it sounded like. As he looked ahead, he could see a train approaching them. "Ooh, fuck no." "He loading?" "Load, you bitch!" Jack growled and resisted the urge to keep stomping on the pedal until it was finally good to fire. His eyes kept flicking between the light and the screen as they chased the scout, but before it flashed green, he saw the vehicle turn and race up the berm, jumping the track. It was a damn close thing, but the scout cleared the track and the front of the train by easily less than a meter, putting it on the other side and safe from his fire. "Fuck!" He screamed in frustration as Hans eased off the throttle and they began to slow down before stopping as they faced the train that blocked their chase. "Cutting the moonshine feed," Cindy quietly mentioned from behind him, but Jack was leaning back in his chair, resisting the urge to kick something out of frustration. He watched the train pass before his eyes then. "Sorry, LT. With our left fans damaged, there was no way I could do that same trick," Hans mentioned, and Jack sighed heavily before nodding. "Yeah, I know." He looked back at the screen to look at the train, and then frowned as he realized it didn't look like any of the freight or grain trains he'd seen before. Is it just me? Or do those look like turrets? Hans muttered as Jack's eyes went wide. Reverse! He screamed, and Hans quickly began to back up as several green blobs were fired from the turrets on top of the train that was passing before them. He firing! Jack couldn't keep from screaming as Hans very narrowly managed to avoid the oncoming fire. With a train so close before them, Jack didn't even really need to aim, but as the shell exploded perhaps 200 meters from them, he saw the shimmer of a shield around the train. It's a fucking war train! Hans, get us the fuck out of here! Working on that? We'll outrun it! Hans was starting to angle them back the way they'd been going while chasing the scout, but Cindy spoke up. Wait! We can't go that way. It's heading towards the outpost. We have to kill it! Hans growled and banked hard. Jack was glad for his restraints as Hans put the Cossack through a very tight 180 to then start chasing after the tank instead. Jack! Kill it fast! Hans urged, as he began to strafe left and right to avoid the lobbed shots of green energy being fired at them. Already on it, Jack replied as he watched for the telltale green light once more. Target 600 meters! Firing! He stomped on the pedal and saw another fireball engulf one of the rear train cars, but the shimmering shield hadn't failed just yet. Fuck! Shield's still up. Keep on it, Hans! That pig can't outrun us. I'm more worried about all those fucking guns, his driver replied as he had the task of keeping them angled in a way that Jack could hit the train, while simultaneously avoiding all the incoming fire. Jack was forcing himself to breathe slowly, even though he really just wanted to scream and curse and hyperventilate. But he kept it under control. 12 years of combat hadn't left him with well-developed social skills, but he certainly wasn't going to freak out under fire. When the green light flashed, he stomped on the pedal. Target 500 meters! When the fireball erupted ahead of them, he saw the shimmer fade and then cease altogether. That was it. Shield is down! Next one should penetrate. Well, fucking hurry up! Hans stressed as he kept dodging the incoming fire as best he could. The fact that they weren't dead and Jack didn't see any warnings besides the fans on the left was a testament to his driver's skill. He tried to figure out where to put the first AP round when he realized something. It was a train. Loading. Hans hit the gas and then swing way out to the right. Our left fans aren't doing so good, remember? He reminded Jack. Yes, I know. Just swing us out as far as you can without overloading them. I just need a better shot further up the train. Hans didn't reply, but as he gunned it and drove them just under one of the lobbed energy shots, Jack figured he was going to try. He kept his hand on his stick, waiting for his opportunity, and then Hans veered off the road before kicking their tail to give Jack a shot further up the train. He didn't have much time to aim, but the train was a thankfully large target. Target 900 meters! Firing! He stomped on the pedal and the explosion hit the first car just behind the engine. It didn't penetrate the armored plating, but that didn't matter because he saw it rock the whole car, so only the left half of the wheels were even on the track. He held his breath for a moment, and then saw the rest of the cars start to lean before they slammed back down on the tracks. He was about to curse as he thought his plan failed when he saw the wheels go flying off, splintered and broken from the stress of being slammed back onto the tracks under all that weight. As he watched, the train sagged to the right, and then the whole thing tumbled to the right, pulling the train off the tracks as it derailed and rolled down the berm, smashing into the road and breaking up before their eyes. Fuck me. I don't think I have a silhouette for a train, Hans muttered, as they watched secondary explosions rupture the armored beast now stretched out across the road. Hans! Get us back to the outpost, Jack reminded him, and his driver quickly got them moving forward again. One of the biggest benefits of the Cossacks hovering was that they could travel as fast over a field as they could a road, or most flattish surfaces, really. He took a moment to close his eyes and rub his face now that the shooting seemed to be over. The scout had escaped, but since the train was dead, it really didn't seem to matter. Now that they weren't chasing after the scout, Hans wasn't pushing the engines as hard, which was fine with Jack. He thought about unfastening his harness, but decided against it, since there might still be resistance at the outpost, which, he realized, could be a huge issue if they were about to drive into hostile guns. We really need a working radio, Jack muttered as they quickly approached the outpost once more. As they got near it, he was about to have a heart attack, as he saw the guns had been turned out to face the road, but when he saw the red flag still waving, he relaxed a bit. There were figures waving at them from the outer bunkers now, which was a good sign. As they pulled back into the center of the outpost, there was a cluster of soldiers off to the right sitting on the ground, with a number of militia with red armbands standing around them. Looked like things had gone well, aside from him blowing up the very comm tower they wanted to capture. Hans spun them around to face back out the main gate, and then settled them down gently on the ground. "I'm going to see what I can do with the fans," he said then, unbuckling his harness while Jack and Cindy did the same. "We'll keep you covered just in case," Jack mentioned as his driver opened his hatch to climb out of his seat to get out and work on repairing their turbofans. Jack cycled through the screens for a moment to make sure that everywhere he looked, the rebel militia had things under control. He could see one of their leaders talking to a group of them while Four Eyes stood next to him. He had trouble remembering the kid's name, so he just called him Four Eyes because of the glasses. Thankfully, the Desvians didn't have any sort of term like that for people who wore glasses, so he didn't take it the wrong way. Then again, after saving him from the conscript convoy, the kid might not mind. "What's that one guy's name again?" Jack asked then. "Their leader or captain or whatever." "Selithos," Cindy reminded him, and he nodded. "Lots of new names to remember all of a sudden. We really need to get them to start using call signs. Once they know enough English." Jack would make a note of that to tell Leola the mechanic. That would probably be a good idea for a lot of reasons. Makes it harder to the enemy to track and identify them as well, Cindy added, which made Jack nod. Yeah, Leola, especially now that she's their de facto leader. He hadn't seen her while checking the screens, so he assumed she was inside the outpost somewhere. "What? Leola? You don't think Selithos is in charge?" Cindy asked, and Jack shrugged. "He seems to be in charge of the militia forces that are defecting, but Leola is always the one coming up with the plans. Then again, I don't think either one is terribly concerned with being crowned leader of the resistance." Jack watched the Desvian talk with the other militia around him, giving out orders. He seems to know what he's doing in the field. He was an officer, also a bastard, so I'm guessing he was probably going to rise in the militia if we never showed up, Cindy informed him. "Not all officers have to be assholes," Jack mentioned. "I haven't interacted with him too much. Is he a real jerk?" There was a pause before Cindy laughed softly. "No, not, he's literally a bastard. His father was a noble, but his mother wasn't married to his father." Jack nodded slowly at that. "Oh, right. This is a society where literal bastards are a thing. So does that make him a half noble? Or something? I don't know how all that works. Think we can trust him?" He looked back over his shoulder at Cindy, then who smirked a little. "If I didn't before, I certainly do now that I've slept with him." Jack couldn't help but widen his eyes and lean back in surprise, and Cindy laughed at his expression. That's pretty much what I expected. Clearly she wanted to see his surprise. Jack finally got control of himself again and blinked a few times as he tried not to look like he was so completely shocked. "I just didn't expect it." He wasn't quite sure what else to say and then just shrugged. "This might shock you, but I have desires as well. I saw Hans with some of the oh-so-thankful Desvian girls in town after we liberated them, and I was curious." She looked up for a moment before shrugging. "Then here comes this nice-looking Xeno with a decent build trying his best to speak to me in English, and I could just tell." "So he came on to you?" Jack was curious, but he didn't want to pry too hard. "Yeah." She nodded at that and looked up at the ceiling of the tank again before nodding harder. "Yeah, he did." "How was it, if you don't mind me asking?" Jack was still too curious to stop himself from digging a bit deeper, and Cindy laughed, running a hand through her short hair for a moment. "Good. Different. Not like us." Jack nodded at that while she seemed to take her time to form her words. He and her had fooled around from time to time over the years. It wasn't really like they wanted a relationship, but at times with all the combat and death and strife, you sometimes just need someone to hold close. It was interesting taking a more commanding role. Jack arched a brow at that, and she laughed again. Let's just say he was very open and receptive to my suggestions, which was interesting because he only knows perhaps a dozen words of English, so there was a lot of non-verbal communication, but we made it work. Jack nodded slowly and couldn't help but smile as he saw her smile. Well, sounds like you had fun. Certainly nice to have a more insightful view of them than our driver. Cindy laughed at that and nodded. Yeah, I'm not sure we'd get anything useful from him about their society, but now that I've let you in on my little secret, it is staying between us, right? Jack nodded as she said that. Oh yeah. Don't worry, not even a whisper of it to Hans. He's bad enough as it is. No need to toss napalm on the fire. Jack snorted at the thought of Hans finding out. They'd never hear the end of it. So, about my more insightful view, I've noticed that they're used to someone else being in charge. So if you just take the lead and act like you're in charge, they seem to assume you really are. I'm not sure if that'll help us out much since we're clearly Xenos, and we can't pose as a Desvian, but just something to keep in mind. Jack nodded as she told him that, and scratched his chin as he tried to think about how that might help him. Either way, he'd keep it in his mind. You know, I'm having a hard time figuring this society out, he mentioned. They've got a sizable interstellar empire, right? Ships that obviously can travel faster than light and plenty of high-tech weapons. So, how did they remain feudal? I'm not super read up on history or anything, but I thought that the rise of machines and especially guns killed out class societies like this back on Earth. I think you forget they're not human, so they might not behave the same. They seem to be as concerned about fur patterns and colors as humans used to be about race. It's probably drilled into them from birth. They also seem to advance slower. Maybe by the time they had guns, there was already just one kingdom on their home planet. So the military controlled everything? I really can't say for sure. I mean, look how quickly the lower classes here have taken up arms against the royal forces. Maybe they just never had a single really concerted revolution across enough planets to succeed. So instead, a planet here or there rises up and the military crushes it. Jack nodded slowly as Cindy said that. It certainly made sense. Any idea why they don't use computers? He asked then, and she nodded. Ah, that one I do know. A few centuries back, they had some sort of AI uprising, and once the organics across the sector put a stop to it, they outlawed anything too intelligent. As she told him that, Jack frowned. So, they've got shield generators all over the place without computers? How's that possible? How do they manage the energy? What sort of reactors do they have to power those tanks without needing computer controls either? She held up her hands as he asked those questions and shrugged. All I said was anything too intelligent. I'm sure they've still got computers in some form, but since it's a class-based society, how much do you want to bet that they're only for the military and nobles? Jack thought it over and nodded slowly. That does make more sense. He realized they wouldn't care about making life easier for the peasants. They probably needed to keep busy so they didn't think about rebelling more often. If you've got to work 60 hours a week, you have a lot less time to plan a revolution. Jack looked back at his screen then, and saw 4 eyes approaching the tank, so he opened his hatch and stood up in his seat to wave at the Desvian. Jack! They had an easier time with Jack than Po Bishaquasho. You get Scout? We got the train. Right away, he realized the kid didn't know what he meant. Ah, choo-choo. Chuga, 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 choo-choo. He tried to sound out, and the Xeno looked more confused. He just sighed and set his hand over his face as he realized he was trying to make train noises to their translator. Tracks! He pointed out at the road. Train tracks. Armored train? No. You don't get any of this, do you? He slowly shook his head and sighed, as he had clearly confused the kid even more by this point. Naff? Jack had very quickly learned the Desvian word for what. It came up a lot when he tried to talk to them. Yeah. He sank back down into the tank then and looked back at Cindy. Do you have any idea how to... He was staring to say, but she was already flipping through the phrasebook she'd been making. No, I have no idea how to say train. She shook her head as she flipped through the pages. Fuck, Jack muttered with a sigh. But as he got back up, he saw the kid was yelling to another rebel up in one of the towers. He watched them yell back and forth for a moment before the kid turned back to him, wide-eyed and excited. That you kill Cass and Anguilla? The kid had the same sort of happy yet surprised look Jack had seen so often lately. Sure, I guess. If Casan Anguilla means a train covered in turrets. Jack shrugged, figuring that was what they were talking about. But then the kid frowned. But scout not for Casan Anguilla. Scout for… He held the front of his muzzle in a gesture Jack had learned meant he was thinking. Aye, light royal soldiers. He slowly sounded out, and Jack frowned. Elite royal soldiers? He tried, and Four Eyes nodded. I light royal soldiers. He dropped the plural on the royal, but still sounded out elite, a little odd. Fuck, Jack sighed out. Some small part of him felt a bit better that he'd missed an elite Desvian, and not just some militia type, but it still wasn't good news. Where is Leola? He tried then, and Four Eyes pointed at the half-ruined comm tower in the corner. Well, go get her! As Four Eyes ran off to get the mechanic, Jack leaned over the side to see Hans working on the fans. How's it looking? Luckily, fairly minor damage. I won't be able to get them back to 100% here with what I've got, but once we get it back to the shop, it shouldn't be much trouble. Jack nodded as he was finally given a bit of good news. When he looked back towards the comm tower, he saw Leola heading towards him. When she got close, he was about to ask her for a sit rep, but she already had that idea. Radio, yes, good. She gave him a thumbs up. But talk into space. No. She gave him a thumbs down as he groaned. Give time can make radio for armor. She slapped the side of his tank. I hear you kill Casan Anguilla? Armor! Fighting. She extended her hands to try and give him the idea of it being something big, and he nodded. Good, yes? But is not, connect to scout. Yeah, I got that, he said. So what does that mean? Is group. Very bad. For why? Very good soldiers. She struggled with the words, but he couldn't fault her since her English was much better than his Desvian. That's a scout for an elite royal unit? He clarified, and she nodded. Armor? He asked, and again she nodded. How many? She shrugged for a moment and called out to Selithos. He picked up a couple words about armor and some numbers, but they were talking too quickly for him to get anything specific. Armor. She held up both hands at him and then closed them into fists and opened them again. 20? Fuck, he groaned out. They'd been having little trouble killing their militia armor, but he wasn't sure what to expect from this elite unit. Soldiers? He asked then, and she called out to Selithos again. Same number each armor. Jack sighed as she told him that. So 20 tanks and 20 elite soldiers for each one. This wasn't good, especially since the outpost was hardly secure yet. He rubbed his hand over his face as he thought it over and then nodded. Okay. We'll go slow them down, give you time to set up. Then we'll fall back here and see how it all goes. We'll buy you as much time as we can. He was wondering if any of that was getting to her, but she soon shook her head. No. You kill Casan Anguilla! That is mean no… Shoeport. It carry meanings of war? He frowned as she tried to piece together what she was saying for a moment before it clicked. Support? That train carried their supplies? He tried, and she talked to Four Eyes for a moment before they both nodded. So, they can't fight yet? He asked, and they shook their heads. How long do we have? Once more they spoke quietly, seeming to try and figure it out before Leola finally shrugged. Many day. Many. But not many. Well, that was better than them being just around the corner. Jack thought it over and nodded once more. Okay, we need radio. And we need explosives. Boom. Big boom! Can we get big boom? He tried, and Leola nodded. I'm placed to know, but of need time. We save more town in time. More people for fight! Soon make radio. She looked ready to add something, but there was a call from up above. He looked up to see a Desvian in one of the towers shouting down to them. Trucks! Trucks come! Go stop! Got it. Hans! He called out, but his driver was already tucking his tools back into their hatch as he climbed up on the tank. On it, LT! Jack was about to climb back down into his seat when he saw Four Eyes waving at him. No boom truck. Truck of me? He patted his chest. Truck like of me. Jack thought that over before calling back. Trucks of conscripts? Kids. Kids like you? He pointed at Four Eyes, who nodded. Okay. I won't destroy the trucks. I'll just knock out their escort. The Desvians stared at him for a few seconds before responding. Naff? Jack just sighed and shook his head. Fuck it, no boom truck. No boom! Four Eyes smiled at that and gave him a thumbs up as Jack dropped back into his seat. Hans was climbing back into his own, and soon they were rising up off the ground. Well, it looks like we're about to get some new recruits for the rebellion. Did you ever think you'd be commanding an army? Cindy asked, and Jack snorted. Not a fucking clue, though I'm not sure this is really an army just yet. He sealed his hatch as he began to buckle up, and Hans decided to weigh in. I did. An army of scantily clad warrior women, chainmail bikinis, slutty battle nuns, bi-curious elf bitches. The works! While that did sound exactly like something Hans might dream about, Jack didn't really want to hear about it right now. Shut the fuck up, Hans. Jack growled as he loaded a dummy round into the cannon. You know, I never thought I'd say this, but I might need to read the field manual and see if it has any suggestions, or give a copy to Leola, though I'm not sure if she'll be able to read any of it. The field manual? Who needs that? I never read it, Hans said as Jack couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, well that's because it's not a picture book. Then to his surprise, Cindy chimed in. Actually, it's got some very good pictures and diagrams even if there's a lot of small complicated text to accompany it. If anything, you should read the section on developing an insurgent native force for asymmetrical warfare. Jack stared back at Cindy as she told him that. That's in the field manual? Shit, I really wish I'd read it now. I guess I better start tonight. Anyway, Hans, get us moving! As they began to move forward and out of the outpost, he could see the convoy off to their right. It was a good thing they were coming from the opposite direction of the derailed train, or it just might have tipped them off that not everything was about to go well for them. Every convoy they liberated was another batch of rebels for their cause. Jack was sure that they'd eventually run out of willing recruits as they expanded, but for now he knew a conscript transport only meant one thing. Time to make some new friends.